Unexpectedly, the affluent Zhao Jinnian, possessing a fortune worth billions, has been reincarnated. In his previous life, upon returning from studying abroad, he aspired to make a mark and showcase his ambitions, only to find himself mired in failure at every turn, leading him to question the very essence of life. In this new existence, Zhao Jinnian has come to terms with his own mediocrity and has pondered the futility of wealth. How much is truly sufficient? It is time to embrace a laid-back lifestyle. He has resolved that in this lifetime, he shall embrace the role of a carefree playboy, content to indulge in a life of leisure. Chapter 1. A good horse does not return to eat the grass it once grazed. The remnants of indulgence left a scattering of tissue paper, rendering the hotel room somewhat disorderly. A small dress and a white shirt lay carelessly strewn across the floor, while high-heeled shoes were mismatched and scattered about. Seated on the plush bed, Zhao Jinnian scratched his head in confusion, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he stared blankly into space. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom, and through the frosted glass, a vague silhouette of a graceful figure could be discerned. Zhao Jinnian's mind went blank. What on earth is happening here? Lost in thought, he was startled as the bathroom door swung open, revealing a woman with a playful smile peering out, bashfully suggesting, "Jinnian, would you like to join me for a wash? I can scrub your back." Upon recognizing her face, Zhao Jinnian's pupils dilated in shock. Damn it, how could it be her? No thanks, he responded, waving his hand in irritation as he lit his cigarette. Glancing at the phone resting on the bed, he checked the time and realized with certainty he had indeed been reborn. He had returned to the day before his departure to study abroad. The very night he had shared a parting encounter with Xiao Yimo. Someone like me could actually be reincarnated? Zhao Jinnian is the epitome of a wealthy heir, having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His father, Zhao Donghai, is a renowned entrepreneur in Yuheng City, a prominent taxpayer worth billions, a figure of Brahmin status in the local society. In his previous life, after returning from abroad, Zhao Jinnian thought that as a returnee, he should be able to carve out his own path, especially considering that his father, who had no formal education, had achieved such success. He longed to elevate the family business to new heights, even aspiring to expand internationally. Reality proved harsh. It is not the indulgent lifestyle of the wealthy second generation that is worrisome, but rather their attempts to validate themselves. During those years, Zhao Jinnian invested recklessly, losing at every turn and spiraling into existential despair. Indeed, it is true that one cannot fathom the depths of debt until they venture into entrepreneurship. Zhao Donghai consistently cleaned up his son's messes, earnestly advising him. Yet Zhao Jinnian remained obstinate, venturing into business in other provinces, only to be ensnared in schemes that left him drowning in debt and facing the prospect of imprisonment. It was only then that he awakened to his folly, regretting his choices too late. Zhao Jinnian finally understood that his father's success was not merely the result of his shrewd business acumen and decisive nature, but was also significantly bolstered by the advantages of the era, effectively capitalizing on favorable circumstances. Sighing at the thought, Zhao Jinnian lamented the abundance of talented individuals in the world. Even if he were a rare genius, he would still be just one among countless others. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Having squandered his potential, he had failed to even attain a second-tier university in his first college entrance examination and had to repeat a year. He had later dismissed his school as inadequate, claiming he would study abroad, though that institution was merely one where wealth could secure admission. Thus, he knew himself better than anyone else. In this second chance at life, Zhao Jinnian has embraced his mediocrity, resolved to be more honest with himself, and question how much wealth is ever truly enough. He has decided to live as a carefree son of a wealthy family. It is time to embrace this new philosophy. With a deep inhale of a cigarette, Zhao Jinnian donned his clothes, preparing to leave. Just then, the bathroom door opened, revealing Xiao Yimo, wrapped in a towel, one hand drying her hair with a cloth, looking somewhat bewildered. "Where are you going?" "There's something I need to discuss with you," Zhao Jinnian replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. In his previous life, after their final encounter, he had vanished without a word, living a life abroad devoid of shame, cherishing his newfound freedom. It was only upon returning home that he learned her family held positions of authority. During that time, Zhao Jinnian faced numerous business setbacks and desperately needed the influence of Xiao Yimo's family in Yuheng City. With his father's introduction, he was compelled to marry Xiao Yimo, leading to years of a tumultuous life under her thumb. That stifling existence was one he wished to avoid experiencing again. In this new life, he sought to be free-spirited and unrestrained, galloping across the plains, determined not to sacrifice an entire market for a mere spoiled cabbage. "What is it? Could you help me dry my hair first?" Xiao Yimo smiled warmly, picking up the hairdryer and sitting beside Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian understood her well. Despite her sweet demeanor and appearance as a docile wife, she was, at heart, a fierce and demanding individual, possessing a strong sense of possessiveness and an earnest approach to relationships, intolerant of any infidelity, and her temper could be quite fierce. Noting Zhao Jinnian's gaze upon her, Xiao Yimo's cheeks flushed as she softly inquired, "Jinnian, are you hoping to reconcile with me?" "Oh, I've already forgiven you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here tonight. And by the way, you must drive me to school tomorrow morning." Zhao Jinnian was momentarily taken aback. What? He smacked his thigh as buried memories resurfaced. If he recalled correctly, there had been an occasion when he and his close friends had drunkenly spent the night at the Maple Forest nightclub, only for Xiao Yimo to discover them, leading her to angrily initiate their breakup. However, after being together for so long, their on-again, off-again relationship had become commonplace, neither taking it too seriously. Initially, Zhao Jinnian had invited Xiao Yimo for one last rendezvous before leaving Yuan, while Xiao Yimo mistakenly believed he sought reconciliation, leading to their confused entanglement once more. Zhao Jinnian wore an expression of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Ah, you misunderstand. I meant to say that we should part amicably and cease all contact henceforth." Xiao Yimo's smile froze, and she instinctively reached out to tug at Zhao Jinnian's ear, utterly bewildered. "Part amicably? Cease contact? Wait, clarify your intentions. What do you truly mean?" Zhao Jinnian shrugged off her hand, rising nonchalantly to depart, concluding that a brief pain was preferable to prolonged suffering. "There is no deeper meaning, merely the literal interpretation. Find yourself an honest man to marry and leave me be." "Zhao Jinnian, how dare you pull up your pants and deny our connection? What do you take me for?" Xiao Yimo retorted angrily. Zhao Jinnian strode towards the exit, casually remarking, "Just a casual fling." Xiao Yimo wiped her tears, feeling utterly wronged. "Ah, Zhao Jinnian, you scoundrel, heartless wretch. What do you consider our year-long relationship to be? You certainly excelled in that regard." Xiao Yimo sobbed, crouching on the floor, tears streaming like rain on a pear blossom. Infuriated, she picked up her high heel and hurled it at Zhao Jinnian. "Get out. Just leave." Zhao Jinnian said nothing, resolutely exiting the hotel room, striding away. To claim that Zhao Jinnian felt no affection for Xiao Yimo would be disingenuous. At the very least, he still experienced physical responses. Furthermore, they had shared years as a couple in a previous life, deeply familiar with one another. Nonetheless, he was not a romantic. At merely 19, he was in the prime of his youth and could not bind himself to a single tree and hang himself there. Zhao Jinnian could only comfort himself internally, reflecting, "It is said that a good horse does not graze where it is fed before. Moreover, am I not a thoroughbred? Thus, it is only natural not to revisit the past." Chapter 2. A Loving Mother and a Stern Father. Zhao Jinnian met Xiao Yimo during his repeat year, when he was notorious for his debauchery, excelling in indulgence and revelry, driving luxury cars through the streets and living a life of excess, earning the moniker Young Master Zhao. Ultimately, he managed to score just over 300 points, bringing shame to his father's face. His father, Zhao Donghai, could not stand the sight of him and was determined to correct his myriad of vices. To prevent him from mingling with unsavory characters, he confined him at home and hired numerous tutors. Xiao Yimo was one such tutor, tasked with teaching Zhao Jinnian English. Men, after all, are drawn to two types of women: those who possess the allure of youthful innocence and those who exude a mature femininity. At that time, Xiao Yimo was a sophomore at Yuheng University, and as an older sister figure, she belonged to the latter category, gentle, considerate, and understanding. In the throes of burgeoning desire, Zhao Jinnian found himself unable to resist her charms, often leading their English lessons to culminate in bed. His academic performance surged during that period. Zhao Jinnian hummed a tune as he activated the navigation system, setting his sights on Green Valley, pressing the accelerator in preparation to return home. Green Valley was a lakeside park at Yuheng, where Zhao Donghai, the wealthiest man in Yuheng, had constructed a sprawling private villa occupying over 300 acres. As Zhao Jinnian approached home, an unfamiliar sense of trepidation washed over him. After parking the car, his heartbeat quickened. Yet as he opened the door, he found solace. Nothing had changed. It remained as it always was. His mother, Zhou Xiuxiu, lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a mindless idle drama that even dogs would ignore, while his father, Zhao Donghai, who had just returned from a social gathering, reclined on the couch, a cigarette dangling from his lips and a rosy glow on his face. Upon seeing Zhao Jinnian return, Zhao Donghai erupted in fury, shouting, "You little rascal, returning at this hour. Where the hell have you been? Have you been gallivanting again? Who have you been consorting with?" Hearing his father's familiar, expletive-laden tirade, Zhao Jinnian felt an odd sense of warmth. Grinning, he sat down and casually remarked that he had been out for a stroll. Zhou Xiuxiu shot a reproachful glare at Zhao Donghai. "For someone who is a wealthy businessman, can't you act a bit more civilized? Your son is grown. Why shout at him?" Zhao Donghai flicked the ash from his cigarette and snorted disdainfully. "What do you know, you woman? You coddle him too much. You've spoiled him rotten. Just look at how much of a little rascal he has become. If this continues, he will inevitably find himself in trouble. Zhao Jinnian silently acknowledged his father's words. It was said that a loving mother often spoils her son, and his brazen demeanor could certainly be attributed to Zhao Xiuxiu's indulgence. So what? He is my only son. If I don't care for him, who will? Unlike you, who keeps numerous vixens outside, perhaps even supporting an illegitimate child behind our backs. Zhao Donghai immediately softened, smiling sheepishly as he embraced Zhao Xiuxiu. My dear, what are you saying? There are no illegitimate children. Am I that kind of man? Zhao Xiuxiu rolled her eyes. Zhao Jinnian watched his parents' daily bickering with a smile. Clearing his throat, Zhao Donghai shot a glare at Zhao Jinnian, his expression stern as he inquired, Have you packed your things? I will have someone take you tomorrow. Dad, I don't want to study abroad anymore, Zhao Jinnian quickly replied. Zhao Donghai, upon hearing this, erupted in rage. Not going? You little rascal. How can you just change your mind? Your visa has been processed, and your flight is booked for tomorrow. And now you tell me you're not going? Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Anticipating his father's anger, Zhao Jinnian quickly sat beside Zhao Xiuxiu with a grin. I just feel it's too far away. I would only see my mother twice a year, and I thought I might as well spend time with her. Zhao Xiuxiu was unconcerned and even pleased by his decision. If you don't want to go, then don't. Zhao Donghai, however, erupted in curses. Stop with your nonsense. You say you won't go? What will happen to your education? Today is September 1st. Many universities are about to start. You haven't even filled out your applications. Zhao Jinnian shrugged nonchalantly, interrupting him. Then I simply won't study. After all, education is of little use. Zhao Donghai's fury reached a boiling point as he began to unbuckle his belt. I see you are itching for trouble. Education is meant to instill a sense of propriety and righteousness. How could I have raised such a wretch? Perhaps I should have just left you against the wall. Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson today. Zhao Jinnian hurriedly hid behind Zhao Xiuxiu, fully aware of Zhao Donghai's foul temper, which could lead to real punishment. Zhao Xiuxiu, displeased, stood up with a stern expression. What are you doing? He is already grown. If he doesn't want to study, let him be. Why resort to violence? Zhao Donghai was infuriated, cursing vehemently. Don't you know that a loving mother spoils her child? You, with your long hair and short knowledge, just look at how spoiled this little rascal has become. Why can't you speak properly without resorting to violence? Zhao Xiuxiu glared with fury. When she married Zhao Donghai, he was utterly destitute, a mere pauper. Having endured those years of hardship, she has indulged Zhao Jinnian with unparalleled affection, refusing to allow him to suffer even the slightest grievance. What's wrong with taking action? If we do not discipline him now, the police will have to do it later. Zhao Donghai bellowed. I refuse to accept that. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on my son. Zhao Xiuxiu, equally obstinate, steadfastly shielded Zhao Jinnian behind her. The belt in Zhao Donghai's hand hung suspended in the air, neither striking nor withholding. He sighed, contemplating that this grand endeavor was futile, and resolved to seize the opportunity while still youthful to practice on a smaller scale. The more he looked at Zhao Jinnian, the more irksome he became. He scolded, I had no such advantages in my time. With such privileges at your disposal, you fail to appreciate them. If I had the opportunities you have now, I would. There he went again, boasting. Zhao Jinnian could hardly be bothered to expose him. In the past, he would have believed him, but having heard from his grandmother that his father was once a mischievous lad who frequently skipped classes, stole his grandfather's motorcycle, and ran around with a rowdy crowd, adamantly avoiding his studies, only to be beaten black and blue by Zhao Jinnian's grandfather from time to time, he remained unconvinced. No, education is imperative. If he doesn't study, this little rascal's disposition might lead him to create untold chaos. Zhao Donghai pinched his cigarette, fully aware that with his son's unruly character, he would inevitably associate with those dubious companions. Seeing his father's tone was non-negotiable, Zhao Jinnian had no choice but to concede. I will study, but I have one condition. I will only attend Yuheng. I shall go nowhere else. The reincarnated Zhao Jinnian had made up his mind to develop solely within Yuheng, shunning all other paths. Wealth attracts attention, and the memories of his past life linger vividly. In Yuheng, he was a charming playboy, free to indulge in his whims, capable of resolving any predicament that arose. Zhao Donghai had toiled for many years in Yuheng, pouring substantial sums of money annually, not out of charity, but with purpose. As the popular saying goes, one only learns the consequences of their actions after leaving Yuheng. Once he departed from Yuheng, especially venturing into the metropolis, should he offend anyone, he might find himself in a precarious situation, unaware of how he could meet his demise. Chapter 3. Yuheng University, the most delighted of all upon Zhao Jinnian's decision not to study abroad, was undoubtedly Zhao Xiuxiu. A mother's worry spans 1,000 miles, and for the past few days, she had been filled with reluctance. The challenging issue was assigned to Zhao Donghai. However, within merely 2 days, Zhao Donghai managed to resolve it. With a rather irritable tone, he informed Zhao Jinnian that he had leveraged his connections to inquire, and fortuitously, Yuheng University had 2 slots available for supplementary admissions this year. After some maneuvering, Zhao Jinnian was already accepted. Supplementary admissions refer to the process where educational institutions fill vacancies that arise due to unfulfilled enrollment numbers or students failing to report after being accepted. Schools select from qualified candidates based on their admission criteria. Zhao Jinnian understood that his father must have expended a considerable amount of money, likely displacing an unfortunate soul in the process. Yet, there was no remedy. This world operates under cruel realities. Neither he nor Zhao Jinnian was at fault. It was merely that Zhao Jinnian possessed greater strength, and in this realm, the strong dictate the rules. Due to the nature of supplementary admissions, Zhao Jinnian had no autonomy in selecting his major. He was assigned to a rather unremarkable field, mechanical design. Zhao Jinnian was indifferent, and Zhao Donghai cared even less. To put it plainly, he had long abandoned any aspirations for his son to achieve greatness. As long as Zhao Jinnian did not cause trouble, it was a blessing in itself. Rather than focusing on nurturing Zhao Jinnian, Zhao Donghai believed it more prudent to practice on a minor instrument during overtime. Yuheng University required attendance on September 5th and 6th, meaning the day after tomorrow. That evening, Zhou Xiaochuan initiated a video call with Zhao Jinnian, inquiring whether he had arrived in America and how the experience was with the foreign girls. He had heard they were quite open-minded and urged Zhao Jinnian to share a video of his escapades. Zhao Jinnian, feeling a wave of exasperation, replied, "No, I'm not going there. I will be attending Yuheng University instead." Zhou Xiaochuan was Zhao Jinnian's closest confidant. His family held positions of authority. This lad was loyal and had few flaws, save for his overwhelming attraction to the opposite sex. At a tender age, he had already faced challenges in that regard. As he humorously put it, he could only manage 3 encounters with a woman. When Zhao Jinnian asked him why he was so particular, Zhou Xiaochuan sheepishly sighed, explaining that 3 encounters were all he could manage to deceive a woman. The first he would claim to be a virgin, the second that he was not in good condition, and by the third his shortcomings would be exposed, leading to a breakup. "Are you serious? My dear Zhao, that's splendid. We can be carefree together again," Zhou Xiaochuan exclaimed with glee. He and Zhao Jinnian had forged a strong bond during high school. Although Zhou Xiaochuan had significantly outperformed him academically, gaining admission to Yuheng University in his first year. After conversing for a while, Zhou Xiaochuan suggested that Zhao Jinnian call him when he registered, as he would introduce him to the customs and culture of Yuheng University. On September 5th, Zhao Jinnian was roused by Zhao Donghai, who wore a stern expression as he cautioned his son not to cause any trouble at school. "I've temporarily frozen your bank card. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you're at Yuheng. Even while studying at Yuheng, you must focus on your studies. If you dare to fail any courses, I'll freeze your card for life. You won't spend a single cent of my money." Zhao Jinnian felt overwhelmed and reluctantly got out of bed to prepare for registration. However, once Zhao Donghai left, Zhou Xiaoxiu stealthily slipped a bank card into Zhao Jinnian's hand. "You know your father's temper. Don't hold it against him. There's $1 million in here. Spend it wisely and let me know if you need more." "Thank you, Mom," Zhao Jinnian replied, his heart warmed. Having lived 2 lives, he understood that Zhao Donghai's cold demeanor belied a warm heart. At times, he would reflect on his former self and think that if his future son turned out like this, he would surely wear out a belt from disciplining him. In the afternoon, Zhao Jinnian descended to the underground parking lot and entered a Maybach, relishing the power of the vehicle. Yuheng University comprised 2 campuses in the Baibu district, only 7 kilometers apart, and Zhao Jinnian was heading to the northern campus for registration. The closer he drew to the university, the denser the crowd became, with the entrance congested to the point of being impassable. After much effort, he finally managed to drive into the campus, where the parking spaces along Wudong Avenue were filled with vehicles bearing various license plates. After circling the area, he found a spot near the fountain to park his car. He sent a message to Zhou Xiaochuan, and they agreed to meet beneath the library. Zhou Xiaochuan, sporting a crew cut and a floral shirt, was smoking and waved enthusiastically from a distance, shouting, "Old Zhao, over here." Zhao Jinnian felt speechless. "Where's your luggage? You didn't bring anything?" Zhou Xiaochuan offered him a cigarette. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand dismissively, saying he had quit, and casually remarked that his belongings were in the car. "You drove here? You'll need to get a vehicle pass from the security office," Zhou Xiaochuan exclaimed, then suggested they register first before heading to the dormitory, avoiding the hassle of making multiple trips. As they walked, Zhou Xiaochuan animatedly shared stories, boasting about how he had shattered a basketball backboard during military training last year, gaining attention and even becoming a sensation on the campus confession wall, which led to him dating 4 different girls that year. He then proceeded to describe which college had the prettiest girls and the most flirtatious ones, peppering his tales with various gossip, including incidents of girls being deceived. His loud voice drew disapproving glances from passersby, causing Zhao Jinnian to feel a flush of embarrassment. He swiftly interrupted Zhou Xiaochuan's unrestrained chatter, saying, "Enough, enough." Zhou Xiaochuan chuckled sheepishly. As they passed the second playground, he suddenly fixated on a girl dragging a suitcase, momentarily stunned before swallowing hard and whispering to Zhao Jinnian, "Old Zhao, do you believe in love at first sight?" Zhao Jinnian rolled his eyes and glanced over, spotting a girl wearing sunglasses with exceptionally long legs, her figure undeniably striking. He retorted, "What nonsense! This isn't love at first sight. It's merely infatuation. Same difference. Old Zhao, you go register. I think I'm in love. I must boldly pursue my happiness." With that, Zhou Xiaochuan strode toward the girl, quickly striking up a conversation. Zhao Jinnian sighed in resignation. Knowing Zhou Xiaochuan's nature, he was a decent person but seemed to be preoccupied with such trivial matters. He resigned himself to registering alone. Chapter 4. Is it a joke? I recall it being over 300,000. The registration for the mechanical engineering department took place at the third playground, under a large tent filled with throngs of people, predominantly parents accompanying their children. Senior volunteers in red vests assisted with the process, and upon arriving, Zhao Jinnian immediately regretted his choice. This wretched major was filled predominantly with males. He could scarcely spot 2 girls, and they resembled dinosaurs. Zhao Jinnian thought to himself, "Heaven, why didn't you allow me to be reborn 2 months earlier? I could have filled out my application normally and attended a college with more girls." But it was too late. His first attempt at the college entrance exam had yielded unsatisfactory results, and although his second attempt had gone better, he had been overconfident and deemed the school subpar, believing that studying abroad would be more prestigious. Ultimately, he ended up at a mediocre institution abroad where, as long as one paid, even a dog could enroll, and he learned nothing of value. "Well, I'm here now. I might as well make the most of it," he thought, reflecting that it didn't matter where he spent his time. Finally, it was Zhao Jinnian's turn. He efficiently submitted his identification, acceptance letter, and application materials, proceeded to have his face scanned, registered his information, and filled out various forms. The individual responsible for receiving Zhao Jinnian was a senior named Wang Lei, a second-year student and class assistant. He instructed Zhao Jinnian to join a group chat and to head to apartment 15 to fill out some forms, to which Zhao Jinnian readily agreed. Humming a cheerful tune, Zhao Jinnian leisurely exited the group chat, intending to drive to the fountain area and park his vehicle beneath Building 15, facilitating the transfer of his suitcase and bedding to his dormitory. At that moment, a senior girl intercepted Zhao Jinnian, greeting him with a bright smile and introducing herself as Deng Xiaoling, a volunteer from the class of 2022 in the computer science department. She inquired if Zhao Jinnian was a freshman. Internally, Zhao Jinnian thought this was rather redundant and scrutinized her. Her appearance was average, though her ample bosom and long, slender legs were rather appealing, yet they failed to captivate him. Thus, he merely nodded in a stoic manner. Deng Xiaoling felt slightly disheartened by Zhao Jinnian's aloof demeanor, yet she remained enthusiastic, offering to show him around the campus, highlighting the best dining halls and where to purchase daily necessities. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand dismissively, firmly declining. "No, I haven't completed my dorm registration yet." Deng Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment. She had not anticipated such a cold response from him. It wasn't that she was infatuated with Zhao Jinnian, but she had noticed the luxurious Rolex ice blue date just on his wrist when he had sat down earlier to fill out his registration details. Typically, girls of this age do not possess much knowledge about watches, especially high-end brands. Deng Xiaoling had only a slight understanding because her roommate often frequented nightclubs and bars, developing an eye for luxury cars and watches. After careful observation, she realized that Zhao Jinnian's attire, although devoid of logos, was exquisitely crafted and evidently expensive. Reluctant to impose her affections upon someone so indifferent, she wrestled with her thoughts, reminding herself that the brave are the first to experience love. However, when she looked up, she found Zhao Jinnian had already walked away, and despite her attempt to catch up, he had vanished from her sight, leaving her with a twinge of regret. Zhao Jinnian strolled comfortably along the campus path, parking his vehicle in the shade beneath Building 15. At the entrance of the apartment, a senior was responsible for checking in residence. After filling out the necessary forms and paying a deposit of 20 yuan, he received a key and returned to his car to fetch his belongings. In truth, he had very little luggage, just bedding, sheets, and pillows that required 2 trips. He had promised his mother to return home at least once a week, planning to gradually bring any additional necessities since everything was conveniently located in Yuan. Ascending to the fourth floor, he arrived at room 429. Upon reaching the door, he overheard a disgruntled male voice venting. "What is up with this campus card? It's an absolute joke." The door swung open to reveal a dormitory with 4 beds, 3 of which were already occupied, leaving only one spot near the entrance. The atmosphere was lively. A burly fellow silently made his bed, evidently having just arrived. In the restroom, a guy in a floral shirt was mopping the floor, while the earlier complaint had come from a buzz-cut young man lounging in a chair, scrolling through Douyin with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exuding an air of bravado. The arrival of Zhao Jinnian surprised the 3 occupants. They had already connected in a freshman group chat back in early August when selecting dorms, while Zhao Jinnian was a late addition and thus a stranger to them. The floral shirt student approached with a smile, offering Zhao Jinnian a cigarette. "Hey, you're also in 429? I'm Yang Bin from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Just call me Lao Yang." Zhao Jinnian accepted the cigarette, noting its quality, soft Zhonghua. "Oh, I'm Zhao Jinnian, a local from Yuheng." He was warm and also offered cigarettes to the other 2. Thanks. The young man who had just complained about the campus card quickly declined the offer, looking astonished. "You're from Yuheng too? Which county?" "Yim Liguqing." "From Yun County." Zhao Jinnian replied. "Oh, I'm from Baishan District." "Oh." Li Guoqing felt a pang of disappointment. He was pleased to find a fellow local in the dorm. The burly man, still arranging his bedding, chuckled awkwardly. "I don't smoke." "Yang Bin, un Fazet," introduced Zhao Jinnian to the others. "This guy is from northeast China, Zhang Chao. Look at those muscles." Zhang Chao indeed had an imposing stature, likely standing around 6 feet tall, with a broad back reminiscent of a bear, especially when seated. Yang Bin lit his cigarette and passed the lighter to Zhao Jinnian. "The guy who was originally supposed to stay here wasn't you. It was someone named Zheng Gang. He mentioned in the group that he wanted to retake the year, probably because he wasn't too keen on this major." Zhao Jinnian realized that he owed his spot in the dormitory to this unknown Zheng Gang. Yang Bin offered to help Zhao Jinnian make his bed, but then caught sight of Zhao Jinnian's wrist, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Hey, is that a Rolex? Which model?" "The ice blue Datejust." Li Guoqing instinctively looked up at Zhao Jinnian. However, the next moment, Yang Bin released Zhao Jinnian's wrist, chuckling. "It must be fake, right? A genuine one costs over 300,000. Zhao Jinnian merely smiled, offering no explanation. Li Guoqing, upon hearing this, disdainfully lowered his head, returning to his phone. With Yang Bin's assistance, Zhao Jinnian's bed was made in no time, prompting a polite thank you from him. Zhao Jinnian wiped down the desk with a cloth and took out hangers from his suitcase to place his 2 sets of clothes and several pairs of shoes in the cabinet. Yang Bin, scratching his head in confusion, asked, "Lao Zhao, didn't you bring a computer? In our major, there are plenty of instances where a computer is essential." Zhao Jinnian casually replied, "I didn't bring one. I'll just buy one online." Finding the dormitory rather untidy, Yang Bin suggested tidying up, to which Zhao Jinnian agreed. As the place was indeed in disarray, particularly the restroom, where the pits were discolored and the sink had developed a layer of moss, with dust covering every surface, emanating a musty odor throughout the dormitory. The 4 of them enthusiastically set to work cleaning. "Wait, what's this about a Rolex worth over 300,000? At that moment, Zhang Chao, who had been mopping, scratched his head and looked at the others. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. Yang Bin and Li Guoqing exchanged glances, wearing expressions of disbelief. "What is up? Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Chao asked, looking puzzled. "Nothing, just keep mopping," Yang Bin replied, exasperated. "All right." Zhang Chao nodded cheerfully. Yang Bin leaned over, gesturing toward Zhang Chao and then tapping his head, lowering his voice. "This guy sometimes takes a moment to catch on. Maybe all that weightlifting has dulled his wits. Don't mind him, just get used to it." Zhao Jinnian chuckled, appreciating Zhang Chao's earnest nature. Such individuals usually lack guile, making interactions comfortable. Once the cleaning was complete, the dormitory appeared revitalized. As the floor was still damp from mopping, Yang Bin suggested they head out to purchase daily necessities, ensuring that by the time they returned, the floor would be dry. Thus, the 4 of them energetically descended to buy supplies. By this time, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun blazed fiercely overhead, making their walk through the tree-lined campus feel oppressively hot. The atmosphere was quite lively as they traversed the campus. It was the moment when seniors were finishing their classes, and students were pouring out of the academic buildings. Li Guoqing's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly captivated by the multitude of beautiful young women around him. He exclaimed, "Wow, look over there. That girl has such long legs. And then, oh my, look at that one. She's quite alluring." He turned to Yang Bin, declaring, "I bet that girl isn't wearing any underwear." Yang Bin and Zhao Jinnian were taken aback. Li Guoqing and his friend were being rather loud, drawing the attention of many passers-by. While Yang Bin and Zhao Jinnian felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Zhang Chao seemed blissfully unaware. Lost in his own thoughts, Yang Bin admonished, Li Guqing, are you out of your mind? Why are you shouting? Do you want us all to die of embarrassment? Feeling slightly discontented by Yang Bin's retort, Li Guqing fell silent, his mood dampened. In high school, he had relished making such comments about girls with his friends, who would invariably laugh and agree with him. Now, faced with Yang Bin's criticism, he felt inexplicably irked. Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but find the situation amusing, thinking to himself, is Li Guqing truly holding a grudge against Yang Bin over such a trivial matter? Students at this age are indeed quite adorable. Upon arriving at a nearby supermarket, the group purchased some daily necessities, toothbrushes, basins, towels, and shower gel. However, a minor hiccup occurred at the checkout. The cashier inquired, shall we pay together or separately? For a moment, Li Guqing, Yang Bin, and Zhang Chao exchanged glances, speechless. Zhao Jinnian promptly took out his phone, revealing the payment code, suggesting they pay together. Once outside the supermarket, Yang Bin patted Zhao Jinnian on the shoulder, asking, old Zhao, how much is it? I'll transfer you. Zhao Jinnian smiled, brushing it off, it's nothing. Really, not worth much. Yang Bin nodded subtly, then I'll treat you to a meal next time. Li Guqing chimed in with a grin, old Yang. It's just a few bucks, Zhao doesn't mind. No one paid him any attention. Back at the apartment, feeling idle, the four settled down for a chat. Yang Bin asked if anyone had any plans or aspirations for university. Li Guqing, lounging on a stool while smoking, replied nonchalantly, plans? Just graduate smoothly and find a girlfriend. Noticing Li Guqing's disregard for the smoke, Yang Bin took out a cigarette and tossed one to Zhao Jinnian. Old Zhao, what about you? Zhao Jinnian casually responded, just have a good time for 4 years, enjoy myself. Yang Bin laughed. Did you see that Maybach Park downstairs? My goal in university is to work hard and earn enough for one before graduation. Li Guqing scoffed, you're just bragging. Yang Bin, undeterred, declared with bravado, well, we must strive. We can't waste our youth. Just think, with over 30,000 students at Yuheng University, if each one could help me earn $10, that's over 300,000. Even if I can't afford a Maybach, a Mercedes C-Class would suffice. Zhao Jinnian chuckled, I wish you success with that. Turning to Zhang Chao, he asked, what about you? What are you thinking? You haven't said a word. Yang Bin glanced at Zhang Chao, who suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to pay for my groceries. Yang Bin, accustomed to Zhang Chao's slower reactions, chuckled. Old Zhao already took care of it. Zhang Chao, realizing, asked Zhao Jinnian how much it was, wanting to transfer him the money. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand, genuinely unconcerned. It's nothing, just a few bucks. Consider it my treat. However, Zhang Chao was insistent on transferring the money, and Zhao Jinnian, unable to refuse, added him on WeChat and casually mentioned $10. $10? That's so cheap. All right, I've transferred it. Please check, Zhang Chao earnestly said. Noticing the addition on WeChat, Yang Bin suggested they all add each other and create a group chat for their dorm, making it easier to communicate. Li Guqing glanced at the time and suggested, it's already afternoon. Shall we grab a bite? Zhao Jinnian agreed. At that moment, Yang Bin stepped out to take a call and returned to announce that his girlfriend was looking for him, telling Zhao Jinnian and the others to go ahead and eat without him. Li Guqing chuckled. Old Yang, you actually have a girlfriend? When the topic of his girlfriend came up, Yang Bin smiled. Yes, actually I didn't plan to come to Yuheng. It's too far from home. But since my girlfriend applied here, I decided to follow. No way. You're quite the romantic. Li Guqing desa. Yang Bin pulled out his phone to show his lock screen wallpaper, which was a photo of him and his girlfriend. See? This is my girlfriend, Qin Ziqian, from the literature department. I'll introduce you to her when I get the chance. Zhao Jinnian took a glance. The wallpaper, set against the backdrop of the Badaling Great Wall, was likely taken during a trip. His girlfriend was indeed quite beautiful, tall, and elegant, with impeccable makeup. Chapter 6, The Meaning Behind the Username. After Yang Bin left, the three made their way to the nearest cafeteria for a meal. The food there was quite decent, with numerous options available at reasonable prices. In the past, Zhao Jinnian might not have been able to stomach the school as cafeteria food, having been accustomed to a life of luxury filled with exquisite delicacies. However, due to a failed business venture in his previous life, financial circumstances had changed drastically. Moreover, after marrying Xiao Yimo, who was determined to be a devoted wife, he found himself subjected to her less than stellar culinary skills, which she insisted he sample daily. Thus, Zhao Jinnian had become less picky about food. As long as it wasn't tea and edible, it was acceptable, especially compared to the meals prepared by Xiao Yimo. The trio each ordered stir-fry dish and took a seat to eat while chatting. Suddenly, Li Guqing nudged Zhao Jinnian. Old Zhao, look over there. ISNT that Yang Bin? Zhao Jinnian raised his head and indeed spotted Yang Bin entering the cafeteria with a girl who appeared to be unwillingly accompanying him. Her arms crossed. Yang Bin, in contrast, was trailing after her like a devoted puppy, wearing a smile. This girl must be Yang Bin's girlfriend, Qin Ziqian. As they approached the table, Yang Bin hurriedly took out a napkin to wipe down the bench before she sat down. He then went to get food for her, even returning with a cup of milk tea. Li Guoqing observed this spectacle with amazement, leaning in to whisper, "Old Zhao, doesn't it seem like Yang is acting like a sycophant?" Zhang Chao, oblivious, looked around. "Where's the dog?" "None of your business. Just keep eating," Li Guoqing replied. "All right," Zhang Chao said, returning to his meal. His appetite was impressive, a testament to his northern heritage, as he quickly devoured a bowl of rice and went back for more. Zhao Jinnian furrowed his brow, observing the indifferent expression Qin Ziqian wore while facing Yang Bin. As someone well-versed in matters of the heart, he could discern that her gaze lacked the warmth of affection. Instead, it was marked by indifference. Choosing not to engage with Li Guoqing, Zhao Jinnian continued eating silently, planning to visit the security office later to arrange for a vehicle pass. Noticing Zhao Jinnian's lack of response, Li Guoqing grew disheartened and fell silent. However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight of Yang Bin's stunning girlfriend, silently vowing to find a similarly beautiful partner. The three of them, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, emerged from the cafeteria. At that moment, a girl in the distance caught sight of Zhao Jinnian, her eyes lighting up as she waved eagerly and scampered over. It was none other than Deng Xiaoling. She had also come for a meal, but throughout the afternoon, she had been feeling a twinge of regret, brooding over her hesitation to ask for Zhao Jinnian's contact information. She had even contemplated the idea of posting on a confession wall to catch his attention, yet feared the ridicule of her roommates. As Deng Xiaoling approached with a light-hearted jog, Li Guoqing's heart raced uncontrollably. He quickly greeted her with a smile. "Senior." Deng Xiaoling paused, momentarily taken aback, and after a moment of thought, she remembered who Li Guoqing was, offering a polite smile in return. "Oh, it's you." "Indeed, Senior. Are you here for a meal as well?" Li Guoqing beamed at the fact that Deng Xiaoling recognized him. They had met online half a month prior when the college mandated the formation of a freshman group. Li Guoqing, ever the social butterfly, had eagerly added friends and joined numerous groups. Deng Xiaoling managed one such group, which was primarily focused on the new students. As many upperclassmen had their eyes on the freshmen's pockets, she was an agent for campus cards, and her group boasted hundreds of new students, many of whom had procured their campus cards through her. Deng Xiaoling nodded, offering a few perfunctory remarks to Li Guoqing before turning to Zhao Jinnian with a playful smile. "Junior, what a coincidence we meet again." Li Guoqing was momentarily taken aback, having assumed Deng Xiaoling was there for him, and felt a rush of delight, only to discover she was actually seeking Zhao Jinnian. "Let us add each other on WeChat." "Junior," Deng Xiaoling said cheerfully, brandishing her phone before Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian maintained an impassive expression. "Let's skip the WeChat," he replied coolly. Noticing this, Li Guoqing promptly patted Zhao Jinnian on the shoulder and chuckled. "Old Zhao, why the aloofness? Just add her. It won't cost you anything." Zhao Jinnian remained silent, his refusal evident on his face. Deng Xiaoling's disappointment was palpable. Observing her forlorn demeanor, Li Guoqing felt a twinge of irritation. He pulled out his phone and said, "Senior, if he is not interested, how about you add me instead?" Deng Xiaoling looked at Li Guoqing as if he were foolish. Left with no choice, Li Guoqing turned to Zhao Jinnian and lowered his voice. "Old Zhao, just add her, will you? It won't cost you anything. Do me this favor." Zhao Jinnian thought to himself, "What favor do you have to offer?" Seeing their expectant stares, he found it amusing and reluctantly acquiesced. "Fine." Upon hearing Zhao Jinnian's agreement, Deng Xiaoling beamed with delight. "You scam me." Zhao Jinnian cast her a glance, unsure whether her request was intentional or accidental. If it were deliberate, it hinted at a certain cunning. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, Zhao Jinnian understood the nuances of adding someone on WeChat. If she were to add him, he could easily reject the friend request, but if he added her, she would be able to approve it directly. All right. After Zhao Jinnian scanned her WeChat, a personal profile popped up. "Not a fan of cilantro, effort version." There's a story behind this username, he mused, recalling his good friend Zhou Shaochun's words. "Don't underestimate those who don't eat cilantro. What they consume, you might not be able to handle." Deng Xiaoling, satisfied, put her phone away and blushingly suggested treating Zhao Jinnian to a meal next time before she shyly disappeared into the cafeteria. Zhao Jinnian shook his head, not giving it much thought. He was no longer the naive youth he once was. Now, he was a seasoned veteran, and the average woman no longer piqued his interest. Once Deng Xiaoling was gone, Li Guoqing whispered to Zhao Jinnian, Old Zhao. How do you know this, senior? Zhao Jinnian casually replied that they had met during registration. Li Guiqing eagerly offered Zhao Jinnian a cigarette, saying, Old Zhao, let us discuss something. Zhao Jinnian declined the cigarette, stating he had just eaten. Come on. Just one after a meal makes you feel like a god. Li Guiqing insisted, forcefully shoving the cigarette into Zhao Jinnian's hands while rubbing his palms together, grinning. Could you pass me the senior's WeChat? He only had Deng Xiaoling's QQ, not her WeChat. Perhaps because her QQ was filled with friends. After all, she was promoting campus cards. Li Guiqing had attempted to chat with her several times, but she rarely responded, making him eager to acquire her WeChat. Zhao Jinnian said nothing and promptly shared Deng Xiaoling's WeChat with Li Guiqing, but he still did not accept Li Guiqing's cigarette, reiterating, I really don't smoke anymore. I want tea after meals. His reasons were twofold. First, Zhao Jinnian aimed to cultivate good habits. Smoking was permissible, but it should not become an addiction. Second, Li Guiqing's cigarettes were too cheap, 10 yuan a pack, which he found unpalatable. After speaking, Zhao Jinnian took his leave. Li Guiqing, seeing Zhao Jinnian's indifference toward his cigarette, thought, well, at least I save a cigarette. He glanced at the WeChat profile Zhao Jinnian had sent him, feeling elated. Without hesitation, he sent a friend request, and, shortly after, Deng Xiaoling accepted it. Hello, who are you? Deng Xiaoling messaged back. Li Guiqing quickly replied, Hello, senior. I'm Li Guiqing, grinning widely. Chapter 7. Help me out with a favor. Zhao Jinnian ventured alone to the security office to apply for a vehicle pass. Without it, social vehicles had to register to enter and exit the campus, which was quite troublesome. He had initially thought he could handle it with just a fee, only to discover that he also needed a copy of his driver's license, vehicle registration, and signatures from both his counselor and the college secretary for approval. He had considered slipping some money to the security chief, but was outright refused, as it was a mandated process from above that could not be bypassed. Thus, Zhao Jinnian had to abandon the idea. So many bureaucratic hassles, he muttered, deciding it would have to wait until he could discuss it with his counselor. Having just eaten, he had some free time and aimlessly wandered around the campus. Passing by the second playground, he noticed a large group of people playing basketball and couldn't resist stopping to watch. Since high school, Zhao Jinnian had been particularly passionate about basketball, a fervor that could only be described as fanaticism. He relished organizing class competitions. From his first year, he would rush to the court with a basketball as soon as the last class ended, regardless of whether the teacher wanted to extend the lesson, playing for 2 hours without even stopping for a bite. Only when it was time for evening study, after the bell rang, would he leisurely return to the classroom, the ball in his arms. As for dinner, someone would bring it to him. He would wash his face in the restroom and then eat alone outside the classroom, with no teacher daring to reprimand him. Now, seeing others playing basketball stirred a longing within him. After a satisfying meal, a little exercise would aid digestion. He circled around and noticed 2 boys shooting hoops under the basket, so he quietly stepped into the game. The 2 boys glanced at Zhao Jinnian, but said nothing. Boys were like that. On the court, they automatically entered a state of camaraderie. One boy made a 3-pointer, and Zhao Jinnian seized the rebound. In that instant, he marveled at the vitality of his youthful body, recalling how he had felt drained in his previous life, sapped by indulgence, and how by 30 he had started to gain weight. Forget about playing basketball. Even engaging in more intimate activities had left him breathless. Now, however, he felt light on his feet, brimming with strength. He sensed that with just a short run-up, he could dunk. He first dribbled to warm up, then took a few steps back for a running start, gracefully leaping into the air. With a resounding thud, the ball went in. What a splendid dunk. The 2 boys stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Zhao Jinnian was quite pleased with himself, reflecting on how remarkable it was to possess a 19-year-old's body. Not only could he play basketball, but with this vitality, he felt as though he could accomplish anything, as Zhao Jinnian displayed his skills. A few boys playing basketball next door noticed and eagerly approached him, inviting him to join their game. Having just finished a meal, Zhao Jinnian casually declined, stating he was merely looking to practice. One of the boys chuckled, No worries, brother, none of us are particularly skilled. We're just here to have some fun. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Jinnian acquiesced, realizing it had been many years since he last played basketball since graduating. Thus, he decided to join in. The boys began to organize themselves into teams, and despite initially saying he would just play casually, 2 hours flew by, leaving his shirt drenched in perspiration. One boy tossed a bottle of mineral water to Zhao Jinnian, grinning, Which college are you from? Your physical fitness is impressive. Are you an athlete? No, I study mechanical engineering. Zhao Jinnian replied nonchalantly, thanking the boy as he accepted the water. With your capabilities, you could easily make the school team, the boy remarked cheerfully. Zhao Jinnian merely smiled in response. He then purchased a large bottle of water and ambled back to his dormitory. Upon arriving at the base of Building 15, he spotted Yang Bin, who was conversing with the dormitory supervisor. The supervisor also caught sight of Zhao Jinnian and waved him over, calling, "Young man, come here a moment." Puzzled, Zhao Jinnian glanced at Yang Bin, asking what's going on. Yang Bin wore a look of resigned disbelief, shrugging as he brandished his phone in front of Zhao Jinnian. "I can't believe it. The supervisor asked me to download an app called Pinduoduo to help her get a discount." The dormitory supervisor, a kind-faced woman in her 40s, chuckled at this and added, "Oh, just lend a hand, will you? By the way, young man, could you also help me download Pinduoduo for a discount? I've already had over 40 students assist me. It should be wrapping up soon. I'll treat you both to watermelon afterwards." Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but laugh, pulling out his phone to scan the supervisor's Pinduoduo QR code and lending her his support. Perhaps it was due to Zhao Jinnian being a new user or the supervisor having already gathered support from many others, but upon his successful contribution, her delight was palpable. "It worked," she exclaimed, her smile wide as she ushered Yang Bin and Zhao Jinnian into the duty room for some watermelon. Yang Bin looket utterly incredulos, scratching his head and questioning, "Wait, did that lady really just earn 500 yuan?" "Yup, I saw it," Zhao Jinnian responded unfazed. Yang Bin's eyes darted around, seemingly lost in thought. Upon returning to room 429, he found Zhang Chao laboriously performing crunches on a yoga mat while gripping 2 dumbbells. No wonder he had such a robust physique, as he was evidently a fitness enthusiast. Li Guoqing sat in his chair, casually scrolling through Douyin while occasionally chuckling to himself. Zhao Jinnian placed his watermelon down and headed to the bathroom for a shower, feeling uncomfortable in his sticky, sweaty clothes. After setting down the watermelon, Yang Bin offered Li Guoqing a cigarette, cheerfully saying, "Li Guoqing, could you do me a favor?" Li Guoqing, surprised, accepted the smoke, retorting, "Just so, no borrowing money." Yang Bin waved his hand dismissively and revealed a QR code on his phone, asking, "Could you download Pinduoduo and help me get a discount?" Li Guoqing chuckled. "Come on, Yang, you still believe in that? It's a scam." Yang Bin didn't bother to explain, insisting, "Just help me out. It's not too much trouble." Li Guoqing, swayed by the offer of a cigarette, reluctantly agreed, joking, "Damn it. Wally Shimin was leading troops at 16, and Sun Tzu was raising armies at 19. You, at 18, are asking me for a discount." Despite his teasing, he still assisted Yang Bin. After thanking him, Yang Bin boldly approached Zhang Chao, who without hesitation allowed Yang Bin to operate his phone for the discount, resuming his workout undistracted. Chapter 8. He finds little value in small amounts of money, yet cannot attain the larger sums. After a refreshing shower, Zhao Jinnian felt rejuvenated. Changing into clean, crisp attire, suddenly, he remembered he had forgotten his hairdryer. Planning to purchase one online later, he decided to borrow one from a neighboring dorm first. As he stepped out, he ran into Yang Bin exiting room 430. "Hey, what are you doing in their dorm?" Yang Bin offered Zhao Jinnian a cigarette, which Zhao Jinnian declined, explaining he had little craving for cigarettes now and preferred to cut back. "Oh, I was asking them to help me with Pinduoduo," Yang Bin replied. Zhao Jinnian raised an eyebrow. "Really?" Yang Bin continued, "I bought a few packs of cigarettes and plan to ask each dorm for help. It's not just for that 500 yuan. Mainly, I'm trying to build my confidence. Didn't I mention wanting to start business? This is my first step, and I can also get to know more people." Nodding in agreement, Zhao Jinnian acknowledged Yang Bin's perspective as a sound approach to university life, wishing him luck. When Yang Bin inquired about Zhao Jinnian's purpose for visiting room 430, Zhao Jinnian explained he was searching for a hairdryer. Yang Bin suddenly remembered starting. "Liao Qinglin from room 428 has one. I'll borrow it for you." "Thanks," Zhao Jinnian replied, feeling grateful. Shortly thereafter, Yang Bin returned with the hairdryer and continued his quest for assistance with Pinduoduo. Zhao Jinnian dried his hair and contemplated purchasing some items online. The chair he sat on was uncomfortably rigid, and he resolved to order a customized leather ergonomic chair. Having been given a second chance at life, he intended to make it as comfortable as possible. He also aimed to acquire a computer and hairdryer. At that moment, a senior knocked on the door, cheerfully offering Zhao Jinnian, Li Guoqing, and Zhang Chao some cigarettes. The trio exchanged confused glances. The senior then produced several flyers, promoting a part-time job group for those wishing to engage in weekend or holiday work off campus. However, no one in room 429 showed interest, and as soon as the senior left, they tossed the advertisements into the trash. Before long, another senior knocked, this time politely handing out flyers for a flea market group at Yuheng University, where second-hand items could be traded. From 7 to 9 in the evening, several groups came to promote their services. Some flyers contained QR codes for confession walls, while others advertised mini programs for purchasing fruit with delivery to dorms, and even services for picking up takeout and packages. At this juncture, Zhou Shaochuan initiated a video call with Zhao Jinnian, inquiring about his first day at Yuheng University. Zhao Jinnian responded that it was going well. Zhou Shaochuan sighed, expressing his exhaustion from a long afternoon. Curious, Zhao Jinnian asked what had happened. Zhou Shaochuan recounted how he had encountered a girl, leaving Zhao Jinnian behind to flirt with her, and then eagerly helped her with registration, even volunteering to carry her belongings. The girl was from out of town and had already sent her bedding, sheets, and pillows ahead. While this was all well and good, the issue arose when Zhou Shaochuan, ever the helpful soul, went above and beyond, also assisting the girl's roommate with their bedding and taking them shopping for everyday necessities, even escorting them on a brief tour outside campus. In the end, Zhou Shaochuan spoke earnestly. Old Zhao, I am doing all this for your sake. Just think about it. If I managed to win over Jiang Xiaoyan, wouldn't you have the freedom to choose from her 3 enchanting roommates? If you possess even a shred of conscience, should you promptly address me as foster father? Zhao Jinnian responded without hesitation with a single word, scram. After all that talk, was he merely seeking to pursue someone else? Zhou Shaochuan, unfazed, remained cheerful. Old Zhao, I have a lucrative project in hand. Are you interested? I assure you it's a guaranteed profit. Not at all, Zhao Jinnian replied. Zhou Xiaochuan's expression turned glum. Come on, I'm being serious. You have the wealth, I have the intellect. Let us make a grand venture, shall we? Old Zhao, just consider it an investment in brotherhood. He winked at Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian stated plainly, I am not interested. His disinterest in making money was evident. He found little value in scant earnings, and substantial sums eluded him. After all the trouble, he would only end up exhausting himself. What was the point in pursuing that pair of nuisances? Zhou Shaochuan wore a dejected expression, sighing heavily. At that moment, 2 individuals arrived at the dormitory entrance. One was class assistant Wang Lei, who inquired if everyone was present. Zhao Jinnian, concluding his video call with Zhou Shaochuan, confirmed that everyone had gathered. Wang Lei hesitated, but there is still one person missing. Li Guoqing mentioned he had stepped out but would return shortly. Wang Lei nodded, reminding them that they could not stay out overnight for the next couple of days, and if anyone needed to leave campus, they should inform him on QQ in advance. He then proceeded to notify the next dormitory. Indeed, it wasn't long before Yang Bin returned, his face aglow, evidently in high spirits. Li Guoqing, with a hint of mischief, teased, so, did you manage to slash it down to 500? Yes, indeed. I managed to cut it down to that with just 50-some people. Yang Bin chuckled as he began to undress in preparation for a shower. Li Guoqing was taken aback. He had not held out much hope for Yang Bin and had only intended to mock him. To his astonishment, Yang Bin had truly succeeded in getting 500. Was it genuine? Show me. Yang Bin showcased the transaction details, revealing the tangible 500. Li Guoqing was filled with disbelief. Seeing that Yang Bin had indeed secured 500 made him envious and somewhat green with jealousy. After pondering, he exclaimed, no way. If it's truly possible to achieve 500, I must try as well. He pulled out his phone, asking Yang Bin for assistance. But I'm not a new user. This requires help from new users to be effective. The more new users, the easier it is to succeed. Never mind that. Just help me out once. Li Guoqing insisted, waving his hand, then sought out Zhang Chao, who simply tossed him his phone to let him operate it. Li Guoqing then shamelessly approached Zhao Jinnian. I'm not a new user either. I've already assisted the dormitory supervisor. Zhao Jinnian replied. Oh, it's fine, just lend a hand. Zhao Jinnian, feeling helpless, conceded. All right, but this is a one-time exception. Thank you, thank you. Li Guoqing expressed his gratitude profusely. Yang Bin, contemplating, kindly adviset Li Guoqing. I suggest you don't get your hopes up. It's already past 9:40, and the lights go out at 10:30. There is hardly enough time left to gather dozens of new users to assist you. Leave that to me. I have my own ingenious plan. Li Guoqing proclaimed confidently. Yang Bin chose not to press further and went to take a shower. However, shortly thereafter, Li Guoqing found himself in a bind. Initially intending to follow Yang Bin's lead and seek help from other dormitories, he hesitated upon stepping out the door, feeling too proud to seek assistance from strangers. The thought of it was too humiliating, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. It's up to know, Zhao Jinnian, them killing Li Guoqing. After much deliberation, Li Guoqing ultimately abandoned the idea of seeking help from unfamiliar faces in other dormitories. Instead, he resolved to reach out to his former classmates on WeChat and QQ, believing it would be a simple task, given that he had over 300 friends on QQ to ask for assistance. However, while the notion was appealing, reality proved to be quite different. Li Guoqing sent over 200 messages, yet responses were scarce. Most of his messages disappeared into the void. He even asked his parents for help, to which his mother inquired if he was short on funds, encouraging him to let her know if he was in need. A few high school classmates mocked him for believing in such schemes, and Li Guoqing evasively urged them to help him out. He even reached out to acquaintances he hadn't spoken to in ages. After more than 2 hours of effort, the dormitory lights went out, and the progress bar on the app still indicated he was just 1 gold coin short of cashing out 500. He surrendered, feeling utterly dejected. Li Guoqing, did you manage to secure the 500? Yang Bin asked. At this, Li Guoqing's frustration mounted. He had spent time, offended friends, and exhausted himself. Yet the 500 remained elusive. He was deeply dissatisfied. No, Zhao Jinnian shook his head, indifferent. Although Yang Bin had downplayed his own efforts in seeking help, Zhao Jinnian was well aware that Yang Bin had indeed put himself out there, asking dozens of people, even spending 2 or 3 packs of cigarettes in the process. Li Guoqing's endeavor was simply a whimsical impulse, torn between pride and a desire for that 500, which seemed increasingly unattainable. Zhao Jinnian glanced at the time. It was already 10:30 in the evening, and he was beginning to feel tired. After yawning, he drifted off to sleep. Just as he was about to fall into slumber, a message pinged on WeChat, yet Zhao Jinnian was already asleep. The message contained merely 2 words. Are you there? It was from Deng Xiaoling. After seeing Zhao Jinnian earlier that afternoon, she had shed her reserve and proactively added him on WeChat, but there had been no further communication. Since 4 o'clock that afternoon, she had repeatedly checked her phone until 10 o'clock, only to return disappointed each time. She had hoped Zhao Jinnian would take the initiative to message her. Even just a simple greeting, even a hello would suffice, allowing her to steer the conversation and make it engaging enough to leave him exhilarated. However, her hopes were dashed as Zhao Jinnian had not reached out even once. Deng Xiaoling felt a pang of grievance, grappling with a profound sense of disparity. She couldn't comprehend why. Since starting college last year, numerous boys had added her, each one remarkably proactive. A simple reply from her would elicit 10 from them, often immediate, with some boys eager to share every detail of their day with her. She had initially remained calm during the evening, reasoning that Zhao Jinnian was a freshman and likely preoccupied with settling in, buying necessities, cleaning, and familiarizing himself with the campus. However, as the lights went out and he still had not replied, her spirit began to wane. After much internal conflict and hesitation, she resolved to take the initiative. After waiting for 10 minutes without a response from Zhao Jinnian, Deng Xiaoling's heart sank. She understood all too well that in this era of constant connectivity, if someone wanted to reply, they would have done so by now. At that moment, Li Guoqing sent Deng Xiaoling a message. Are you there? Grinning emoji. With the lights out, Li Guoqing had initially been engrossed in a game of Honor of Kings, commanding his teammates with fervor, until Yang Bin had shouted at him. Yang Bin pointed toward the sleeping Zhao Jinnian and scolded Li Guoqing. Can you keep it down? Don't you see Zhao Jinnian is resting? Upon noticing that Zhao Jinnian was indeed asleep, Li Guoqing had no choice but to mute his microphone. However, feeling chastised by Yang Bin left him uncomfortable. He had planned to step out for a smoke, but with the air conditioning running and Zhao Jinnian asleep, Yang Bin advised against smoking in the dormitory, forcing him to reluctantly head to the hallway to smoke instead. Li Guoqing was feeling quite irritable, perceiving Yang Bin's meddling as excessively intrusive. As if he were the dormitory leader, he intended to vent his frustrations to Deng Xiaoling. Initially, Deng Xiaoling had no desire to engage with Li Guoqing, but suddenly recalled that he was Zhao Jinnian's roommate, prompting her to respond almost instinctively. Upon receiving Deng Xiaoling's prompt reply, Li Guoqing was filled with elation. In an effort to foster a closer relationship with her, he mentioned his desire to introduce his 3 roommates to her for the activation of their campus cards. Deng Xiaoling replied, "Is that so? Thank you so much. By the way, may I ask you something?" Li Guoqing inquired, "What is it?" Grinning, Deng Xiaoling asked, "Are you in the same dormitory as Zhao Jinnian? What is he up to now?" Without much thought, Li Guoqing casually replied that Zhao Jinnian was already asleep. Deng Xiaoling expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Li Guoqing continued chatting with her, saying, "Let me tell you about something particularly amusing. One of my roommates. He sought help from strangers on a platform called Pinvo to get a discount, and shamelessly approached dozens of unfamiliar faces for assistance. He did manage to save 500 yuan, but isn't that utterly ridiculous?" After a considerable pause, Deng Xiaoling responded, "Impressive." Li Guoqing had anticipated that she would share his disdain for such embarrassing antics, but was taken aback when she replied with admiration. Without hesitation, he responded, "Haha, I downloaded Pinduoduo as well and managed to save 500 yuan too." Grinning, that lad certainly had a talent for boasting without any forethought. Zhao Jinnian, having slept deeply, fell asleep at 11 and was awakened at 2 in the morning by an unbearable racket. It was as if his dormitory had transformed into a bullfrog breeding ground. The noise was overwhelming. It turned out that Zhang Chao was snoring thunderously, while Li Guiqing occasionally contributed with his teeth grinding. Yang Bin, however, slept soundly. Zhao Jinnian sat up for a while, feeling inexplicably agitated, and after donning his headphones to listen to music, he finally managed to fall back asleep. The following day, September 6th, marked the last day for reporting. Upon waking, Zhao Jinnian discovered that Deng Xiaoling had sent him a message. He casually replied with "A" before heading off to wash up. In the next moment, Deng Xiaoling responded almost instantly, "You're up so early?" After freshening up, Zhao Jinnian glanced at her message and replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, early to bed, early to rise." Deng Xiaoling had expected Zhao Jinnian to respond with a "Didn't you wake up early too?" since she had tossed and turned all night, checking her phone multiple times in vain to see if he had replied. To her surprise, Zhao Jinnian was entirely unfazed by her early rising, compelling her to shift the topic. "Have you had breakfast? I know a place in the third cafeteria that serves exceptionally authentic hot dry noodles. Want to go together?" Chapter 10. Foster father, lend me a hand, for I yearn to earn money. Truly, I desire it immensely, even dreaming of it. "No," Zhao Jinnian replied succinctly, preparing to go for a morning jog, his youthful vigor brimming with energy. After returning from his jog, Zhao Jinnian took a shower, and by then, all his dorm mates had awakened. Liao Qinglin from the neighboring dormitory 428 came to inform Zhao Jinnian that there would be a meeting at 7 p.m. in classroom 2218 of Building 2, emphasizing that everyone must attend before heading off to notify the others. Li Guiqing, upon waking, inquired whether Yang Bin and Zhao Jinnian wanted to apply for campus cards. Yang Bin declined, stating he already had one, while Zhao Jinnian, without a second thought, also rejected the idea. Li Guiqing, unwilling to concede, continued to ask Zhang Chao, who similarly refused. Frustrated, Li Guiqing turned to Zhao Jinnian, saying, "Why not get one? It's not a loss, just a few dozen yuan a month. And you won't even use all the data." Yang Bin chuckled, teasing, who was it that said campus cards are truly worthless? Li Guiqing felt a twinge of resentment as he recalled promising Deng Xiaoling that he would introduce all his dorm mates to her for card activation, only to find that none were willing to apply. He felt embarrassed and tried to persuade them for a while longer, but to no avail. Today, the number of new students reporting was noticeably fewer than yesterday, yet the campus remained lively, with vehicles parked everywhere. Zhao Jinnian planned to venture out to scout for a rental apartment, as his sleep experience the previous night had been dismal. He decided that if he didn't have an early class, he might as well reside in an apartment outside the campus. Upon entering his Maybach and connecting to Bluetooth, Zhao Jinnian hummed a tune as he leisurely exited the campus. Not long after leaving, his phone rang. It was Zhou Shaochuan calling. He inquired if Zhao Jinnian was free today, mentioning that Yuheng had recently opened a new club named Fenglinwen, which supposedly boasted both Western and Japanese women, suggesting they go together to resist the Japanese, so he could proudly declare he was no coward in front of his ancestors. Zhao Jinnian was speechless, thinking to himself how absurd Zhou Xiaochuan's mind was. With a scowl, he retorted, "I'm busy, just left campus." "Wait, hold on, just wait for me at the gate. I'll be right there. I don't have any classes today," Zhou Xiaochuan hurriedly added. Zhao Jinnian parked at the campus gate and casually opened a bottle of Red Bull from the car. Soon, Zhou Xiaochuan came jogging over, a grin plastered on his face as he hopped into the passenger seat. He asked Zhao Jinnian where he was headed, and Zhao Jinnian replied that he was looking to rent an apartment off campus. Zhou Xiaochuan's expression immediately shifted to one of understanding. "Oh, so that's why you broke up with Xiao Jie, huh? You're looking to keep a mistress outside, are you?" He was aware of Zhao Jinnian's breakup with Xiao Yimo, but as a fellow man, he understood men's thoughts all too well and felt no surprise. Zhao Jinnian, however, could not be bothered to explain. Regardless of how he clarified, Zhou Xiaochuan's thoughts would remain lewd, so he changed the subject. "What is up? You didn't just call me to talk about that ridiculous Fenglinwen club, did you?" Zhou Xiaochuan, being quite familiar, grabbed a bottle of Red Bull from the car and said, "About what we discussed last night, I want to make money. You provide the funds, I provide the brains, and together we'll make a fortune. What do you think? Got any ideas?" "No ideas." Zhao Jinnian navigated to a nearby apartment called Mingsifu, located 6 kilometers away. Zhou Xiaochuan scratched his head, feeling quite frustrated that Zhao Jinnian wasn't biting. "Come on, I'm serious. We can really make money, and besides money, we can also have some fun." "Fun with what?" Zhou Xiaochuan merely raised his eyebrows suggestively. Zhao Jinnian knew that with Zhou Xiaochuan's character, if he didn't agree, he would surely cling to him like a stubborn plaster, so he relented. "All right, tell me what you have in mind." Seeing Zhao Jinnian's willingness, Zhou Xiaochuan was overjoyed and deliberately built suspense. "Do you know what is trending right now?" "I don't want to know. Zhou Xiaochuan exclaimed animatedly. Short dramas. They're all the rage. I've got a plan. I want to open a short drama studio. I'll be the big director. You'll be the cold boss. You provide the funds, I provide the ideas, and we're bound to make money. Zhao Jinnian scoffed, with your mind full of nonsense. You think you could be a director? Listen to me. I'm serious. I've done my research. Do you know that the cost of filming a short drama is only a few $100,000? But I've seen many paid apps that make millions in sales each month. Later, when they switch to free, there's also a substantial income from advertising. It's a gold mine. Zhao Jinnian remained unimpressed, aware of the industry's depths. Zhou Xiaochuan only saw the profitable examples. Much like how everyone only notices the top streamers earning vast amounts of money. The reality is, how many top streamers are there? An individual's success often comes at the expense of countless peers who pave the way. If money were so easily earned, we would have long achieved a comprehensive society of well-being and eradicated poverty. Unless he has lost his mind, he would never invest money in Zhou Xiaochuan. That would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. Brother, you are my dear sibling. Could you lend me a hand? Once the studio is established, you can choose any actress you desire. You are the boss after all. I will diligently scout for women for you, ensuring a rotation of 8 actresses a week without repetition, allowing you to indulge as you wish. Zhou Xiaochuan pleaded desperately. Zhao Jinnian cast him a sidelong glance, half smiling. I wonder how you suddenly became interested in filming short dramas and directing. Is it that you wish to exploit actresses? Zhou Xiaochuan was taken aback. He did indeed have such thoughts, but above all, he yearned to make money. Foster father, please help me. I'm so eager to earn money. I dream about it. Zhao Jinnian reluctantly consented, considering it merely a trivial endeavor, not involving significant funds. It would add a touch of amusement to an otherwise mundane existence. Very well. How much do you need? 3 million, Zhou Xiaochuan replied. Zhao Jinnian's lips twitched in annoyance. Get lost. Are you really looking to fleece me? Oh, for young Master Zhao. ISNT this, but a trifling sum? Zhou Xiaochuan chuckled nervously, fearing Zhao Jinnian might withdraw his investment entirely. Thus, he hastily revised his request. How much can you actually give? I'll start with 800,000. If it doesn't result in a loss, I will continue investing. If it does, you're on your own. Zhao Jinnian thought of this money as already written off. Zhou Xiaochuan calculated that 800,000 was still a substantial amount. Once the studio was up and running, with the paperwork in order, he would have around 500,000 to 600,000 as initial capital. He immediately beamed with joy. Young Master Zhao is generous. Rest assured, with me around, you won't incur losses. If you do, I'll take the blame myself. Chapter 11. What's the big deal? Zhao Jinnian and Zhou Xiaochuan arrived at Mingxi Mansion to inspect the apartment environment, approximately 48 square meters, with a kitchen and bathroom, a living room and bedroom, well lit, and featuring a balcony, with a monthly rent of $2,200 payable in one lump sum. The key advantage was its proximity to the North Campus of Yuheng University, merely 6 kilometers away. Due to the campus's somewhat isolated location, the journey encompassed only 3 traffic lights, taking about 10 minutes provided it was not during rush hour. With Zhao Jinnian's angel investment secured, Zhou Xiaochuan was overjoyed as if he had just consumed honey, his smile unwavering. Upon returning to school in the afternoon, he dashed off, instructing Zhao Jinnian to await his good news. Throughout the afternoon, senior students periodically visited the dormitory distributing flyers, all advertisements. Within a few hours, at least 7 or 8 flyers were collected, some promoting driving schools with promises of special transportation and guaranteed passing, others advertising off-campus gyms with membership discounts, and even some for nearby bars, KTVs, and barbecue stalls offering significant promotions for students. Yangbin glanced over all the flyers and remarked, "It seems that money is not so easily earned. All the ways to make money have been preemptively taken. I need to find a different path." At 7 in the evening, the 4 of them from room 429 headed to classroom 2218 for the class meeting. A few students had already gathered, so they were neither early nor late. University culture was markedly different from high school, with the emergence of small circle dynamics, where most students confined their social interactions to their dormitories or neighboring ones throughout their 4 years. It is no exaggeration to say that many, upon graduating, might struggle to recall even a single classmate's name, and some may not have exchanged a word with anyone over the 4 years. As Li Guiqing took his seat, his eyes darted around. Quickly realizing a harsh truth, he lamented to Zhao Jinnian, "Oh no, our major seems to have no girls." Zhao Jinnian shrugged. He had already known this issue since yesterday. Yangbin scoffed. "Who says there are no girls? I recall too." Just as he spoke, indeed, 2 girls entered through the back door, taking seats in the last row, engrossed in their phones. Li Guiqing glanced at them, grimacing. "Look at those 2. They resemble dinosaurs. They're the epitome of unattractive girls." Yangbin frowned. "You call them dinosaurs?" Look at yourself. Li Guqing bristled. What is wrong with me? Just because I'm a bit darker and shorter, that is not a crime. And you're hardly a paragon of beauty yourself. You think you're Zhao Jinnian? Zhao Jinnian's lips twitched. Why was he being dragged into this? Speaking of Zhao Jinnian, Yangbin had to concede he possessed a rugged handsomeness, despite his buzz cut. His face was quite appealing, with smooth, well-maintained skin. Though not particularly pale, it was refined and delicate, clearly indicative of someone who takes good care of themselves. Yangbin, Judios, asked, Old Zhao, which brand of facial cleanser do you use? Your skin looks amazing. Zhao Jinnian had forgotten what brand he used, as he employed not only facial cleanser, but also face wash and hydrating serums. He replied vaguely, I forgot. It should be something like La Prairie. Li Guqing Scufa dis Misiveli. Only sissies use facial cleanser. Yangbin, uninterested in bantering with Li Guqing, contemplated Zhao Jinnian as mentioned brand and remarked, that sounds like a high-end brand. Must be pricey. It's decent, Zhao Jinnian replied. The two continued their light-hearted conversation, noticing that Zhao Jinnian and Yangbin were not engaging with him. Li Guqing decided to chat with Zhang Chao, occasionally cracking risque jokes that left Zhang Chao blushing. Shortly after, class assistant Wang Lei and Liao Chenglin arrived. Wang Lei first called the roll, then discussed some important notes, stating that the purpose of the meeting was simply to gather everyone, get acquainted, and have each person introduce themselves. He also invited anyone interested in running for class positions to come forward and make their campaign speeches, followed by a democratic election. Additionally, he mentioned that the next morning, everyone would gather at the sports field for a military training mobilization meeting, where they would receive their military training uniforms. After a lengthy discourse, Zhao Jinnian showed no interest in running for any class position, whereas Yangbin was quite enthusiastic. He took the stage for his campaign speech, uttering a long-winded appeal, only to find that Liao Chenglin was also vying for the class leader role. Ultimately, due to a narrow margin, Yangbin was not elected. This outcome was expected, as Liao Chenglin had been associating with class assistant Wang Lei and was well-liked, garnering many votes. Subsequently, Wang Lei facilitated the elections for other positions, such as the Youth League branch secretary. Zhao Jinnian, uninterested, decided to purchase a computer online. Additionally, after a noisy night in the dormitory, he resolved to buy sleep-inducing earplugs. He had no particular preferences regarding the computer, as he didn't play games. As he opened the shopping app, before he could search, the platform promoted a Lenovo Y9000P, which, after subsidies, totaled nearly 30,000. He was not short on funds and proceeded to make the purchase. Yangbin, sitting next to Zhao Jinnian, leaned over to peek, asking curiously, Old Zhao, what are you buying? Oh, nothing much, just a computer. I heard this major requires a lot of computer work, so I figured I'd get one before classes officially start, Zhao Jinnian replied. Yangbin nodded, but upon seeing the model Zhao Jinnian ordered, he was astonished. You're buying such an expensive computer? 2 or 3,000. Upon hearing Yangbin's exclamation, Li Guqing couldn't help but lean in. What computer? What 2 or 3,000? Nothing much. Old Zhao bought a computer, Yangbin remarked. Li Guqing dismissed it casually and inquired, Old Zhao, what kind of computer did you buy? Before Zhao Jinnian could respond, Yangbin chuckled. Old Zhao is really wealthy. He just went ahead and got the Savior Y900P for 20 to 30,000 without batting an eyelid. It's just a Savior. What's so impressive about that? My mom already bought me one. It's arriving in a couple of days, Li Guqing retorted nonchalantly. Of course, Li Guqing was just boasting, but no one paid him any mind. Chapter 12. This is not a student. This is clearly a birthright. After the class meeting concluded, Zhao Jinnian hummed a little tune as he descended the stairs, heading to the second playground. He casually found a basketball hoop and joined in to shoot some hoops, maintaining his laid-back attitude while attempting to acclimatize to this leisurely pace of life. After shooting for about 10 minutes and breaking a sweat, Zhao Jinnian suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no, he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. He hadn't washed yesterday's outfit, and the morning jog had drenched his clothes. Now he was left with only what he wore. He decided to abandon the idea of continuing to play basketball. Zhao Jinnian, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had always been catered to, never having to wash his own clothes. Even after getting married, it was Qiao Yimo who took care of that chore for him. This habit had yet to change. He had intended to wash his clothes in the communal laundry room on the second floor yesterday. But upon seeing Li Guqing washing socks in the machine, he immediately gave up on that idea. Not wanting to continue playing, he opted to return to his dorm to scrub his dirty clothes instead. The summer nights were breezy, and his clothes were light. They would dry overnight. As he approached the basketball hoop, he tucked his phone into his pocket and put on his watch. Just as he exited the second playground, he encountered a familiar face, Deng Xiaoling. Accompanying her was another girl, who dressed far more daringly than Deng Xiaoling, sporting a super short skirt, black stockings, and red-bottomed high heels. Her legs seemingly longer than life itself. "Hey, Zhao Jinnian, what a coincidence. Are you here playing basketball?" Deng Xiaoling exclaimed, surprised to run into Zhao Jinnian. Upon recognizing her, Zhao Jinnian politely acknowledged her with a nod. The girl beside Deng Xiaoling was Yang Qian, her roommate. They had just returned from a fruit shop with a box of watermelon and melon cubes, intending to head back to their student dormitory. Yang Qian scrutinized Zhao Jinnian with curiosity. She often frequented nightclubs and had a keen eye for detail. Instantly, she was captivated by Zhao Jinnian's appearance. His short-sleeved shirt and shorts bore no logos, leaving her unaware of the brand, but his shoes were undeniably special. Although she couldn't identify the specific Nike model, they clearly suggested a high price. What caught her attention most was the flash of blue on his left wrist, a Rolex ice blue Datejust. Zhao Jinnian's indifferent response left Deng Xiaoling feeling particularly disappointed. She forced a smile, weighing the bag of fruit she had just purchased, and offered him a box of mixed watermelon and cantaloupe cubes. "We just came back from the fruit market. Here, have a box." "No thanks. I'll be on my way," Zhao Jinnian replied, exhibiting his usual aloof demeanor. Deng Xiaoling hesitated, watching him leave with a sense of regret. Yang Qian, contemplatively gazing at Zhao Jinnian's retreating figure, turned to Deng Xiaoling and remarked, "Oh, I just remembered I need to buy a cup of milk tea. You can head back first and bring the fruit with you. Do you want some milk tea? I can get you a portion. I won't buy any. I'll accompany you," Deng Xiaoling insisted. Yang Qian shook her head. "No need, I can go alone." "All right then," Deng Xiaoling acquiesced and walked away. Yang Qian silently followed Zhao Jinnian until they reached the dormitory building 15, at which point she turned to leave. Zhao Jinnian intended to wash his clothes first before hanging them up. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he saw Li Guoqing on the balcony, talking on the phone while smoking. Li Guoqing wore a disgruntled expression, complaining into the phone, "I don't care. All my classmates are buying the Savior. You all figured out." During the class meeting, Li Guoqing had learned that Zhao Jinnian purchased the Savior Y9000P. After boasting to Yang Bin that his mother had already bought him one, he returned home to call his mother, insisting that the school required him to buy a computer. Li Guoqing's mother, Zhou Ingxiu, upon hearing her son say the school required a computer, mentioned that his cousin had graduated last year and had an unused computer, which his father had already secured for him. "It will be sent over tomorrow." When Li Guoqing heard this, he exploded. "That piece of junk. How can I use that kind of garbage computer?" Zhou Ingxiu tried to reason with him. "Guoqing, you know our family conditions. Your cousin used it for 4 years. Just make do for now. Once your dad recovers and goes back to work, I'll get you a new one, all right?" Li Guoqing exhaled a cloud of smoke, snorting disdainfully. "No way. My cousin studied English. He doesn't need a computer much. For crying out loud, I'm studying mechanical design. There's so many things I need a computer for. If it's a trash computer, how can I learn?" Okay, son, don't be upset. I'll buy it. I'll get it for you." "What brand was it again?" "Pillow car, right?" "Li Guoqing Shota, Sabio. It's Savior. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Just send me the money, and I'll buy it myself." "How much is it?" 29,000. Zhou Ingxiu gasped. "So expensive?" "Son, why don't we reconsider? Your cousin's computer is only a few thousand. You know your dad fell and hurt his pelvis at the factory and hasn't recovered yet. He's still lying at home. 29,000. Li Guoqing looked displeased. "My dad's injury? Didn't he the factory pay several thousand in medical fees?" Zhou Ingxiu countered, "But I don't care. You all figure it out. If you don't buy it, I want to continue my studies." All right, Mom will buy it for you." As Zhao Jinnian passed by, he happened to overhear this conversation, his expression turning peculiar. "What the hell? This is not a student. This is clearly a birthright." Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but feel that he had stumbled upon an absurdity. The dormitory was empty. Zhao Jinnian scrubbed the clothes he had changed out of last night and, this morning, hanging them on the balcony to dry. At that moment, Yang Bin and Zhang Chao returned. Yang Bin cheerfully pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Zhao Jinnian, who waved it off, saying he wouldn't smoke. Yang Bin sruged it, accepting the refusal. Li Guoqing, with a cheeky grin, swaggered over to grab the cigarette and put it in his mouth. "If you want tea smoke, I will." "Hey, wait a minute. Why isn't Yong boss smoking Huazi today? Change Alamlu?" Zhao Jinnian inquired where he had been. Yang Bin yawned, while Zhang Chao explained. "He insisted on dragging me to sign up for a membership at that gym outside." Zhao Jinnian suddenly remembered and asked which gym, as he also intended to get a membership. Yang Bin provided the address and then chuckled. "By the way, I have a money-making scheme. Are you interested in joining?" Zhao Jinnian shook his head, indicating he had no interest. Zhang Chao, with an innocent smile, also expressed disinterest. Li Guoqing lounged on a chair, intrigued. "What kind of money-making scheme?" Yang Bin pulled out his phone. "Here, this Wukong browser is under Douyin. They're currently running a promotion. You get 8 yuan for every new user you bring in. I just bought 2 packs of Lon Lu and plan to go to each dorm room, offer them cigarettes. Sweet talk them into downloading the app. It's a surefire way to profit. Chapter 13. Guarding Against Fire, Theft, and Best Friends. Upon hearing this, Li Guiqing's enthusiasm waned. He had hoped Yang Bin had a grand financial scheme, only to be met with this rather public endeavor, causing his interest to plummet. And he couldn't help but mock Yang Bin. How much can you make from that? Exhausted, yet unyielding, Yang Bin, despite the disdainful expression on Li Guiqing's face, remained in good spirits, chuckling amiably. It's all about participation after all. Every towering edifice begins with a single brick. I haven't yet devised a concrete plan for wealth. But for now, I shall hone my courage and familiarize myself within the various dormitories. Even the tiniest morsel, like a mosquito, is still sustenance. There is no loss in this endeavor. His outlook was remarkably magnanimous. After all, many years ago, didn't CEO Lei humbly distribute flyers when he first embarked on his entrepreneurial journey? Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but regard Yang Bin with newfound respect. With such an attitude, it was inevitable that Yang Bin would eventually find financial success. His willingness to set aside pride had already placed him ahead of 99% of others. Isn't this the very essence of many successful individuals? Prior to their achievements, they used their pride as collateral, and post-success, they wielded wealth to procure respect. Since you all lack ambition, I shall venture forth on my own, Yang Bin lamented, yet without a trace of discouragement, as he strode out with a few packs of cigarettes in hand. Upon his departure, Li Guiqing, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, Old Yang has truly lost his mind in the pursuit of money. He is willing to engage in such humiliating tasks. TSK. He anticipated that Zhao Jinnian and Zhang Chao would echo his sentiments. However, Zhang Chao remained silent, engrossed in his own world, quietly unfurling a yoga mat and lifting dumbbells for abdominal exercises. Zhao Jinnian, meanwhile, discreetly removed his clothing in preparation for a shower. In essence, no one paid him any heed. Li Guiqing felt as though he had struck a cotton pillow. His discontent grew. As Zhao Jinnian emerged from a shower, the atmosphere outside became lively, for Liao Chenglin had arrived with the counselor to conduct a dormitory inspection. The counselor, Qiuing, donned a mask and stood at a modest height of approximately 5 feet 3 inches. She appeared to be in her mid-20s and was rumored to have recently graduated. She was supposed to have conducted the inspection yesterday, but due to the first day registration chaos, she arrived belatedly today. The mechanical engineering department was predominantly male, and with the sweltering weather, many boys were shirtless, leaving Qiuing somewhat flustered. She provided several reminders, such as the prohibition of overnight absences during military training, the necessity to request leave from her when exiting the school, and the importance of harmonious coexistence among the diverse group of students hailing from all corners of the country, urging them to contact her with any concerns. Dressed once more, Zhao Jinnian recalled the matter and stepped out of the dormitory to locate her. Qiuing, taken aback, asked, Is there something you need? Zhao Jinnian got straight to the point, expressing his desire to obtain a vehicle pass. The security department had informed him that he needed to acquire a registration form from the counselor to fill out an application and obtain a signature. Being a first-time counselor, Qiuing was somewhat uncertain about many procedures. After a moment's hesitation, she assured Zhao Jinnian, Let me inquire about this tomorrow, and I shall contact you. Thank you, he replied. Later that evening, just before lights out, Yang Bin returned. Li Guiqing immediately seized the opportunity to tease Boss Yang after such an extended absence. How much have you earned? Yang Bin, smiling as he shed his clothes to prepare for a shower, replied, I visited over 30 dorms, distributed 3 packs of cigarettes, and acquired 43 new users, netting a modest profit of 215 yuan. He explained that with this Wukong browser, each new user brought in 8 yuan. But the initial registration only yielded 5 yuan, with the remaining 3 yuan awarded if the new user continued to engage for 3 consecutive days. Hence, his earnings amounted to 215 yuan from this endeavor. Li Guiqing was left speechless. So much? Zhao Jinnian silently nodded in approval, recognizing Yang Bin's impressive execution. He acted decisively without mere boastfulness, while Yang Bin downplayed his success. Zhao Jinnian understood that securing 43 new users in under 2 hours undoubtedly required considerable persuasion on Yang Bin's part. Yang Bin chuckled, I spent 3 packs of cigarettes, costing me 60 yuan, so I'm not truly profiting. I still haven't determined a sustainable method for income, but I'll take it one step at a time and view it as a confidence-building exercise. Li Guiqing felt an intense pang of envy. After 2 hours of scrolling through Douyin, Yang Bin had earned 200 yuan. He too wanted to capitalize on this opportunity, yet he hesitated, unable to muster the same boldness as Yang Bin. Contemplating his options, he resolved to enlist a friend's help to register, believing that any earnings, however small, were worthwhile. Much like the previous day, he spammed a plethora of friends on QQ and WeChat with a website link. Yet most of the messages fell on deaf ears. Before long, several of Li Guiqing's high school classmates reprimanded him, saying, "Have you lost your mind? You sent a QR code for Pinduoduo yesterday, and now you're promoting some ridiculous website? If you send another, I'll remove you." Ultimately, after much effort, Li Guiqing earned nothing and faced scorn from numerous friends, while many others silently removed him from their contacts, leaving him feeling particularly dejected. That night, Zhao Jinnian, with foresight, decided to listen to some music before sleep, quickly drifting off. However, someone that night would likely find sleep elusive. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Deng Xiaoling was restless, torn between the desire to message Zhao Jinnian and the fear of doing so. Several times, she opened Zhao Jinnian's chat window, composed a message, only to delete it each time. At that moment, Yang Xian, just out of the shower and using a small hairdryer, observed this scene and smiled. "Little Deng, what's going on? You seem eager to chat yet hesitant to reach out." Within the dormitory, Deng Xiaoling and Yang Xian shared a close bond, akin to inseparable shadows. Yang Xian was the type to live life freely, often staying out all night and switching boyfriends as easily as changing clothes. Additionally, she had tattoos adorning her arms, which made the other two girls in the dormitory reluctant to associate with her. Feeling disheartened, Deng Xiaoling vented her frustrations to Yang Xian regarding Zhao Jinnian. She expressed how she found Zhao Jinnian intriguing, yet he always seemed indifferent to her, leaving her with no opportunity to get to know him better. Each time, she was the one initiating contact, making her feel like a desperate suitor. Yang Xian, indignant, quickly snatched the phone, exclaiming, "My silly girl, what do you owe him? What does he deserve? He is acting all aloof. We shouldn't engage with him. There are plenty of men in the world. We don't need him." Little Deng, let me tell you, I've seen many men like him. Don't be deceived by appearances. They're often worthless. The more you pursue him, the less he'll value you, thinking you're cheap and compliant. We want to play the role of a love-struck fool. Initially conflicted, Deng Xiaoling found herself agreeing with Yang Qian's words. She instinctively rubbed her temples, pondering, when did I become so desperate, resorting to seeking his attention? With Yang Qian's encouragement and indignation, Deng Xiaoling decided that she had been overly anxious in recent days and promptly deleted Zhao Jinnian from her contacts. Witnessing this, Yang Qian's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief. Chapter 14, Little Chuan Media. That night, Zhao Jinnian experienced a mediocre quality of sleep, the only comfort being that he was not disturbed. He awoke at 6:30, finding the clothes he had hung out to dry the night before had already dried. He prepared to go for a morning jog. As he descended the stairs, a girl jogged up to him and tapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hello, what a coincidence." Zhao Jinnian, bewildered, turned to see a girl with a ponytail dressed in yoga pants. "Do I know you? Oh dear, you really have a short memory. We met yesterday at the second playground. You don't remember? I'm Yang Qian, a friend of Deng Xiaoling," she playfully replied, sticking out her tongue. Zhao Jinnian replied indifferently, "Oh, are you out for a morning run too?" "Yes," Zhao Jinnian affirmed. "What a coincidence. I'm as well. Let's join together. I must tell you, do not venture towards the sports field for your morning jog. They burn garbage there every morning. I once passed by and subsequently caught a viral flu, enduring several days of medication." Yang Qian appears rather loquacious, seemingly indifferent to whether Zhao Jinnian is listening or not. As she rambles on for quite some time, Zhao Jinnian remains silent, donning his headphones to commence his run. Yang Qian is, of course, intentional in her approach. She had risen early to await Zhao Jinnian. After parting ways with Deng Xiaoling the previous day, she feigned a trip to buy milk tea, but in reality, she trailed Zhao Jinnian to ascertain which student dormitory he resided in. Her knowledge of his morning jogging routine stemmed from a casual glimpse of the chat history between Deng Xiaoling and Zhao Jinnian the night before. Thus, she intentionally arose early to stake out near Building 15, hoping for a chance encounter. As fate would have it, Zhao Jinnian did indeed appear, unbeknownst to Zhao Jinnian. Or if he were aware, he remained unperturbed, as he harbored no feelings for Yang Qian whatsoever. After running 5 kilometers and breaking a light sweat, Zhao Jinnian noted Yang Qian's adeptness at managing her physique, suggesting she regularly partakes in outdoor activities, remaining composed and unflustered. Observing her trailing behind, Zhao Jinnian frowned and stated, "I'm heading back. If you wish to continue running, do so on your own." Yang Qian chuckled, "A 1T run anymore. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? I know of a place that serves delicious buns, handmade, with freshly ground soy milk." In this era of prepackaged meals, the rarity of handmade cuisine has become truly valuable. "No, you go ahead and eat." Zhao Jinnian waved her off. "Oh, come on, let us go. It's my treat." It's rare to meet a running companion. This is fate, Yang Qian said, grasping Zhao Jinnian's wrist. In that fleeting moment, she scrutinized the Rolex ice blue Daytona on his wrist, inwardly astonished. If she had any reservations the night before, they vanished now. This was undoubtedly not a counterfeit. Young, affluent, and rather handsome. No wonder Deng Xiaoling could not forget him, Yang Qian mused. Zhao Jinnian, maintaining his composure, withdrew his hand, acknowledging his own hunger. Very well then. The two proceeded to a breakfast stall in Canteen 4, where Yang Qian purchased 2 baskets of buns, 2 bowls of soy milk, and several tea eggs. Zhao Jinnian, unwilling to owe anyone a favor, remarked, "How much?" "I'll transfer you." Yang Qian, cheerfully peeling a tea egg, replied, "It's just breakfast. It's no trouble. You can treat me next time." Zhao Jinnian shrugged. Yang Qian handed him a peeled tea egg. "By the way, I'm Yang Qian from the Computer Science Institute. What about you?" In truth, she already knew Zhao Jinnian's name. Zhao Jinnian. "Oh, where are you from?" "I'm from Xinjiang. What about you?" "Local," Zhao Jinnian replied. Still indifferent, Yang Qian, with a small appetite, consumed 2 buns and a tea egg before standing up with her soy milk. "Zhao Jinnian, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. Don't forget that you owe me a breakfast." With that, she departed, fully aware of how to navigate the intricacies of male interactions. Having had her fair share of experiences, she simply aimed to leave a favorable impression on Zhao Jinnian today, not rushing to exchange contact information. In her presence, Deng Xiaoling felt rather inexperienced. At 8:30, Liao Qinglin arrived at 429, instructing everyone to gather downstairs for military training orientation. Many expressed their grievances, feeling that Liao Qinglin was making a fuss. Other classes merely walked to the sports field to assemble, yet he insisted on gathering everyone downstairs first. The orientation itself offered little of substance. It comprised a series of monotonous speeches from various college leaders, droning on like a long-winded tale, rendering the students drowsy. The Vice Dean emphasized that military training was a compulsory course that would contribute to academic credits, mandating everyone's participation to instill discipline in students. This year's military training differed from previous ones due to several scandals that emerged last year, including a certain instructor's late-night rendezvous with a female student in a secluded grove, which had been surreptitiously filmed and circulated online, causing quite a stir. Consequently, the school's party organization decided to implement minor reforms this year. There was little recourse. Some girls were simply drawn to authority figures, having a penchant for rebellious types in their youth, athletic boys in high school, and military instructors in university. Thus, this year, male instructors would lead male students, while female instructors would guide female students. After a grueling 3-hour orientation under the sun, Zhao Jinnian felt fatigued, pondering how the leaders could have so much to say. Once dismissed, he intended to return to his dormitory to enjoy the air conditioning. At that moment, Yang Bin approached, asking, "Hey guys, shall we go eat?" Zhang Xiao's stomach growled in response. Sure. Zhao Jinnian, feeling a bit hungry himself, decided to join them. Li Guqing yawned. "You all go ahead. I'll sit this one out." Thus, Zhao Jinnian, Yang Bin, and Zhang Chao headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Not long into their dining, Li Guqing messaged Yang Bin, requesting him to bring back a portion of stir-fried rice noodles. Yang Bin replied helplessly, "I just asked if you wanted to eat, and you said no. Now you want me to bring you something?" Li Guqing retorted, "I was hungry then, but I am now. Please bring me a portion." Reluctantly, Yang Bin agreed to pack a serving for Li Guqing. After satisfying their appetites, the trio prepared to return to their dormitory to enjoy the cool air. At that moment, Zhao Jinnian's phone rang. It was Zhou Shaochuan calling. He asked Yang Bin and Zhang Chao to head back first while he answered the call. "What is up?" "Huh. Lao Zhao, I've officially established the studio as a company, completed all the necessary formalities. From now on, you're the behind-the-scenes big boss of Xiaochuan Media, and I'm the executive director." Zhou Shaochuan. "Xiaochuan Media?" Zhao Jinnian replied with a peculiar expression, finding the name of the studio rather dubious. "Rest assured, Boss Zhao, once we finish filming our short dramas and start distribution, we'll surely gain some traction. Many actresses will come to audition, and I, Zhou Shaochuan, will ensure the selection is rigorous. You can simply enjoy the benefits. Don't bother me with such trivialities in the future." Zhao Jinnian anticipated an important discussion, but felt impatient and hung up. Nonetheless, he had faith in Zhou Shaochuan's discerning eye for talent. In the afternoon, Liao Qinglin returned to 429, calling for someone to accompany him to collect military training uniforms, requiring one person from each dormitory. At that moment, Yang Bin was absent, having returned to the dormitory with several packs of cigarettes, off to recruit new users for the software. Thus, the responsibility of fetching the uniforms fell to Zhang Chao. Liao Qinglin instructed that an instructor would inspect the dorms later, urging everyone to tidy up before departing. Upon the arrival of the training uniforms, Li Guiqing excitedly donned one, even posing for Zhang Chao to take a picture. Just then, Yang Bin returned and, seeing the scene, chuckled, "Li Guiqing, in that outfit, you look like a traitor. I suggest a thorough investigation." His jest, however, did not amuse Li Guiqing, who angrily retorted, "You're the traitor. Your whole family are traitors." Yang Bin's smile froze, and he reluctantly fell silent, proceeding to change his clothes in silence. Zhao Jinnian informed Yang Bin that the instructor would come to inspect their quarters in the afternoon and suggested they tidy up. Yang Bin nodded, still sulking. Zhao Jinnian chuckled to himself, finding university life amusing, as it was remarkable how such trivial matters could provoke anger. He inquired about the amount Yang Bin had managed to raise this time. With a forced smile, Yang Bin replied that he had brought in 33 new users, totaling 165 yuan. Around 5 in the afternoon, the instructor arrived. He was a young man named Huang, affiliated with the local armed police force. He was amiable and not overly strict. Yang Bin offered him a cigarette, which he accepted with a grin, reminding the group to assemble at the 4th playground at 7 in the evening to familiarize themselves with the venue. As soon as the instructor left, Liao Chenglin came to room 429 looking for Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian was surprised, thinking he hardly knew Liao Chenglin. Why would he seek him out? Following Liao Chenglin outside, he learned that it was the counselor who was looking for him. Last night, Zhao Jinnian had mentioned to the counselor that he needed to apply for a vehicle pass. The counselor had already inquired on his behalf, but had forgotten Zhao Jinnian's name, so she sent an application form to Liao Chenglin to pass along. "Once you fill out, just hand it back to me, and I'll submit it to the counselor. She will then get the vice dean to sign it. Oh, and don't forget the photocopies of your driver's license and vehicle registration," Liao Chenglin instructed. Zhao Jinnian nodded, received the document via QQ, retrieved the necessary photocopies from his car, and went to the convenience store to print the application form. The form was quite straightforward, requiring only basic information such as name, student ID, ID number, vehicle details, and license plate number. After completing the form in the store, Zhao Jinnian returned to the student dormitory and handed the 3 documents to Liao Chenglin. Liao Chenglin didn't think much of it and told Zhao Jinnian to await further news. However, once Zhao Jinnian left, he casually glanced at the 3 A4 sheets and was taken aback. Both the vehicle model and license plate number left him astonished. Model, 2021 Maybach S680 Guard 4MATIC. License plate, B55555. Isn't that the car parked downstairs? He initially thought it belonged to some school leader. Liao Chenglin rubbed his eyes, confirming the details on the photocopy of the vehicle registration. At that moment, he was shocked. He stared intently at the identification information on the driver's license. His gaze fixated on the address. Number 1, Green Valley, Lake Ring New District by Mountain, Yuheng City, Province X. Unable to contain his curiosity, he took out his phone to search for the address, discovering it was a lakeside apartment complex known as Green Valley, reputed to house a private villa belonging to a mysterious local tycoon. Liao Chenglin's breath quickened. He was undoubtedly the first in the class to learn of Zhao Jinnian's affluent background. He reflected on Zhao Jinnian, recalling him as a low-key individual with little presence. The only reason Liao Chenglin remembered him was due to Zhao Jinnian's decent fashion sense and delicate features. He never expected him to be so well off. He marveled at the depth of people's true nature, recognizing that appearances can be deceiving. Then, a wave of regret washed over him. Why wasn't he roommates with Zhao Jinnian? If they were, he could cultivate a good relationship with him, potentially giving his future a significant boost. Without delay, he headed to Qiu Ying's office in the comprehensive building to submit the 3 documents. Qiu Ying reviewed the application carefully and, finding no issues, signed it. Although she wasn't well-versed in vehicles, she could tell the license plate was impressive, and she mentally noted Zhao Jinnian's name before seeking the dean's signature. As a first-time counselor, her sole aim was to fulfill students' needs promptly within the framework of regulations. Around 7 o'clock, Liao Chenglin went to each dormitory to notify the students about gathering at the 4th playground. Several signs had been set up at the playground, and Liao Chenglin organized all 33 boys from the class to stand in order of height under the sign indicating Company 3, Platoon 2, Squad 2. However, being 18 or 19 years old, they were naturally restless, and with the instructor yet to arrive, few could maintain their stance. Some were engrossed in their phones, while others chatted. A boy from another class even brought a basketball, and many joined in to shoot hoops. Zhao Jinnian, feeling the itch to join, participated as well. Before 8 o'clock, a group of instructors marched in, led by the company commander who issued commands, and soon they were dismissed. Instructor Huang approached Zhao Jinnian's group, smiling as he reorganized them and outlined the training schedule. Starting the next day, They would be required to complete their room arrangements by 6:30 a.m. and assemble at the training ground. Morning exercises, including running and basic drill training, would commence at 6:30 and 7 o'clock, followed by breakfast, with formal training starting at 8. Lunch would be at noon, followed by a 2-hour break. And afternoon training from 2 to 6 o'clock p.m. and evening training from 7 to 9 o'clock p.m. The schedule was quite tight, eliciting some grumbling from the students. After discussing a few precautions, Instructor Huang announced the dismissal. Zhao Jinnian intended to pick up a package from the Sanyao station. His computer and earphones had arrived, promising him a good night's sleep. Shortly after leaving the playground, he unexpectedly ran into Yang Qian. Zhao Jinnian, what a coincidence to see you here, Yang Qian exclaimed, delighting in the encounter as she patted his shoulder. Zhao Jinnian turned to find Yang Qian and politely nodded. In truth, it wasn't a mere coincidence. Yang Qian had been aware that the mechanical engineering students were gathering at the 4th playground and had purposely staged this meeting. So, you're here for military training? Yang Qian asked with a cheerful smile. Zhao Jinnian remained non-committal, reflecting that sometimes being too approachable could be a hindrance. With so many girls vying for attention, Yang Qian inquired where he was headed, and Zhao Jinnian replied he was off to the Sanyao station to collect a package. Yang Qian suggested, then I'll go with you. I need to buy some fruit over there as well. Zhao Jinnian didn't refuse, and they walked and chatted together. Yang Qian seemed to remember something and said, if you ever need to pick up packages, you can follow a mini program that allows you to order pickups, and they can deliver to your dorm for just 3 yuan. Sometimes, especially in the afternoon, there are many people picking up packages and the queues can be long. Zhao Jinnian thought that was indeed convenient and asked for the name of the mini program. Yang Qian mentioned a service number, but Zhao Jinnian couldn't find it after searching for a while. Yang Qian then cheerfully took out her phone, saying, how about you add me on WeChat, and I'll forward it to you? Zhao Jinnian hesitated but reluctantly agreed. Arriving near the Sanyao station, Yang Qian waved goodbye to Zhao Jinnian, who entered to collect his package. His computer and earphones had arrived, and he couldn't help but admire the efficiency of domestic logistics, looking forward to a restful night. Exiting the Sanyao station, he found Yang Qian bouncing over, holding 2 cups of milk tea. She handed one to Zhao Jinnian and asked, what did you buy? Zhao Jinnian waved his hand, declining, as he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Yang Qian smiled, it's fine. Next time, you can treat me. Only then did Zhao Jinnian reluctantly accept. At that moment, Li Guqing, who was also there to pick up a package, stepped out of the Sanyao station and was taken aback by the scene. Zhao Jinnian? Zhao Jinnian turned to see Li Guqing and nodded indifferently, acknowledging him. Li Guqing had come to collect his package. His newly purchased computer had finally arrived. He eagerly anticipated showcasing it to Yang Bin that evening, hoping to impress him and perhaps even inflict a metaphorical bruise on his ego, all while daydreaming of the joy of gaming later that night. However, upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Jinnian and Yang Qian. He was taken aback, pondering how Zhao Jinnian had managed to befriend so many attractive girls, particularly one with such an alluring figure, dressed in an eye-catching manner. Unable to resist, Li Guqing cast several lingering glances at Yang Qian. Feeling uncomfortable under his lecherous gaze, shot him a disdainful look. Only then did he reluctantly avert his eyes and, in a hushed tone, elbowed Zhao Jinnian, inquiring, who is she? Your girlfriend? Zhao Jinnian shook his head. No, I met her during my morning run. Noting Zhao Jinnian's lack of enthusiasm, Li Guqing decided not to linger any longer and hurried back to his dormitory to unbox his new computer. After Li Guqing departed, Yang Qian turned to Zhao Jinnian, asking, who was that fool? Oh, just my roommate, Zhao Jinnian replied. Are you going for a morning run tomorrow? Without hesitation, Zhao Jinnian responded, no. We have military training at 6:30 in the morning. There's no time. Yang Qian felt a wave of relief. She had feared that Zhao Jinnian would also join her for a morning run, which she found rather taxing. Her morning jog had been a deliberate attempt to orchestrate a chance encounter with Zhao Jinnian. She feigned disappointment, her tone slightly forlorn. Well, I guess I'll have to run alone then. Zhao Jinnian, not wishing to engage further, transferred her 15 yuan for bubble tea via WeChat and prepared to leave. Yang Qian quickly called out to Zhao Jinnian, waving her phone to display the transfer screenshot and playfully scolding. Come on, Zhao Jinnian, this is rather ungracious of you. It's just a cup of bubble tea. Why so serious? Next time, you can treat me. Zhao Jinnian regarded her with a steady gaze. I don't drink that. And I won't tea buy it next time either. The money's sent. You can purchase it yourself. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Feeling a twinge of frustration, Yang Qian thought to herself how Zhao Jinnian was impervious to both sweetness and pressure. Not long after Zhao Jinnian left, a panting young man rushed over, calling out, Yang Qian, Yang Qian. Upon hearing his voice, Yang Qian's mood soured, and she chose to ignore him, walking ahead with a frown. Yet the young man pursued her, reaching out to grab her arm, only to be rebuffed as Yang Qian snapped. Fu Gang, what are you doing? We broke up a year ago. Why are you still clinging to me? Fu Gang, a tall athlete standing at 6 feet tall, disregarded Yang Qian's irritation and held onto her arm firmly, refusing to let her walk away. Who was that guy just now? He demanded. Yang Qian rolled her eyes. Why do you care? What does it have to do with you? A look of anguish crossed Fu Gang's face. He and Yang Qian had once been together, both applying to Yuheng University, but within just 2 months of starting college, she had ended their relationship. Now, nearly a year later, while Yang Qian had moved on to several new boyfriends, Fu Gang remained single, unable to let go. At times, he felt tormented, acutely aware that she had moved on, while he remained stuck in the past. During the previous semester's final exams, he had secretly perused Yang Qian's social media and discovered her desire for a handbag worth over 2,000 yuan. Determined, he worked during the summer to buy it for her, sending it anonymously via courier. When she received the package, she posted on social media, expressing her gratitude for the mysterious benefactor who understood her well. Fu Gang had been secretly elated, and for days he had been planning to surprise Yang Qian, hoping to reveal his identity. Just moments ago, however, a roommate had encountered Yang Qian while heading to play basketball and snapped a photo of her laughing with Zhao Jinnian on campus, leaving Fu Gang devastated. He had urged his roommate to follow Yang Qian, racing over himself. Thankfully, Zhao Jinnian remained unaware of the unfolding drama. If he had known, he would have undoubtedly commented on Fu Gang's behavior as that of a seasoned sycophant. Seeing Yang Qian's exasperated expression nearly brought Fu Gang to tears. Yang Qian, he implored, you know how much I like you. Do you remember the bag you received last week? That was my doing. I worked over the summer, earning just 15 yuan an hour, working 12-hour days, scrimping, and saving to buy it for you. What does that pretty boy have that is so special? Yang Qian scoffed, breaking free from his grip, coldly retorting, don't touch me. What I like is my business. Who do you think you are? Just a handbag. And look how moved you are. As Yang Qian attempted to walk away, Fu Gang hurriedly reached for her hand. But I only earned 15 an hour. That 2,000 yuan was everything I saved. Yang Qian laughed derisively. 15 an hour amounts to 360 a day, over 10,000 in a month. After 2 months of summer, that's 20,000. You think I'd be moved to tears for a 2,000 yuan bag? Get lost. Don't bother me. Your pathetic demeanor disgusts me. Chapter 17. After all, Zhao Jinnian was the epitome of good looks in room 429. Zhao Jinnian remained oblivious to the altercation between Yang Qian and Fu Gang, nor did he care, as he had never truly regarded Yang Qian with significance. Perhaps it was due to the overly worldly aura she exuded. Before reaching his dormitory, Zhao Jinnian received a call from Zhou Shaochuan. Where are you? Come out for a drink. Not going, Zhao Jinnian replied. Where are you? Zhou Shaochuan, undeterred, cheerfully responded, at the west gate. Come here, and you'll see me. Zhao Jinnian acquiesced, returning to his dorm to stow away his package. Upon entering, he found Li Guoqing fiddling with his new computer while Yang Bin looked on, intrigued. With a proud expression, Li Guoqing exclaimed, see, I told you my mom had already bought it for me. It's a savior, not just some boastful claim. Yang Bin gave him a thumbs up. Li Guoqing felt a surge of satisfaction. This 2,900 yuan computer was worth its weight in gold at that moment. After storing his belongings, Zhao Jinnian prepared to leave when Yang Bin approached him, offering a cigarette. Old Zhao, where are you off to? I have something to do. Zhao Jinnian replied as he accepted the cigarette. He figured it was prudent to keep a pack on hand, even though he seldom smoked, as Yang Bin frequently offered him cigarettes. It was only courteous to reciprocate. It wouldn't do to always accept without giving back. Yang Bin didn't inquire further and watched as Zhao Jinnian departed. Once Zhao Jinnian was gone, Li Guoqing suddenly recalled seeing Yang Qian and Zhao Jinnian laughing together at the express delivery station and lowered his voice. Old Yang, don't you think Zhao Jinnian is a bit of a fool? Yang Bin retorted, I think you're the fool here. Why are you speaking ill of him? Li Guoqing, feeling disgruntled, replied, didn't you notice how pretentious he is? He barely speaks a word, always putting on airs. Yang Bin scoffed. Do you think everyone should be as blunt as you? What's more, what irritates me the most is that he goes to bed at 11. Seriously, who goes to sleep at that hour? Li Guoqing remained vexed by this. Yang Bin, losing interest, prepared to head out for a stroll with his girlfriend, planning to visit other dorms at 9:30 to recruit people to register for the app. Li Guoqing hesitated before calling out to him. Old Yang, I just want to pick up my package and guess what I saw. Zhao Jinnian was walking in the park with a girl. I must say, that girl is undoubtedly a sophomore or junior, exuding an air of enticing allure. Could she possibly be Zhao Jinnian's girlfriend? Are you out of your mind? You dare to call her provocative while ignoring your own shortcomings? Yang Bin retorted sharply before departing. He didn't dwell on it for long. After all, Zhao Jinnian was the epitome of attractiveness in dorm 429, tall and handsome. It was perfectly normal for him to have a girlfriend. In fact, not having one would be rather unusual. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinnian arrived at the west gate of the campus and spotted Zhou Shaochuan from a distance, clad in a floral shirt and bearing an irreverent expression. "What's up?" "Oh, young Master Zhao, what do you mean? Can't I just come have a drink with you?" Zhou Shaochuan replied playfully. Zhao Jinnian's lips twitched. "Scram. The moment you drop your pants, I know exactly what you're up to. Spare me the theatrics and get to the point. Come on, let's eat while we talk. I know a place with exceptionally authentic oysters," Zhou Shaochuan said, clearly in no rush to get to the matter at hand. He understood the principle. One is at a disadvantage when they owe someone a meal. If Zhao Jinnian ate first, he would be less inclined to refuse. The two made their way to a bustling night market a few hundred meters from Yuhing University. Zhou Shaochuan, well acquainted with the area, led Zhao Jinnian through winding alleys until they reached a lively eatery. The sign out front was particularly eye-catching. Zhanjiang oysters, 3 yuan each. Can you last a full 90 minutes like the national football team? The place was packed, especially with patrons eager for the signature crayfish, and, at this hour, there were hardly any empty seats. As they dined, Zhou Shaochuan, no longer holding back, eagerly asked Zhao Jinnian to lend him his car. "Not happening," Zhao Jinnian replied, peeling the shell off a crayfish without lifting his gaze. Zhou Xiaochuan's expression fell dramatically. "Come on, old Zhao, you won't be using it during military training anyway. I have a break in 2 days and plan to visit the communication university to meet some drama majors. I need your car to impress them. What do you need to go there for?" Zhou Shaochuan sighed as he picked up an oyster, lamenting, "Actors are so expensive these days. College girls are much cheaper, and the quality at the communication university is top-notch." Zhao Jinnian nodded absently, but Zhou Xiaochuan's keen eyes caught something. He nudged Zhao Jinnian and gestured discreetly. Following his gaze, Zhao Jinnian spotted a couple seated by the window, one man and one woman. The girl was unmistakable, even if she had turned to dust. It was Qiao Yimo. She was engrossed in her phone, sitting across from a well-mannered young man who was smiling and chatting with her, even peeling crayfish for her. Zhao Jinnian's expression soured. What the hell? Has she found a decent guy so quickly? Zhou Shaochuan wiggled his eyebrows. "Old Zhao, your girlfriend has found herself a boyfriend. Get lost." Witnessing this scene stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Zhao Jinnian. He had thought he was indifferent, yet he realized he possessed a certain moral scruple. It seemed impossible not to care. He begrudgingly acknowledged that he was a double-standard kind of guy when it came to relationships. Noticing Zhao Jinnian's discomfort, Zhou Shaochuan lowered his voice. "Should I call a few friends to drag that guy out and give him a beating?" Zhao Jinnian, feeling irritable, had lost his appetite. "Whatever. Since young master Zhao has spoken, don't worry. I've got this. Damn it, I want to see what audacity that guy has to pursue our Zhao Jinnian's woman." Zhao Jinnian placed his car keys on the table, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and declared, "I've had enough. I'm leaving." Though he didn't feel particularly distressed, he was undeniably unsettled. To put it in an inappropriate analogy, it felt akin to having raised a dog for many years, only to grow disenchanted and abandon it. Only to encounter that stray dog one day, wagging its tail at a stranger. Of course, this analogy was flawed and perhaps selfish, akin to being a hypocrite while seeking justification. Perhaps it was a matter of shared sentiment between two people who once slept in the same bed. As Zhao Jinnian exited the barbecue joint, Qiao Yimo seemed to sense something, glancing toward the entrance just in time to catch a glimpse of his departing figure. Her initial surprise quickly turned to joy as she rushed outside, calling, "Zhao Jinnian. Stop right there. Zhao Jinnian." The man who had been peeling shrimp for Qiao Yimo was momentarily taken aback by her loud call, causing many patrons in the barbecue restaurant to turn their heads in surprise. Unfazed, Qiao Yimo swiftly caught up to Zhao Jinnian, grasping his arm. "Zhao Jinnian, what are you doing here? And why do you run away when you see me?" Zhao Jinnian looked at her with indifference. "Who is the guy peeling shrimp for you?" Qiao Yimo paused, then laughed joyfully, her exuberance unmistakable. "Oh, are you jealous?" Zhao Jinnian scoffed lightly, refusing to put himself in a vulnerable position. "Not really. I just wanted to mention that when I went to the restroom, I saw that guy. He didn't wash his hands after using the toilet." Qiao Yimo's expression shifted momentarily. Just then, the young man emerged, drenched in sweat, cautiously approaching Zhao Jinnian and Qiao Yimo. "Yimo, who is this?" he asked, casting a wary glance at Zhao Jinnian. Without hesitation, Qiao Yimo wrapped her arm around Zhao Jinnian's, leaning her head against him and cheerfully declaring, "He's my boyfriend." The boy's mouth gaped open in shock. "All right, you can leave now. I'm going to a hotel with my boyfriend, so don't bother us." She urged him to depart, and he walked away, looking as though he'd just swallowed something unpleasant, glancing back several times. Are you really jealous? Xiao Yimo asked, noticing Zhao Jinnian's silence. With a stoic expression, he replied, Why would I be jealous? She explained that the boy's name was Xie Yin, who had found her student card a few days ago and had been persistently pursuing her, showering her with flowers and gifts, even showing up at her classroom, which had drawn unwanted attention and vexation. She had come out today to clarify matters with Xie Yin to prevent any further entanglements. Xiao Yimo then scrutinized Zhao Jinnian's camouflage outfit, exclaiming, Wow, Jinnian, you're attending Yuheng University now? Yes. Her delight was palpable, seemingly forgetting the fact that Zhao Jinnian had suggested a breakup just days prior. She chattered incessantly behind him. Yay, so now you're my junior. Which department are you in? Where do you train? I'll come watch you when I have no classes tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I bought a set of sexy lingerie just for you, to wear only for you. Seeing Zhao Jinnian still unresponsive, she stepped in front of him, playfully shaking her hand in front of his face. Zhao Jinnian, stop pretending. Did you hear what I just said? At that moment, Zhao Jinnian was preoccupied with how to handle the complicated situation with Xiao Yimo. He wished for her to find someone reliable, as his own moral scruples troubled him. How could he let her wear something he had once donned? He couldn't simply discard the attire. After all, he couldn't wear just one outfit. Zhao Jinnian had completely missed Xiao Yimo's previous statement. What did you just say? Oh, I said I bought a particularly enticing little dress, just for you to see. Xiao Yimo blinked her captivating eyes at him. Zhao Jinnian's mind was in turmoil, lacking the enthusiasm to engage. Perhaps this would be a matter to address later. Little did he know. Xiao Yimo nodded decisively. All right, Zhao Jinnian. Xiao Yimo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Let us go right now. I'll book a hotel immediately. Zhao Jinnian. Xiao Yimo added, Just so you know, I have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow, so you can't keep me up all night. Zhao Jinnian. Observing Xiao Yimo's carefree demeanor, Zhao Jinnian finally processed the situation, revealing a speechless expression. Sister, you often accuse me of having a vacant mind. Just look at what's on your mind. Wasn't it you who said to discuss it later? Get lost. Xiao Yimo chuckled lightly. She was merely jesting, hoping to lighten the mood. She had been feeling downcast lately, and while Zhao Jinnian believed her to be carefree, she was actually more sensitive than anyone else. Only she knew how long she had cried that night. The following day, still in tears, she confided in her brother about the matter. He remained remarkably calm, informing her that Zhao Jinnian had already completed his visa application and was preparing to study abroad. It was then that Xiao Yimo realized Zhao Jinnian's intentions behind their breakup. He was planning to leave, and that was when she chose to forgive him. Upon seeing Zhao Jinnian again today, she felt elated, wondering if he had given up his opportunity to study abroad because he couldn't bear to part with her. After all, even if he chose not to go abroad, he could have gone to another province or city. Why was he at Yuheng University, of all places? If Zhao Jinnian were aware of her naive thoughts at this moment, he would surely exclaim, What a passionate fool. Indeed, when a girl is in love, she can deceive herself in the most charming ways. As they walked and chatted, they had already entered the campus. Naturally, it was Xiao Yimo who did most of the talking, while Zhao Jinnian merely responded with noncommittal sounds. Arriving at the base of Building 15, Zhao Jinnian prepared to head upstairs. Xiao Yimo, surprised, asked, Jinnian, aren't you going to walk me back to the dorm? Zhao Jinnian replied dismissively, Why would I? You have legs of your own. Blushing, Xiao Yimo mischievously retorted, What do you think? I'm here to carry you. Zhao Jinnian, accustomed to her eccentric behavior, chose to ignore her. Seeing her attempts at charm failing, Xiao Yimo resorted to a softer approach, plaintively saying, Other boyfriends walk their girlfriends back to the dorm. Zhao Jinnian, without turning around, replied, Some boyfriends are dead. Should I follow suit? Infuriated, Xiao Yimo stomped her foot and stormed off alone. Back in the dorm, Zhao Jinnian sat in a daze for a while before realizing he shouldn't be concerned with such trivial matters. Inside, only Li Guqing was present, wearing headphones and engrossed in a game. Zhang Chao must have gone to the gym, and Yang Bin, the money-making maniac, was undoubtedly out and about. Just then, Li Guqing's phone rang. He glanced at it, declined the call, and continued gaming. Moments later, the phone rang again, and Li Guqing, now irritated, answered the call and stepped into the corridor. Hello, Mom. Son, have you bought the computer? Yes. His mother's voice remained gentle. That's good. Remember to study hard. By the way, why didn't you answer the call just now? Li Guqing replied, I was studying. All right, let us end the call. I need to get back to studying. Okay, you busy one. Mom won't disturb you. Just remember to take care of yourself and don't catch a cold. Yeah, I know. Li Guqing impatiently ended the call, returned to the dorm, put on his headphones, and resumed his animated gaming. Chapter 19. The first day of military training. Zhao Jinnian took a shower, dried her hair for a while, and glanced at her phone, Yang Qian had sent her 2 messages. Zhao Jinnian chose not to reply. Casually opened Yang Qian's moments and found a collection of food photos and travel snapshots. She promptly decided to block her from viewing her moments. She unpacked her delivery, set up her computer, and finally smiled, realizing she would likely sleep well tonight. Just before the lights went out, Yang Bin and Zhang Chao returned. Upon seeing Li Guoqing immersed in his new computer game, Zhang Chao grinned. Li Guoqing, your computer has arrived. Yes, just got here. By the way, what about your computer? Oh, it hasn't arrived yet. Zhang Chao replied honestly, staring at Li Guoqing's computer for a while. Your computer is really nice. Li Guoqing felt a surge of vanity. What kind of computer did you get? How much was it? Zhang Chao scratched his head, bewildered. I don't know, my mom bought it. Probably a few thousand. Li Guoqing scoffed. A few thousand? That's what you call a computer? Zhang Chao merely smiled, not responding further. Feeling embarrassed, Li Guoqing waved a cigarette at Yang Bin and Zhao Jinnian. Old Yang, old Zhao, let us team up tonight? Zhao Jinnian replied. No, thanks. Yang Bin added. I need a shower and video call my girlfriend. You can play by yourself. Zhao Jinnian tested her earbuds and couldn't help but marvel at the adage. You get what you pay for. The high-end earbuds she bought for $800 were indeed impressive, delivering excellent sound isolation. The next morning, around 6:10, the dormitory door was kicked open by Liao Chenglin, urging everyone to get up as they were to assemble on the playground at 6:30. Zhao Jinnian and the others got up to wash up, while Li Guoqing, sporting dark circles under his eyes, drowsily shouted, What is going on? Liao Chenglin replied, Wake up. We need to assemble at 6:30. Today is the first day of military training. Don't be late. With that, he went off to notify the next dormitory. Li Guoqing had stayed up late gaming until 2:30 and was now exhausted. Glancing at the time, he grumbled, It's only 6:10. I need a few more minutes. Remember to wake me up. Zhang Chao responded, Okay. Once Zhao, Jinnian, and the others finished washing up and dressed appropriately, they prepared to head to the playground, only to find Li Guoqing still sound asleep. Zhang Chao nudged him. Li Guoqing, wake up. We need to assemble. Li Guoqing sat up groggily, looked at his phone, and was shocked to see it was already 6:23. He then exploded. Didn't I tell you to wake me? Why are you only calling me now? Zhang Chao looked innocent, even slightly aggrieved. Li Guoqing quickly jumped out of bed and got dressed. Zhao Jinnian and Yang Bin chose to ignore him and left first. The 3 of them arrived at the playground, where many teams had already gathered. As Zhao Jinnian and her group joined a line, more students jogged over. Instructor Huang checked the time and, seeing it was already 6:30, blew his whistle and barked. Everyone, stand at attention and report. The final count revealed 2 students missing. Instructor Huang remained silent, merely glancing at his watch. At that moment, a boy, drenched in sweat, jogged over, cautiously eyeing Instructor Huang. The instructor smiled. Didn't we agree to assemble at 6:30? Didn't your class monitor notify you? Yes, he did, the boy replied softly. Instructor Huang checked the time. It was now 6:32. Well, why were you late? The boy explained that he had almost made it to the playground, but realized he had forgotten his military training cap and had to run back to retrieve it, which caused his delay. Consider this a warning. 2 minutes late means 50 push-ups. With no choice, the boy complied and lay down on the ground. Instructor Huang, typically gentle, did not wish to make things difficult for the students, but since it was the first day of military training and school leaders were present to observe, he had to enforce strict discipline. Compared to Instructor Huang, the other drill instructors were particularly strict. Indeed, every squad had its fair share of latecomers, all dutifully lying flat on the ground, occasionally interrupted by the instructor's furious shouts. Lower down a bit. Did you not have breakfast? Another 20, the students lamented. Having risen from their beds at around 6 o'clock, it was not that they had skipped breakfast. Some school leaders passing by observed this scene with evident satisfaction. To put it bluntly, the so-called military training, no matter how elaborately it was presented, was merely a test of obedience. Within the ranks, Yang Bin gleefully remarked, Old Zhao, Li Guoqing hasn't arrived yet. He in for it. Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, the boy who had been doing push-ups was finally allowed to return to his squad just as Li Guoqing came rushing in. Li Guoqing was particularly flustered. He had intended to sneak in unnoticed, but as he approached, Instructor Huang looked at him with an amused expression, beckoning him over. Come here. With no choice, Li Guoqing steeled himself and walked up. At 6:35, didn't your class monitor wake you? Instructor Huang inquired. He did, Li Guoqing replied. Then why are you 5 minutes late? Li Guoqing lamented silently. He hadn't even brushed his teeth, merely splashed some water on his face, and hurriedly searched for his clothes. If only he hadn't wasted time looking for his hat, he wouldn't have been late. He could only claim he had a stomachache and had to use the restroom for a while. Instructor Huang chuckled. That's a decent excuse. But why not wake up 10 minutes earlier? Li Guoqing was left speechless. Get down, do 100 push-ups. Instructor Huang suddenly turned stern, his tone sharp. Li Guoqing trembled in fear and quickly complied. Dozens of students watched him with amusement as he struggled through the push-ups. He felt his face burn with embarrassment, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground. However, 100 push-ups nearly drained him. After lying idle at home for 3 months during summer break, he was out of shape and gasped for breath after barely completing 10. Instructor Huang had not intended to make things difficult for Li Guoqing, but seeing some school leaders still nearby, he had no choice but to scold. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get down." With no other option, Li Guoqing grit his teeth and continued. It wasn't until the 2 school leaders finally left the playground that Instructor Huang waved him off with a look of disdain. "Return to your squad. It's a struggle just to do push-ups." Li Guoqing felt as if he had just received a pardon and hurried back to his place in line. Chapter 20. Ungrateful beings, are you starting to bother me now? The military training process need not be elaborated upon. It consisted of basic drill training, rather monotonous, especially after 8 o'clock when the sun emerged, mercilessly scorching everyone. Instructor Huang was not excessively stern. He made a point to bring the students to a shady tree for training, occasionally engaging them in light conversation. By the end of the morning, the atmosphere was quite amicable. Around 11 o'clock, Instructor Huang called for a break. Compared to him, the other squads were not so fortunate. Their instructors were harsh and relentless, pushing the students to their limits, leaving them enviously watching Zhao Jinnian and his group. Zhao Jinnian also sat down, taking out his phone to scroll through Douyin. At that moment, Yangbin stood up and approached Instructor Huang, requesting permission to use the restroom. "Go ahead, but return in 10 minutes, Huang instructed. "Alrig," Yangbin replied. However, he was not actually going to the restroom. During the previous break, he had messaged his girlfriend, Qin Ziqian, who was also resting and complaining about the heat. Yangbin had then decided to buy her a cold drink. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinnian was resting when Zhang Chao nudged him, pointing outside the iron fence. "Zhao Jinnian, someone is calling you." Turning around, Zhao Jinnian spotted Yang Qian. With a smile, she held out a bottle of watermelon juice. "I've been standing here for a few minutes, and you didn't even notice me." "Oh, I was just watching videos." He replied. "Here, I bought this for you," Yang Qian said as she handed over the juice. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Jinnian accepted it, feeling the heat. "Thank you. You're welcome." Li Guoqing, witnessing a girl delivering watermelon juice to Zhao Jinnian, was filled with envy. He moved closer to Zhao Jinnian, inquisitively asking who the girl was. Zhao Jinnian offered a few vague replies, deflecting the question. At this point, with no classes or military training, it was certainly an upperclassman, and many turned to look at Zhao Jinnian. Upon seeing him, they were all relieved. No wonder, despite wearing a bulky training uniform and a somewhat clumsy hat, his face and physique revealed a striking appearance. It seemed abnormal for such a handsome boy to be single. In reality, if one was not unattractive and simply dressed well with a suitable hairstyle, they could appear somewhat charming. However, there was a downside. If one's hair was hidden or altered, their attractiveness could diminish significantly. Zhao Jinnian, relying solely on his innate good looks rather than style or hair, was undeniably handsome. Just then, Yangbin returned at a brisk pace, wiping sweat from his forehead. He stopped in his tracks upon seeing Zhao Jinnian drinking watermelon juice. "Old Zhao, where did you get that?" Before Zhao Jinnian could respond, Li Guoqing excitedly interjected, "Just now a particularly tall girl with long legs brought it for our Zhao boss." Yangbin felt a pang of disappointment. He had just rushed to deliver milk tea to his girlfriend, only to be rebuked by her for being too sweet. "How can I drink this?" she had scolded. "Can't you buy me lemon tea or watermelon juice in this scorching heat?" Yangbin could only dash off to buy another cup of lemonade for her. Upon arrival, he found her already engaged in training, forcing him to leave the lemonade on the ground and return. The sun was particularly fierce, akin to a soft blade cutting into flesh. Yet due to Instructor Huang's leniency, the morning had not been overly exhausting. After the lunch break, the afternoon training commenced, and Xiao Yimo arrived, wearing sunglasses and followed by 2 weary-looking boys pushing a cart. Upon discovering that Zhao Jinnian was training at the second playground, she had ordered over 40 cups of chilled watermelon juice through a delivery service. What a pity for the delivery guy, who had expected a quiet afternoon without classes, only to find himself bewildered by the task of delivering so many cups of juice for a mere 3 yuan. He had contemplated refusing, but upon realizing the order was from a stunning beauty, he couldn't help but agree. "Can't you deliver it?" Xiao Yimo asked. "If not, that's fine. I can deliver it. I can deliver it." The boy stammered, enchanted. However, after he delivered the juice, he regretted his decision when he learned it was for Xiao Yimo's boyfriend. His heart sank. Why hadn't she mentioned she had a boyfriend earlier? But having already committed, he had no choice but to deliver. When Xiao Yimo arrived, Instructor Huang had just announced a break, prompting her to joyfully rush over and sit beside Zhao Jinnian. Instructor Huang could only shake his head in disbelief, wondering if the current generation of students truly held no regard for the authority of their instructors. Xiao Yimo hurriedly smiled and told the instructor that he had bought watermelon juice, ensuring everyone got a share. At this, the students erupted with excitement. The sweltering weather had left them parched, and upon seeing the watermelon juice, their lips began to water, all expressing their gratitude towards the senior sister. Instructor Huang, delightfully availing himself of a cup, instructed 2 students to distribute the juice. Li Guoqing scratched his head and took a delightful sip of his watermelon juice. Yangbin also savored a sip and inquired of Li Guoqing, was it this senior sister who delivered watermelon juice to old Zhao this morning? She is so beautiful. Li Guoqing spat out a mouthful of phlegm, perplexed. No, it wasn't he, this senior sister in the morning. What's going on? Why do so many girls fancy Zhao Jinnian? This is utterly unreasonable. Yang Bin, astonished, realized that someone else had delivered the cold drink to Zhao Jinnian that morning. Li Guoqing grumbled in frustration, pondering, damn it, is it that today as girls have gone blind? Why do they all prefer this pretty boy, old Zhao, when I... Yuheng Pengyan, am right here? His complaints were not subtle, and given his loud voice, several people nearby could hear him. Yang Bin, exasperated, silently cursed him, then moved to sit farther away, not wishing to be too close to Li Guoqing. Not just Yang Bin, but several other students who overheard Li Guoqing's lamentations deemed him a fool, even wondering how such a simpleton could exist in the world. Under a large tree, Zhao Jinnian sat cross-legged on the ground, engaging in a casual conversation with Xiao Yimo. Xiao Yimo proudly remarked, so, how does it feel to have such a reputation? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Zhao Jinnian, with a hint of exasperation, replied, next time, could you refrain from making such a commotion? It's utterly annoying. Xiao Yimo retorted, you ungrateful wretch. Are you starting to find me bothersome now? You didn't complain when I was feeding you. Zhao Jinnian's mouth twitched in disbelief, his face a picture of horror. Wait, sister, is that something you can say in public? Chapter 21. One could say anything about men, except that they are incapable. Zhao Jinnian quickly covered Xiao Yimo's mouth with his hand, to which she responded with a smug smile. Of course, to bystanders, this scene appeared as if a young couple was playfully flirting, and no one paid it any mind. Their conversation was short-lived as Instructor Huang soon called for the assembly to continue the training. However, due to Xiao Yimo's antics, Zhao Jinnian had unwittingly become a celebrity. After the afternoon training concluded, Zhao Jinnian joined Yang Bin and others to head to the cafeteria for a meal. While dining, Zhou Shaochuan sent Zhao Jinnian a message, directly asking how he had started dating Yang Qian. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback, thinking, who the hell is spreading rumors about me? Zhou Shaochuan followed up with a screenshot, saying, look, it's gone viral on the confession wall. The screenshot displayed a photograph of Yang Qian delivering chilled watermelon juice to Zhao Jinnian that morning, complete with a cringe-worthy caption. I truly envy such a simple and pure love. Zhao Jinnian could only curse under his breath. Damn it, I'm not even dating her. We're not even friends. Zhou Shaochuan responded, oh, that's good. I figure our Zhao Gongzi wouldn't be into used goods. Zhao Jinnian, confused, asked, how do you know Yang Qian? Zhou Shaochuan replied, we're from the same class, both in the computer science department. By the way, I have an interesting story about Yang Qian. Do you want to hear it? Zhao Jinnian, realizing the futility of the situation, decided he didn't want to listen. Zhou Shaochuan continued, haha, actually I heard this secondhand, so I can't vouch for its truth. But during last year's military training, it seems Yang Qian got involved with one of their instructors. A video of about 7 seconds even circulated online briefly, though the school denied it. Still, I suspect there is some truth to it, and as far as I know, Yang Qian has changed boyfriends 5 or 6 times in a year. Definitely a public bus. Zhao Jinnian, impatient, interjected, all right, I'm going to eat now. Stop jabbering. He didn't care whether Yang Qian was a public bus. Even if she were a luxury car, he wouldn't drive it because he didn't engage with secondhand goods. After finishing their meal and taking a brief rest, they resumed military training, which continued until 9 o'clock that evening. They even had to sing military songs, shouting loudly enough to avoid being scolded by the instructor, which left Zhao Jinnian in a state of disbelief. Around 8:50, Instructor Huang announced the dismissal, and the students, exhausted, scattered in all directions. Zhao Jinnian, drenched in sweat and feeling sticky, abandoned the idea of playing basketball and decided to return for a shower. Zhang Chao left the playground immediately, and when Li Guoqing asked where he was headed, Zhang Chao cheerfully replied that he was off to the gym outside to work out. Li Guoqing laughed and chided. It's already 9 o'clock, and they turn off the lights at 10:30. What is the point? Zhang Chao, oblivious, said he had a yearly membership, and missing a day would be a waste. Yang Bin had already disappeared, undoubtedly off to spend time with his girlfriend. Zhao Jinnian and Li Guoqing returned to the dormitory in silence. Li Guoqing attempted to speak several times, but swallowed his words each time. Sensing Zhao Jinnian's reticence and not wanting to impose, upon reaching the base of Building 15, they unexpectedly encountered Qiao Yimo. Wearing a helmet and riding an electric scooter, she waved at Zhao Jinnian, her smile radiant. Jinnian, hop on. Zhao Jinnian, puzzled, asked, what brings you here? Get on. I've been waiting for you. You must be tired from military training, so let us go for a late-night snack, she said, handing him a helmet. Without a second thought, Zhao Jinnian waved it off, refusing to go. Qiao Yimo, with a stern expression, dismounted and walked up to him, standing on her tiptoes to place the helmet on his head, insisting, get on the scooter, no more arguments. Li Guoqing, utterly bewildered, watched the scene unfold and scratched his head, asking, where are you two off to? Qiao Yimo giggled. We're going to a hotel. Li Guoqing exclaimed in disbelief, what? Hurry up and get on before you get yourself into trouble. Seeing Zhao Jinnian still hesitant, Qiao Yimo couldn't help but pinch a bit of flesh at his waist. Zhao Jinnian had long forgotten when he last rode an electric scooter. His last memory of it was a night out where he had drunk too much and accompanied a client to a massage parlor. He swore he hadn't done anything inappropriate, merely enjoying a purely service-oriented experience. Yet, someone had reported them, leading the police to raid the establishment that night. And Zhao Jinnian had been taken into custody. Fortunately, he had connections and was not detained. Qiao Yimo had come to pick him up, cursing and scolding along the way. Reflecting on the past, Zhao Jinnian silently mounted the small electric scooter. Now you're behaving, Qiao Yimo exclaimed joyfully, stabilizing herself as they set off. Under Li Guoqing's astonished gaze, the little scooter sped through the campus toward the west gate. Qiao Yimo, while driving, chattered on, I already know. I've forgiven you. Zhao Jinnian, baffled, asked, forgiven me for what? Qiao Yimo rolled her eyes, for breaking up with me that day because your dad wanted you to study abroad. But honestly, you're something else. You even fell out with your dad for me and came to Yuhing University to study? Em genuinely touched. Zhao Jinnian wore an expression of utter disbelief, wishing to exclaim, sister, you're really overthinking this. Thus, I resolved to make amends with you tonight. Let's proceed to a hotel. Qiao Yimo let out a soft huff. Zhao Jinnian, lost in thought, replied, forget it. Qiao Yimo suddenly slammed to a halt, turning around with wide eyes to gaze at Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian, are you perhaps lacking in that regard? Zhao Jinnian retorted, nonsense. Do you not have any sense of the situation? When it comes to men, they can do anything, but never say a man is incapable. Qiao Yimo expressed concern in her eyes. Jinnian, I'm serious. I know an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, particularly effective. While you're still young, shall I take you for treatment? Otherwise, am I destined to live in a state of unfulfilled desire? Get lost. I am as vigorous as a dragon. Zhao Jinnian shot back. Qiao Yimo tilted her head innocently. I don't believe you, unless you let me try. A try's a try. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hotel. Upon arrival, Zhao Jinnian regretted his decision, cursing himself for being deceived. Qiao Yimo tossed her bag aside and embraced Zhao Jinnian's head. Let us make it quick. I have military training early tomorrow. Do not speak, just kiss me. Chapter 22. I did not. By the time Zhao Jinnian returned to the dormitory, it was already 10:35 p.m., and the iron gate of the student dormitory was locked. He could have chosen not to return and simply come back in the morning, as he had rented an apartment off campus to rest. However, he needed to wash the military training camouflage uniform he would have to wear again tomorrow. This wasn't a pressing matter, but he simply did not want to stand out, fearing that he would be late and have to do push-ups in front of a crowd. Most importantly, he understood Qiao Yimo well. She was a person of insatiable desires and would undoubtedly torment him throughout the night, leaving him exhausted for the military training the next day. Thus, he hurried back in a panic. Upon reaching the dormitory, he found the door already locked. Two boys were anxiously standing outside the iron gate, confronting the dormitory matron, sweetly addressing her as auntie, yet she was resolutely refusing to open the door, determined to teach them a lesson. Zhao Jinnian steeled himself and approached, saying, Annie, do you remember me? I was the one who helped you with the discount on Pinduoduo. Upon recognizing Zhao Jinnian, the matron promptly opened the door, but admonished him to return to the dormitory at a reasonable hour in the future. Zhao Jinnian successfully entered the dormitory. Meanwhile, in room 429, all the lights were out, and with Zhao Jinnian yet to return, Yangbin felt a sense of curiosity. Where did old Zhao go? At that moment, Li Guoqing was seated at his spot, engrossed in a game, and nonchalantly replied, he's gone to a hotel. What? Yangbin exclaimed in shock. Li Guoqing sighed and recounted how he saw Qiao Yimo waiting at the dormitory entrance to pick up Zhao Jinnian after military training. You know, the senior who brought us watermelon juice this afternoon, she came to fetch Zhao Jinnian. Yangbin pondered this. Li Guoqing, indignant, exclaimed, "Damn it. Today's girls are so lacking in self-respect. Your parents spend so much to send you to university, and you go off to a hotel with a man?" Yangbin paid him no mind, thinking Li Guoqing was merely complaining. As expected, Li Guoqing began to grumble again. "Damn it. Why does no one seek me out? Today's girls are blind, preferring pretty boys, while a rugged man like me goes unnoticed. Damn." Just then, the door swung open, and Zhao Jinnian returned. "Old Zhao back already?" Yangbin grinned, offering a cigarette to Zhao Jinnian. "Thanks," Zhao Jinnian accepted, enjoying a smoke after the event, feeling rejuvenated. Li Guoqing, now curious, asked Zhao Jinnian, "Did you really go to a hotel with that senior?" Yangbin cleared his throat and shot Li Guoqing a glare. "Why are you prying into such matters, kid?" Seeing Zhao Jinnian ignore him, Li Guoqing snorted, donned his headphones, and resumed his game. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Jinnian hung up his military training uniform to dry and then headed for a shower. He put on his earbuds, listened to music for a while, and soon fell asleep, feeling quite fatigued. At 11:30 p.m., Zhang Chao had already drifted off, snoring thunderously. Yangbin finished chatting with his girlfriend, Qin Ziqian, and set his phone down to sleep. Li Guoqing, who had stayed up late until around 2 or 3 in the morning, was also exhausted and decided against staying up again, preparing to sleep. However, after lying there for a while, he found himself restless, unable to shake thoughts of Qiao Yimo arriving on her small electric scooter to pick up Zhao Jinnian, claiming they were heading to a hotel. The more he thought about it, the itchier his heart became, and he felt increasingly agitated. Sitting up, he glanced around. The dormitory was not particularly quiet, and was even somewhat noisy, with Zhang Chao snoring and Yangbin grinding his teeth, while Zhao Jinnian's bed was eerily still, suggesting the whole dormitory was asleep. Stealthily, he slipped out of bed, grabbed his phone and some tissue, and headed to the bathroom. He quietly entered the bathroom without turning on the light, slipped on his earbuds, opened the browser, and navigated to a bookmark site called Red Peach Video. Li Guoqing had exceedingly high standards when it came to selecting videos, often spending dozens of minutes searching. Around 12:30 a.m., Zhang Chao yawned and sat up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, feeling the urge to urinate, he prepared to head to the restroom. After military training, he had hurried to an off-campus gym to work out. He was a fitness enthusiast, and exercising had become a habitual part of his life. He felt restless if he didn't work out for a day. At the gym, he had encountered a mature woman who, with just a few words, had made him blush and insisted on treating him to fruit tea. Zhang Chao, claiming he needed to return to school before the dormitory closed, had reluctantly downed the entire cup of tea. Not long after falling asleep, he felt a pressing need to relieve himself, groggily getting up to head to the restroom. He pushed open the door, only to collide head-on with Li Guoqing. Li Guoqing stumbled back, having been deeply engrossed in his activities, startled by Zhang Chao's sudden entrance, almost believing he had encountered a ghost. His phone fell to the ground with a thud. As he was using wired earbuds, the cord became detached, and sounds of MMS and OS erupted. Zhang Chao was taken aback. "Li Guoqing, what are you doing?" At that moment, Li Guoqing looked particularly flustered. He hurriedly crouched down, scrambling to pick up his phone. Just then, Yangbin was awakened by the noise, sitting up while yawning and glancing towards the bathroom. "Li Guoqing," Zhang Chao suddenly seemed to realize, exclaiming in surprise. Li Guoqing quickly denied it, hastily exiting the webpage. "No, I didn't tea." Yangbin climbed out of bed and walked to the bathroom door. "What are you guys doing at this hour? What was that sound?" Zhang Chao pointed at Li Guoqing. Yangbin was left speechless. "What the hell?" Li Guoqing, feeling particularly guilty and anxious, insisted, I didn't tea. Yangbin chuckled. "Just go to bed. We have military training tomorrow." "Li Guoqing, it's fine. We've all been through this. What is there to deny?" Li Guoqing exploded in anger, shouting, "I said I didn't tea. Are you looking for a fight?" Yangbin shook his head, uninterested in the commotion, and returned to bed. Zhang Chao muttered, "That's exactly what it is." Li Guoqing, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Chao, exclaiming, "What did you say? Repeat that once more." Chapter 23. "Hey, isn't that Brother Guanzi?" Zhang Chao's mind momentarily faltered, and he queried, "Did you want me to say it again? If you have the guts, say it again." "I told you, I didn't say anything. Are you out of your mind? You are the one who is delusional. Your whole family is delusional." In truth, Li Guoqing was merely a corner dog, acting in desperation and fury. Zhang Chao, though puzzled, complied with Li Guoqing's demand, reiterating, "That's just the way it is. I clearly saw him at the Taoist temple." As he spoke, Zhang Chao cast an innocent glance at Li Guoqing, questioning, "Isn't that right?" Li Guoqing, "Utarli insensa, bayuba. You son of a," and charged at Zhang Chao, engaging him in a scuffle. Zhang Chao, bewildered, was at a loss as to why Li Guoqing had suddenly lost his composure. The sound of fists and feet clashing echoed through the air. To be frank, Li Guqing was quite outmatched, standing at a mere 166 meters. He was dwarfed by Zhang Chao's towering 187 meter frame. A robust figure brimming with muscle, clearly not a fair fight. With just a few strikes, Zhang Chao had Li Guqing sprawled on the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Yang Bin, who had just settled down, rushed to intervene upon witnessing the brawl. However, it seemed intervention was unnecessary, as Li Guqing was now crouched on the ground. Weeping in indignation, his eyes filled with resentment directed at Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao, on the other hand, wore an expression of complete innocence, bewildered by the turn of events. What is going on? Why did you two end up fighting? Yang Bin inquired of Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao scratched his head, explaining. He just asked me to repeat what I said, so I did, and now he wants to hit me. Yang Bin, with a look of exasperation, whispered to Li Guqing. Have you lost your mind? Why provoke Zhang Chao of all people? Don't you know he isn't the sharpest tool in the shed? Li Guqing wiped his tears, insisting, I didn't say anything. All right, I understand. Just go to sleep and don't wake old Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinnian was enjoying a sound sleep, thanks to the $800 earplugs he had purchased. The following day, upon awakening, Zhao Jinnian sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the dormitory. Li Guqing, instead of lingering in bed, had risen quietly, refraining from conversation, washing up, and heading out to the playground like a solitary wanderer. Most notably, Li Guqing bore visible bruises on his face, a stark reminder of his recent altercation. During military training, Instructor Huang observed Li Guqing's unusual appearance and inquired about the state of his face. Li Guqing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, It's nothing. I just fell. Instructor Huang, contemplating, chose not to press further. It was common for young individuals to engage in scuffles during this stage of life, having experienced similar himself. The day's military training was predictably monotonous, requiring no further elaboration. However, during the midday break, the counselor Qiao Ying arrived at room 429 in search of Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian stepped outside for a moment. Upon his exit, Qiao Ying handed him 3 A4 sheets, stating, I've signed them for you and also secured the vice dean's signature. You may take these to the security office to file your application. Thank you. Zhao Jinnian replied as he accepted the documents, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Qiao Ying's fingers. He noted, with some curiosity, that aside from her index and middle fingers, the others were adorned with pink nail polish. Instinctively, he glanced at Qiao Ying's left hand, which bore manicured nails on all 5 fingers. It seems Qiao Ying is, beneath her professional facade, a rather lonely woman. Qiao Ying appeared to notice Zhao Jinnian's gaze, her face flushing beneath her mask, as if a closely guarded secret had been inadvertently exposed. Avoiding eye contact, she instructed, just find an opportunity to submit the application to the security office. All right, he replied, just as Qiao Ying was about to leave. She caught sight of Li Guqing and frowned. Come here for a moment. Although surprised to see the counselor, Li Guqing complied and approached. What happened to your face? Li Guqing lowered his head, feigning nonchalance. Oh, it's nothing, just a little accident. With a stern expression, Qiao Ying demanded, be honest. What really happened? Teacher, I really just fell. Li Guqing insisted, bracing himself. Qiao Ying, her gaze piercing, turned to Yang Bin and Zhang Chao in the dormitory, asking what transpired. Yang Bin, sweating slightly, quickly interjected, it's like this, Li Guqing and I had a minor disagreement yesterday, and I was involved. Li Guqing expressed gratitude towards Yang Bin, hastily affirming, yes, teacher, we've made amends, it's truly nothing. Qiao Ying nodded, still somewhat displeased, as long as you've reconciled. You're all boys, and should be more magnanimous. All of you come from different places. Being able to study and live together is a form of fate. Please, no more fighting in the future. At this moment, Zhang Chao, recalling the mention of fighting, chimed in, the injury on my face was caused by me. Qiao Ying hesitated, casting a glance between Li Guqing and Yang Bin, then turned to Zhang Chao. You did this? Why did you hit him? Zhang Chao replied, because last night, Li Guqing. Before he could finish, Yang Bin frantically gestured to Zhang Chao, pushing him back while awkwardly chuckling at Qiao Ying. Teacher, we really have reconciled. It was just a little misunderstanding. Qiao Ying, confused, since there was more to the story, while Li Guqing quickly added, Teacher, boys don't know each other without a bit of roughhousing. Just let it be. We're fine now, really. Thus, Qiao Ying chose not to pursue the matter further, merely reminding them to approach her with any conflicts and to avoid future fights. After she left, Li Guqing slumped onto a chair, deflated, as if all the air had been let out of him. He thanked Yang Bin and Zhang Chao, then sat in silence, lost in thought. Had Zhang Chao truly revealed the reason behind their altercation to the counselor, Li Guqing would have faced utter humiliation, bringing disgrace to his name. Zhao Jinnian, perplexed, pondered why Zhang Chao had struck Li Guoqing. After several days of interaction, he recognized that Zhang Chao was straightforward, lacking any malice, certainly not the type to provoke a fight without reason. What is going on? Why did Zhang Chao hit Li Guoqing? Zhao Jinnian asked. Yangbin shot him a look, then glanced at Li Guoqing. It's nothing. Just let it go. Zhang Chao, honest to a fault, exclaimed, "Oh, last night I got up to use the restroom and saw Li Guoqing at the Taoist temple. And then, what?" Zhao Jinnian was taken aback, utterly surprised by this revelation. Li Guoqing's face burned with shame, wishing to vanish into the ground, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Yangbin quickly attempted to diffuse the situation. All right, we've all been through this age. Who hasn't visited a Taoist temple at some point? Let us drop the subject. Just when they thought the matter was settled, as they made their way to the training ground in the afternoon, a boy greeted Li Guoqing with a cheeky grin. Hey, isn't this Brother Guanzi? As he spoke, the two boys beside him joined in the banter, one whistling and teasing. Brother Guanzi is here. The other boy, with a mischievous glint, added, Brother Guanzi, are you still up for a fight tonight? We could duo. Chapter 24. Aren't college students just adorable? Zhao Jinnian chuckled to himself, taking a moment to realize that the nickname Brother Guanzi had been bestowed upon Li Guoqing. Such is the nature of youth, forever eager to label someone based on a trivial incident. Li Guoqing furrowed his brow, his expression a tapestry of complexity, and an unsettling sensation brewed within him. However, faced with the overwhelming presence of others, he was compelled to swallow his indignation, darkening his countenance as he silently made his way to the playground. Yangbin inquired of Zhang Chao, did you let slip anything about Li Guoqing? Zhang Chao paused, recollecting how during morning military training, a fellow student beside him had asked about the bruise on Li Guoqing's face, speculating whether he had been involved in a brawl the previous night. Without much thought, Zhang Chao had denied any such altercation. The boy, incredulous, remarked that it was hard to believe Li Guoqing could have such a substantial bruise without a fight. Zhang Chao candidly admitted it was an accident of his own making. This revelation piqued the boy's curiosity, prompting further inquiries, to which Zhang Chao, being straightforward, recounted the events that transpired. Yangbin sighed. Well, this is splendid. Li Guoqing has utterly lost face. Zhao Jinnian chuckled to himself, reflecting on the endearing absurdity of university life, while also pondering Li Guoqing's rather desperate antics, sneaking off in the dead of night to practice his skills, only to be caught red-handed by Zhang Chao, a scenario both amusing and ridiculous. Hey, Guanzi, you weren't late because you were out all night, were you? Upon arriving at the playground, a few boys gathered around Li Guoqing, teasing him. Guanzi, can you recommend a good site? My usual ones have gone dark, and it's driving me mad. Zhao Jinnian glanced up to find the speaker was a robust young man, realizing he was quite a character. Guanzi, do you prefer domestic or foreign content? Personally, I have a penchant for 3D animation. Though Li Guoqing remained silent, the surrounding group erupted in laughter. After the afternoon training concluded, Zhao Jinnian made his way to the comprehensive building to submit an application for a vehicle pass. With the 3 documents in hand, the elderly gentleman at the security department efficiently registered the information, stamped the form, and handed Zhao Jinnian a vehicle pass. Would you like to opt for a monthly parking fee? It's $200 for a month, otherwise it's $20 per day. I'll take the annual option, Zhao Jinnian decided, wanting to avoid future hassle. All right, here's the QR code. Zhao Jinnian promptly made the payment and, upon exiting the building, called Zhou Shaochuan to inquire about the car's location. Zhou Shaochuan, with a furrowed brow, lamented that due to the lack of a vehicle pass, he had taken Zhao Jinnian's car to take Jiang Xiaoyan for a spin, only to be denied entry by the security upon their return. Despite attempts to bribe the guard, the man insisted on adhering to protocol. This led to a misunderstanding with Jiang Xiaoyan, who believed Zhou Shaochuan had deliberately concocted an excuse to keep her out for the night, resulting in her angrily exiting the vehicle and returning to the dorm alone. Zhao Jinnian offered a sympathetic "oh" and suggested Zhou Shaochuan meet him at the base of Building 15 that evening to collect the vehicle pass. Zhou Shaochuan proposed that Zhao Jinnian come to the school gate instead, as he had parked in the night market street lot, suggesting they could enjoy a meal together and he would drive the car back afterward. Without a second thought, Zhao Jinnian declined, exclaiming, "Are you insane? You can't drink and drive." Zhou Shaochuan, unfazed, replied, "It's fine. It's just a few hundred meters from the night market to the school. There aren't any traffic police around." "No, you can come and get it yourself," Zhao Jinnian insisted. Reluctantly, Zhou Shaochuan acquiesced, chuckling that he wouldn't drink, but merely wanted to share some important news with Zhao Jinnian regarding the studio's short film production, which led Zhao Jinnian to begrudgingly agree. Today's training proved even more tedious. with the sole amusement being that Instructor Huang had learned of Li Guiqing's escapade and earnestly admonished him. Young man, moderation is key. This left Li Guiqing feeling utterly embarrassed, to the point of contemplating withdrawal from school. In the evening, after military training concluded, the exhausted students dispersed in a frenzy. Zhao Jinnian returned to his dormitory to retrieve the vehicle pass before heading to the west school gate. From a distance, he spotted Zhou Shaochuan, casually leaning against his car with a cigarette perched between his fingers amidst a bustling crowd at the gate. Zhou Shaochuan was, without a doubt, putting on quite the show, attracting the attention of several girls who added him on WeChat, and he welcomed their advances. As Zhao Jinnian approached, Zhou Shaochuan greeted him with a broad grin. Hey, Lao Zhao, you're here? Yes, just drive your car in. I'll wait for you here. Zhao Jinnian handed him the vehicle pass, declining the offered cigarette. Zhou Shaochuan, understanding Zhao Jinnian's temperament, knew he was an easygoing person, yet also one with a strong sense of dominance, likely influenced by his father. All right, wait here. I'll just drive in and come right back, he replied with a nod. At that moment, a Spring Wind 450 SR roared up, carrying a long-haired girl. The rider removed his helmet, teasingly calling out, well, if at ISN, brother Zhou, where did you rent such a fine bike? The Spring Wind's reputation for performance was mediocre, yet its stylish appearance and affordability earned it the nickname the car for the financially challenged. Zhou Shaochuan didn't delve into explanations, casually offering a cigarette while joking. So, who asked this girl? The young man grinned, winking, my girlfriend. The girl, slightly displeased, retorted, hey, Xiayan, I haven't agreed to that. The boy, identified as Xiayan, shrugged and donned his helmet again, declaring it a matter of time. Upon seeing the girl, Zhao Jinnian felt a flicker of recognition, but couldn't quite place her. Once Xiayan and the girl departed, Zhao Jinnian's curiosity got the better of him. Who was that guy? He asked. Zhou Shaochuan dismissed him. Just some idiot. An idiot? Zhou Shaochuan explained. His name is Xiayan, a sports major. He used to play ball frequently. Zhao Jinnian chuckled. And why do you call him an idiot? Zhou Shaochuan took a deep drag from his cigarette, grimacing. He truly is a fool. Back in freshman year, he was at a gym outside school. He saw a woman in a Porsche and secretly wrote her a love letter, slipping it under her car's rearview mirror. Naturally, she told her husband, a burly, intimidating man, who then dragged him to the gym and gave him a good beating. Is he not a fool for trying to latch onto a wealthy woman? Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but laugh. All right, get the car in. I'll wait for you here. Got it. Chapter 25. I'm a local dog, and I love watching. Once Zhou Shaochuan left, Zhao Jinnian finally remembered that the girl sitting behind Xiayan was Qin Ziqian, Yang Bin's girlfriend. Zhao Jinnian mused, pondering why she seemed so familiar, yet couldn't pinpoint her identity. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that despite only having spent a few days together, he had discerned that Yang Bin was not a bad person, prompting him to consider having a word with him. Meanwhile, as Xiayan rode into campus with Qin Ziqian, she instinctively asked, who were those two guys? Without glancing back, Xiayan replied, just a couple of fools. Fools? Qin Ziqian was puzzled. Aren't they supposed to be rich second-generation types? Rich? Not at all. The guy who was just in the car is Zhou Shaochuan from the computer science department. We used to play ball together. He is a local and always shows off around girls, bragging about how he is some basketball star. Look at him, renting a car just to show off again. Qin Ziqian instinctively remarked, that car doesn't look rented at all. Every day, he rides a small electric scooter to class. I've known him for a year now, and if he had a car, I would have been aware of it long ago. It must surely be rented. Xiayan asserted with conviction. Qin Ziqian remained silent. He once mentioned to us that his father is the vice mayor of Yuheng and urged us not to disclose this to anyone else. At this, Xiayan scoffed. If his father is the vice mayor of Yuheng, then I am Qin Shihuang. If he isn't foolish, who is? Qin Ziqian offered a perfunctory smile, lost in thought, as she had just observed that the license plate was quite extraordinary. 5 5s in a row, a rare combination. Renting a Maybach isn't difficult. But securing a vehicle with such a distinctive plate is not merely a matter of finances. Zhao Jinnian didn't wait long. Within 7 or 8 minutes, Zhou Shaochuan emerged. The two made their way to a barbecue restaurant on Night Market Street, ordering a beer as they engaged in conversation. Zhou Shaochuan revealed that he had been frequenting the communication university these past few days, managing to connect with several visually appealing girls, and had nearly assembled a photography and editing team comprised of students from the drama and film direction program, just awaiting the finalization of the script to rent a venue. As he spoke, Zhou Shaochuan pulled out his phone and opened a more file, his eyes sparkling with excitement, stating that this was the initial draft of the script, specially written by an author named Fat Fish. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback upon glancing at the title. soul-crossing Lu Huangshu, starting with an angry marriage to Wu Guotai. No way, who would actually watch this? Zhao Jinnian wasn't even inclined to delve into the specifics of the script. He regretted even casting a glance at it. It was painfully cringeworthy. Zhou Shaochuan chuckled dismissively. You just don't understand. Our dormitory supervisor often watches such short dramas during her shifts. Besides, that's the nature of short dramas. Viewers are drawn to the bizarre and sensational. Zhao Jinnian was bewildered yet astounded. But would you actually watch it? I'm a simple guy. I love it, Zhou Shaochuan replied. Zhao Jinnian had little hope left for Zhou Shaochuan, thinking that he might as well consider the money a lost cause. Indeed, he should never have trusted him. Zhou Shaochuan poured Zhao Jinnian a glass of beer, lamenting originally, I intended to shoot the billionaire CEO falls in love with me. The cleaner, but considering the costs, I decided a period drama would be more economical with cheaper venue fees. Zhao Jinnian's lips twitched. I regret investing in you. I should have known your brain wouldn't yield anything worthwhile. Of course, had Zhou Shaochuan ventured into adult films, given his extensive viewing experience, he might have struck gold. Zhou Shaochuan indignantly retorted, who do you look down upon? Just wait. Once the production is completed and distributed, it will top the charts and dazzle your eyes. After satisfying their appetites, Zhao Jinnian and Zhou Shaochuan returned to campus. Upon entering their dormitory, Zhao Jinnian noticed Yangbin engaged in a video call with Qin Ziqian. Stealing a glance at Qin Ziqian's face on the screen, he became increasingly certain that he had not been mistaken. The girl he encountered at the school gate was indeed Qin Ziqian. He felt it necessary to caution Yangbin and decided to wait until he finished his call. Hey, I came to your training ground this afternoon. I heard you were sick? Yeah, I washed my hair with cold water last night and caught a fever. Are you all right now? I'm fine now, Qin Ziqian replied absently. Just then, Zhao Jinnian, having shed a shirt to take a shower, caught Yangbin's attention, prompting him to hastily cover the camera and give Zhao Jinnian a knowing look. Old Zhao, I'm on a video call with my girlfriend. Be mindful. Sure, Zhao Jinnian replied, bemused. He had merely removed his upper garment, not completely undressed. Moreover, Zhao Jinnian believed Qin Ziqian was no ordinary girl, as Zhou Shaochuan put it. You can't even begin to imagine how many people she's encountered. Although Yangbin managed to shield the view in time, Qin Ziqian still caught a glimpse of Zhao Jinnian, and her surprise was palpable as she inquired, who was that just now? Oh, that's my roommate, Yangbin responded. Qin Ziqian appeared contemplative. Yangbin then cheerfully asked, by the way, do you know what day is today? Qin Ziqian remained silent, lost in thought. She had only caught a fleeting glimpse and wasn't certain. She felt that Yangbin's roommate bore a striking resemblance to the boy she had met at the Westgate, but she couldn't be sure. Honey? Huh? Yangbin continued to beam. I'm asking if you remember what day it is today? Qin Ziqian shook her head. I don't remember. Haha. Have you forgotten how long we've known each other? 3 years, I think. Yangbin erupted with laughter. 3 years? I only remember it as 1086 days. Qin Ziqian also chuckled awkwardly. Yangbin, brimming with excitement, declared, sweetheart, today marks our anniversary of first meeting. You've always wanted that pure gold earring from Zhou Shifu, right? I bought it for you. Really? Qin Ziqian exclaimed with delight. She had long coveted that pair, totaling 6 grams and priced at several thousand yuan. Yangbin had intended to purchase it during the summer, but due to various expenses, he had been short on cash. Over the past few days, he had managed to scrape together around 800 or 900 yuan, just sufficient to afford it. After Zhao Jinnian finished his shower, he found Yangbin had already bid Qin Ziqian good night and ended the call. Yangbin, glowing with satisfaction, leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Zhao Jinnian approached and patted his shoulder. Yangbin, puzzled, asked, what is up? Zhao Jinnian hesitated, glancing at their dorm mates, Li Guoqing and Zhang Chao, before suggesting that Yangbin accompany him to the corridor. Yangbin, bewildered, followed Zhao Jinnian into the hallway. Zhao Jinnian then said that he had just seen Yangbin's girlfriend, who appeared to be returning to the school with a motorcycle guy. Yangbin fell silent. Zhao Jinnian merely intended to offer a warning, urging him to be cautious not to fall for the wrong person. After all, they were both men. He couldn't just watch his roommate become a doormat, could he? Moreover, Zhao Jinnian had just overheard that Yangbin was planning to give Qin Ziqian a pair of pure gold earrings worth several thousand yuan. Though it seemed trivial to Zhao Jinnian, he recognized that Yangbin had worked hard to earn that money, and spending it on such a woman was hardly worthwhile. For a few thousand yuan, one could buy a dog that could guard the house. What could Qin Ziqian offer in return? At most, she'd say thank you, darling. And that would be the extent of it. The two fell into a prolonged silence. After some time, Yangbin slowly lit a cigarette, forcing a casual smile that was tinged with bitterness. Old Zhao, are you sure you didn't TC wrong? You haven't even met my girlfriend. Chapter 26. The Path of Destruction. Technically, Zhao Jinnian had seen Yang Bin's girlfriend. On the first day of registration, while they were having a meal, Yang Bin had received a phone call and left in a hurry. Later, he spotted Yang Bin dining with Qin Ziqian in the cafeteria. Perhaps, Zhao Jinnian replied. Maybe I was mistaken. That was the extent of their conversation. Yang Bin remained silent, having transitioned from a state of bliss to one of discontent. And he didn't dare to seek confirmation. In truth, Yang Bin already had an inkling of the answer because he knew Qin Ziqian better than anyone else. After all, they had known each other for 3 years. In the past, during breaks, when Qin Ziqian laughed and chatted with other boys, Yang Bin would feel a pang of jealousy. But he eventually learned to accept it. Qin Ziqian had never been short of admirers. Originally, among the many suitors, Yang Bin didn't even rank. The only reason he had persevered until now was due to his unwavering heart. He bore no resentment toward Qin Ziqian. While many might admire her, Yang Bin believed that his task was to outshine them all, exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Once, a multitude of admirers pursued Qin Ziqian. Yet where are they now? Only Yang Bin remains steadfast, convinced that one day Qin Ziqian will realize that the one who truly loves her is none other than he, Yang Bin. After Zhao Jinnian finished blow-drying his hair, the lights in the dormitory were extinguished. He lay on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone. At that moment, Xiao Yimo sent him a photograph, a picture of her legs. Zhao Jinnian chose not to respond. Moments later, WeChat chimed again. This time, it was not a message, but rather a friend request. Not a fan of cilantro, effort version, request to add you as a friend. Confused, Zhao Jinnian wondered, isn't this Deng Xiaoling? Why has she suddenly decided to add him? Moreover, didn't she already have his WeChat? Unbeknownst to him, Deng Xiaoling had deleted him just a few days prior. Zhao Jinnian clicked on the request and noticed that Deng Xiaoling had left a note. Please approve. I need to discuss something with you regarding Yang Qian. His confusion deepened. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Deng Xiaoling had just encountered a post on the confession wall. A picture of Yang Qian sending Zhao Jinnian watermelon juice, with comments expressing envy for their apparent sibling romance. Deng Xiaoling was incensed. She scrutinized the comments, noting that a witness claimed to have spotted Yang Qian and the handsome boy having breakfast together in the cafeteria, collecting packages, and going for morning runs. She confronted Yang Qian. What does this mean? At that moment, Yang Qian had just finished showering and was seated at her vanity, applying a facial mask. What do you mean? You, Yang Qian, you're stealing my boyfriend. Deng Xiaoling angrily showcased the image to Yang Qian. Yang Qian scoffet, blesse. When did Zhao Jinnian become your boyfriend? Deng Xiaoling was momentarily speechless, her retort faltering, yet her anger persisted. You encouraged me to delete Zhao Jinnian. And now you're chatting with him behind my back. How malicious can you be? Yang Qian, filled with disdain, retorted, come on, you clearly ignored Zhao Jinnian. Do you think you're a princess, waiting for him to approach you? I like him, and I'm pursuing him openly. Does that bother you? Who told you to be so timid that you couldn't even send him a message? Deng Xiaoling's chest heaved with rage as she grasped a teacup from the table. Yang Qian chuckled dismissively. Go on, hit me. I dare you. The other two girls in the dormitory watched in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how two individuals, once inseparable as sisters, had suddenly fallen into such discord. You're truly despicable. I considered you a good friend, yet you dare to steal my boyfriend. Clearly, I misjudged you. Deng Xiaoling cursed. Wait, Deng Xiaoling, did you take the wrong medicine this afternoon? When has Zhao Jinnian ever been your boyfriend? Please, you were the one who deleted him. I like him too. What's wrong with me pursuing him? Deng Xiaoling glared at Yang Qian, teeth clenched. If you hadn't advised me to delete him, would I have done it? But you did delete him. Should I take the blame? Yang Qian replied nonchalantly. The more indifferent Yang Qian appeared, the more incensed Deng Xiaoling became. Yet, at that moment, she found herself at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, I liked him first. Huh, unlike you. I'm not a hypocrite. If you truly liked him, why did he delete you? Deng Xiaoling's defenses crumbled, and she lunged at Yang Qian, calling her a shameless hussy. Grabbing Yang Qian's hair, Yang Qian retaliated by tearing at her clothes, and soon they were embroiled in a chaotic brawl, transforming the cramped dormitory into a scene of utter turmoil, leaving the other two girls stunned, merely spectating in disbelief. Stop fighting. Stop, please. The dormitory supervisor will come. The two girls pleaded anxiously. Shameless hussy. Don't think I don't know. Last year when you were dating Tang Xiaofeng, you got pregnant and used a loan to terminate it. How can you be so shameless? Now trying to take the person I like. Deng Xiaoling spat. Yang Qian was equally enraged, tugging at Deng Xiaoling's hair, her eyes reddened. And what do you think you are? You're using Fu Ningtao from the economics department. Don't think I don't know. You were just stringing him along. Can you honestly say you Haven T manipulated him into sending you money? Haha. It's always my phone is broken or my shoes are ruined, or I need to buy cosmetics. You probably scammed him out of 2 or 3,000, didn't you? How shameless can you be? Deng Xiaoling, her secrets laid bare, felt the heat rise to her cheeks as she shouted, "What about you? What kind of person are you? You think I'm unaware that you secretly use He Xiaojuan's facial cleanser and often borrow Xinqing's toothpaste and shower gel?" The two girls were momentarily taken aback, realizing that their own belongings were being used without their knowledge. They began to understand why their toiletries had vanished so quickly. All right, you want to play this game? Fine. Remember the last time you brought back local specialties for He Xiaojun? You told her they were 45 per pound when they were only 15. How much blood money did you pocket? Doesn't your conscience hurt? They began hurling insults and exposing each other's dirty laundry. Just this morning, they had been inseparable, attending classes and dining together, but now they were at each other's throats. Chapter 27. Ugh, how revolting. After their brawl, Deng Xiaoling and Yang Qian found themselves disheveled and seething with resentment. Yet thanks to their two roommates intervening, they hesitated to continue fighting, casting each other glances filled with bitterness and fury. It was clear that their friendship had been irreparably shattered. As the saying goes, one moment of patience leads to growing anger. Taking a step back leads to greater loss. After the lights were out, Deng Xiaoling felt increasingly dissatisfied and decided to resend a friend request to Zhao Jinnian, eager to share Yang Qian's secrets with him. If she couldn't have him, then neither should Yang Qian. However, the friend request lingered unanswered for an extended period. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Jinnian had no interest and had simply ignored the request. "Since you've deleted me, what does it mean for you to add me back? A good horse doesn't look back, and Zhao Jinnian is no ordinary horse. Moreover, Deng Xiaoling is hardly worth comparing to roadside grass. The last time he reluctantly accepted her friend request was merely to avoid future entanglements. He had done her a favor." Deng Xiaoling, filled with disappointment, cast a disgruntled glance at Yang Qian, contemplating whether this hussy had been the one to slander her first. Regret washed over her for having followed Yang Qian's suggestion to delete Zhao Jinnian. The situation escalated further, with both of them airing each other's grievances on the confession wall, nearly exposing each other's most intimate secrets, such as Deng Xiaoling's complaints about Yang Qian smoking in the dormitory and her lack of personal hygiene, alongside her past of dating 2 boys simultaneously. Yang Qian, not to be outdone, retaliated by mocking Deng Xiaoling for taking advantage of younger male students while flaunting her new iPhone, all the while applying for government financial aid. Their quarrel escalated to a deafening crescendo. In their fervor to win Zhao Jinnian's affection, they remained blissfully unaware that Zhao Jinnian had no place for either of them in his heart. Zhao Jinnian's heart was diminutive, so small that it could accommodate only a handful of people. Individuals like them, adorned in makeup and finery, were hardly worthy of consideration. It is no exaggeration to assert that, even in the school setting where they enjoyed the veneer of seniority, once they ventured into the wider world, they might never even have the chance to exchange a word with Zhao Jinnian. The next day's military training proceeded as usual, monotonous and tedious. In the afternoon, as Zhao Jinnian prepared to indulge in a meal, Xiao Yimo rushed over to seek her out. "What is going on? Who are these two?" Xiao Yimo's expression was grim as she brandished her phone, displaying a scene of Deng Xiaoling and Yang Qian tearing into each other on the confession wall, their drama having gone viral on the campus forum. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback, for the only image that had surfaced was of Yang Qian delivering watermelon juice to him, the source of which remained a mystery. Zhao Jinnian replied, "I have no idea. Perhaps they're sophomores." "I don't believe you. Let me see your WeChat." Xiao Yimo insisted, her brow furrowed. Zhao Jinnian, disinterested, shrugged off her demand. Whether she believed him or not was irrelevant. Reviewing his WeChat held no significance. "Get lost. I'm going to eat. I don't have time for this." "Ah, so you're secretly looking for a mistress behind my back," Xiao Yimo exclaimed. "Zhao Jinnian, how can you be so indiscriminate? Are you implying that I'm inferior to them? Assess your conscience. Am I not attractive? Am I not worthy?" Zhao Jinnian, with a clear conscience, affirmed to himself that he had never been involved with either Deng Xiaoling or Yang Qian. He deemed it beneath him to offer any explanation. At that moment, Deng Xiaoling approached Zhao Jinnian, having specifically come to the playground right after class to clarify that her decision to delete him was entirely due to Yang Qian's instigation. Moreover, she wished to share some disparaging remarks about Yang Qian, fearing that Zhao Jinnian might be enchanted by her. However, upon her hurried arrival, she found Zhao Jinnian in conversation with Xiao Yimo. Deng Xiaoling was taken aback. "Who is Xiao Yimo?" Xiao Yimo, with a disdainful look, smirked as she took Zhao Jinnian's hand, asserting her claim. Deng Xiaoling felt an inexplicable tension. Xiao Yimo's strong presence unnerved her, causing her to instinctively turn to leave. "Hey, come here," Xiao Yimo called out, her tone commanding. Deng Xiaoling hesitated but ultimately remained. Are you the one pestering my boyfriend? Xiao Yimo scoffed. Deng Xiaoling sighed inwardly. It was no wonder Zhao Jinnian had been so indifferent to her. He was taken, and with someone so strikingly beautiful at that. This revelation left her feeling somewhat ashamed. And her words faltered, "No, I'm not." Xiao Yimo was pleased with her response, linking her arm through Zhao Jinnian's and cheerfully addressing Deng Xiaoling. Do you know where I excel over you? Deng Xiaoling shook her head in confusion. I'll ask you one question. Can you lick my Zhao Jinnian's toes? Deng Xiaoling hesitated, glanced at Zhao Jinnian, and gritted her teeth. I can. Xiao Yimo immediately recoiled in disgust. Ugh, you're truly repulsive. See, that's our difference. How could our Zhao Jinnian possibly like someone as disgusting as you? This question was indeed a double-edged sword. Deng Xiaoling felt a surge of indignation rising within her. After Deng Xiaoling left, Zhao Jinnian shrugged off Xiao Yimo's hand, expressing his impatience. All right, I'm going to eat now. Stop bothering me. Xiao Yimo made a playful grimace. What if you get whisked away by some vixen while I'm not around? As they made their way to the cafeteria, they encountered Li Guqing, who was silent, having also seen the tumultuous events unfold on the campus forum. His mood soured as the once esteemed image of Deng Xiaoling crumbled before his eyes. Just days prior, their conversations had flowed effortlessly, but now, to discover her embroiled in a public spat over Zhao Jinnian with another senior was an eye-opener. Li Guqing's fondness for Deng Xiaoling dissipated entirely. Having been exposed for watching inappropriate content late at night, he had kept to himself these past few days. While others flocked to the cafeteria in groups, he felt a pang of loneliness. As the afternoon crowd thickened, he opted to order takeout instead. After returning to his dormitory for a brief game, he checked the delivery status and noted that it had arrived. The delivery person had even taken a photo at the south gate. However, upon descending to retrieve his meal, he searched in vain, unable to locate it. Where's my takeout? He muttered in disbelief, scouring the area once more, but to no avail. Doubt crept in. Today he had decided to indulge by ordering a steak rice bowl, costing him over 40 yuan. It couldn't have been stolen, could it? Chapter 28, Brother. Look at her cheap appearance. Li Guqing hastily contacted the delivery person, inquiring about his missing meal. I left it at your gate and took a picture. The delivery person replied, but my takeout is gone. Oh, then it must have been stolen. Frustration mounted. He had waited 40 minutes for that meal, and with military training looming in 20 minutes, there was no time for a reorder. What should I do? I don't know. The delivery person shrugged. Are you kidding me? You delivered it, and now it's missing, and you say you don't know? Do you want a bad review? Go ahead. I'm just a gig worker. I'm not doing this tomorrow anyway. You should talk to the merchant. Fuming, Li Guqing left a negative review. At that moment, he noticed a girl nearby, also anxiously searching for her missing delivery. After a quick scan, she appeared deflated, calling the delivery person with a pitiful tone, "Oh, okay. Thank you." Feeling a sudden kinship, he approached her. Did your takeout get stolen too? She nodded, her mood visibly dampened. Yes, it seems to have been stolen. Li Guqing, feeling a sense of camaraderie, exclaimed, Mine was stolen too. Those damned thieves. The girl let out a resigned sigh. Li Guqing noticed her profile, his heart racing. She was clad in military training attire as well. We're about to have training, and ordering another meal would be too late. Have you eaten yet? Let's go to the cafeteria and make do. All right, she agreed after a brief pause. I'm Li Guqing from the Mechanical Engineering Department. What about you? Oh, I'm Zhang Jinnian from the College of Arts. As they walked and chatted, bonded by their shared misfortune, Li Guqing mustered the courage to add her on WeChat, and she consented after some contemplation. By the time he returned to the military training lineup, he was beaming. It would not be an exaggeration to say that during that brief walk to the playground, he had already envisioned names for their future children. If I have a son, I'll name him Li Daqiang. If a daughter, maybe. As soon as he returned, a fellow student teased, Guzi, did you eat some bee droppings? Why so cheerful? Guzi, you didn't even eat and went back to your dorm. Were you sneaking off to play? What had begun as a light-hearted jest suddenly left Li Guqing feeling less jovial. At that moment, Zhao Jinnian returned and overheard their raucous laughter, chuckling along. It seemed that the nickname Guzi would stick with him for some time. After the military training ended in the evening, Zhao Jinnian did not return to the dormitory immediately. Instead, he lingered on the playground to shoot some basketball. Xiao Yimo, riding a small electric scooter, waited for Zhao Jinnian for over 10 minutes at Building 15. But upon not seeing him, she drove her scooter to the playground, only to find Zhao Jinnian engrossed in the game. Infuriated, she unleashed a torrent of curses. When Zhao Jinnian took a break, she stormed over, exclaiming, I've been waiting for you downstairs for ages. And here you are, playing basketball. What do you need me for? I've already bought the oil and lubricant, she retorted. Zhao Jinnian, at a loss for words, replied, Sister, are you that desperate? Even iron rods can't withstand daily grinding. Stop the nonsense. My relatives are coming over in a few days. Let's just enjoy ourselves while we can. Zhao Jinnian took a big gulp from the bottled water on the ground and waved her off. You do your own thing. I'm going back to the game. Xiao Yimo rubbed her nose, taken aback by Zhao Jinnian's demeanor. At this age, Zhao Jinnian was at the peak of his vitality. His needs were not as pressing as hers, as her intentions were to captivate him, to make him infatuated with her. Thus, Xiao Yimo reluctantly settled on the sidelines to watch Zhao Jinnian play. Each time he scored, she would dance and cheer, leaving the surrounding boys speechless. To their utter embarrassment, when Zhao Jinnian took a sip of water, Xiao Yimo would eagerly open a bottle for him, fully invested in the emotional exchange. One boy witnessing this scene turned to his friend and asked, "What is the worst injury you've ever sustained while playing basketball?" His companion, distracted, replied, "Once during a game, someone stepped on my foot, injuring my ingrown toenail." "What about you?" The boy gazed at Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo, saying, "The worst injury I've had is watching my opponent's girlfriend feed him water." As the clock struck 10, Zhao Jinnian bid farewell to the boys. Preparing to return to the dormitory, Xiao Yimo hopped on her electric scooter, complaining about his stench from sweat. "Don't touch me." Zhao Jinnian playfully nudged her. "Let us be honest, despite your temper, you have a stunning figure." At that moment, Xiao Yimo noticed Yang Qian returning from the west gate and quickly stopped the scooter. "Look, your love rival has arrived," she remarked. Zhao Jinnian retorted, "Don't start with the comments." Yang Qian was not even on Zhao Jinnian's radar. Yang Qian, catching sight of Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo together, was momentarily taken aback by their closeness. She forced a smile and greeted Zhao Jinnian. Xiao Yimo narrowed her eyes with a smirk. "I heard you like my Jinnian?" Yang Qian flustered, "Strugletu respond." Xiao Yimo retrieved a stack of cash from her bag, counted out 10 bills, and asked, "How about I give you 1,000 to spend the night with my Jinnian?" Yang Qian frowned. "What do you take me for?" 3,000, Xiao Yimo replied nonchalantly. Yang Qian cursed under her breath. 5,000, she scoffed, turning to leave, unwilling to endure Xiao Yimo's humiliation. With a grin, Xiao Yimo called after her, 10,000. Think it over. Yang Qian hesitated but continued walking, ignoring her. 20,000, Xiao Yimo pressed. Truth be told, Yang Qian was somewhat tempted, hesitating as she considered whether Xiao Yimo would raise the stakes further. She could tell Xiao Yimo was affluent. Her handbag alone was a designer piece worth over 200,000. If Xiao Yimo were Zhao Jinnian's girlfriend, she would have no chance. Yet she feared being a mere subject of ridicule. Yang Qian thought, would she keep increasing the offer? Sure enough, Xiao Yimo spoke again, 30,000. This time, Yang Qian felt her breath quicken. She halted, turning back to face Xiao Yimo. Are you serious? Xiao Yimo laughed, tucking the stack of money back into her bag, and gleefully remarked to Zhao Jinnian, haha, look at her cheap demeanor. Understanding Xiao Yimo's playful nature, Zhao Jinnian did not take it to heart. Yang Qian soon realized she had been played, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Xiao Yimo a glare before storming off. Chapter 29, The Past and Chaos. The military training continued for several more days, with increasing intensity that left the students groaning in discontent. By the afternoon of the 13th, a brief respite was granted, though only for a single day. Even with just a day off, it was hardly relaxing. As soon as the break began, Zhao Jinnian initially planned to visit home, when Zhou Shaochuan called, announcing that he was set to begin filming his absurd short drama, Soul Crossing Lu Huangshu, starting with a furious marriage to Wu Guotai, and was organizing a team-building event, inviting Zhao Jinnian, the behind-the-scenes boss, to attend. I'm not free. Come on, Zhao Gongzi. I've gathered a group of vibrant and beautiful college students, stunning figures and lively spirits. Pick one, and I'll arrange it for tonight. Zhou Shaochuan reassured him, his sincerity evident. After a moment as contemplation, Zhao Jinnian, fatigued from military training, decided that lying in the dormitory all day was not ideal for his day off, and he acquiesced. Zhou Shaochuan provided the name of a KTV venue. Zhao Jinnian changed into casual attire and prepared to head out, only to discover that Zhou Shaochuan had taken his car, leaving him no choice but to hail a taxi. After waiting at the west gate for a while, his ride arrived. As he got in and provided the license plate number, a boy suddenly rushed into the back seat, exclaiming, "Driver, hurry, keep up with that motorcycle ahead." To Zhao Jinnian's surprise, it was Yangbin. "Old Zhao, what are you doing here?" Yangbin asked, astonished. Zhao Jinnian casually replied that he was out with friends. Yangbin nodded, his gaze fixated on the motorcycle ahead. He had initially planned to enjoy a late-night snack with Qin Ziqian to savor the local delicacies, as he hadn't truly explored the area since arriving at Yuan. However, Qin Ziqian had claimed to be busy and suggested another time. The pivotal moment came when, while standing outside her dormitory, he spotted Qin Ziqian climbing onto the back of a motorcycle, her companion helping her with a helmet. The sight left Yongbin dumbfounded, causing him to hastily follow the motorcycle. Fortunately, the campus was bustling and the bike was not traveling quickly, allowing him to keep up. The driver, a middle-aged man adorned with tattoos, seemed to relish the thrill. Upon hearing Yongbin's request, he paused momentarily, glanced at the motorcycle, and without a second thought, replied, "Sure thing. Hold on tight." With that, he slammed the accelerator, and the car surged forward. After navigating through 2 traffic lights, they arrived at the snack street, with a motorcycle parked in a public space. Xian and Ziqian dismounted, laughing as they headed toward the food stalls. "Thanks, dude." Yongbin tossed a 50 into the front seat and hurriedly exited, forgetting to acknowledge Zhao Jinnian. The driver grumbled, "What the hell? Just 2 traffic lights. And you made it feel like a high-octane chase." He seemed somewhat disappointed, having anticipated a dramatic urban pursuit. Zhao Jinnian chuckled at the absurdity. The driver mused, "Girls these days are too practical. They lack the innocence of the past." As he drove leisurely according to Zhao Jinnian's navigation, Zhao Jinnian pondered, "Innocent girls from the past? Indeed, when I was your age, the reality for young women was far different than it is today. Back then, no matter how one might strike or scold them, they would remain steadfast. As long as you possessed a motorcycle, they would follow you devotedly." Zhao Jinnian chuckled. "That must have been in the 1990s, right?" The talkative driver nodded with a smile, recalling, "Yes, that was over 20 or 30 years ago. I arrived in Yuheng in 95, when I was merely 17 or 18. I borrowed 200 yuan from home and came here to forge my own path." As he reminisced, the driver's words flowed like a machine gun. "I remember when I first came to Yuheng. I worked washing dishes in a restaurant, earning just over 100 yuan a month. That wretched boss would deduct 50 yuan from my wages if I broke a plate." Zhao Jinnian was taken aback, pondering how his father had already ventured into business during that time when wages were so meager. But there must have been many opportunities back then. Money should have been easy to earn, right? Indeed, the driver sighed. Money was quite plentiful then, and it was a different era. Zhao Jinnian, puzzled, asked, "But uncle, even with restrictions, how could you possibly manage on just over 100 a month?" The driver chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. Back then Yuheng was chaotic, rife with gangs. There were numerous ways to make money. You could help someone in a fight, to show up at the local venue. And regardless of whether you fought or not, those big brothers would hand you 300 yuan plus a meal." He continued, "You can't imagine how disorderly it was. There were robberies every night. I even participated in them, robbing 3 or 4 people in a single day." Zhao Jinnian felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing just how tumultuous that time had been. At that moment, the car exited the elevated highway and approached the toll station of the ring road. The driver took the ticket and remarked to Zhao Jinnian, "Back in the day, before the internet became widespread, we used to take a simple ticket here. Those were good times. The toll collectors were quite sought after, earning several thousand yuan a month. If they didn't collect your ticket, they'd only charge you 10 yuan. Zhao Jinnian was intrigued, as he knew little of that era, which belonged to his father's generation. He recalled his father's tales of what Yuheng was like 20 years ago. There was one incident when Zhao Jinnian, after a night of drinking, got into a fight and ended up breaking someone's bone. The injured party refused to forgive him, demanding jail time. And it was only through Zhao Donghai's intervention and a payment of 300,000 yuan that the matter was resolved. Zhao Donghai had told Zhao Jinnian that during his own business dealings, the public safety in Yuheng was terrible. One had to hire bodyguards when going out, as robberies were a frequent occurrence. He always opted to settle matters with money rather than violence. Zhao Jinnian had difficulty understanding this and asked, "Dad, how could you swallow that pride?" Zhao Donghai, expressionless, replied, "They were just young folks, and their demands were insignificant. Mere pocket change to us. Remember, son, we wear leather shoes while they wear straw sandals. If a situation can be resolved with money, then it isn't worth the trouble. Resorting to violence makes one a brute." He recounted an example. A friend who was a prominent figure in Yuheng, renowned and well-connected, was accosted by a gang of robbers after a social engagement. Despite his attempts to boast and intimidate them, he was brutally attacked and left for dead. See? A matter that could have been resolved for a few thousand yuan cost him his life, Zhao Donghai concluded. Chapter 30. The dragon crossing the river cannot snatch food from the mouth of a local snake. The driver animatedly recounted his past, though he now drove a taxi, having long since sheathed his sword and put his horse to pasture. Yet, he spoke of his youthful exploits with a sparkle in his eye, filled with nostalgia. He shared with Zhao Jinnian that even in the early 2000s, it was still chaotic. The vegetable market on E Street had armed soldiers escorting condemned prisoners to their executions every month. True order only began to emerge in the last 7 or 8 years. With vigorous campaigns against organized crime and the rapid advancement of technology and surveillance marking the end of that tumultuous era. Zhao Jinnian, amused, inquired, Uncle, if so many of those tough guys from back then still exist, where are they now? Surely they aren't all imprisoned or executed. The driver scoffed. What do you think they went? They're still doing what they used to do. But truth be told, in that era, only the ruthless could stand firm. Which self-made individual had clean hands? He continued, now in Yuheng, you have those dealing in used cars, running tourism companies, managing renovation firms, and operating repair shops. Don't be fooled by their polished appearances. They're the same people as before. Zhao Jinnian was aware of this and believed it to be true across the nation. He had heard of an overseas Chinese who returned to Yuheng, hoping to establish a business, only to find himself continuously thwarted by local powers. Every time he tried to implement a price war, he faced sabotage, and eventually, after 2 or 3 years, his once thriving business was nearly bankrupt, and he served 2 years in prison, vowing never to return to Yuheng. Zhao Jinnian understood this well. His own experiences in business in another province mirrored this reality. A dragon crossing the river, attempting to snatch food from a local snake? It simply shows how naive one can be. Arriving at his destination, Zhao Jinnian thanked the driver and sent a message to Zhou Shaochuan. Shortly after, Zhou Shaochuan replied with a private room number. The room was filled with about 10 people, predominantly young women, with only 3 men, including Zhou Shaochuan. Without exception, they were all youthful. Zhou Shaochuan quickly ushered Zhao Jinnian to a seat, cheerfully introducing everyone with playful names. This is watermelon, that one is vegetable, this one is radish, and that one is tofu. Zhao Jinnian found the nicknames amusing. The group of young women giggled and greeted him as Boss Zhao. Zhou Shaochuan explained, what can I say? These are stage names. Do you understand? Zhao Jinnian surveyed the room, noting the striking appearances of everyone present, a testament to Zhou Xiaochuan's discerning eye. Zhou Shaochuan confided that short dramas were merely a medium. In this internet age, even celebrities were promoting products, highlighting the lucrative potential. He intended to leverage short dramas to cultivate a new generation of internet celebrities, which he believed was the true path to success. Zhao Jinnian, uninterested in such matters, simply thought, as long as Zhou Shaochuan profits, I shall await my share. If he incurs losses, I will consider it money well spent. Zhou Shaochuan winked at Zhao Jinnian, suggesting that whichever girl caught his fancy that night would accompany him. The young women eagerly watched Zhao Jinnian with anticipation. They were unaware of who Zhao Jinnian was. Yet they recognized that Zhou Xiaochuan's ability to establish the studio was entirely reliant on Zhao Jinnian's investment. Even the recently acquired, lavishly plated license plate of Zhou Xiaochuan's Maybach belonged to Zhao Jinnian. What young woman could resist the allure of a handsome, wealthy young man? Even if Zhao Jinnian were a portly coal magnate, they would still vie for his favor. An ancient saying encapsulates these women's sentiments. It is better to be the beloved of a hero than the impoverished wife of a commoner. Zhao Jinnian surveyed the room, his gaze meeting the wide, glistening eyes of the young women, each seemingly pleading, choose me, choose me. Zhou Shaochuan stood by, making introductions. This one has a voluptuous figure. This one possesses exceptional skills. This one has long legs. Was this even a proper description? Zhou Xiaochuan's character may be questionable, but his eye for beauty was undeniable. Each woman presented was of goddess-like status. After a thorough examination, Zhao Jinnian still found no one who captured his interest. He sensed a certain absence. A feeling he pondered for a long time before realizing it was the thrill of conquest that was lacking. Noticing Zhao Jinnian's silence, Zhou Shaochuan tentatively suggested, shall we draw lots? Zhao Jinnian found the idea amusing, thinking he was almost like an ancient emperor. However, in this realm, as long as he did not offend a select few, he bore no difference from an emperor. A splendid idea. Let us proceed. All right then. Zhou Shaochuan cleared his throat and announced, we shall play a little game. I have a coin, and you will pass it to the next person in line. I will play some music, and when it stops, whoever has the coin will be the chosen one. The 7 young women beamed with delight, all consenting to join. The 3 young men watched eagerly. Brother Zhou, what about us? Shall we not play? Zhou Shaochuan shot them a glare. No, you men can sit this one out. The 3 young men exchanged resigned smiles. Ultimately, the coin landed in the hands of a rather gentle and soft-spoken girl who radiated joy at being selected. 2 hours later, as dusk settled over the city and neon lights welcomed the night, Zhao Jinnian, wrapped in a towel, reclined comfortably on a soft sofa in a resplendent hotel, his mind adrift while watching the news on television. He had just received a call from Qiao Yimo, which he chose to ignore. Chapter 31. The Yellow Knife Reveals True Injury. Zhao Jinnian pondered the matter, recalling that when he asked her why she was so cheerful, Shen Xiaowei had nonchalantly replied that director Zhou had chosen her for the lead role. which would earn her an additional 10,000 yuan and increase her share from 6% to 10%. Are you in need of money? He inquired. Yes, she affirmed. Still, half kneeling, diligently blowing a trumpet, I need to save. What are you saving for? Zhao Jinnian asked. For my boyfriend's betrothal gifts, so he can marry me. Zhao Jinnian. No, please don't play the emotional card. Amused, Zhao Jinnian asked, do you really like your boyfriend that much? Yes, I truly do. She smiled, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of him. He is so wonderful. We've been together for 4 years. Every summer, he worked part-time jobs, enduring hardship just to support me. He is a bit dark-skinned and not particularly handsome, slightly overweight, but he is genuinely kind. When I was in university, my family favored boys over girls and didn't allow me to study. My boyfriend worked in a factory to help me pay for my tuition, which was over 20,000 yuan at a private school, along with the cost of a computer. To help me gather the funds, he deliberately injured himself at work, losing a finger in the machine. His boss compensated him 60,000 yuan, which he gave entirely to me. Zhao Jinnian responded indifferently. Does your boyfriend know what you are doing? Shen Xiaowei shook her head, a smile gracing her lips. He doesn't know. I don't wish for him to find out. Zhao Jinnian gently nudged her head. You may leave now. Shen Xiaowei looked perplexed. What is wrong? Go. She seemed a bit aggrieved, remaining half kneeling, but I will convey your message to old Zhou. His promised compensation, 1T be shortchanged. Shen Xiaowei had no choice but to depart reluctantly. Zhao Jinnian approached the floor-to-ceiling window, lighting a cigarette. It was not that he was soft-hearted. He had heard every kind of story, his ears calloused from the tales. Beautiful women were the most adept at deception. Anyone who believed them was a fool. However, truth often emerges through hardship. Zhao Jinnian was indeed someone who preferred gentleness over harshness. In a world where everyone desperately strives to ascend, often resorting to unscrupulous means, it is not necessarily born from ambition. Rather, it is akin to standing on the edge of a cliff. If one does not climb higher, they will inevitably fall. He called Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan was taken aback. Wait, old Zhao, you aren't saying you can't go on, are you? Get lost, Zhao Jinnian retorted. Then asked Zhou Xiaochuan if what Shen Xiaowei said was true. Rarely so, Zhou Xiaochuan replied after a long pause, chuckling. Does it matter if it's true or not? Zhao Jinnian was indifferent to its veracity. All right, it's true. Actually, I have known her for 6 months. Last year, her boyfriend, while delivering food, broke his leg in a heavy rain. She had no choice but to seek help on a forum. You know me. While I'm not a paragon of virtue, I'm no scoundrel either. I supported her for a month, even borrowing money from friends. But I must say, she is quite resourceful. Zhao Jinnian was speechless. Isn't that being a scoundrel? Taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Zhou Xiaochuan forced a smile. Well, a gentleman is judged by his deeds, not his heart. Zhao Jinnian had lost interest in the conversation and decided to accompany Zhou Xiaochuan to a spa called Home Club for a bath. Zhou Xiaochuan, glowing with vitality, relaxed in a large pool, boasting about the comfort of being out with Zhao Jinnian, spending lavishly without a care for his wallet. I usually wouldn't dare come to such a place. He then inquired about the rift between Deng Xiaoling and Yang Qian, which had become a hot topic at school. Zhao Jinnian, distracted, replied, I don't know, why bother? Indeed, such trivialities didn't even meet the threshold to be in Zhao Jinnian's world. The two luxuriated in the hot springs for a while, Zhao Jinnian worn out from military training over the past few days, finally relishing some relaxation. He had even arranged for a massage, enjoying the sensation of milk being poured over him as if it were free. They concluded with a sulfur steam in the sauna. While reclining in a medicinal barrel, Zhao Jinnian recalled the girl Zhou Xiaochuan was pursuing, a freshman named Jiang Xiaoyun, and asked how things were progressing. Zhou Xiaochuan became animated at the mention of Jiang Xiaoyun. Let me tell you, she's unlike anyone I've ever met. Really, though we haven't gotten anywhere yet. It's coming soon. Zhao Jinnian scoffed. What makes her so special? Zhou Xiaochuan retorted. She is indeed different. She is no ordinary makeup-wearing girl. I mean, I borrowed your car, and she still treats me indifferently. Zhao Jinnian shrugged. She's just a young girl. She probably has no concept of money. In a couple of years, once she's seen the splendor of the city, she'll change. You wouldn't understand. This is what they call love, Zhou Xiaochuan asserted. Zhao Jinnian initially contemplated reprimanding him, but after a moment's consideration, he chose to refrain. For he was acutely aware that Zhou Xiaochuan could never possibly align himself with Jiang Qiaoyun. In his previous life, Zhou Xiaochuan, upon graduating with a master's degree, embarked on a journey of grassroots experience as a designated selection cadre and only wed at the age of 29. Zhao Jinnian had never even heard of anyone by the name of Jiang Qiaoyun. At that moment, Xiao Yimo made a phone call, inquiring about Zhao Jinnian's whereabouts. Zhao Jinnian casually mentioned that he was at a club, to which Xiao Yimo, without much thought, cautioned him against reckless behavior. An admonition that Zhao Jinnian could hardly muster the energy to heed. Xiao Yimo was well aware that this establishment was entirely legitimate, having previously operated unprofessionally with exclusive VIP rooms tailored for the elite figures of viewing. Many influential leaders from the political arena frequented the venue. In the past, certain notable individuals, harboring peculiar preferences, had contributed to the club's reputation as a den of vice, colloquially dubbed the Yuheng Lolita Room. While this was initially inconsequential, an incident arose when a journalist conducted a covert investigation, surreptitiously bringing in recording devices and capturing numerous illicit videos, which subsequently ignited a scandal, causing significant upheaval within the Yuheng political sphere and resulting in the downfall of many officials. Consequently, the club was mandated to cease operations for several months to rectify its practices. Each time the city launched a crackdown, this establishment inevitably became a focal point, establishing itself as a cautionary tale. The owner, having learned his lesson, adopted a strictly legitimate service model. Thus, the club transformed into a refreshing anomaly within Yuheng. As for whether to escort the technicians out, that was a matter left to the clientele's discretion, with the establishment tacitly permitting it. The following day, Zhao Jinnian awoke feeling revitalized, having swept away fatigue and returned to his true self. After indulging in a massage the previous night, he had drifted into a restful slumber. Zhou Shaochuan had vanished without a trace, as he had not spent the night there. After his bath and a thorough pampering session, he had departed. By the time Zhao Jinnian returned to the dormitory, it was already afternoon, and he found only Li Guoqing and Yangbin present. Li Guoqing was engrossed in a game, while Yangbin was at the computer editing a video. "Are you all right?" Zhao Jinnian inquired of Yangbin, recalling Yangbin's anxious rush to catch a cheater the previous afternoon. Yangbin managed a strained smile, replying, "I'm fine." However, his demeanor suggested otherwise, as he expressed that he did not blame Qin Ziqian, but rather himself for lacking capability. He yearned to amass wealth rapidly, believing that as long as he remained affluent, Qin Ziqian would always be by his side. Zhao Jinnian, unimpressed, countered, "But what if she encounters someone wealthier than you?" Yangbin was left speechless. Zhao Jinnian disapproved of Yangbin's sycophantic behavior, pondering how he could still be waiting to secure wealth before addressing the matter. By the time he did, Qin Ziqian might already be pregnant by another man. Li Guoqing, removing his headphones, sensed some gossip and curiously eyed Yangbin, though he refrained from probing further, secretly mocking the notion that Yangbin, who appeared respectable, was secretly playing the fool. "What are you working on?" "Editing what video?" Zhao Jinnian asked with interest. Yangbin smiled. "I discovered that promoting articles can also be profitable. Look, for every new user I bring in through someone else's novel, I earn 7 yuan. And for every reactivated user, I receive 4 yuan. I've come to realize that in this internet age, one must earn internet money." Zhao Jinnian responded with a thoughtful "oh," patting him on the shoulder. "Keep it up." Li Guoqing, intrigued, chimed in, "Promoting articles can earn money? Really? Do you want to give it a try together?" Yangbin inquired with a grin. Li Guoqing settled beside Yangbin, asking about the intricacies of article promotion. Yangbin explained that to accept orders, one must possess at least 1,000 followers. He was currently in the account-building phase, and his video editing efforts were unpaid until his Douyin account reached that threshold. "How long will it take you to edit this video?" Li Guoqing asked, feeling overwhelmed by the task of animating, adding subtitles, and utilizing AI voiceovers. Not to mention writing a 2,000-word script. Yangbin manipulated the mouse. "I should finish this video in about 2 to 3 hours. How many followers can you gain from it?" Li Guoqing Karia. "I'm not sure. I'll see how it performs when I post it at 8 tonight. Maybe a dozen, perhaps 30. If the first video goes viral, I could gain a few hundred." Yangbin remarked nonchalantly, clicking to play the edited video. "I have been reborn, back to the day my wicked mother-in-law underwent surgery. In my previous life, during my pregnancy, my mother-in-law fed me instant noodles daily. How about it? Are you in? We could work together and split the profits." Yangbin asked Li Guoqing. Li Guoqing grimaced, not interested. "It's too troublesome. I need 1,000 followers to start earning, and that could take ages. Besides, editing videos seems overly complicated. I doubt it will be profitable." Disheartened, Yangbin resigned himself to pursuing it alone. After saving the video, he stretched and asked Zhao Jinnian if he wanted to go out for a meal. Zhao Jinnian declined, stating he planned to play basketball shortly. Yangbin then turned to Li Guoqing, who waved him off. "I want to go. If you do, bring me something back." Yangbin nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and added, "I can bring it. But you still owe me for the fried rice I got for you last time." With a resigned sigh, Li Guoqing conceded, "Forget it. Don't bother bringing anything. I'll just order takeout myself." "You still need to transfer me the last payment first," Yangbin reminded him. Reluctantly, Li Guoqing sent 12 yuan to Yang Bin in their group chat. Once Yang Bin left, Li Guoqing internally cursed him for being so petty, remembering such a trivial amount so clearly. Li Guoqing didn't order takeout either. After his own meal was stolen a few days prior, he felt particularly uncomfortable. After the announcement of a holiday yesterday afternoon, with no one in the dormitory and Zhang Chao having gone to the gym, Zhao Jinnian and Yang Bin also having left, Li Guoqing, for reasons he couldn't fully understand, found himself stealing a takeout order from the entrance of the South School. If others could steal from him, why couldn't he do the same? If blame were to be assigned, it should fall on the scoundrel who had taken his meal. Remarkably, the act of pilfering takeout was thrilling and exhilarating, akin to a buffet where one could choose whatever one desired. Once Yang Bin departed, he pretended to order takeout online, then played a game before leisurely making his way downstairs. Upon reaching the South School entrance, he scoured the area and spotted a portion of pig's trotter rice, which he swiftly snatched and departed. As he stole the meal, Li Guoqing felt a rush of nervousness, determined to maintain a facade of nonchalance, ensuring no one detected his misdeed. Exhaling deeply, he arrived at the base of Building 15, relieved to have gone unnoticed. He quickly tore off the takeout receipt and discarded it in a trash bin before humming a tune as he ascended the stairs. Just then, Yang Bin returned, observing Li Guoqing carrying takeout upstairs, but said nothing, returning to his video editing. Zhao Jinnian, after washing his military training uniform and hanging it up, changed into his basketball shoes, preparing to head out for a game. Just as he stepped outside, he overheard a male student cursing in the hallway. Damn those takeout thieves. What scoundrel? It was the class monitor, Liao Chenglin. At that moment, Liao Chenlin's face contorted with rage, spewing a torrent of profanity. Hearing the commotion, Yang Bin emerged and offered Liao Chenglin a cigarette. Old Liao, what's the matter? Don't even mention it. I ordered a portion of pig's trotter rice, and when I went to collect it, it had been stolen. Damn it, how can I live? 20 yuan for that pig's trotter rice, just gone. Yang Bin chucklet, hey, don't get too upset. Takeout theft has become rampant these days. Liao Chenglin took deep drag from his cigarette, still cursing. I was playing a game when the delivery guy arrived. I couldn't go, so I asked him to leave it at the school gate and take a photo. When I got there, lo and behold, some idiot had stolen it. At that moment, Li Guoqing, holding a bowl of pig's trotter rice, emerged upon hearing the shouts. Liao Chenglin, was your takeaway also stolen? Liao Chenglin nodded in affirmation. Were you also a victim? Li Guoqing felt a pang of guilt, wondering if the takeaway he had was, by some stroke of misfortune, Liao Chenglin's. Could it be such a coincidence? Fearing that Liao Chenglin might discern the truth, he hastily joined in the cursing. Don't even mention it. A few days ago, I ordered a beef rib rice, and that too was stolen. Liao Chenglin cursed vehemently. Damn it. May the entire family of those takeaway thieves meet their demise. Li Guoqing, clutching the recently pilfered pig's trotter rice, echoed, yes. May the families of all takeaway thieves perish. Chapter 33. Engaging in a modest enterprise. Zhao Jinnian found it utterly incomprehensible what perverse pleasure thieves derive from stealing takeaways. He paid little mind to it and prepared to head out for a game of basketball. Liao Chenglin, the sole student in the class aware of Zhao Jinnian's affluent background, observed Zhao's departure and cheerfully followed suit. Old Zhao, where are you off to? Dining? I'll accompany you. Zhao Jinnian replied. Oh, I'm going to play basketball. Liao Chenglin, eager to foster a closer relationship with Zhao Jinnian, suggested, perfect. I'm seething with rage over my stolen takeaway and lack appetite. Let us play basketball together. Zhao Jinnian did not decline, responding affirmatively. Upon arriving at the court, they observed several boys shooting hoops beneath the backboard and promptly joined in. Liao Chenglin, ever resourceful, ordered a case of mineral water via an app, requesting the delivery to the playground. Moreover, being well-versed in social niceties, he made it a point to pass the ball to Zhao Jinnian, allowing him to score with ease. Whenever Liao Chenglin seized a rebound, he would pass it right back to Zhao Jinnian. The game soon took on a rather commercial flair. Zhao Jinnian played comfortably, unable to resist casting a glance at Liao Chenglin, recognizing that Liao seemed to be deliberately courting his favor. However, Zhao said nothing, accepting the attention with a sense of entitlement, as he had always been the center of attention, surrounded by admirers and those who revered him throughout his life. After 2 hours of play, Zhao Jinnian decided to cease, as he noticed Liao Chenglin's hunger, evident in his gaunt appearance. This lad had skipped lunch to accompany Zhao. Zhao Jinnian chuckled, saying he was done, and took a swig from a bottle of mineral water. Old Zhao, shall we grab a bite together? Sure. Zhao Jinnian reached for his phone beneath the backboard, only to frown in dismay the next moment. His watch was missing. Liao Chenglin inquired, what is wrong? Zhao Jinnian narrowed his eyes, his expression turning icy. It seems my watch has gone missing. Liao Qinglin, taken aback, began searching the ground for Zhao Jinnian's watch. Then asked the boys playing basketball if they had seen it. They all looked perplexed. Zhao Jinnian tucked his phone away, dismissing it. No matter, let us just eat. This watch was a birthday gift from his mother, Zhou Xiuxiu, on his 18th birthday. He had worn it for a year without incident, only to lose it while playing basketball today. He distinctly remembered placing it beside his phone, and, while the phone remained, the watch had vanished. Had it been stolen? Liao Qinglin and Zhao Jinnian proceeded to a Hunan restaurant on the second floor of the second canteen, each ordering 2 dishes. Liao Qinglin scratched his head, asking Zhao Jinnian what the watch looked like, eager to assist in the search. Zhao Jinnian opened his phone, locating a photo in his gallery. Here, this one, a Rolex Skydweller. Model M1265060. Liao Qinglin's eyes widened in astonishment as he searched online, realizing its price exceeded 600,000. His expression turned serious. Rest assured, I will help you find it immediately. However, old Zhao, you might as well file a police report. I suspect it's been stolen. Zhao Jinnian nodded. Oh, if you manage to find it, I'll reward you 50,000. Liao Qinglin was momentarily stunned, then elated, realizing Zhao Jinnian was indeed wealthy, as 50,000 to him seemed as trivial as 5. After their meal, Liao Qinglin headed to a printing shop, creating lost and found flyers, distributing them around the campus, and posting the watch's photo on the confession wall, promising a reward of 50,000 to anyone who found it. Liao Qinglin had no interest in the money. He merely wished to help Zhao Jinnian recover his watch, as the 5,000 paled in comparison to their friendship. Soon, news spread throughout the school that a freshman tycoon had lost a watch, offering a reward of 50,000 for its return. Many approached Liao Qinglin, inquiring about the watch's owner, knowing he couldn't keep it a secret for long, especially since Zhao Jinnian would undoubtedly report it. He candidly admitted it belonged to Zhao. Li Guoqing was taken aback. It's Zhao Jinnian's? Yangbin's jaw dropped. Could it be that watch he wears daily? He felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had noticed Zhao Jinnian's watch on the first day and had asked if it was fake, considering its exorbitant price. Zhao Jinnian had chosen not to elaborate, for it was indeed worth over 600,000. Yangbin was left dumbfounded. Li Guoqing was equally stunned, questioning life itself. A watch worth over 60,000? Is that even real? Who would spend such a fortune on a watch? In his hometown, that some could purchase a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. Upon returning to his dorm, Yangbin pondered, gazing thoughtfully at Zhao Jinnian. Old Zhao, is that watch truly yours? What business does your family engage in? Zhao Jinnian casually deflected. Oh, just dabbling in a bit of business. Yangbin was secretly astonished. While 60,000 was not a significant amount for his family, who were also well off, they would never spend such a sum on a watch. Before long, the news had spread far and wide, on the confession wall and campus forums. The tale circulated, especially given the substantial reward of 50,000. Zhou Xiaochuan called Zhao Jinnian, inquiring how he had lost the watch. Zhao Jinnian casually mentioned it had gone missing while he was playing at the second playground. Zhou Xiaochuan replied, the second playground? That's unfortunate. It's the old playground without any surveillance. Xiao Yimo also called, prompting Zhao Jinnian to recount the entire story. She advised him to file a police report immediately. Zhao Jinnian responded that it was too late for that day and suggested waiting until tomorrow. He was not overly concerned, confident that as long as the watch remained within Yuheng, it would eventually be found. He was now certain that the watch had indeed been stolen. The audacity of the thief, brazen enough to steal something worth tens of thousands in broad daylight, astonished him. That evening, Li Guoqing texted Shang Yinyan to ask if she had heard about the expensive watch theft on the forum and confession wall. Shang Yinyan replied, I've heard. My roommate is still discussing it. Li Guoqing chuckled. Huh, guess whose watch it is? Grinning. Shang Yinyan, puzzled, responded, whose? It can't be yours, right? Li Guoqing, filled with pride, replied, haha, it's my roommate's. Grinning. Shang Yinyan was incredulous. Really? No way. Li Guoqing boasted, I wouldn't lie to you. Grinning. Shang Yinyan exclaimed, oh my goodness, your roommate must be incredibly wealthy. I heard that watch costs over 600,000. Li Guoqing then animatedly recounted Zhao Jinnian's story, captivating Shang Yinyan's interest. They conversed for over an hour. It wasn't until 11:30 that Li Guoqing, satisfied, retired to wash his feet and go to bed. Chapter 34. I know where your watch is. Among those who learned of the incident were Deng Xiaoling and Yang Qian. When Deng Xiaoling first encountered Zhao Jinnian, she immediately discerned that his watch was extraordinary, seemingly worth over 300,000. Little did she expect that she had underestimated its value. It was actually worth over 600,000. A sudden emptiness enveloped her heart, accompanied by profound disappointment and regret. If it weren't for Yang Qian's instigation, even if she couldn't become Zhao Jinnian's girlfriend, she could have at least been a confidant, couldn't she? Now it was too late. If she were to shamelessly approach Zhao Jinnian now, he would only perceive her as a desperate suitor. Yang Qian similarly felt remorseful. Her instincts had not failed her. Zhao Jinnian was no ordinary person, who, capable of wearing such an expensive watch, could be considered average. A wave of jealousy washed over her as she thought of Qiao Yimo. Why was it that both were females of similar age? Yet Qiao Yimo was born into such privilege. Why should she, merely the daughter of her parents, have to watch as Qiao Yimo basked in wealth and luxury? She longed to be a princess accompanying a prince, rather than being relegated to the company of President Wang. With these thoughts, she began to resent her own family background. The following day, during military training, Counselor Qiao Ying arrived to find Zhao Jinnian, inquiring if his watch had been stolen. Zhao Jinnian nodded in affirmation. Qiao Ying then asked what his course of action would be, suggesting whether he intended to report the theft to the police. Zhao Jinnian agreed that he would indeed report it. Qiao Ying explained that the college leadership was already aware of the situation and had sent her to negotiate with Zhao Jinnian, advising him to refrain from contacting the police for the time being. The school security department would conduct an investigation first, as it was the internet age. If the police became involved, it could lead to complications that might tarnish the school's reputation. Her gaze held a hint of pleading and hope. Zhao Jinnian reluctantly acquiesced, stating, "Very well, 3 days. If nothing is found within that time, I shall proceed with the police report." The tedious days of military training passed slowly, and the story of the stolen luxury watch became a topic of lively discussion among the students. With tens of thousands of students at Yuheng University, searching for a watch was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. On the third day, just as Zhao Jinnian was preparing to file a police report, he was approached by someone, Qin Ziqian. Her arrival surprised Zhao Jinnian. "I know where your watch is," she declared. Zhao Jinnian's astonishment grew. "Oh, if you can provide valid information, I could offer you 50,000 as a reward." Qin Ziqian shook her head. "I do not desire a reward." She had pieced everything together. She had previously been the car driven by Xie Yin and had accidentally encountered Zhao Jinnian. At that time, Zhou Shaochuan had been driving a distinctive car, a Maybach, and Xie Yin had remarked that it must have been rented, certainly not owned by Zhou Shaochuan. Now, it all made sense. That car belonged to Zhao Jinnian, as it was only fitting that someone who could wear such a prestigious watch would also drive such a vehicle. Qin Ziqian was not one to sacrifice a sesame seed for a watermelon. 50,000 meant little to her. The opportunity to befriend Zhao Jinnian far outweighed any monetary sum. Zhao Jinnian found it amusing. "If you don't want a reward, what do you seek?" Qin Ziqian smiled shyly, saying she was not lacking in funds. Zhao Jinnian scoffed inwardly. Recognizing her type, she was akin to a social butterfly, believing she could deftly manipulate men, in a world where everyone clamors for their own gain. Her refusal of money was merely a ruse to obtain something of greater value. He had encountered many like her before. "Very well, since you insist on not wanting money," he replied. "Indeed, I said so." Qin Ziqian smiled back. Qin Ziqian revealed that the watch was with Xie Yin at the Sports Institute, claiming he had found it while playing basketball a few days prior. Rather than finding it, it was more accurate to say he had stolen it. The moment Xie Yin acquired the watch, he had excitedly informed Qin Ziqian, proclaiming they had struck gold with an item worth hundreds of thousands. However, the news had quickly spread, and a reward of 50,000 was announced. At that moment, Qin Ziqian had urged him to return it to Zhao Jinnian, suggesting that 50,000 was not a loss. Yet, Xie Yin was acutely aware of his wrongdoing. He knew he had not found it, but had stolen it. How could he explain this to Zhao Jinnian? After stealing the watch, Xie Yin had initially intended to keep it for a few days, waiting for the commotion to die down before selling it. However, he never anticipated the matter would escalate to such proportions, and the watch had become a hot potato in his hands. Nevertheless, he hesitated to return it to Zhao Jinnian. 600,000 was a substantial amount. Saving 5,000 a month without spending a cent would take 10 years to accumulate such a sum. This figure was enough to lead Xie Yin to take drastic measures. As an athlete, he was somewhat reckless, often mingling with dubious friends, and he believed he had the confidence and ability to discreetly sell the watch in the black market. He had resolved to hide the watch for 2 years, planning to sell it after graduation when he moved to another province. Xie Yin had promised Qin Ziqian that once the watch was sold, they would split the profits. Initially, she had agreed, but upon further reflection, she realized the time frame was too lengthy. If Xie Yin sold it in 2 or 3 years, she would have to be in a relationship with him during that time. Moreover, while 600,000 was a considerable amount, Qin Ziqian was not particularly impressed by it and felt it was not worth the risk. She suspected Xie Yin was attempting to manipulate her. Additionally, the amount was significant. She knew the police would inevitably trace it back to him. No secret could remain hidden forever. Thus, Qin Ziqian urged Xie Yin to return the watch to Zhao Jinnian, but he was reluctant. Consequently, she decided to inform Zhao Jinnian that the watch was with Xie Yin. This way, she could align herself with Zhao Jinnian, whom she considered far superior to Xie Yin. Regardless, even if she couldn't form a connection, the 50,000 reward was tangible. Please provide me with the specific information regarding Xie Yin, Zhao Jinnian requested. Certainly, he is a student from the 2021 Sports Institute, majoring in physical education, class 2. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhao Jinnian shared this information with Counselor Qiuing. Grateful that Zhao Jinnian had not immediately contacted the police, she assured him that she would handle the matter appropriately. In the dormitory, Yang Bin was diligently editing videos on his computer, while Li Guoqing teased him, inquiring about the performance of the video he had posted a few days prior, how many likes and followers he had garnered. Yang Bin remained unfazed by Li Guoqing's sarcastic tone, responding, "It's lukewarm, just a few likes. I only have about 50 followers now." Li Guoqing chuckled, "Why bother? The internet isn't a playground for everyone. It's best to cut your losses early." Yang Bin was undeterred, insisting that participation was key. How could one know their limits without trying? Just then, he noticed Zhao Jinnian returning and asked, "Any news on the watch?" "Yes, someone just provided information indicating it may have been taken by someone from the Sports Institute." As Zhao Jinnian headed to the restroom to wash his face, he felt sticky and uncomfortable from the afternoon sun. "Huh?" Yang Bin suddenly showed interest. "Who provided this information?" After a moment of silence, Zhao Jinnian replied, "You know this person. It's your girlfriend." Yang Bin was taken aback. Li Guoqing, overhearing this, was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Wait, does that mean your girlfriend stands to gain 50,000? How enviable." Li Guoqing couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. 50,000 was a fortune to him, enough to cover 4 years of living expenses on his monthly allowance of 1,500. Chapter 35. The Sky Falls for Xie Yin. Yang Bin immediately messaged Qin Ziqian to verify the situation, but she dismissively responded. Meanwhile, Qiuing promptly contacted the school leadership, aware that this was a scandal the institution wished to handle discreetly. A teacher approached Xie Yin, subtly hinting if he had found the watch, urging him to return it to its rightful owner without delay. When Xie Yin was summoned to the counselor's office for a discussion, he was taken aback. The only person privy to this matter was Qin Ziqian. How had the news spread so swiftly? He cursed under his breath, thinking, that deceitful woman, surely she hasn't sold herself for 50,000 yuan? The reason Xie Yin had confided in Qin Ziqian about the watch was his desire for her. He had been pursuing her for several days, but she always claimed to be slow to warm up. He frequently invited her out for meals, and she obliged. Yet whenever he broached the subject of spending the night together, she would shake her head vigorously. When he had pilfered the watch, he told Qin Ziqian that once the storm had passed in a couple of years and he sold it, they would split the proceeds evenly. In such a scenario, they would be inextricably linked. If she desired the money, wouldn't she cling to him for the next 2 or 3 years? Even a chicken would return its worth after a few years of care, let alone a captivating beauty like Qin Ziqian. However, when the wealthy gentleman offered a reward of 50,000 yuan, Xie Yin felt a pang of regret. The watch had transformed into a hot potato. His regret stemmed not from the act of theft itself, but from revealing the matter to Qin Ziqian. After all, one could never fully trust another's intentions. What if she decided to expose him for the sake of that money? As fate would have it, his worst fears materialized. Qin Ziqian indeed reported him, and the counselor came knocking. Xie Yin was genuinely reluctant to part with the 60,000 yuan's worth of goods slipping through his fingers, and he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Ziqian. Yet, surrendering the watch felt like a bitter pill to swallow. His counselor, a stern man in his 40s, imparted a wealth of advice with a weighty tone. Xie Yin weighed the pros and cons and recognized that if he didn't turn the watch in, Zhao Jinnian would likely contact the police, leading them back to him. With such a significant item at stake, it was prudent to surrender it now. Reluctantly, he complied, claiming he had discovered the watch while playing basketball. The counselor merely gave him a knowing look and did not press further. He advised Xie Yin to find an opportunity to apologize to Zhao Jinnian, but Xie Yin dismissed the idea, feeling that an apology would only affirm his guilt as a thief rather than a finder. He couldn't bring himself to stoop so low. The watch was returned to Zhao Jinnian, who subsequently transferred 50,000 yuan to Yang Bin, instructing him to pass it on to his girlfriend, settling the matter. Yang Bin expressed his gratitude, but shortly thereafter, he returned the money to Zhao Jinnian, stating that his girlfriend had refused to accept it and that it was merely a trivial favor, thus no reward was necessary. Zhao Jinnian pondered for a moment and acquiesced, asking Yang Bin to convey his thanks. Later that evening, Zhou Shaochuan called Zhao Jinnian to inquire about the watch. Have you found it? Who stole it? How did you recover it? Zhao Jinnian recounted the events casually. It was that fool Xiaoyan? Zhou Shaochuan exclaimed in disbelief, then erupted, damn it. That incompetent fool stole from you? How did you handle it? Zhao Jinnian replied that he had not taken significant action, as the watch had been returned, and the school preferred to keep the situation low-key. Zhou Shaochuan was indignant, insisting that it could not end there. That scoundrel deserved punishment. What if no one had reported him? Would he have kept it for himself? Zhao Jinnian concurred. Zhou Shaochuan declared, we must report this to the police. That brat should spend some time behind bars. Zhao Jinnian chuckled, enjoying his friend's fervor. It sounds like you have a personal vendetta against him. Zhou Shaochuan laughed. Not a grand grudge, but I do find him quite irksome. His character is utterly deplorable. He recounted a past incident involving Xiaoyan's friend, a fellow athlete who had enlisted in the military. This friend had a girlfriend, and during a farewell dinner, he drunkenly boasted of private videos they had made together, claiming he had a dozen or so on a USB drive as mementos. He foolishly believed that the existence of such videos would prevent her from straying. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoyan had stolen the USB drive, copied the videos, and later used them to blackmail the girl after his friend enlisted. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinnian thought to himself that Xiaoyan was truly despicable, but his friend was hardly an angel either. Zhou Shaochuan continued, we initially had no knowledge of this, but during a basketball game, Xiaoyan drunkenly bragged about it. The girl threatened to accuse him of rape if he contacted her again, and the matter fizzled out. Regardless, his character is reprehensible. Zhao Jinnian nodded. Very well, we shall report this. Zhou Shaochuan grinned. Your agreement is all I need. I'll contact my Uncle Liu and ensure that Brat spend a few years in jail to prevent him from harming more girls. Zhou Shaochuan acted swiftly, and that very night, Xiaoyan was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. He was apprehended outside the school at 9 o'clock, while he was out drinking with a few dubious friends. The loss of the valuable watch left him feeling discontent. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have returned it to Zhao Jinnian immediately, claiming he had found it and still pocketed the 50,000 yuan. He called Qin Ziqian, cursing her, but she ignored him. It was truly a case of losing both the lady and the troops. That wretched woman. Xiaoyan's emotions were tumultuous. After pursuing Qin Ziqian for over a week and spending lavishly, he had expected some form of reciprocity, only to find himself utterly frustrated. Around 9 o'clock, 2 police officers arrived, handcuffing him without ceremony and instructing him to cooperate. Bewildered, Xiaoyan inquired about the situation. One officer, with an impassive expression, stated, we need to discuss the matter of the watch. Please come with us to assist in the investigation. Xiaoyan felt as though the sky had fallen. Hadn't he returned the watch to Zhao Jinnian? Why were the police still involved? The situation was crystal clear. Xiaoyan had little room to argue. If he claimed he found it and did not steal it, the question arose, why had he not returned it immediately when Zhao Jinnian's watch was reported missing on the school forum, where a reward had been posted? Even if he had genuinely found it, 3 days had passed without him returning it. The inconsistencies were glaring. Within less than 2 hours of interrogation, Xiaoyan ultimately succumbed to the pressure and confessed everything. No one knew what he had endured during that brief period. Chapter 36. In Yuhong, can you still be bullied by them? Xiaoyan, in tears, confessed that he had been bewitched, claiming he saw the watch during a basketball game and, tempted by its value, had succumbed to a nefarious impulse, secretly pocketing it. The police did not indulge in pretense, drafting the case file overnight and calling Xiaoyan's parents to come in. The following day, the school sought to negotiate with the police regarding Xiaoyan's situation, hoping to downplay the incident and avoid attracting public scrutiny. However, it was too late, as Zhou Shaochuan had already made arrangements. From a moment of Xiaoyan's arrest to his confession, merely 2 hours had elapsed, and the case file was already complete. In the afternoon, Zhao Jinnian was still undergoing military training when his counselor, Qiu Ying, arrived and instructed him to cease his training momentarily and visit the Baihe district substation. Qiu Ying spoke with a hint of reproach, questioning why Zhao Jinnian had taken it upon himself to report the incident to the police. Zhao Jinnian shrugged, expressing that after much contemplation, he felt dissatisfied since Xiaoyan had not even offered an apology. With a sigh, Qiu Ying refrained from further comments. Upon arriving at the reception room of the substation, Zhao Jinnian encountered 3 individuals, a middle-aged couple and a fashionable woman in her mid-20s, who were engaged in conversation with the police. One of the officers, spotting Zhao Jinnian, spread his hands and remarked with mild exasperation, you are already aware of the situation. You may discuss it among yourselves. The trio comprised Xiaoyan's parents and his sister, Xieting. Xiaoyan's father, a robust man with prominent brows and eyes, greeted Zhao Jinnian with a congenial smile and offered him a cigarette, saying, my son is rather thoughtless. Please don't take offense. I have heard that the watch has been returned to you, correct? Zhao Jinnian waved his hand, declining the offer. Oh, I do not smoke. Xie Yan's mother quickly interjected. Young man, look, the watch has been returned to you. Why not let this matter rest? My son did not intend any harm. How about this? As she spoke, she pulled out a thick bundle of cash, which Zhao Jinnian estimated to be around 30,000 yuan. He did not accept the money. He had no interest in the 30,000. As long as they were genuinely apologetic, he was willing to let the issue slide. After all, he did not wish to push them to extremes. One should show mercy when possible, right? However, just as Zhao Jinnian was prepared to forgive them, Xie Ting, with a displeased expression, scoffed, You think 30,000 is insufficient? Zhao Jinnian's demeanor darkened immediately. He had initially been indifferent to the money, but Xie Ting's tone irked him. He replied coolly, Yes, I find it lacking. I demand 100,000. Xie Ting gasped in disbelief, never expecting Zhao Jinnian to audaciously ask for such a sum. Have you lost your mind? 100,000? Why don't you go rob a bank? Xie Yan's father, with a cigarette in his mouth, grew increasingly irate. Young man, you are being excessively unreasonable. I acknowledge my son's wrongdoing in taking your watch, but he has returned it, so you have suffered no actual loss. 30,000 is more than generous. If this were in Chang County, do you think? Chang County was a small town under the jurisdiction of Yuheng, located 70 kilometers away from the main urban area. Zhao Jinnian smirked. What do you mean by believe it or not? Are you threatening me? I can see through you. Despite your jovial appearance, you are merely a rough character, likely with a history of violence in your youth. Here in Yuheng, no matter who you are, be it a dragon or a tiger, you must stay subdued, especially since you are nothing more than an inconsequential figure. As Xie Yan's father's temper flared, he rolled up his sleeves, but Xie Yan's mother quickly intervened, smiling apologetically at Zhao Jinnian. How about 50,000? That is quite considerable. Xie Ting, arms crossed and visibly displeased, protested. Zhao Jinnian, with a nonchalant air, declared, Oh, I've changed my mind. Now I want 200,000. Xie Ting could no longer contain her fury, exclaiming, Mom, don't plead with him. Let us hire a lawyer and take him to court. We're not afraid of him. Xie Yan's father shot Zhao Jinnian a disdainful look, clearly unhappy with his opportunistic behavior, and barked, Young man, you should know your limits. When I was your age, you were still a child. Zhao Jinnian, amused by the threat, retorted, If you've been doing so well over the years, why is a few tens of thousands of yuan causing you such distress? I've changed my mind again. I now demand 300,000, or your son can look forward to jail time. Xie Yan's father, infuriated, replied, Fine, fine. Xie Yan's mother, anxious and hesitant, attempted to speak, but Zhao Jinnian coldly remarked, There is nothing more to discuss. You can communicate with my lawyer. After leaving the reception room, he informed the police that he did not require mediation, insisting that the case proceed as necessary and that the files be handed over to the prosecution, leaving the verdict to the court. In fact, due to the nature of the criminal case, reconciliation would be futile. However, in practice, the police often sought to mediate between both parties, as a private settlement was always preferable. Zhao Jinnian was not one to yield to pressure. While he initially did not care for the 30,000, Xie Ting's sarcastic remarks and her father's threats had altered his stance. Was Xie Yin still a child? Hardly, at 19. He was of an age where incarceration was a possibility. Given that his parents could not manage him, it seemed fitting for the prison guards to take over. After Zhao Jinnian departed, Xie Ting fumed. What kind of person is he? She turned to her parents, asserting, Dad, Mom, let us set aside the facts. Even if my brother was at fault, he has returned the watch, and he has sustained no loss. He is simply making outrageous demands. We should countersue him for extortion. We will fight this in court until the end. We have no reason to fear him. Moreover, Xie Ting remained unfazed as her boyfriend was a civil servant in the tax bureau, well connected with many leaders. She was confident that Zhao Jinnian, merely a student, could not intimidate them. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinnian was also unperturbed. Upon returning to school, he contacted Uncle Zheng, his father's driver. Zhao Donghai, a prominent figure in Yuheng, had 5 secretaries, 3 of whom were male, with Uncle Zheng being one of them, a man in his 40s. Uncle Zheng had served as Zhao Jinnian's father's driver and secretary for 17 years, effectively watching Zhao Jinnian grow up. Whenever Zhao Jinnian found himself in trouble, he would call upon Uncle Zheng for assistance. Zhao Jinnian felt uncomfortable with Xie Yan's father's gaze and decided to act preemptively to avoid any desperate actions from him. In his previous life, Zhao Jinnian had fought alone in a foreign land, enduring bullying from local thugs. But in Yuheng, he would not allow himself to be victimized. After all, what was the point of his rebirth if he were to be oppressed here? Chapter 37. We are notifying you, not seeking your opinion. Uncle Zheng, a man of few words, assured Zhao Jinnian that he would have the information by tonight. After hanging up, Zhao Jinnian returned to school, and after the commotion, it was already 8 in the evening by the time he arrived, so he opted not to rejoin the military training. After 9, Yang Bin returned to the dormitory, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "I did it! I finally did it!" He was elated, dancing with excitement. For the past few days, he had diligently edited videos and produced content, but to no avail, until now. Upon checking his homepage, he discovered that the video he had uploaded that morning had gone viral. While it was merely a minor success, garnering around 100,000 views and over 1,000 likes, it had nonetheless resulted in an increase of over 800 followers, surpassing the threshold to accept orders for promotional content. "What has got you so jubilant?" Li Guoqing, picking his nose, inquired. With a beaming smile, Yang Bin replied, "I've broken 1,000 followers. I'm going to take on a project soon and see how much I can earn tonight." Li Guoqing scoofa, thinking to himself that 1,000 followers wouldn't yield much profit. Yang Bin, full of determination and ambition, was invigorated. Just before lights out, Uncle Zheng called Zhao Jinnian, revealing that he had efficiently gathered detailed information about Xie Yan's family within a few hours. Xie Yan's father, Xie Baoqing, along with his wife, operated a tobacco shop in Chang County, while their daughter worked as a nurse at a combined traditional and Western medicine hospital. Zhao Jinnian, indifferent, instructed Uncle Zheng to teach them a lesson, but not to push them to their limits. On the other side, at a certain hotel, the Xie family found temporary refuge. Xie Ting reassured her parents, promising that her brother's predicament was under her control, having taken the initiative to consult with a lawyer. After inquiring with several attorneys, she discovered that the case posed significant challenges, as the evidence against Xie Yan was unequivocal. The case files were already prepared, unless there was a retraction of the testimony. Incarceration seemed inevitable, unless Xie Yan had a history of mental illness or was willing to alter his statement. According to the first article of the Interpretation Regulations of the Supreme People's Court, Xie Yan's actions clearly met the criteria for being classified as particularly egregious. Xie Ting felt a surge of frustration. After all, her brother had returned the watch to the victim, and objectively, no significant loss had occurred. The lawyer patiently explained that as long as the act of theft resulted in the victim losing control over their property, it constituted a completed crime. Even if the property was returned post-theft, it did not negate the establishment of the theft charge. He added, however, that during sentencing, the voluntary return of the stolen property could mitigate the punishment. Growing anxious, Xie Ting realized that she might have underestimated the gravity of the situation. Yet, her brother was still a child, a student. Was it truly necessary to escalate this into a serious matter? Moreover, her brother had acted without malice. The lawyer, without hesitation, asserted that the most critical aspect now was the testimony. However, he informed her that the police had already drafted the case files for submission to the People's Procuratorate. Xie Ting was consumed by anxiety. What should we do now? The lawyer subtly suggested that they should leverage their connections to see if they could arrange for a re-recording of the testimony or obtain a mental health evaluation for Xie Yan. Ideally, they should engage in private negotiations with the victim. In essence, the case could swing in either direction, depending on whether Zhao Jinnian chose to pursue it. If he was determined to press charges, the consequences would be severe, imprisonment or worse. After concluding her discussion with the lawyer, Xie Ting decisively turned to Xie Baoqing, stating, "Dad, I need to return to Changxian immediately to forge a mental health evaluation for my brother. Don't panic. I will call my boyfriend to see if he can help us with the testimony." "All right," shouting, "Thank you for your efforts." Xie Mu grasped her hand anxiously. Xie Baoqing, smoking a cigarette, cursed Zhao Jinnian, lamenting how he was ungrateful despite receiving 30,000 yuan, now demanding 300,000. He mused that if this were 20 years ago, he would have gladly skinned Zhao Jinnian alive. Just as he muttered a few more complaints, his phone rang. Annoyed to see an unfamiliar number, he answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "Is this Mr. Xie, the owner of Baoqing Tobacco and Alcohol Store?" Xie Baoqing, puzzled, replied, "Yes, who are you?" The caller, straightforwardly, introduced themselves as part of the Tobacco Monopoly Administrative Department, stating they had received a report and would be coordinating with the Market Supervision Bureau to inspect a store, hoping for his cooperation. Xie Baoqing was baffled, wondering who would report him. Reluctantly, he responded, "What are you checking for? I have all the necessary licenses. Furthermore, I am not currently in Changxian. We can discuss this when I return." The caller, maintaining politeness, explained that someone had reported his store for engaging in illegal tobacco purchases. According to the implementation regulations of the tobacco monopoly, any business or individual with a tobacco retail license must procure their stock from local wholesale suppliers and comply with oversight from relevant authorities. Cooperation is a civic duty, they insisted. Furrowing his brow, Xie Baoqing acknowledged that he had indeed procured some tobacco secretly. It was common practice in a small county town. He could guarantee that no tobacco store operated without similar practices. Many leaders received gifts of tobacco and alcohol, which they couldn't consume entirely, thus ending up at his establishment. He thought this behavior was standard across the nation, and even if it was technically illegal, authorities typically turn a blind eye. Why then? Had they chosen to investigate him today? A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to make a call. In a small county, connections run deep. And after years of navigating local politics, Xia Baoqing had established ties with numerous officials. He didn't dwell on it too much. However, the voice on the other end grew impatient, stating, "Mr. Xia, we are notifying you, not seeking your approval. If you do not comply with the investigation within 2 hours, we will have no choice but to seal your shop." Realizing the urgency of the situation, Xia Baoqing quickly replied, "All right, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he prepared to drive back to Changxian, prompting inquiries from Xie Ting and his wife regarding the nature of the call. He casually mentioned that the tobacco, regulatory, and market supervision departments were coming to inspect him, and he needed to handle it. They did not press further. Hastily, he descended the stairs, got into his Volkswagen, and sped towards Changxian. En route, he called various leaders he knew in the county, surprised by the news. They claimed they had not heard any rumors and promised to look into the matter. Once on the highway, he received a call from county officials who, speaking cryptically, admitted they were unaware of the situation. The investigation into his store was being conducted by city officials as part of a random audit operation. And Xia Baoqing had been unfortunate enough to be selected. The county's Market Regulation Bureau was merely assisting and had no real authority. Xia Baoqing's heart sank. Chapter 38, Hitting a Brick Wall. Legal documentation towered high, and if the authorities were determined to pursue an individual, they could always find grounds for prosecution. This was precisely the predicament Xia Baoqing found himself in, metaphorically placed on a spit. The practice of secretly purchasing tobacco was far too commonplace and widespread. He could never have anticipated that this would become the pretext for his downfall. Upon returning to Changxian, he received the visiting officials, and the inspectors conducted a thorough examination of his store's inventory and financial records. Ultimately, it was determined that he would be fined 8% of his total purchases, amounting to a staggering 170,000 yuan. Stunned, Xia Baoqing realized that many of the tobacco and alcohol products were not his own acquisitions, but rather stored by friends within the county's bureaucratic system for sale. His profit margins were minimal, merely a matter of goodwill, yet now he faced a hefty fine of 170,000 yuan. Swallowing his indignation, he resolved to recoup this loss from the officials later, adopting a mindset of losing money to avert disaster. He lamented his misfortune this year. First, his son faced potential incarceration for theft, and now he was confronted with a significant fine, causing him considerable distress. The following afternoon, more dire news arrived. His daughter, Xie Ting, had been dismissed from the Changxian Integrated Traditional and Western Medicine Hospital. The reason cited was her involvement in fabricating a mental health evaluation for Xie Yan, which the hospital deemed a violation of regulations and professional ethics, rendering her unfit for her position, thus leading to her forced resignation. Unbeknownst to her, this was orchestrated by Zhao Jinnian, who had merely made a phone call, effectively dismantling the Xie family standing. In truth, Zhao Jinnian had chosen a relatively lenient approach. Had he wished to pursue them more ruthlessly, their plight would have been far more severe than merely losing a job or incurring a financial penalty. Xie Ting was bewildered and felt deeply wronged, unable to comprehend why the hospital would terminate her over such a trivial matter. In the county, such incidents were far too common. She sensed a deliberate targeting against her. Fuming, she dialed her boyfriend at the tax bureau in Yuheng City to vent her frustrations and lament the injustices she faced. Ultimately, she inquired, "By the way, how's it going with that favor I asked you about? Changing my brother's testimony?" After a prolonged silence on the other end, he responded, "Let us break up." Xie Ting. She thought she must have misheard. Unbeknownst to her, her boyfriend had indeed gone to great lengths to assist her after receiving her call the previous night. He had not only sought connections, but had even approached his superior personally. He considered the matter trivial, just 2 students involved, and felt that Zhao Jinnian's demands were excessive. Particularly the 30,000 yuan he insisted upon for what seemed like no loss at all. Wasn't he this just bullying the honest? However, his superior merely looked at him with a knowing gaze, saying, "Xiao Li, you're still young. It's not easy to have just begun your career. And after so many years of study, you have a long road ahead. In this small patch of Yuheng, there is much for you to learn and many connections to be made. I have high hopes for you, so I advise you to steer clear of this matter." The implication was clear. To advance in Yuheng, he should not involve himself with this situation, given the surname Zhao. Xiao Li, being astute, grasped the underlying message and felt a chill run down his spine. Zhao, upon learning that the enforcement officers from the tobacco monopoly had already gone to Chang County, He was struck with fear. If he meddled, would he still be able to wear his hat of authority? Ironically, Xie had just shared her grievances about being dismissed from the hospital over such a minor issue. Without a second thought, Xiaoli decided to break up with her. He was relieved he acted like a lovesick fool by supporting Xie in her plight. Now, he wished to distance himself from her as much as possible, fearing the consequences of her troubles. You want to break up with me? Xie was still in shock. Yes, let's just leave it at that. Stunned into silence. She could hardly believe it. They had met each other's parents and were on the brink of engagement. Who would have thought they would part ways at such a crucial moment? Upon learning of this development, Xie Baoqing promptly reached out to some leaders in the county with whom he maintained cordial relations. Each leader responded with vague implications, suggesting that perhaps Xie Baoqing had offended someone. Straining to recall any missteps, he suddenly envisioned Zhao Jinnian's face. Could it be him? It seemed improbable. Confounded, he recounted his son's predicament, prompting the leaders to sigh. Xie Baoqing, how should I put this? You've really bitten off more than you can chew this time. A student flaunting a watch worth hundreds of thousands, with the surname Zhao? In Yuheng, who else could it be but a relative of Zhao Donghai? Xie Baoqing's body trembled at the mention of Zhao Donghai. The leader lamented, enough with the feudal struggles. Consider this a lesson. If they were serious about dealing with you, would you even have the opportunity to call me? You know well that in such circumstances, a mere 3 to 5 years in prison would be lenient. Take this as a warning. Xie Baoqing fell silent, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No wonder. He had never associated Zhao Jinnian with Zhao Donghai, as the latter's stature was far beyond his reach. If it truly were Zhao Donghai, then he would have no one to blame but himself for the consequences. Weary and defeated, he collapsed onto the sofa, a bitter smile on his lips. At that moment, Xie returned, her face streaked with tears, lamenting her forced dismissal and her boyfriend's abrupt breakup. Without hesitation, Xie Baoqing slapped her, berating, "Isn't this you're doing? It could have been settled with a mere compensation. But you had to stir up trouble. Look where it has led us. Such a waste." At Yuheng University, Zhao Jinnian received a phone call from Xie Baoqing. In a tone of utmost respect, Xie Baoqing repeatedly addressed him as young Master Zhao, admitting their mistakes profusely. Zhao Jinnian found it amusing. Now, they acknowledged their wrongs? He remembered how brazen Xie Baoqing had been the day before, boasting about their position in Yuheng and what they would do in Chang County. Care to show me that bravado again? Xie Baoqing's face burned with humiliation as he pleaded, desperately trying to appease Zhao Jinnian. Satisfied, Zhao Jinnian reveled in the thrill of outmaneuvering others. He was not a person who responded well to force. So, since the Xie family wished to play hardball, he de-indulged them. Nevertheless, he had no intention of pushing them to the brink. This painful lesson would suffice to humble them significantly. Chapter 39. This is my alternate account. My main account is not convenient. This chapter marks a conclusion of sorts. In the original timeline, Xie Yan would never have crossed paths with Zhao Jinnian, nor would he have faced any legal troubles. He would have spent 4 carefree years at university, eventually becoming a fitness instructor in Chang County, marrying and starting a family. Xie Ting's boyfriend would not have broken up with her. They would have married, and she would not have been expelled from the hospital. In fact, due to her boyfriend's connections, she would likely have been transferred to Yuheng's second hospital. However, all of this was altered by Zhao Jinnian's rebirth, and it all stemmed from Xie Yan's sarcastic and disdainful remark. 30,000 is too little for you? Now, it seemed, Zhao Jinnian truly found it insufficient, and he was not pleased. The prospect of Xie Yan facing criminal charges was known by few at the school, with Qin Ziqian being one of the few in the know. Upon learning of Xie Yan's expulsion and impending court case, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful to have distanced herself from the chaos. Had she been involved, she too might have faced incarceration. It was now September 23rd, with only 1 week left of military training. Since the incident with Zhao Jinnian's stolen watch, he had become somewhat of a celebrity within the battalion, known as the wealthy young man. That evening, after military training, Zhao Jinnian returned to the dormitory after playing basketball. Zhang Chao had just returned from the gym, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell?" Zhao Jinnian, Yang Bin, and Li Guoqing looked at him in confusion. "Zhao Jinnian, did you lose your watch?" "Zhao Jinnian," Zhang Chao continued, astonished, "I had no idea your watch was worth tens of thousands." "That's incredible." Zhao Jinnian. Zhang Chao, still in shock, exclaimed, "You even offered a 5,000 reward for it. You're loaded. 5,000. I could buy protein powder for years with that." Zhao Jinnian. Yang Bin, embarrassed, déasset. "Are you living in a 2G internet cafe? You're just now hearing about this?" Zhang Chao had been a lone wolf in the dorm, completely oblivious until he stumbled upon the posts. He declared, "I've made up my mind. I want to hit the gym tomorrow. I'll help Zhao Jinnian find his watch. 5,000 is enough for a lifetime of protein." Li Guoqing scoffed, what an idiot. Zhao Jinnian was at a loss for words. Knowing Zhang Chao had a delayed reaction to everything, but this was excessive. My watch has already been found. You can go back to the gym tomorrow. Huh? Zhang Chao was taken aback, then nodded in disappointment. Meanwhile, Yang Bin was editing a video at his computer when Li Guoqing strolled over, placing a hand on his shoulder, asking, how's it going? How's the article coming along? The past 3 days have been spent diligently editing this book. A single video garners approximately 7,000 to 8,000 views, attracting around 10 individuals and yielding 70 to 80 yuan. However, this morning's video unexpectedly went viral, earning over 1,700 yuan, as Yang Bin nonchalantly remarked. Li Guoqing, incredulous, exclaimed, you've only received about 300 likes on these videos, yet you've managed to earn over 1,700? Do not be misled by the modest number of likes. It has accumulated 30,000 views, bringing in over 200 users to the app, Yang Bin clarified. Li Guoqing, feeling a pang of envy, was astonished to realize that Yang Bin, sitting in their dormitory, had earned more in a single day than his entire monthly allowance. Furthermore, Yang Bin continued, this video is still trending, and based on its current momentum, I estimate it could earn another 1,000 or 2,000. Li Guoqing isha ambidapat. And he hastily offered Yang Bin a cigarette. Old Yang, teach me, will you? I also wish to edit videos and create promotional content. With a smile, Yang Bin agreed. Sure, I'll guide you. He began to earnestly instruct him on crafting scripts, adding voiceovers, and editing videos. After a brief period of serious study, Li Guoqing lamented, this is far too cumbersome. A single video takes 2 to 3 hours to edit, and initially, there's no income. It requires 1,000 followers to start accepting orders. Yang Bin responded, well, that is the nature of earning money. One cannot expect to grow fat in a single bite. Li Guoqing acknowledged this. Thinking that this method of making money was feasible, he need not expose himself, merely sitting in the dormitory editing videos. He truly returned to his station to delve into video editing software. After showering, Zhao Jinnian discovered that Zhou Shaochuan had sent him several videos, all capturing scenes from the filming set. His mindless drama, which even dogs would not care to watch, had officially begun production. To be frank, Zhao Jinnian held no hope that Zhou Shaochuan could profit from this short drama. He would be grateful if it did not incur losses. At that moment, Zhao Jinnian noticed a friend request and frowned upon seeing the profile picture of a cute anime girl with the username Qin Ziqian doesn't he want to sleep. He accepted the request and sent it confused. In response, hello, I am Qin Ziqian, she replied. Zhao Jinnian, perplexed, inquired, how did you obtain my WeChat? Qin Ziqian explained, I got it from Yang Bin. Zhao Jinnian was speechless, glancing at Yang Bin, who was intently editing videos. Old Yang, why did you give my WeChat to your girlfriend? Yang Bin looked taken aback, scratching his head. I didn't tee. Zhao Jinnian handed him his phone. Here, take a look. Is this your girlfriend? Yang Bin glanced and slapped his thigh. Indeed. No, I didn't give her your WeChat. Then how does she have it? Yang Bin pondered for a moment, then recalled an incident from earlier that afternoon when he had lunch with Qin Ziqian. She had insisted on checking his phone, feigning a stern expression, claiming she feared he might be unfaithful. To prove his innocence, he allowed her to browse freely. Could it be that she spotted Zhao Jinnian's WeChat ID in his friend list? Yang Bin's eyes lit up as he chuckled. All right, I forgot. I did give it to her. No worries. Although he said it lightly, Zhao Jinnian could discern the forced smile on his face, maintaining a stoic expression. Zhao Jinnian deleted Qin Ziqian from his contacts right before Yang Bin's eyes. Yang Bin expressed gratitude, and Zhao Jinnian patted his shoulder, earnestly advising old Yang to be honest. You and her are not suited for one another. Pursue someone else. No, old Zhao, she is not that kind of person. She is just, well, maybe she is just curious about you. Don't take it to heart. Yang Bin continued to defend Qin Ziqian. Zhao Jinnian scoffed, and just then, Qin Ziqian sent another friend request, prompting Zhao Jinnian to helplessly show his phone to Yang Bin. Yang Bin fell silent. As a fellow roommate, Zhao Jinnian truly did not wish for Yang Bin to become a sycophant, nor did he want to witness someone as ambitious as Yang Bin being toyed with by a woman. After much contemplation, Zhao Jinnian suggested, how about this? I'll add her using a secondary account. You can chat with her and gauge her character. Yang Bin hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Zhao Jinnian then created a new account, allowing Yang Bin to log in and send a friend request to Qin Ziqian. Who are you? She asked. Zhao Jinnian replied, oh, this is my secondary account. My primary account is inconvenient. Understanding dawned upon Qin Ziqian, who mused that it made sense why Zhao Jinnian had deleted her without engaging in conversation earlier. Chapter 40. The pure love warrior falls silent. You two chat, Zhao Jinnian said. Yang Bin, with a serious demeanor, earnestly thanked Zhao Jinnian, then began conversing with Qin Ziqian using the secondary account. Returning to his bed, Zhao Jinnian reflected on Shun Xiaowei, who beamed with delight when mentioning her boyfriend, stating she was saving up for his betrothal gifts. Looking at Yangbin, he felt a sense of injustice. What was it that compelled Yangbin to be enamored with someone like Qin Ziqian? Love should be a mutual pursuit, not a one-sided endeavor. As the saying goes, when one perceives a person's character to be lacking, it may be worth considering from another angle, for they might prove worthy. Yet, Zhao Jinnian had scrutinized Qin Ziqian from every conceivable perspective and still found her lacking. At that moment, Li Guoqing slammed his laptop shut, exclaiming, "Editing videos? Forget it, it's too troublesome." This fellow, who had been quite enthusiastic moments ago, now appeared as though he had caught some sort of malaise. Retreating in defeat, Zhao Jinnian had anticipated this outcome, shaking his head, pondering that with Li Guoqing's fleeting enthusiasm, he would make little to no money. Typically, Yangbin might have encouraged Li Guoqing to persevere, but today he found no inclination to do so. His countenance darkened, and he lacked the motivation to edit videos, opting instead to chat with Qin Ziqian in a sour mood. Qin Ziqian inquired, "Where are you from?" With a smile, Yangbin replied, using Zhao Jinnian's secondary account. "Oh, I'm a local from Yuan." "Wow, then you must be quite familiar with Yuan." "That's wonderful. Could you take me around during a National Day holiday?" Yangbin, aware that Zhao Jinnian had a girlfriend, redirected the conversation. "No, I have a girlfriend. I must accompany her during the holiday." He believed that upon learning Zhao Jinnian had a girlfriend, Qin Ziqian would retreat. To his surprise, she replied instantly, "So what if you have a girlfriend? Didn't you add me with a secondary account? I don't mind. Besides, a remarkable young man like you deserves to have 2 girlfriends." Qin Ziqian was genuinely unconcerned. At 18 or 19 years old, she was in a phase of life meant for exploration. She had no expectations of a long-term relationship with Zhao Jinnian. Her curiosity about him was purely casual. To her, dating an outstanding and handsome boy was a form of capital. What girl hasn't dated a few attractive boys? Yangbin's lips twitched as he responded, "I recall you mentioning you had a boyfriend?" Qin Ziqian replied, "No, I've been single since birth. I've never dated anyone." Yangbin fell silent, feeling as though a sharp pang had struck his heart. "Never dated anyone? Then what am I?" He mused. "Just kidding. Aren't you dating Yangbin?" "Oh, him? I don't like him at all. He's just being overly sentimental." She continued to type, sharing numerous negative remarks about Yangbin. Yangbin found himself at a loss for words, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He had never anticipated the multitude of shortcomings perceived by Qin Ziqian, nor could he fathom the extent of her aversion towards him. Undeterred, he sent another message to her via WeChat, inquiring, "Are you there?" He fixated on the screen, desperately hoping for a response, yet Qin Ziqian remained silent. In the next moment, his phone chimed, revealing a screenshot sent from her alternate account, showcasing his previous message. "Qin Ziqian, look, he's bothering me again. It's infuriating. Constantly asking if I'm around." Yangbin's heart felt as though it had been struck with 1,000 blows. He responded nonchalantly, "I think Yangbin quite likes you." Qin Ziqian scoffed, "What does it matter if he likes me? I don't like him." At that moment, a notification from WeChat broke the silence. It was Qin Ziqian's reply. "Oh, I'm a bit tired and want to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow." Yangbin's heart ached, his gaze fixated on those cold, impersonal words. He was painfully aware of his own mediocrity. His basketball skills were unremarkable, his academic performance average, and his looks far from striking. He had thought that his genuine affection could warm Qin Ziqian's heart, only to realize it was nothing more than his own wishful thinking. He had always believed she was slow to warm up, but now his phone buzzed again. This time, Qin Ziqian sent a photo of her legs. "Hee. Military training has me in despair. My skin is getting darker." Yangbin's heart shattered further. Meanwhile, in room 429 of the 15th dormitory at Yuhan University, a piece of him felt irrevocably torn apart. The pure-hearted warrior within him lay defeated. He sent a message to Qin Ziqian, "Oh, I'm not chatting anymore. I need a rest." Qin Ziqian replied instantly, "Okay, good night." Alone in the corridor outside his dormitory, Yangbin felt the cold wind on his face as he lit a cigarette, his mood somber. That night, sleep eluded him as he tossed and turned, haunted by the icy remnants of their conversation. He reminisced about the day he first met Qin Ziqian. It was a night of torrential rain, and while others waited for umbrellas, he awaited the rain's cessation. That evening, Qin Ziqian appeared in his life, frowning as she handed him an umbrella, urging him to hurry home before the thunder struck. From that moment, it felt like an eternity. He recalled how, during weekends, Qin Ziqian would buy cat and dog food and squat in the greenery nearby to feed the animals. She had once been such a gentle and kind-hearted girl. Memories tend to embellish the past, magnifying one's virtues while obscuring their flaws. Yangbin knew that Qin Ziqian was not driven by vanity or a penchant for wealth. Her family situation was quite comparable to his own, comfortably middle class. She simply enjoyed having fun, much like many girls her age. Yangbin could accept that. He had repeatedly convinced himself that it didn't matter how the journey unfolded, as long as she was the destination. Tears brimmed in his eyes. A deep sorrow welled within him. In this moment, he realized he could not accept it, just like most boys. There was a popular question circulating online. Would you mind if your future wife is not a virgin? For years, countless netizens had debated this. But Yangbin believed no man could genuinely be indifferent. They simply learned to smile and say it was fine. From this moment on, Yangbin felt his spirit had been extinguished, and what remained was a relentless pursuit of wealth. Chapter 41. Learning from others to be the other woman. The following day, Yangbin seemed like a different person, silent and withdrawn. Only Zhao Jinnian noticed the change in him, while Li Guqing and Zhang Chao remained blissfully unaware. After 2 weeks of military training, it was nearing its conclusion. Today's task involved target practice, with all freshmen required to orderly proceed to the gym for shooting exercises. Although referred to as shooting, it was merely with electronic guns, each student firing 5 rounds to be counted towards their military training assessment. Years ago, Yuheng University's military training included live shooting at local armed police stations, but in recent years, it had transitioned to electronic practice. That evening, a rare break allowed various squads to organize a gathering, playing games and singing songs, creating a lively atmosphere. Those with talents took to the stage to showcase their skills. A rare opportunity to gain favor in the realm of courtship. In Zhao Jinnian's squad, the instructor gathered everyone together for a game of Pass the Handkerchief. As the music played, the handkerchief landed in Yangbin's hands, prompting cheers from the crowd. Reluctantly, he performed a tune on his mouth organ, earning a round of applause. Zhao Jinnian, feeling bored, quietly slipped away, spotting some seniors playing basketball and deciding to join. Just as he stepped out of the group, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning around, he found Qin Ziqian. With a playful smile, she said, "Hey, you're here. Why aren't you joining your squad in the game?" Zhao Jinnian frowned, his tone indifferent. "Oh, I'm going to play basketball." Qin Ziqian felt a twinge of disappointment at his response. She had sent numerous messages to him that day, but his alternate account remained unresponsive. "I just bought 2 drinks. Here is one for you to enjoy while you play," she offered, holding out a cup of watermelon juice. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand. "No thanks." "By the way, you're looking for Yangbin, right?" "Hee, I'm actually looking for you," she replied, winking. "Don't you remember our chat last night on your alternate account?" Zhao Jinnian stared blankly at her. "Oh, you've misunderstood. It was Yangbin messaging you from my account last night." "What?" Qin Ziqian was taken aback. No wonder Yangbin hadn't initiated contact all day. Usually, he would find excuses to borrow the restroom and bring her a cold drink. Today, however, he hadn't done so, and she assumed he was too busy with the shooting exercises. Little did she know it was Yangbin who had been chatting with her last night. Anger and humiliation washed over her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, a familiar figure rushed over. It was Xiao Yimo. Seeing Zhao Jinnian conversing with an unfamiliar girl, she hurriedly approached, wrapping her arm around his, as if claiming her territory. "You scoundrel, out here flirting with other girls behind my back." Zhao Jinnian was at a loss for words. "What are you doing here? I've been looking for you. I went to your squad, but you weren't there." Xiao Yimo grumbled, casting a hostile glance at Qin Ziqian, her eyes brimming with disdain. Qin Ziqian remained silent. "Ugh, shameless vixen. Instead of learning properly, you're trying to be the other woman." Xiao Yimo shot a glare at Qin Ziqian before dragging Zhao Jinnian away. Qin Ziqian felt a wave of despondency wash over her, suddenly regretting her choices. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have preferred to take the 5,000 yuan instead. After Xiao Yimo whisked Zhao Jinnian away, she berated him for talking to that girl, leaving him to explain for what felt like an eternity. Behold, the reason Zhao Jinnian ended his relationship with Xiao Yimo upon his rebirth is due to his inability to tolerate her incessant control over him. It was utterly suffocating. She was akin to a corral, forcibly tethering Zhao Jinnian, a spirited stallion, within its confines, denying him the liberty to graze elsewhere, not even allowing him the mere pleasure of a sniff. "Where are you headed now?" Zhao Jinnian asked innocently. "Playing ball," came the reply. "What sort of ball?" "My relative just left. Let us head to the rooftop for some fun." Zhao Jinnian twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, come on, let us go. It'll be thrilling." Xiao Yimo, her cheeks flushed, unabashedly tugged at Zhao Jinnian, leading him towards teaching building number 3. This particular building was unique, featuring a staircase that led directly to the rooftop. "Climb up first," Zhao Jinnian suggested. "Why?" Xiao Yimo inquired, puzzled. "You should just go up when I say so. Why all the fuss?" Zhao Jinnian thought of a past incident. Whenever he ascended the stairs, Xiao Yimo would relish following closely behind, playfully teasing him. Having been bitten by a snake once, He was wary of her antics. Xiao Yimo, shyly, remarked, "Are you afraid I'll play tricks on you?" "Rest assured, dear brother. I want tea," she added. Zhao Jinnian wore a face of resignation. "No, you go first. I'm genuinely wary of you." As they ascended the staircase, Zhao Jinnian felt a rush of excitement, an inexplicable exhilaration coursing through him. Upon reaching the rooftop with Xiao Yimo, they were suddenly greeted by a faint sound. Zhao Jinnian pondered. Xiao Yimo gestured excitedly. "Shoo, it seems someone else up here." Like two clandestine observers, they peered towards an old, abandoned antenna, where a couple was engaged in a rather intimate encounter. Winking at Zhao Jinnian, Xiao Yimo's playful spirit ignited as she hollered, "Security S here." The startled couple hastily scrambled to dress, the male utterly flustered, his bravado deflated. Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo quickly fled the rooftop. They dashed for several minutes before finally halting on the ground floor, breathless and exchanging glances of amusement. After such a commotion, their plans for adventure were undoubtedly thwarted. Yet, Zhao Jinnian was suddenly engulfed by a nostalgic sense of youthful exuberance. "Haha, if only we had brought a flashlight, we could have illuminated their little escapade." Xiao Yimo exclaimed, her laughter infectious. Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, a young man approached, his accent unmistakably Beijing. "Yimo, where have you been? I've been searching for you everywhere." Seeing the newcomer, Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. "Yi Yiming," he exclaimed. "Oh my goodness, it's this scoundrel." This Yi Yiming was well known to Zhao Jinnian, for he had relentlessly pursued Xiao Yimo for years. At Zhao Jinnian's wedding, Yi Yiming had caused a scene, even throwing in a lavish monetary gift, leading Zhao Jinnian to believe he was merely a placeholder in her affections. This had ignited a fierce argument between Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo, prompting him to investigate her past relationships, only to find his fears unfounded. Chapter 42, Brother. I was wrong. Yi Yiming gazed longingly at Xiao Yimo, who was nestled comfortably against Zhao Jinnian's broad chest, noticing the sweat glistening on their foreheads. "Yimo, who is he?" Xiao Yimo rolled her eyes, snuggling closer to Zhao Jinnian. "Who do you think?" "Yes, my man." Yi Yiming felt a pang of dissatisfaction, hesitating. "Yimo, I know you don't like me, but there's no need to find a random guy as a shield." With a dismissive huff, Xiao Yimo wiped her brow, and then Zhao Jinnian, who said he is a shield. "We just returned from a little escapade on the rooftop." Yi Yiming was taken aback. "What?" Xiao Yimo produced a condom and half a bottle of lubricant from her bag. "What reason would I have to lie to you?" Yi Yiming, as if confronted by a ghost, could only sigh deeply in response. Zhao Jinnian chuckled, well acquainted with Yi Yiming, recognizing his noble lineage and character. In a previous life, they had shared a close friendship, with Yi Yiming lending Zhao Jinnian 5 million when he was in dire straits. True camaraderie reveals itself in times of hardship. While others distanced themselves from Zhao Jinnian during his downfall, Yi Yiming chose to assist him, albeit motivated by his desire to shield Xiao Yimo from a life of hardship alongside Zhao Jinnian. Nevertheless, the sentiment remained, and Zhao Jinnian appreciated the bond. Having been granted a second chance, he resolved to strengthen ties with those who had been allies and to sever connections with those who were not. He bore no resentment towards continuing his friendship with Yi Yiming. "Hey, your accent suggests you're from Beijing, right?" "A Beijinger?" Zhao Jinnian initiated, striving to bridge the gap. Yi Yiming nodded, though he was reluctant to continue conversing, his heart aching at the sight of Xiao Yimo and Zhao Jinnian's closeness. He yearned for a drink to drown his sorrows. Yet, Zhao Jinnian persisted. "I've heard that Beijingers are rather insular." Yi Yiming retorted, "Nonsense. We Beijingers are not insular at all. It's those pesky outsiders online who tarnish our reputation." Zhao Jinnian laughed heartily. "Ah, so it's the outsiders, is it?" Yi Yiming realized he had spoken too hastily, and with a haughty huff, he departed. As he left, Xiao Yimo made a playful face at his retreating figure before looking sweetly at Zhao Jinnian. "You're not jealous, are you?" "Not at all," Zhao Jinnian reassured her, well aware of Yi Yiming's character. Xiao Yimo stuck out her tongue, eager to clarify, sharing numerous anecdotes about Yi Yiming. Though Zhao Jinnian had long grown accustomed to such tales, as they strolled through the campus, they noticed a few individuals engaged in a heated argument not far off, but they paid little heed, planning to check out a performance on the playground. Among the disputants was Li Guiqing. "Finally, I've caught you," exclaimed a young man, kicking Li Guiqing to the ground. Tonight, there was a gala, and Li Guiqing had chosen to skip it, feeling talentless and preferring to sneak away to binge-watch a show. On his way back to the dorm, feeling peckish, he decided to pilfer a takeout meal from the south gate. However, as he had just selected a barbecue dish, he was suddenly ambushed by two men who restrained him. Li Guiqing felt as though the sky had fallen, his mind racing. "I've been after you for 2 days. You think you could just steal takeout, huh? Today I've got you." One of the boys growled. Li Guiqing, panicking, exclaimed, "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. Those who linger by the riverbank will surely get their feet wet. Come, we're taking you to the security office." The young man seized him, forcefully escorting him away. Upon realizing he was headed to the security office, Li Guiqing's face turned pale. If news of this spread throughout the school, it would be utterly humiliating. How would he explain this to his parents if he were expelled? He was in a state of utter panic and hurriedly exclaimed, "No, brother, I truly regret my actions. I promise I won't dare to do it again. I will compensate you. I will compensate you. Is that acceptable?" The boy scoffed dismissively and kicked Li Guiqing once more, cursing, "Damn it, do you think I care about your measly $2? Spare me this nonsense. Come on, we're heading to the security office." Li Guiqing quickly knelt down, clinging to the boy's leg. "Brother, I really made a mistake. I promise I won't do it again. I will pay you 200 yuan. 200? Well, that's acceptable." The boy paused in surprise, then took out his phone, his expression impassive as he inquired, "WeChat or Alipay?" Li Guiqing let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "WeChat, please." Thus, Li Guiqing scanned the code and paid the 200. Feeling a deep pang in his heart, the boy accepted the payment, beaming with delight, and once again kicked Li Guiqing, pointing a finger at his nose as he scolded. "Damn it, behave yourself from now on. If you dare to steal takeout again, I will drag you to the security office." Okay, I understand, brother. I promise I won't dare again," Li Guiqing replied submissively, resembling a servile grandson. After watching the two boys depart, Li Guiqing finally stood up, brushed off the shoe prints left on him, and silently returned to the dormitory. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Yangbin also returned. Upon entering, he opened his computer to edit videos. Noticing Li Guiqing looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, he inquired, "Li Guiqing, what's wrong with you? By the way, I didn't see you on the playground earlier. Where did you run off to?" Li Guiqing, distracted, gave him a perfunctory response. But Yangbin paid him no mind and continued editing. However, Li Guiqing noticed that Yangbin's phone was ringing incessantly, leading him to wonder, "Old Yang, why are you receiving so many messages on WeChat?" He leaned over for a glance and discovered several girls had messaged Yangbin. Yangbin replied, "Oh, that was from the evening party earlier. I had a bit of bad luck and got hit with a handkerchief. I went up to perform a bit of melodica, and then they added me. But I'm a bit busy right now, so I won't reply just yet. I still haven't finished editing today's video." Comparing this to his own WeChat, which had been devoid of messages all day, Li Guiqing couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to send a message to Zhao Jinnian. "Are you there?" Grinning face. A few minutes later, Zhao Jinnian replied, "I'm here." "Li Guiqing, you won't believe it. I saw a fool getting caught while trying to steal takeout today. Ha!" Zhao Jinnian, "Really? Is that true?" Seeing her reply instantly, Li Guiqing quickly typed back, "Absolutely. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That fool tried to steal takeout and was caught by two boys who were about to drag him to the security office. He had to kneel down and apologize, and he even paid 200 yuan before they let him go." Zhang Yanyan, "Haha, that is so satisfying. Thieves who steal takeout deserve such treatment." Li Guoqin, grinning face. Chapter 43, The Super Invincible Steel Straight Man. The next morning, the chief instructors of each battalion announced an emergency assembly to commence the most grueling segment of the military training, hiking. To this end, a grand lecture was organized, with several school leaders coming to deliver speeches, droning on extensively. It is no exaggeration to say that those in leadership positions are often incompetent. Indeed, this rotund leader spoke fervently, undeterred by the blazing sun, his mouth firing off words like a machine gun. In summary, the speech was a nostalgic reflection on hardships, commemorating the spirit of the Long March, emphasizing that hiking is a crucial component of military training aimed at cultivating students' resilience and ability to withstand pressure while fostering a sense of collective honor. The students, enduring the scorching sun, listened to the lecture, with individuals like Li Guiqing having already mentally dissected the speaker's lineage multiple times over. After the speech concluded, the battalions were dismissed to commence a grueling 20-kilometer hike, organized by squads and led by their instructors. The students were filled with lamentations. Although it was stated as 20 kilometers, the actual distance was likely less than 17 kilometers, as Zhao Jinnian estimated. The starting point was the North Campus of Yuheng University, and they were to make a round trip to the South Campus. The school had set up numerous supply stations and resting areas outside, where senior students wearing vests greeted them with free bottled water. Along the way, Zhao Jinnian and his companions chatted and laughed, finding the trek not too exhausting. While resting at station, Liao Qinglin went to a nearby shop and bought a pack of Huqing Tianxia, and luck smiled upon him as he won a prize, allowing him to purchase another pack for just 8 yuan. He paid and ended up winning again, this time exchanging 15 yuan for a 100 pack. Soon, he returned to the group, clutching 3 packs of betel nuts, even sharing one with instructor Huang. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand dismissively. No, thanks, I'm good. Liao Chenglin chuckled. Come on, just have one. Zhao Jinnian, who had notably reduced his smoking habit, was particularly cautious about betel nuts. He cherished this opportunity for a fresh start and valued his health, having heard that becoming addicted to betel nuts could lead to oral cancer. Thus, he firmly declined. Fearing addiction. What's the big deal? I eat them every day, and I'm not addicted. Liao Chenglin replied helplessly. Li Guoqing, happily munching on the betel nuts, asked, how did you manage to get so many? Well, I intended to buy just 1 pack, but I ended up winning 3 in a row, Liao Chenglin explained. Upon hearing this, Li Guoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. What? It's that easy to win? I need to give it a try. Unfortunately, his excitement quickly faded when he returned with a long face after spending 150 yuan on 3 packs without winning anything. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinnian took advantage of the rare break at the rest station. Under the blazing sun, after hiking 5 kilometers, he was indeed feeling a bit irritated. At that moment, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Xiao Yimo asking if the hike was hot and reminding him to apply sunscreen to avoid turning into a charcoal briquette. Zhao Jinnian could hardly be bothered to respond. After a while, Xiao Yimo sent another message. Are you there? My best friend wants to add you on WeChat. Zhao Jinnian was elated. Xiao Yimo had 2 best friends, both of whom were exceptional beauties he had long been interested in. He promptly replied, which one? Xiao Yimo. I was just kidding. I wanted to see if you were paying attention to my messages. You heartless person. Were you really hoping to add my best friend's WeChat? Why are you so shameless? Zhao Jinnian retorted, putting his phone away, unwilling to respond further. After a 15-minute break, instructor Huang announced the resumption of the hike. In Zhao Jinnian's squad, the girls' team followed closely behind. Along the way, many boys chatted with the girls, as boys at this age were rather boisterous. Additionally, the sweltering heat made silence unbearable. Allowing the students to converse lifted their spirits, and both groups of instructors turned a blind eye to it. At that moment, Yang Bin was engaging 2 girls, making them laugh heartily from time to time, which irked Li Guoqing. No one approached Zhao Jinnian, as many girls were aware of his affluent background and his aloof demeanor, which created a natural barrier. They lacked the courage to flirt with him. Zhao Jinnian relished the peace and quiet. Zhang Xiao was engrossed in conversation with a girl who was petite and charming, effortlessly making him blush with just a few words. She reached out to touch Zhang Xiao's bulging muscles and gasped, wow, you must work out regularly? Zhang Xiao nodded. Of course, I lift weights every day. The girl exclaimed, oh, I also work out, but I prefer swimming. Unfortunately, my lung capacity isn't great. I can't hold my breath for long, so I can't stay underwater for too long. Zhang Xiao replied, oh, I can hold my breath for several minutes. The girl's eyes sparkled in awe. Wow, that's impressive. I can only manage a maximum of 67 seconds. Zhang Xiao was perplexed. A minute consists of 60 seconds. So where did the 67 seconds come from? The girl, with a puzzled expression, insisted, it's simply 67 seconds. Zhang Xiao, flustered, retorted, no, a minute comprises 60 seconds. Explain to me, where on earth did the 67 seconds originate? You can't deceive me like that. Do you think I'm a fool? The girl, equally agitated, reiterated, it is indeed 67 seconds. Zhang Xiao scoffed lightly and challenged her. Then let me ask you, if a minute contains only 60 seconds, from where do the 67 seconds arise? My mother always said that beautiful girls tend to lie. You're so brazenly deceiving me. Humph. I shan't converse with you any longer. With that, Zhang Xiao quickened his pace, leaving the girl behind, who wore a look of grievance. Nearby, Zhao Jinnian, who had been idly listening to their exchange, was at a loss for words, unable to fathom how to respond to Zhang Xiao. Truly, he was an absolute paragon of the stereotypical, oblivious male. When Zhang Xiao finally came to his senses, he might very well find himself regretting his actions. The September air had lost some of its summer heat, yet remained stifling. Li Guoqing, a scatterbrain, seemed to be driven by an inexplicable need for attention, chattering incessantly to those around him. Upon spotting a couple, he exclaimed, goodness, look, that girl resembles a dinosaur. She's truly hideous. And that guy has no standards. I would accept such a girl, even if she were offered to me. Look at that fellow. He is quite unappealing. And his girlfriend must have poor taste. Unbelievable. Isn't it? Just look over there. What a mismatched pair, 2 unattractive individuals together. Is there no justice left? Nowadays, beautiful women only seek handsome men. What are those of us like me to do? The people around regarded Li Guoqing as a fool, pondering how such a person could exist. Many instinctively distanced themselves from him. Even instructor Huang could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter and shot Li Guoqing a fierce glare. What nonsense are you babbling about? Li Guoqing, embarrassed, chuckled sheepishly and fell silent. By the time they had traversed 6 or 7 kilometers towards the south campus, a girl could no longer bear the heat and began to feel faint. Fortunately, she was quickly noticed and carried off to rest. Suddenly, a roar of motorcycle engines echoed from the distant road, and shortly thereafter, a Ducati approached. Zhao Jinnian's lips curled into a smile. Ah, it's Jinya. The rider turned out to be Yi Yiming. He removed his helmet with a slight huff and, maintaining a stoic expression, handed Zhao Jinnian a cup of chilled watermelon juice and a small bottle of sunscreen. With an air of indifference, he remarked, Yimo has class, so I brought these for you. Thank you. Zhao Jinnian grinned widely. Yi Yiming's expression darkened after delivering the items. He donned his helmet and sped off on his Ducati without a backward glance, even feeling a twinge of resentment toward Zhao Jinnian. Who was that on the Ducati? Yang Bin Asked, intriguet. Zhao Jinnian casually replied that he was a friend. Yang Bin sighed, realizing that indeed, rich friends tend to be just as affluent. At that moment, they arrived at a rest stop, the last one before their final destination. Yang Bin noticed a girl had fainted, being carried by a boy. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened. It was Qin Ziqian. Yang Bin's expression turned complex, his heart aching. After 3 years of affection, could their bond truly fade so quickly? Yet, the memory of their last conversation chilled his heart, prompting him to turn away and not look back. By noon, Zhao Jinnian's group finally reached the South Campus for a much-needed respite. The students collectively exhaled in relief, their legs feeling like jelly. The cafeteria's food was mediocre, and with the heat making his appetite wane, Zhao Jinnian settled for a meager meal. Upon exiting the dormitory, he sought shade beneath a large tree, intending to smoke a cigarette when he stumbled upon a mobile phone encased in a pink shell. Whose phone is this? He wondered, picking it up and noticing several missed calls. Unfortunately, the screen was locked, rendering him unable to return the calls. Just as he finished his cigarette, his phone rang. Pressing the answer button, he greeted, "Hello? Hi, did you find my phone? Could you please return it to me?" "Thank you," came a bright and melodious voice from the other end, suggesting the speaker was likely an attractive girl. "Sure, I'm at the entrance of the Qinyuan cafeteria," Zhao Jinnian replied, uncertain of which cafeteria this was in the South Campus. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Before long, a lively girl appeared, shielding herself from the sun with an umbrella. She was tall, dressed in a provocative short skirt, her long legs clad in black stockings drawing attention. Her figure and face rivaled that of Qiao Yimo, prompting Zhao Jinnian to steal a few more glances. Damn, her figure and looks are almost on par with my father's secretary, he thought. "Are you the one who picked up my phone?" she asked. "Oh, this one?" Zhao Jinnian replied, handing it to her. "Yes, that's it." She accepted the phone and immediately turned to leave. Zhao Jinnian scratched his head, thinking it rude that she didn't even say thank you, and called out to her. The girl turned around, perplexed. Zhao Jinnian smiled and suggested, "How about we add each other on WeChat?" She regarded him with a look of disdain, scanning him from head to toe before smirking. "Adding me on WeChat costs $500. Interested?" Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. "500 for adding a WeChat? Are you adorned with diamonds?" The girl, noticing his incredulous expression, scoffed, her tone dripping with mockery. "You can't even spare $500 and expect to pursue me? Pathetic." Zhao Jinnian retorted, "Wait a minute. When did I ever say I wanted to pursue you?" With a cold laugh, she replied, "Still wish to add me on WeChat? Huh. I see you're just after a one-night stand, you lowlife." Zhao Jinnian chuckled at her boldness. He found her fierceness intriguing, as it added a layer of excitement to the chase. He couldn't help but reevaluate her. Her makeup was impeccable, but what caught his eye was the necklace around her neck. A connoisseur, he recognized its value, estimating it to start at around 200,000 yuan. This indicated that she likely came from a well-off family, giving her a sense of entitlement. "All right, I'll transfer you 1,000, Zhao Jinnian said, pulling out cash. "Just scan me." The girl paused momentarily before snorting in amusement, genuinely scanning Zhao Jinnian's WeChat. "Add a note," she instructed, her expression unchanging. "Zhao Jinnian," he replied. "Oh, Shun Qingqing," she noted before asking, "Where's my money?" Zhao Jinnian, confused, clarified, "I said I'd give you 1,000, not that I'd hand you 1,000 yuan. What are you thinking?" Shun Qingqing smirked dismissively, holding her umbrella with an air of disdain as she turned to leave. "Do you think you're funny?" "Fool." Zhao Jinnian was unfazed. Pursuing women required skill and could not be forced. He grinned, watching her retreating figure. Let her revel for now. When the time comes, I'll turn her into a husky. The more she acted this way, the less burden he felt when it came time to confront her. "Old Zhao, the instructor is calling for us to gather," Yang Bin said, patting Zhao Jinnian on the shoulder. Stretching lazily, Zhao Jinnian replied, "Let us go." Instructor Huang gathered the students, primarily to prevent them from wandering off. He encouraged them to find a shaded spot to sit and chat. A gregarious person himself, he shared tales of his time at the officer academy and experiences in the military, igniting the students' imaginations. For instance, Li Guiqing rubbed his hands together, mumbling that he was considering enlisting. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the company commander issued orders once more, instructing each squad to resume their training march from the South Campus back to the North Campus. The process unfolded smoothly. Upon returning to the North Campus, the instructors announced the dissolution of the assembly. The students, feeling a weight lifted off their shoulders, were utterly exhausted and longed to return to their dormitories for a refreshing shower and a well-deserved rest. Zhao Jinnian hummed a cheerful tune, contemplating that he must seize the opportunity to have old Zhou return his car. He had a mind to visit the South Campus again and arrange a meeting with Shun Qingqing. Based on Zhao Jinnian's experience, despite Shun Qingqing's haughty demeanor, such women often exhibited a stark contrast in their true nature. In the evening, Zhao Jinnian changed into a fresh outfit and played basketball for a while before heading to the cafeteria for dinner. He opted for a lighter meal that day and ordered a bowl of wide noodles on the first floor. Just as he was about to find a seat, his peripheral vision caught sight of a serene girl enjoying her noodles not far away. This girl, adorned in a delicate white dress, slurped her noodles in an irresistibly charming manner, one hand playfully tossing her hair. Yet, that was not the focal point. The key detail was that Shun Qingqing? Zhao Jinnian initially doubted his eyes, but upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was indeed Shun Qingqing. He had only seen her that morning, and her proud attitude had left a lasting impression on him. It was an astonishing coincidence. Without hesitation, Zhao Jinnian settled himself right in front of her. The girl appeared taken aback, gazing up at Zhao Jinnian with a dazed expression. Zhao Jinnian smiled brightly, teasing, "Oh, have you dressed up for a date with your boyfriend?" The girl, embarrassed, lowered her head and continued slurping her noodles. Zhao Jinnian, unperturbed by appearances, devoured his wide noodles voraciously, thinking to himself that he had returned her phone. Yet she hadn't even uttered a simple thank you. The girl was visibly bewildered. Zhao Jinnian felt a flicker of confusion, pondering whether he had mistaken her identity. After all, he had met Shun Qingqing at the South Campus, and this was the cafeteria of the North Campus. Realizing this, Zhao Jinnian tentatively inquired, "You're not Shun Qingqing, are you?" The girl, still shyly averting her gaze, replied, "Oh, you've mistaken me. She is my sister. I'm Shun Susu." As she spoke, her cheeks turned as red as an apple. Zhao Jinnian suddenly understood. No wonder he felt like Shun Qingqing had transformed into someone entirely different. His excitement grew. Twin sisters. The notion of twin sisters was a dream for the vast majority of men. Chapter 45. I heard you sold me for $1 million? The renowned relationship mentor Zhou Shaochuan once stated, "If you like a girl, you must embrace all of her, including her sisters." Zhao Jinnian continued to enjoy his wide noodles while casually mentioning the incident of returning Shun Qingqing's phone, to which Shin Susu smiled and remarked, "My sister is indeed like that. You, on the other hand, are quite delightful," Zhao Jinnian mused. "Your gentle demeanor makes you far more amiable than your sister. You would surely make a virtuous wife." Shin Susu's small face flushed as she resumed her noodle feast. Zhao Jinnian consumed his meal in haste, finishing in just a few moments. He lingered at the table, smiling warmly as he engaged her in conversation. Shin Susu, a bit anxious yet responsive, revealed that she was a year ahead, studying translation in the foreign languages department, focusing on English. "Ah, English is essential," Zhao Jinnian remarked. "I excel in spoken English. Would you like me to teach you?" His years abroad had not been in vain. Shin Susu hesitated, instinctively wanting to decline, her expression one of discomfort. "You don't believe me? I can translate instantly and communicate without barriers." Shin Susu appeared somewhat skeptical, momentarily at a loss for words to refuse Zhao Jinnian. She was not one to easily decline requests. Zhao Jinnian smiled softly. "Do you know how I learned to speak so well? My father insisted I read newspapers, watch the news, and read Chinese newspapers aloud in English. Here, find an article and I'll translate it for you so you can see for yourself." Shin Susu, half convinced, managed to find a 2,000-word campus newspaper article for Zhao Jinnian. He wasted no time and delivered a flawless translation, leaving Shin Susu astonished. She couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity about Zhao Jinnian. With her head bowed in contemplation, Shin Susu seemed to waver. Zhao Jinnian observed her, recalling the old adage, when you're watching a girl who isn't looking at you, you can freely gaze at her without hesitation. Well, in that case, Shin Susu finally relented, noticing Zhao Jinnian's unabashed stare, her ears turning crimson as she steeled herself to agree. Zhao Jinnian grinned. "All right then, add me on WeChat." I don't use WeChat," she replied. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. In this day and age, There are still people who don't use WeChat? How do you make payments? Shinsusu answered, I use Alipay. Don't you? Zhao Jinnian felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite place it. All right. You must have another means of contact, perhaps QQ? Ido. Just add me. Zhao Jinnian still felt something was slightly off, but didn't dwell on it. By the way, I'll reach out to you tonight. If you're free, I can take you to practice your spoken English. Shinsusu nodded earnestly. Zhao Jinnian collected his tray and walked away. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, and it was still early. Initially, he intended to play basketball, but having just showered, he reconsidered. As he was lost in thought, a Ducati motorcycle rolled up beside him. Yi Yiming, with a stern expression, removed his helmet. Can we have a word? Zhao Jinnian smiled, not bothering to inquire about the topic. Sure, let us go. Yi Yiming quickly motioned for Zhao Jinnian to step down. We're not close. Don't sit on my bike. Let us talk over there by the playground. Zhao Jinnian pouted, thinking he expected a cafe-like setting for their discussion, and casually asked what it was about. Yi Yiming parked the bike and led Zhao Jinnian to a large tree, lowering his voice. Name your price. How much would it take for you to leave Xiao Yimo? Without hesitation, Zhao Jinnian replied, at least 1 million. Yi Yiming was taken aback. Are you robbing me? 1 million? You dare to say that? Zhao Jinnian chuckled. Come on, you're a wealthy man. Surely you're not short on cash. Besides, does Xiao Yimo hold so little value in your eyes? Yi Yiming pondered this, his expression softening considerably. Indeed, not to mention 1 million. There is no amount that could match Xiao Yimo's importance to me. Zhao Jinnian raised his thumb in admiration. As expected of you, such generosity. Of course. Yi Yiming beamed with pride, then waved his hand, pulling out his phone. But I only have 1 million available right now. My card has no limit. Does yours have a receiving limit? If not, I can transfer it to you right now. Zhao Jinnian promptly provided a card number, confident that Yi Yiming was not short on funds. Yi Yiming patted Zhao Jinnian's shoulder. Brother, this money will reach you in no more than 2 hours. Just make sure to check your account. And please, don't bother Xiao Yimo again. Yi Yiming felt he had struck a good deal, blissfully unaware that he would soon find himself at Zhao Jinnian's door, seeking retribution for his folly. Understood. I promise I will never bother Xiao Yimo again. Zhao Jinnian joyfully accepted the 1 million, feeling as if he had won the lottery. Coincidentally, his mother's generous gift of 1 million had nearly been spent, and now it seemed that Yi Yiming was hastily delivering funds to him, akin to a stroke of luck. Half an hour later, Zhao Jinnian's phone rang. It was Xiao Yimo. You bastard. I heard you sold me for 1 million? How could you be so despicable? Xiao Yimo vented furiously over the phone. Zhao Jinnian shrugged. 1 million is 1 million. Why not seize the opportunity? Xiao Yimo shouted. Am I not worth even 1 million in your eyes? Quickly transfer 2 million to that brat Yi Yiming. Clearly, he thinks he is the only one with money, right? Transfer him 200,000 to prevent him from being a frog at the bottom of the well. Zhao Jinnian chuckled. All right, stop being angry. A fool who doesn't make money is just that, a fool. I'll transfer you 50,000. We'll split it. How does that sound? That's more like it. Xiao Yimo said with a grin, but her expression quickly shifted to one of concern. Darling, doesn't this mean we're scheming to swindle him? Zhao Jinnian brushed it off, aware that Yi Yiming came from a wealthy family and wouldn't miss the money. Besides, he had decided to treat Yi Yiming as a brother in this life, so he wasn't worried. What is there to fear? He is transferring it to us willingly. But, isn't it a bit unethical? Then you should return the 50,000 to me. Get lost. At 8 p.m., Shinsusu messaged Zhao Jinnian, inquiring when he would take her to practice speaking. I'll be there shortly, he replied. He met Shinsusu at the entrance of the second playground. She wore the same outfit as in the afternoon, a pink handbag slung over her shoulder. Upon seeing Zhao Jinnian, she appeared bashful. Where are you planning to take me to practice speaking? Of course, to a hotel. Huh? Shinsusu was taken aback. Just kidding. Zhao Jinnian laughed as he approached her. Do you know the most crucial aspect of mastering spoken language? It's overcoming the psychological barrier of fearing mistakes and daring to speak out loud. Speaking is an act of expression, not merely a matter of learning. I know of a food street with numerous Indian restaurants, but we want to go there today. I'll be your reading partner instead. When Shinsusu heard about the food street filled with Indian restaurants, she was startled, initially thinking Zhao Jinnian intended for her to engage in face-to-face conversations. Upon realizing they wouldn't be going, she let out a reluctant sigh of relief. The two ventured to a bamboo grove west of Yuheng University, where an artificial river ran, drawing couples in droves at night. Chapter 46. As long as I am amoral, others cannot morally coerce me. Zhao Jinnian earnestly explained the distinction between spoken and written language. Shinsusu was already aware of these differences, but she lacked an environment in which to practice her speaking skills, making it difficult for her to transition. Just as many Chinese speakers often neglect the subject-verb-object structure, preferring inversion and fragmented Chinese, the same applies in English, but with notable differences. The essence of spoken language lies in thought. Broadly, a normal undergraduate who has passed level 4 should grasp around 4,000 vocabulary words and have a foundational understanding of many grammatical techniques, thereby being capable of basic daily communication. Yet, why do so many students still struggle to communicate? A significant factor is thought. For instance, when a person who has studied English converses with a foreigner, they might hear a sentence translated into Chinese in their mind, comprehend it, and then instinctively translate their response back into English before articulating it. This method of communication is inefficient, akin to mere parroting. Shinsusu listened attentively, nodding earnestly. Zhao Jinnian remarked, "The most vital aspect of spoken language is efficient communication. Just like when we converse, for example, we might say, 'Oh, I didn't make it yesterday. I got stuck in traffic.' This adds a causal explanation instinctively. See, while that might be a flawed sentence in written form, it does not hinder communication. In written language, it could be articulated as, 'Due to traffic congestion, I was unable to arrive on time yesterday.'" Shinsusu appeared enlightened, chuckling softly. "It's like what I said online. When we communicate in English abroad, it sounds to foreigners like classical Chinese, too formal, too written. For instance, when we say, 'She knows' in spoken English, we might casually say, 'She got it right.' If one were to adhere strictly to formal written language, they'd have to say, 'She became aware of the situation,' which requires organizing language. Quite cumbersome." Shinsusu nodded seriously. "Of course. I suggest you watch some American and British TV shows. You'll find them quite interesting. The dialogue in American shows is very conversational, while British shows tend to lean towards written language. All right, now I'll be your reading partner." The two conversed in a foreign language for a while, but soon, Shinsusu grew anxious, struggling to respond quickly, and often preoccupied with organizing her thoughts. Zhao Jinnian reassured her, saying that such nervousness was entirely normal. Thus, the core of spoken practice is to speak out loud, receive feedback, and maintain continuous output. The key is to speak. "I'll do my best," Shinsusu declared, raising her little pink fist. Watching Zhao Jinnian's serious demeanor while explaining, she felt a peculiar allure, as if he were an entirely different person from the one she had initially approached. As Zhao Jinnian noted the time, he walked her to her apartment building before humming a tune as he returned to his dormitory. "Twins, oh twins, sisters, oh sisters," he mused, reflecting that the younger sister had a more agreeable personality. The older sister was fiery, while the younger one was soft. If he were to marry both, along with Xiao Yimo, they could form a mahjong table. Suddenly, he felt his thoughts were somewhat crass and unethical. Yet, he reassured himself with the notion that as long as he remained amoral, others could not morally coerce him. Comforted by this somewhat ostrich-like rationale, Zhao Jinnian hastened back to his dormitory. In the dorm, Yang Bin was diligently editing a video in front of his computer. Zhang Chao had returned as well, pacing the hallway while on a serious phone call with his mother, nodding solemnly every so often. At that moment, Li Guqing plopped down beside Yang Bin, grinning. "Hey, how much did you make yesterday?" Yang Bin replied nonchalantly. "The video didn't perform well yesterday. I gained over 20 new users, about 300 yuan. Li Guqing rubbed his hands together. "Lend me some money." Yang Bin glanced at him. "How much?" Li Guqing, realizing that military training was officially over tomorrow, had planned to take Zhang Jinnian out for a seafood buffet that evening. It wasn't too expensive, 188 yuan per person. However, he discovered his WeChat balance was nearly depleted. He had started with 500 yuan for living expenses, but having spent extravagantly, he had completely forgotten that his funds were running low. Yet, having promised Zhang Jinnian, he sought to borrow some from Yang Bin, noticing that Yang Bin seemed to earn money effortlessly while lounging in the dormitory. At the beginning of the month, I bought some to try. What does it taste like? 50 for betel nut. Let us see what is going on. Now, it felt like he was already running low before the end of the month, almost as if he were contemplating gambling to see if he could win a few bucks. 500. Yang Bin pondered for a moment, observing Li Guqing's eager expression. "How about this? I'll lend you 200. Just let me know when you've used it up. There is still a week until National Day, and I worry you might spend too liberally." 500 could vanish in no time. Li Guqing frowned. 200 isn't enough. He felt Yang Bin was being stingy, having made so much from his articles. He must have thousands, yet he wouldn't even lend 500. "Just let me know when you've used it all up," Yang Bin replied, genuinely trying to help. Li Guqing, however, became irritated, grabbing his phone and heading out into the hallway. Yang Bin shook his head helplessly. Zhao Jinnian overheard their conversation, but didn't give it much thought. To him, Li Guqing was simply a fool. At least Yang Bin was willing to lend him money. If Li Guiqing approached Zhao Jinnian for a loan, Zhao Jinnian wouldn't even bother to respond. After a quick shower, Zhao Jinnian lay down and opened his phone, preparing to chat with Shun Qingqing. Zhao Jinnian first transferred 1 yuan, then proceeded to edit a message, requesting confirmation of a payment of 1,000 yuan. This trick he learned from Qiao Yimo, who had previously played such pranks on him. Sure enough, as soon as he sent it, Shun Qingqing replied, "You fool. Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Jinnian initially contemplated engaging in a conversation with Shun Qingqing, but upon reflection, realized that would make him appear overly eager. Perhaps it would be better to converse with his sister instead. Outside in the corridor, Li Guiqing was on the phone with his mother. Zhou Xiaoying, surprised to receive a late-night call from her son, spoke gently. "Son, what's wrong? Why aren't you resting at this hour?" Li Guiqing, distracted, replied, "Oh, just studying." "Aren't you supposed to be in military training? What are you studying?" Zhou Xiaoying queried with suspicion. Li Guiqing, annoyed, retorted, "Of course I'm learning software. Our major requires proficiency in various programs, CAD, UG, SolidWorks. I bought my computer specifically for this purpose. Should I wait until class starts to begin my studies?" Noticing her son's irritation, Zhou Xiaoying quickly reassured him. All right, dear. Just remember to take care of your health while studying late. Make sure to rest early." Only then did Li Guiqing soften and ask, "Could you transfer me 1,000 yuan? Son, have you spent all your money so quickly?" Zhou Xiaoying replied, "No, of course not. But our school requires us to purchase materials, and it costs over 1,100 yuan. I'll cover a bit more, so if you could send me 1,000, that would be great." "What materials are so expensive?" Zhou Xiaoying asked. Li Guiqing, already growing impatient, said, "I've told you before. You wouldn't understand. Just transfer the money. No need to ask so many questions." Zhou Xiaoying complied. All right. I'll send it tomorrow. I'm at work right now, but I'll transfer it as soon as I'm done." The next day, Instructor Huang distributed a form to every student, requesting them to write a reflection on their military training for his signature and comments. Simultaneously, he instructed the students to log into a mini-program to rate him, which led to laughter as students gleefully awarded him top marks in all categories. After all, Instructor Huang had indeed been accommodating throughout the 22 days of military training, never making things difficult for the students, and they had enjoyed a cordial relationship. In the afternoon, Li Guiqing disappeared without a trace, happily off to indulge in a seafood buffet with Zhao Jinnian. Upon returning that evening, he appeared as if he had just tasted honey, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Another day passed, and the battalions organized a grand military parade, with the vice principal beaming as he stood on the reviewing platform, relishing the moment as if he were brigade commander. Thus, military training was officially declared complete. With just a few days until National Day, classes were to resume. In the afternoon, Liao Qinglin went around the dormitory asking if anyone wanted to organize a team-building event, suggesting they all go out for a meal together, each contributing 100 yuan, with adjustments made as necessary. However, the response was lukewarm. Many students from Class 2 of Mechanical Design were reluctant to participate, despite Liao Qinglin's persuasive efforts, mentioning that other classes were participating and that their absence would seem unfriendly. It took considerable coaxing before a few students reluctantly agreed. Consequently, he scheduled the team-building event for the last evening of the National Day holiday, October 7th. Zhao Jinnian was indifferent, readily transferring 100 yuan to Liao Qinglin. Li Guiqing was disgruntled, exclaiming, "Wait, the team building is on October 7th? It's only September 26th now. Why the rush?" Liao Qinglin, feeling guilty, laughed nervously, stating they needed to collect the money early to avoid anyone backing out at the last minute and to secure restaurant reservations in advance. In truth, Liao Qinglin had his own motives. Having spent lavishly since school began, he was running low on funds and feared missing payments on his credit line. He intended to use this money to settle his debts discreetly. That evening, Zhao Jinnian had made plans with Shun Susu to stroll through the night market, where there was a barbecue stall run by an Indian owner and staffed by several foreigners. Zhao Jinnian encouraged Shun Susu to practice her spoken English, which she had been honing over the past few days. As they neared the barbecue shop, she grew visibly anxious and instinctively clutched Zhao Jinnian's arm, suggesting they abandon the idea. "What is there to reconsider? Just speak to him as you do with me. You have to take the first step," Zhao Jinnian urged her. Reluctantly, Shun Susu steeled herself and approached the stall to communicate with the staff in English. Although she stumbled through her words several times, she ultimately managed without significant mishaps. Zhao Jinnian patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "No worries. The more you speak, the better your skills will become." Shun Susu, now feeling more at ease, smiled at Zhao Jinnian and said, "Thank you, Zhao Jinnian." He waved his hand dismissively, replying with an air of nonchalance, "What is there to thank me for? If you truly wish to show gratitude, treat me to a meal." "All right," Shun Susu replied, taking out her phone and seriously asking, "What would you like to eat?" Zhao Jinnian glanced around and pointed at a stall selling roasted lamb skewers. "How about that one?" "Sound good," she agreed. They approached the skewer stall, and the owner, noticing two students approaching, exclaimed with a smile, "Fresh meat, not frozen. If it's not good, you don't have to pay. How many would you like?" Zhao Jinnian chuckled, "Not good, and I don't pay? Then let me have two of the not good ones and see how that goes." The owner looked taken aback. Shin Susu stifled a laugh, finding Zhao Jinnian's humor delightful. Clearing his throat, Zhao Jinnian realized the owner might not appreciate his joke and decided, "All right, let's go with 10 skewers. Coming right up." The owner beamed, firing up the grill. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb skewers filled the air. Zhao Jinnian, with grease on his lips, offered Shin Susu 2 skewers, but she quickly waved them away, saying, "I don't eat late-night snacks." Zhao Jinnian nodded. "All right then. Since you treated me tonight, how about I take you out for steak tomorrow? That way, you can practice your English skills there too." Shin Susu hesitated, but eventually agreed. Just then, Zhao Jinnian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and, without a second thought, hung up. It was Xiao Yimo. Moments later, she called again. Frustrated, Zhao Jinnian dismissed the call yet again, but the phone rang once more. Overwhelmed, he sighed. Shin Susu cautiously suggested, "Maybe you should answer it. What if it's urgent?" Reluctantly, Zhao Jinnian answered, "Hello? Jinnian, I almost hung up." Xiao Yimo's voice came through, sounding distressed and flustered. Zhao Jinnian chuckled, "Cut the theatrics. I accepted Yi Yiming's money and agreed not to interfere with you. If we're acting, let us do it convincingly so he feels his money is well spent. It's only been 2 days. Why are you calling me again?" Xiao Yimo replied, "Wah, Jinnian, I was in a car accident. I almost died." Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. "Is that for real? Did you break your leg? Is your face disfigured?" "No," she answered. Zhao Jinnian sighed in relief. "Well, as long as you're fine. Now stop whining and hang up." Suddenly, Xiao Yimo became furious, shouting, "Zhao Jinnian, am I your mistress? Why are you so impatient after just a couple of words? Is your wife after you?" Zhao Jinnian glanced at the perplexed Shin Susu and casually replied, "All right then. Where are you? I'll come over." Xiao Yimo provided her location. Zhao Jinnian couldn't help but feel exasperated. How could someone get into an accident on a little electric scooter? "Who was that?" Shin Susu asked quietly. Zhao Jinnian tucked his phone away. "Oh, just a comrade." "Wow, you were in the army?" Shin Susu exclaimed, her face filled with surprise. In his heart, Zhao Jinnian sought solace, reminding himself that soldiers in the battleground of stimulation were still soldiers. To take a step back, after years of intimate encounters with Xiao Yimo, artillerymen were also soldiers. Zhao Jinnian boasted without a script, oblivious to his physique. "Come, feel my abs, my broad chest." As he spoke, he disregarded whether Shin Susu was bothered, directly placing her hand on his abdomen. Shin Susu's face flushed, and she hastily withdrew her hand. "You can head back to school. I shall take my leave," Zhao Jinnian declared. After watching Shin Susu depart, Zhao Jinnian furrowed his brow, summoned a small electric scooter, and sped towards the scene of the accident involving Xiao Yimo. The accident location was not far, near the South School Gate. Zhao Jinnian's night market street was close to the West School Gate, merely a 3-kilometer distance apart. Before long, upon arrival, Zhao Jinnian spotted Xiao Yimo anxiously crouched by the roadside, with a girl lying before her. Zhao Jinnian was a loss for words. "Didn't you say you were nearly done for in the accident? Yet here you are, perfectly fine?" Chapter 48. Yi Yiming. "You two conspired to swindle me. Damn Jinnian. Vile Jinnian. Do you wish for my demise so fervently?" Xiao Yimo glared at him in resentment. Zhao Jinnian remained silent, casually surveying the scene. Xiao Yimo had just purchased a cherry QQ ice cream, a delightfully pink little car, utterly adorable. She had collided with a girl riding an electric scooter. The scooter lay on the ground, and while the girl had sustained a knee abrasion, her injuries were not severe. "Have you called the police? Are the traffic officers here? Have you contacted the insurance company?" Zhao Jinnian inquired nonchalantly. Xiao Yimo looked at him with a pitiful expression. "No, I called you first, didn't I?" Zhao Jinnian snapped. "What good is calling me? You should be calling the police, calling 120, calling the insurance company." Oh. Xiao Yimo finally scrambled to make the calls, asking, "What is the number for the traffic police?" Zhao Jinnian was utterly speechless. With a mindset like hers, she should refrain from driving altogether and stick to her little scooter. Taking Xiao Yimo's phone, he began dialing, only then noticing she was wearing high heels, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You extravagant woman, driving in high heels?" Xiao Yimo kept silent, gazing at him with big, pleading eyes. Seeing her pitiable demeanor, Zhao Jinnian couldn't bring himself to continue scolding her. He crouched down to examine the girl's injuries. Finding them not severe, though unsure if any bones were affected. When the traffic police arrived, they quickly reviewed the dashcam footage. The sequence of events revealed that Xiao Yimo had run a yellow light, and at that moment, the girl had emerged from the South School gate on her scooter, leading to the accident. The officers issued a liability determination. Originally, Xiao Yimo bore primary responsibility, but considering she was driving in high heels, the blame shifted entirely onto her. Moreover, after a brief examination by 120, it was discovered that the girl had a minor fracture in her left leg, rendering her injuries quite serious. Xiao Yimo had now committed a traffic offense. Now, she was to be taken for a statement, and panic seized Xiao Yimo as she buried her face in Zhao Jinnian's embrace, whispering, "Jinnian, will I go to jail?" Jail is unlikely. Detention is possible. But do not fret. If you actively compensate and gain the victim's understanding, detention can be avoided, Zhao Jinnian reassured her. Even if it came to that, with me around in Yuheng, you could even commit murder and not face imprisonment. Subsequently, Zhao Jinnian accompanied Xiao Yimo to provide her statement. The following day, they visited the hospital to see the injured girl, Zhou Lin, a junior from Yuheng University. Being from out of town, she had no family present after the accident. However, her roommate, Tang Xiaolian, was there. Upon seeing Zhao Jinnian, Tang Xiaolian paused, for she recognized him for the confession wall and forums. Just over a week ago, Zhao Jinnian had lost his watch, offering a 50,000 reward, and she had seen the discussion online. As soon as she spotted Zhao Jinnian, Tang Xiaolian instinctively glanced at his wrist. Zhao Jinnian smiled slightly, shielding Xiao Yimo behind him, and straightforwardly stated that they were there to offer compensation, not only for medical expenses, but also for mental anguish and nutritional support, hoping to gain Zhou Lin's understanding. Last night, Zhao Jinnian had already inquired with the police. Given Xiao Yimo's situation, taking full responsibility and causing significant injury, she had committed a traffic offense, and if the victim pursued it, according to the road traffic safety law, administrative detention would be imposed on Xiao Yimo. Tang Xiaolian pressed, "How much are you willing to compensate?" Zhao Jinnian smiled slightly, stating, excluding the insurance compensation, "We are willing to personally offer an additional 30,000 to secure a letter of understanding." How does that sound? To be honest, it was a considerable amount, and Zhou Lin was inclined to accept, but Tang Xiaolian shot her a disapproving look and remarked, 30,000 is too little. If it weren't for my friend's good fortune, she could have been left limping for life. Zhao Jinnian retorted, 50,000. Tang Xiaolian shook her head. Had it not been for my friend's quick reflexes, she might have lost a limb by now. Xiao Yimo anxiously looked at Zhao Jinnian and quickly suggested, how about 100,000? Would that be acceptable? Tang Xiaolian stood up, her expression stern, ushering them out of the ward. You both should reconsider and return when you have made up your minds. Once they left, Zhou Lin became anxious. Xiaolian, I think 100,000 is already a lot. I truly am not that injured. The doctor said I can walk in 2 to 3 weeks and be fully recovered in about 3 months. Dan Xiaolian zimak mini funfu, Zhou Lin. We are in for a windfall. Do you know who that guy is? Zhao Jinnian, the hottest topic on the forums. Rumored to be from a wealthy family with connections to officials. Just look at his watch, worth over 600,000. You've struck gold. Let us extort him. Zhou Lin was taken aback, but still felt it was inappropriate. But I really am not that hurt. 100,000 is too much. Too much. Zhao Jinnian is wealthy. It's rumored his family benefits from the people's suffering. What is a little money to him? Besides, you're not at fault. So how much should I ask for then? At least 500,000. Anything less is non-negotiable. Dan Xiaolian in seat. Zhao Jinnian initially planned to return and negotiate with Zhou Lin again, thinking that if they couldn't reach an agreement, it would be the end of it. After all, Xiao Yimo's detention would merely be a formality, and her record would remain unblemished, because this was Yuheng. However, to his surprise, upon their return, Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo discovered that Zhou Lin had already issued a letter of understanding. Tang Xiaolian grinned, saying someone had already paid the 500,000 compensation on Xiao Yimo's behalf. Zhao Jinnian was utterly flabbergasted. Xiao Yimo shared his confusion. Both wanted to curse. 500,000? How audacious. But soon enough, they learned who had made the payment. Yi Yiming. As they encountered Yi Yiming downstairs in the hospital, he fell silent for a moment before smiling at Xiao Yimo. Yimo, I would like to have a word with Zhao Jinnian. Xiao Yimo pondered briefly and then moved to a nearby bus station to wait for Zhao Jinnian. Once she left, Yi Yiming seethed. You two conspired to swindle me. Zhao Jinnian, bewildered, asked, how did I swindle you? Don't play dumb. I transferred you 1 million, instructing you not to bother Yimo, and yet you still deceived me. Zhao Jinnian found himself in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, what do you mean? How could I possibly deceive you for money? It is she who has been persistently pursuing me. I have not entangled her in any way. Ye yiming sakol futkoldi. I do not believe you. In response, Zhao Jinnian produced his mobile phone, scrolling through WeChat messages and call logs. Here, take a look, he said. She has inundated me with messages, yet I have not replied. Moreover, all the calls were initiated by her. Yi Yiming's face turned pale, and he sank despondently to the ground, sulking in silence. Zhao Jinnian offered him a cigarette, grinning as he said, "Brother, lighten up. If this doesn't work out, perhaps you should pursue someone else. However, I shan't be returning your money." Yi Yiming waved his hand dismissively, replying with a frown, "I do not smoke." Zhao Jinnian felt a twinge of guilt for having swindled him out of $1 million, but upon reflection, he reassured himself that he genuinely wished to befriend Yi Yiming. All right, no need to be upset. How about this? I'll introduce you to someone even better next time. What do you say? Yi Yiming born tortet. I only want Yimo. Zhao Jinnian found himself at a loss. How could this child be so obstinate? He had been a love-struck fool for 2 lifetimes. Amused by the situation, Zhao Jinnian pondered, how about this? When I and Xiao Emo have a child, you could be the godfather. What do you think? That way, your $1 million won't be wasted. Chapter 49. Fate is a capricious weaver. I have no desire to be your godson. Ye Yiming intergestet. Only to suddenly grasp the absurdity of Zhao Jinnian's offer. His expression morphed into one of deep resentment and indignation as he glared at Zhao Jinnian, ready to confront him. Realizing his blunder, Zhao Jinnian hastily corrected himself. I misspoke. I meant that you could be the godfather. That should be sufficiently generous, right? Yi Yiming shouted, "You swindler. You tricked me out of $1 million, and now you expect me to be your godson?" Zhao Jinnian, feeling exasperated, continued to placate him. How about this? If you transfer me another $1 million, I'll gladly be your godson. Yi Yiming's eyes widened in disbelief. You want to con me out of another $1 million? Zhao Jinnian spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Well, if this won't work, then I am at a loss. After a prolonged silence, Yi Yiming finally regained his composure, though he remained sulky and dissatisfied. Zhao Jinnian could empathize with his frustration. After all, anyone would be upset over being duped out of $1 million. Yet, he found amusement in the situation. So what if I tricked you? It was you, Yi Yiming, who leaped about at my wedding last lifetime and gifted me $1 million. Just then, Zhao Jinnian's WeChat chimed. It was a message from Yang Bin, inquiring about his whereabouts and reminding him that there was a course in engineering mechanics that afternoon, urging him not to skip class. With a feigned innocence, Zhao Jinnian turned to Yi Yiming and said, "Well, I must take my leave. I have a class to attend." Yi Yiming remained silent, sulking on the ground, his demeanor radiating profound indignation. After exchanging farewells with Xiao Emo, Zhao Jinnian departed. Xiao Emo approached Yi Yiming, holding a sunshade, and smiled. "You're still as dazed as ever." Yi Yiming turned his head away, but upon hearing her words, he couldn't help but look up, captivated by Xiao Emo's sweet smile. In that moment, he was utterly enchanted. "All right, for the $1 million that Jinnian swindled from you, I'll have him transfer it back to you. Oh, and the compensation you owe me today, I'll make sure he sends it along as well." Yi Yiming hastidistud. No, that is unnecessary." Xiao Emo frowned. "Just accept it. What is with all the fuss? Be obedient. Love has the power to render one foolish, to create confusion, to instill doubt, to inspire courage, and to lead one astray. It is almost omnipotent. In the realm of love, wisdom and intellect must take a back seat. Love is both liberating and utterly unreasonable. Sometimes, the order in which we meet someone holds great significance. Fate is indeed a trickster. Had Xiao Emo met Yi Yiming first, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alas, she first encountered Zhao Jinnian. Such is destiny. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinnian hurriedly hailed a taxi back to the university. The regulations at Yuheng University were notably stringent. Missing 2 consecutive hours of class without justification would result in a failing grade, and accumulating 5 hours of unexcused absences in a semester would lead to expulsion. In practice, however, the enforcement of such rules was not as severe. Students might receive warnings or be placed on probation. The instructor for engineering mechanics was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, exuding a scholarly demeanor. He donned glasses and commenced the first class with a self-introduction, delaying the lecture to regale the students with tales of his past, boasting extravagantly. The students listened with yawns, yet Zhang Chao was particularly attentive, nodding earnestly at intervals. After what felt like an eternity, as the class neared its end, Liao Chenglin called the students to attention, announcing a brief meeting. Reluctantly, the students stayed in the classroom. Liao Chenglin explained that the school had instituted a policy mandating 5 departments to hold evening study sessions for freshmen. Unfortunately, for the mechanical engineering department, they had been selected, and the first session would commence that very night from 7 to 9. He mentioned that he had just received this notification from a counselor, and any student who failed to attend without an excuse would face repercussions as though they had skipped class. Upon hearing this, a chorus of complaints erupted. Zhao Jinnian felt equally dismayed. After all, they were in university, yet they were being subjected to evening study sessions. Yang Bin questioned, "What about the freshman evening gala?" The evening gala was not an official school event, but rather a gathering organized by upperclassmen and student organizations on the main campus, featuring artistic performances. Many students had planned to attend for some entertainment, but now those plans were dashed. Liao Qinglin, feeling embarrassed, acknowledged that he too was reluctant about the evening study session. However, given that it was a departmental requirement, he could only comply, vaguely suggesting they would assess the situation later that evening. Li Guoqing erupted inanje. We Haven't even started the class officially, and now we're expected to sit in the classroom for 2 hours doing nothing? Yang Bin echoed his frustration. Are we supposed to just sit there and twiddle our thumbs? Recognizing the students' agitation, Liao Qinglin attempted to placate them. There's really nothing we can do. It's a departmental mandate. If it comes to it, you can treat the time as an opportunity to play on your phones or bring your laptops to practice some mechanical design software. With the decision firmly made, the students grumbled and dispersed. Zhao Jinnian received a message from Zhou Shaochuan. It had been some time since he had heard from him. Zhou Shaochuan mentioned that he would be returning the car that evening. "All right, just park it under our apartment building at 9. I'll meet you after my evening study session to get the keys back." Zhou Shaochuan was puzzled. "Why do you have to attend evening study? I thought your department didn't have that requirement last year." Zhao Jinnian sighed. "Who knows? They just implemented this policy this year, stating that anyone who leaves early or skips the evening study will be treated as absent." Zhou Shaochuan pondered for a moment. "In that case, why not join the student council? I have a friend there who could help you secure a position, and then you wouldn't have to attend evening study." Zhao Jinnian pondered for a moment, conceding that it was acceptable, for he had no intention of attending. "All right, do inquire for me later." Shaochuan, brimming with enthusiasm, informed Zhao Jinnian that the short drama had been entirely filmed. The production team had been tirelessly working around the clock to edit and dub the footage, and it had been fully revised. It was now ready for review. Once approved, it would be distributed, potentially yielding profits as early as the National Day holiday. Zhao Jinnian, however, remained indifferent to such matters. Frankly, he harbored no expectations that this frivolous short drama would generate any revenue. Merely avoiding losses would be a cause for gratitude, viewing it as a mere practice opportunity for Shaochuan. In stark contrast to Zhao Jinnian's apathy, Shaochuan exuded excitement and confidence in his work. Zhao Jinnian had no desire to dampen his spirits, so he offered a few perfunctory remarks before diverting the conversation. After lunch, Liao Qinglin announced in the class group that evening study sessions would be held in classroom 4227 of Building 4, with roll call to commence promptly at 7, urging students not to be late. Zhao Jinnian, feeling somewhat disheartened, had initially planned to dine with Shin Susu that evening. Chapter 50. Zhao Zilong is full of courage. This sister is a true embodiment of Zhao Zilong. Evening study sessions at university differ significantly from those in high school. Even without a teacher's supervision, the atmosphere remains tranquil, with students engrossed in their own affairs. This is partly due to the fact that the semester had only recently commenced, leaving students still unfamiliar with one another, and partly because they hailed from diverse backgrounds, forming small circles centered around their dormitories. With little to occupy his time, Zhao Jinnian settled into the last row, scrolling through videos while chatting with Xiao Yimo. To his surprise, Yang Bin and Zhang Chao had brought their laptops, with Yang Bin donning headphones as he edited videos in the classroom. Noticing Zhang Chao's serious demeanor, Zhao Jinnian glanced over to find that he was studying CAD, diligently memorizing the shortcut keys for the software's various functions, occasionally displaying expressions of sudden enlightenment. Zhao Jinnian realized that, despite Zhang Chao's seemingly single-minded nature, he was remarkably disciplined, fully dedicating himself to any task he undertook. Li Guoqing sat by the window, yawning as he chatted with Shang Yinyan. He lamented about the evening study session, while Shang Yinyan mentioned she was at the playground watching the freshman talent show, where a senior was singing beautifully, prompting Li Guoqing to consider skipping class to join her. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he prepared to make an excuse to visit the restroom and sneak out when the counselor arrived, nodding in acknowledgement of the gathered students before departing. Li Guoqing was left to abandon his plans, wearing a look of utter dejection. Xiao Yimo urged Zhao Jinnian to return the 1 million yuan he had deceived Yi Yiming out of, but without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jinnian declined, quipping that perhaps he could repay it in his next life. Yet, deep down, he sensed that such a situation was far from ideal. Zhao Jinnian dismissed her concerns, asserting, "What is there to be concerned about? I am the esteemed Jin Yi, and money is of no consequence to me. He was well aware that a mere million was insignificant to Yi Yiming. After all, his wealth was not acquired through frivolity, and he felt an inexplicable debt towards Yi Yiming that left him uncomfortable. Xiao Yimo continued her gentle persuasion. Zhao Jinnian, unfazed, ignored her, convinced that once the money was in his pocket, Yi Yiming could only blame himself. After the evening study session, Zhao Jinnian first retrieved his car keys before heading off to play basketball. He sent a message to Xiao Chuan, inquiring whether he had returned. Xiao Chuan replied, "You must come down quickly. I'm downstairs at your dorm. Something has happened. What could possibly happen at school?" Xiao Chuan, feeling guilty, confessed, "Your car has been vandalized." Zhao Jinnian cursed under his breath. "When did this happen?" "Ah, don't even mention it. I just parked your car downstairs at your apartment, thinking you wouldn't be out for another half hour, so I went to grab a cold drink. When I returned, your car had already been vandalized." Perplexed, Zhao Jinnian inquired, "Who did this? Is it serious?" Xiao Chuan vaguely replied, "You'll know when you arrive." The scene below Building 15 was unusually bustling, packed with onlookers, all murmuring and pointing at Zhao Jinnian's distinctive license plate on a Maybach. Zhao Jinnian pushed through the crowd and spotted Xiao Chuan embroiled in an argument with a girl. The girl wielded a can of red spray paint in one hand and a pair of pliers in the other, her expression fierce as she shoved and pulled at Xiao Chuan. Shards of glass littered the ground. Zhao Jinnian frowned, his expression darkening as he recognized the girl as Tang Xiaolian, the one who had audaciously demanded exorbitant sums earlier that day in the hospital. "Ah, finally you have arrived. Old Zhao," Xiao Chuan exclaimed, hastily stepping away from the girl and approaching Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian's mood soured further as he surveyed his beloved car, now coated in vibrant red paint, with scoundrel flamboyantly scrawled across it, and a sizable hole smashed through the driver's side window. In a defeated tone, Xiao Chuan explained, "It's a long story. After I borrowed your car, I drove it around, and a number of people added me on WeChat, including this girl. You know me. As long as a girl isn't unattractive, I'm quite the gentleman, unable to resist. I've inherited my father's charming ways. It can't be helped. I've been swamped these past 2 weeks, shuttling between school and filming." Zhao Jinnian listened for a few minutes, piecing together that on September 10th, Tang Xiaolian had added Xiao Chuan on WeChat and engaged him in conversation for several days. Unbeknownst to him, she had taken matters into her own hands and vandalized his car, smashing a window in the process. The students watching exchanged knowing glances, their expressions filled with mockery, occasionally erupting into laughter at Tang Xiaolian's expense. "I told you, this car isn't mine. It belongs to a friend, and I borrowed it. You didn't believe me. And now look what has happened." Xiao Chuan lamented, casting a frustrated glance at Tang Xiaolian. Tang Xiaolian was taken aback, initially skeptical. She now realized that Xiao Chuan might not have been deceiving her. The pliers she held slipped from her grasp as she stammered, "Well, I guess I could offer myself as compensation." Her words, lacking conviction, only incited further laughter among the onlookers, primarily students from the mechanical engineering department, who understood the absurdity of her actions and regarded her with the bemusement typically reserved for fools. Zhao Jinnian, expressionless, regarded Tang Xiaolian and instructed, "Call your parents. Prepare to compensate for the damages." Tang Xiaolian broke into a cold sweat. Upon realizing Zhao Jinnian's seriousness, her legs weakened. "How much will it cost?" Zhao Jinnian scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Not much, just a few tens of thousands." He harbored no fondness for Tang Xiaolian. After all, she had incited her roommate earlier that day, even deeming 200,000 insufficient. The prospect of involving her parents sent Tang Xiaolian into a tailspin. "Tens of thousands? That is so expensive. Can't we settle this another way? You do have insurance, right?" Zhao Jinnian dismissed her with a wave, turning to Xiao Chuan. "Have you called the police?" Yes, I've already reported it." Nodding, Zhao Jinnian observed the throng of onlookers, some recording the incident on their phones. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention to himself and had no desire to continue entangling himself with Tang Xiaolian. So he took the keys and ascended the building. Tang Xiaolian stood there, bewildered and at a loss for what to do. The onlookers around her reveled in her misfortune, occasionally erupting in laughter and mockery, with more people pushing through the crowd to witness the unfolding drama. This foolish girl, perhaps too absorbed in mindless dramas, dared to act so brazenly. She offered herself up without a second thought, oblivious to her own reflection, with her demeanor. She wouldn't even have the chance to meet young Master Zhao in the commercial district. Now, given the damage to the vehicle, the cost would undoubtedly amount to tens of thousands. Heat rushed to Tang Xiaolian's face, a mixture of shame and anger surging within her. The boy's jeers were unbearable, and she couldn't contain her fury. erupting into a verbal altercation with them like a shrew. At that moment, two policemen pushed through the throng and inquired about the situation. Zhou Xiaochuan promptly pointed at Tang Xiaoyan and recounted the events. "Ah, this young lady, we need you to accompany us for a moment," one officer said, approaching her. Tang Xiaoyan, in the heat of her argument with the two mocking boys, was consumed by rage and, mistaking the officers for security guards, instinctively kicked out, shouting, "What business do you have here, you lousy guards?" The policemen were momentarily taken aback, and the other officer's expression hardened as he scolded, "Oh, so you're assaulting an officer? Cuff her." The boys in the crowd gasped in shock at the turn of events. Returning from evening classes, Li Guoqing squeezed into the crowd just in time to witness the spectacle, exclaiming, "Holy cow! Zhao Zilong is fearless. This sister has the spirit of Zhao Zilong," even daring to kick a cop. When the two officers arrived, they initially dismissed the incident as a mere squabble among students, assuming it to be a trivial lover's quarrel. They had intended to calmly advise Tang Xiaoyan to accompany them to the station for a moment of reflection. However, caught off guard, she delivered a kick that landed squarely on one of them. Unaccustomed to such indignities, the officers' tempers flared, and they swiftly subdued Tang Xiaoyan, handcuffing her. The moment she realized they were police officers and not security, a wave of fear washed over her, rendering her immobile as they led her away. The police car arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind the shattered windows and vandalized paint of the Maybach. Zhou Xiaochuan followed the officers to the station to give his statement. The scene remained lively, with many newcomers who had just finished their classes gathering around to inquire about what had transpired. At that moment, Yang Bin arrived and, spotting Li Guoqing, asked, "What's going on? Why are so many people gathered?" He soon noticed the unfortunate state of the Maybach. Li Guoqing shrugged, equally perplexed. "I don't know, I just got here. It seems a woman vandalized a rich guy's car." Yang Bin's eyes widened as he assessed the damage. My goodness, the damages must be in the tens of thousands. They lingered, drawn in by a group of boys animatedly recounting the incident to newcomers. Yang Bin pulled out a cigarette, offering one to Li Guoqing. "Bro, what happened?" The young man accepted the cigarette, grinning as he lit it. "Well, here's the story. I was jogging on campus and saw a girl spray painting this car, thinking it belonged to her boyfriend, though he wasn't even her boyfriend. She was merely chasing after him. The funny part? The car wasn't even his. He had borrowed it. When the boy arrived, they got into a heated argument, and she smashed the windows right in front of him. In the end, the car's owner showed up, called the police, and they took her away. His ability to articulate the sequence of events was clearly lacking, but it was sufficient for Li Guoqing and Yang Bin to grasp the general outline. Li Guoqing chuckled. That girl is truly something. Even though Zhou Xiaochuan and Tang Xiaoyan had gone to the police station, the area outside Building 15 remained crowded, with people unwilling to disperse. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Guoqing found Zhao Jinnian in the shower and cheerfully asked, "Old Zhao, did you catch the spectacle downstairs?" Zhao Jinnian, feeling disgruntled, ignored him. Undeterred, Li Guoqing began animatedly recounting the events. Yang Bin retrieved his laptop from his backpack and placed it on the desk, adding with a grin, "I've only ever seen such things online. I never expected to witness it firsthand. This is a true story coming to life. Surely it will cost a fortune to repair." Zhao Jinnian half-heartedly responded, "It won't be that much. A trip to the 4S shop will suffice for around 80 to 90,000. Is that so? That car looked like it cost over 3 million. Yang Bin instinctively retorted. Zhao Jinnian, disinterested, merely hummed in response. "Damn it, my car was vandalized for no reason. And with so many witnesses, if someone captures it on camera and posts it online, people will assume I'm a scoundrel who deceives young girls for affection." The thought of his reputation being unjustly tarnished was infuriating. Just then, Liao Chenglin entered room 429. Li Guoqing glanced up, wondering what Liao Chenglin wanted, as he typically had no reason to visit unless there was something significant. Liao Chenglin, grinning, asked Zhao Jinnian, the only person in mechanical design class 2 who knew about the car. "Zhao, what happened to your car? Who vandalized it?" "I saw a huge crowd downstairs when I returned." Zhao Jinnian waved his hand dismissively. "A girl did it. I don't know her." Liao Chenglin, puzzled, replied, "If you don't know her, how could she vandalize your car and spray those words?" Zhao Jinnian explained, "Oh, I lent it to a friend for half a month." Liao Chenlin's expression shifted as he realized there was more to the story. "Did you call the police?" "Yes, I already reported it." Liao Chenlin cautioned, "You might want to clarify the situation to avoid misunderstandings. I just saw a post on the campus forum. Several threads are speculating whether you're a scoundrel deceiving young girls for affection. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass." Zhao Jinnian felt a surge of frustration at the thought of his reputation being sullied. "All right, if you have the time, please help me clear things up." "Of course." Liao Chenglin readily agreed to assist Zhao Jinnian. After he left, Yangbin paused, glancing at Zhao Jinnian before exclaiming, "Old Zhao, you can't be talking about that Maybach with the leopard license plate downstairs, can you?" Li Guiqing suddenly turned to Zhao Jinnian, his pupils dilating in shock. Zhao Jinnian replied indifferently, "Yes." Yangbin's lips twitched in disbelief. "Why have I never heard you mention this before?" "You never asked," Zhao Jinnian replied with a smile. Li Guiqing was taken aback, stuttering, "Wait, that's your car? Then why have I never seen you drive it?" Young Bin's face flushed. He remembered noticing the car on the first day of registration. A Maybach was not particularly rare, but the leopard license plate was unforgettable. He had always assumed it belonged to a school official, especially since it had only been parked downstairs for a few days. He had never seen Zhao Jinnian driving it and had never considered that possibility. He knew Zhao Jinnian was wealthy, but he had never imagined him to be that wealthy. Even someone rich would find it difficult to acquire such a distinctive license plate. Yangbin felt a slight flush on his cheeks as he recalled the day of their enrollment, when he had proudly articulated his ambitious aspiration to purchase a car through his own efforts during university. At that time, Zhao Jinnian had merely responded with a casual encouragement, "Keep it up," without further comment. Both Zhao Jinnian and Li Guiqing fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, Yangbin hesitantly inquired, "By the way, old Zhao, what business does your family actually engage in?" Zhao Jinnian reiterated his previous evasive reply, wishing to preserve their camaraderie without the taint of monetary implications. Just a small business. Yangbin discerned Zhao Jinnian's reluctance to delve deeper into the subject and chose not to press further. The school was diminutive, and following the paint spraying incident, news spread like wildfire, igniting fervent discussions on the confession wall and campus forums. Videos circulated rapidly, garnering considerable attention even on short video platforms, prompting inquiries from students of other schools. However, most video clips were taken out of context. Zhao Jinnian had rushed over after evening classes, arriving nearly 10 minutes after the paint spraying and car vandalism had commenced. The most widely circulated videos numbered around a dozen, typically ranging from 15 seconds to a minute, predominantly featuring the altercation between Zhou Shaochuan and Tang Xiaolian. In Chapter 52, "If I don't make you suffer, my anger shall remain unquenched," Qiao Yimo swiftly called Zhao Jinnian, questioning the situation and whether he was clandestinely involved with a mistress. Zhao Jinnian was already irritable. The insinuations were incessant, implying he was some sort of beast engaging in daily affairs with numerous mistresses. Sensing Zhao Jinnian's distress, Qiao Yimo tempered her own irritation and gently probed for clarity. Zhao Jinnian, exasperated, replied, "You know I lent my car to old Zhou for over half a month, and this mess is entirely his doing." Enlightened, Qiao Yimo echoed her indignation, asserting, "Don't lend it to him again. He only knows how to create trouble." Zhao Jinnian's primary concern was the potential escalation of the situation to an uncontrollable public outcry. In this digital age, license plate information could be easily accessed, and he had no desire to be thrust into the limelight online. He merely wished to live discreetly as a playboy in Yuan. In truth, it was a well-established norm that both second-generation officials and wealthy heirs seldom sought the spotlight, unless their affairs were transparent and immune to scrutiny, or their status was formidable enough to withstand national investigation. The adage "fame breeds scrutiny" resonated deeply with Zhao Jinnian, as notoriety was not a boon, but rather a vexing predicament. The exposure of his many private matters could result in a severe reprimand from his father. As for Tang Xiaolian, Zhao Jinnian scoffed. He had resolved that this matter could not be dismissed lightly. Under ordinary circumstances, even if a student accidentally collided with Zhao Jinnian's car while riding an electric bike, he would not have reacted with such fury, provided it was unintentional. He might not even seek reparations. The crux of Zhao Jinnian's ire lay in the public nature of the incident, compounded by the multitude of onlookers and the deluge of videos that had generated a storm of gossip, thereby fueling his anger. The modern populace is notoriously curious, and it was inevitable that some ill-intentioned individuals would utilize the exposed license plate number to uncover his identity. Should they unearth and disseminate his numerous indiscretions for public scrutiny, it would be tantamount to being roasted over an open flame, provoking his father's wrath and resulting in confinement for him. He could not rest until he had dealt with Tang Xiaolian accordingly. Currently, the information was not disseminating rapidly, yet it had already reverberated throughout the entire 15th apartment building, with over 1,000 students in Block 15 becoming aware of the name Young Master Zhao. Despite his desire for anonymity, he found himself thrust into the spotlight. Indeed, within the freshman community, due to the recent scandal involving the theft of a renowned watch, Zhao Jinnian had already gained a certain level of notoriety, rendering his attempts at discretion futile. Students frequently loitered outside room 429, eager to catch a glimpse of Zhao Jinnian's persona. Yang Bin shared his vexation and quietly closed the door. Fearing the incident would further escalate online, Zhao Jinnian telephoned Uncle Zheng, elucidating the entire situation. Uncle Zheng was a man of few words who had served as Zhao Donghai's driver and secretary for 17 years, embodying the philosophy of speak less, act more. He assured Zhao Jinnian that he would promptly arrange for someone to contact the relevant authorities to have the videos removed, mitigate the situation, and manage public relations. After lights out, Zhou Xiaochuan sent Zhao Jinnian a message, profusely apologizing. He informed Zhao Jinnian that he would need to visit the police station the following day. As the authorities required mediation, being the vehicle owner, he needed to assess damages and personally negotiate compensation. Zhao Jinnian sneered at the notion of mediation, suggesting, "Discuss it with my lawyer. This constitutes intentional property damage, doesn't it? It's worth several tens of thousands. Surely that warrants a sentence." Zhou Xiaochuan was taken aback. "Old Zhao, do you want her imprisoned? Let us not escalate things. This incident originated with me, and I share the blame. There is no need for such measures." Sitting in furious indignation, Zhao Jinnian retorted, "You ought to see for yourself. Check the forums, the confession wall, the local Douyin. It's everywhere, all thanks to your actions." Zhao Jinnian typically maintained his composure and rarely lost his temper. Upon witnessing his anger, Zhou Xiaochuan was reluctant to provoke him further. Nonetheless, Zhou Xiaochuan remained astonished, having just returned from the police station, completely unprepared for the extent of the situation. "I'll go take a look." Zhao Jinnian was also incredulous. He understood Zhou Xiaochuan's proclivities and that he was not particularly discerning in his choices, as long as the girl was not unattractive. However, he pondered how Zhou Xiaolian could possibly be among his preferences. It was no wonder he struggled with impotence before turning 30. That night, Zhao Jinnian seethed in silence, retiring early to bed. Meanwhile, Yang Bin found himself unable to sleep, casting furtive glances at Zhao Jinnian, as if on the brink of speaking, but ultimately refraining. It was not that he sought to ingratiate himself with Zhao Jinnian. Rather, he had finally comprehended the source of Qin Ziqian's fervent enthusiasm towards him, as well as why she acted so eagerly in Zhao Jinnian's presence. Clenching his fists, Yang Bin resolved to distinguish himself. If he possessed wealth akin to Zhao Jinnian's, would Qin Ziqian still abandon him? "I must earn money." In the dormitory, only Zhang Chao remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. Li Guoqing, too, found himself restless. Just moments ago, Shang Yinyan had messaged him. "Are you there?" Initially stifling yawns and yearning for sleep, he immediately perked up at the message, responding promptly, "I'm here." Shang Yinyan sent several clips of the viral videos from the forum, inquiring, "I recall you were in Block 15, right? Did this occur beneath your dorm?" Li Guoqing eagerly affirmed, "Yes, you saw it too?" Grinning, Shang Yinyan replied, "Indeed, our dorm has been discussing this. It's utterly outrageous." Li Guoqing buasta. Aha. "Guess whose car it is?" Shang Yinyan inquired. "I heard online that it belongs to Zhou Xiaochuan from the computer science department." Li Guoqing corrected her, "No, it's my roommate's car." Shang Yinyan expressed disbelief. "That can't be true." Li Guoqing insisted, "I assure you it's my roommate's. Remember when I mentioned that one of my roommates is exceptionally wealthy, wearing watches worth over 600,000? This car belongs to him." Grinning, Shang Yinyan countered, "But online it's said to be Zhou Xiaochuan's." Li Guoqing became exasperated. "I'm not lying. If I am, may my mother perish." Grinning, Shang Yinyan conceded, "All right then." Li Guoqing, fearing that Shang Yinyan would not believe him, impulsively crept out of bed. He took a careful glance and saw that Zhao Jinnian was already fast asleep, while Zhang Chao was snoring thunderously. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yang Bin's bed, and noticing that Yang Bin lay motionless, he surmised that it must be around 12:30 and that he too had succumbed to slumber. Li Guoqing tiptoed over to Zhao Jinnian's desk and rummaged through the contents. The desktop was remarkably tidy, with nothing but a computer adorning its surface. The drawers were equally pristine, containing only a few documents. Eventually, he stumbled upon a stylish car key, glimmering with a subtle metallic sheen, and snapped a photo to send to Shang Yinyan. "Look, this is my roommate's car key. Do you believe me now?" Grinning widely, Shang Yinyan replied, "Wow, really?" A surge of vanity filled Li Guoqing as he basked in the illusion of ownership, as if the car were his. Just as he was about to return the key to its rightful place, an instinct compelled him to glance back, whereupon he found himself locking eyes with the now-sitting Yang Bin. Yang Bin fixed an unwavering gaze upon him and inquired, "Li Guoqing, what are you sneaking around for?" Chapter 53. What else can you do besides causing trouble for me? At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Cold sweat began to bead on Li Guoqing's forehead as he stiffly turned to face Yang Bin, his mind racing with the speed of an ICU machine. Yang Bin's expression was devoid of emotion as he scrutinized him. In truth, Yang Bin had not been asleep at all. He had noticed Li Guoqing's descent from the bed and was curious to see what mischief he was up to in the dead of night. Honestly, Yang Bin had initially assumed that Li Guoqing had merely ventured to the restroom for a private moment, but was taken aback to find him furtively rummaging through Zhao Jinnian's belongings. Li Guoqing opened his mouth at a loss for words, caught red-handed in a most embarrassing predicament. Yang Bin's demeanor darkened. "You're not trying to steal something, are you?" "No, absolutely not. Really, look, I'm just messaging my girlfriend. She didn't believe me when I said the car downstairs belonged to Zhao Jinnian, so I thought I'd show her the key." Li Guoqing hastily defended himself, holding up the car key for Yang Bin to see before returning it to its original place and approaching the bed to show him the chat history. Yang Bin glanced over and noted with disdain that Li Guoqing had texted Zhao Jinnian the phrase, "If I lie, may my mother die." He couldn't help but feel a deep-seated contempt for Li Guoqing, thinking to himself that his mother had wasted 18 years raising him, when she could have raised a dog instead. Li Guoqing, feeling anxious, cast a quick glance at the peacefully sleeping Zhao Jinnian and offered a conciliatory smile to Yang Bin. "Old Yang, could you keep this for Zhao Jinnian? Just hurry back to bed and don't wake Zhao," Yang Bin replied. Truthfully, Yang Bin empathized with Li Guoqing's mindset, akin to those distant relatives who, during festive gatherings, boast about their own boss's successes or their acquaintances' prowess, as if claiming such accolades for themselves. All right, I'll head to bed now," Li Guoqing said, relief washing over him as he expressed gratitude to Yang Bin. Once back in bed, he indignantly messaged Zhao Jinnian. "Are you there?" A moment later, Zhao Jinnian replied, "Yes, what were you just doing?" "Li Guoqing, damn it, let me tell you. We have a fool in our dorm." Zhao Jinnian puzzled, "What happened?" "Li Guoqing, I nearly died laughing. You won't believe what I just caught someone doing. One of our dorm mates was sneaking off to the restroom to indulge in some private activities, and I caught him in the act." The following day, after a night of heated discussions and speculation, the spray painting incident had become a hot topic of conversation. The car had already been driven away by Zhou Shaochuan to the 4S shop for assessment and repairs. Online, the uproar was rampant, with several videos going viral. The comment section was filled with gleeful jests, such as someone noting the distinctive license plate, commenting, "Isn't this the car of the Yuheng Wang? Driving this back to Yuheng is like returning to 1S fiefdom." Another remarked, "I can't comment anymore. I'm in Yuheng, and my morning comment got me chopped to bits by afternoon." In truth, it was all in jest, primarily driven by the car's rare license plate, which indicated that its owner was either exceedingly wealthy or influential, thus garnering widespread attention. During the second class of the morning, while the lesson on fundamentals of mechanical design was underway, Qiuing approached Zhao Jinnian, her face etched with concern, asking if he had gotten into any trouble. Zhao Jinnian, bewildered, responded, "Not at all." Qiuing continued, "The local police station just called, requesting you to come in for an investigation." At this, Qiuing appeared increasingly anxious, urging Zhao Jinnian, "You must tell me the truth. Have you gotten into any trouble?" Zhao Jinnian suspected that the call was regarding the spray painting incident, and he was taken aback, thinking to himself that the news had spread like wildfire on campus. Yet Qiuing seemed oblivious to it all. He opted not to elaborate and simply promised to go at noon. "Good, when you go, contact Officer Wang. Here's his number," Qiuing said, handing him the phone. "And remember, if you find yourself in any trouble, make sure to inform me immediately." Zhao Jinnian dismissed her concern. At noon, as Zhao Jinnian made his way to the local police station, Zhou Shaochuan called him. He informed Zhao Jinnian that his father was already aware of the situation and hoped to handle it discreetly to avoid drawing widespread public attention. "Your father?" Zhao Jinnian queried skeptically. Zhou Shaochuan sighed. "Yes, you know how it is. There are all sorts of trolls online. I was the one most featured in the videos, and someone has already managed to dig up my information. The impact could be quite severe." Zhao Jinnian remained non-committal, recognizing that the video's exposure would indeed have greater repercussions for Zhou Shaochuan, given that his father was a politician. Online commentators wouldn't listen to explanations. To them, explanations equated to cover-ups, and cover-ups were simply admissions of guilt. The notion of the vice mayor's son driving a luxury car with a rare license plate while maintaining improper relationships with multiple women was simply outrageous. While the public might be concerned about whether Tang Xiaolian had the audacity to spray paint a car, they were far more interested in how Zhou Shaochuan's father had acquired such an extravagant vehicle. What sort of illicit wealth lay behind it? A thorough investigation was warranted. "My father has already contacted the school, and they will begin to downplay the incident today, urging students to delete videos and cease discussions. As for you, let us see if we can handle this quietly," Zhou Shaochuan suggested. Zhao Jinnian was displeased. "No, we cannot." Zhou Shaochuan chuckled awkwardly. "With this incident blowing up, it will have an immeasurable impact on my father, on you, and on the school. A quiet resolution would be the best outcome. Rest assured, compensation will be inevitable. Besides," She's just a student. You can't possibly want to harm her, can you? Old Zhao, do me a favor. Zhao Jinnian retorted angrily. What kind of favor do you think I owe you? Zhou Xiaochuan's face flushed. You wouldn't want me to sell myself out, would you? Zhao Jinnian was at a loss for words. Later that afternoon, he arrived at the local police station, indeed for the investigation into Tang Xiaolian's spray painting incident. Tang Xiaolian felt anxious. She and T slept a wink all night. After informing her parents this morning, she rushed to contact her friend Zhou Lin, hoping to borrow some money. Zhou Lin, still recuperating in hospital after an accident involving Xiao Yimo, was puzzled by Tang Xiaolian's request. What money do you need from me? Tang Xiaolian reluctantly explained that she had accidentally damaged someone's car and might face criminal charges. Expressing her desire to settle the matter privately and asking Zhou Lin for some financial assistance. Zhou Lin inquired how much she needed. Tang Xiaolian replied without hesitation, "Would 200,000 be all right?" Zhou Lin, of course, promptly refused her request. Tang Xiaolian suddenly became anxious. "No, didn't you receive a compensation of 500,000 for your leg injury? That sum was something I fought for on your behalf. Now that I am in trouble, how can you act like this?" Chapter 54. Vice President of the Student Council, Lu Bo. Zhou Lin claimed that she had given the money to her parents and did not have any left. Tang Xiaolian quarreled with her best friend, accusing Zhou Lin of being ungrateful. "If it weren't for me, you would have only received a maximum of 100,000. It is because of my efforts that you were able to claim 500,000. Now that I am in trouble, what is wrong with asking you for 200,000? Zhou Lin, too, became irate, leading to a heated argument over the phone, which ultimately unresolved. In the reception room, Zhao Jinnian met with Tang Xiaolian. She felt immense regret, sensing that fate was playing tricks on her. Just yesterday morning, she had been in the hospital, boasting to Zhao Jinnian and inciting her friend to extort Zhao Jinnian fiercely. In the span of a single day, how had the tides turned? The roles had completely reversed. Who could she turn to for justice? Tang Xiaolian was extremely anxious and inquired of Zhao Jinnian how much it would take to settle the matter privately. Zhao Jinnian sneered. The damage to the car isn't severe. It can be settled for around 70 to 80,000. But you are suspected of willful destruction of property, which carries a minimum sentence of 3 years. Then, how much do you want? Tang Xiaolian was evidently frightened. Zhao Jinnian casually remarked, "Not much, just 500,000. Uncle Zheng had already informed Zhao Jinnian of Tang Xiaolian's family circumstances, and he was well aware that she could muster such a sum, albeit at a painful cost. Just yesterday in the hospital, it was Tang Xiaolian who had audaciously demanded 500,000 from Xiao Yimo, and today, Zhao Jinnian was returning the favor in kind, making her pay back what she had initially taken. How can you do this? Isn't that too much? Tang Xiaolian sobbed pitifully on the floor. Zhao Jinnian looked at her coldly, a mocking expression on his face. Is it too much? I am merely using your tactics against you. Just yesterday, you demanded 500,000 from me, did you not? Tang Xiaolian wiped her tears, stammering, I didn't even know it was your car. Zhao Jinnian shrugged indifferently. What does that have to do with me? Do you bear no responsibility at all? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinnian turned to leave, saying, Right. My mistake was coming here in broad daylight to listen to your nonsense. If you're unwilling to pay, then prepare to sit in jail. With that, Zhao Jinnian strode away, without looking back, fully aware that when Tang Xiaolian's parents arrived, they would be eager to settle the matter. The afternoon classes continued as usual. During the evening study session, the first hour was filled with many seniors promoting clubs and distributing flyers. The second hour, Qiuing entered the classroom with a peculiar expression and addressed the students about the recent vandalism incident involving spray paint and a damaged car. She stated that the issue had sparked considerable discussion online and urged students to delete any related videos or posts, presenting a non-official confidentiality document for students to sign, which class monitor Liao Chenglin would collect. The students gasped in surprise, instinctively glancing at Zhao Jinnian, who remained silent, realizing that this was pressure from Zhou Xiaochuan's father on the school. As soon as Qiuing left, members of the student council arrived with a similar message, demanding that students delete videos and posts and refrain from discussing the matter. Otherwise, they could face disciplinary action that could tarnish their records or even expulsion. These student council members, having learned little about being students, were instead brimming with an air of authority, intimidating their peers. Just then, Zhou Xiaochuan sauntered in through the back door of the classroom, playfully patting Zhao Jinnian on the shoulder. What is up? Didn't you say you didn't want to attend evening study? Just the other day, I mentioned that you should take a position in the student council, so you wouldn't have to attend evening study. Today is perfect. Zhou Xiaochuan also held a position in the student council and planned to run for vice president in his junior year. Zhao Jinnian suddenly understood. She truly did not want to attend evening study, which seemed utterly pointless. She couldn't fathom the reasoning behind such foolish leadership. It would rather confine students to classrooms for 2 hours than allow them to leave. Zhou Xiaochuan led Zhao Jinnian out of the classroom. About yesterday's incident. I truly apologize. I want to borrow your car to show off again. My dad scolded me thoroughly. Zhao Jinnian dismissed him with disdain. Serves you right. Zhou Xiaochuan sighed. Changing the subject, he mentioned that he knew someone, the vice president of the student council, who wanted to express gratitude for deleting posts and videos. He had booked a private room to treat him to dinner. Seizing this opportunity, he would ask him to help Zhao Jinnian secure a position in the student council. Zhao Jinnian had not anticipated that the process would be so convoluted. Joining the student council was not akin to entering a bureaucratic system. Why all the fuss? Well, it's not too troublesome. You just need to take a position, and you won't have to do anything. But it's necessary to greet people, right? It helps with cooperation later on, in case the school investigates. Zhao Jinnian finally nodded reluctantly. Zhou Xiaochuan added, this Vice President Lu Bo is quite impressive. Do you know who created the WeChat mini-program shopping platform for our school? It was his brainchild. His business plan from freshman year earns him tens of thousands without lifting a finger, and he's the most prominent labor broker in the North Campus of Yuheng University. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. Lu Bo indeed possessed remarkable talent. Beyond that, while the student council held little power, it could mobilize substantial resources within the school. Lu Bo was adept at utilizing these resources and had established numerous part-time job groups, including driving school enrollments. He had quite the network. As they conversed, Zhao Jinnian and Zhou Xiaochuan arrived at a restaurant on the second floor of the South Campus. Lu Bo, a seemingly refined young man wearing glasses, stood up to greet Zhao Jinnian warmly. It's an honor to finally meet you, young Master Zhao. Zhao Jinnian nodded in acknowledgement, intrigued by Lu Bo. He could not help but admire the young man's sharp intellect. At just over 20, he had pioneered the mini-program supermarket at Yuheng University, effortlessly earning a substantial income while being the leading labor agent on campus. Undoubtedly a person of merit. Zhou Xiaochuan poured the drinks and expressed gratitude to Lu Bo, mentioning the need to address the deletion of posts and videos. Lu Bo smiled and replied, no problem. It's part of my responsibilities. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, the school would have required us to address it promptly. Zhou Xiaochuan commented to Zhao Jinnian, old Lu is something else. He joined the party in his freshman year and volunteers at the government during every winter and summer break. He has been recognized as an outstanding student every year. His business plan in freshman year made him an exemplary youth of the school. After another year in the student council as vice president, he will be prioritized for the direct selection as a civil servant. Lu Bo waved his hand modestly, saying to be honest, if it weren't for the civil servant recruitment regulations requiring at least a year of experience as a student council vice president during university to qualify for application, I wouldn't have wanted to take this position. It's not about the money. It's just one more task in a day, but ultimately, it's all for the service of the people. Besides, I'm a year ahead of you. If I leave, who else will take this position? It's not like I can't decide that. Zhou Xiaochuan gave him a thumbs up. With your capabilities, you'll definitely become a good official. Lu Bo felt a sense of pride, though he continued to feign modesty. With Zhou Xiaochuan facilitating the conversation, the trio quickly became familiar with one another. Regarding Zhao Jinnian's desire to join the student council to avoid evening study, Lu Bo agreed without a second thought. I can't guarantee much, but since young Master Zhao has spoken, it's a matter of a simple word from me. Zhao Jinnian found the situation amusing, reflecting on how Lu Bo, despite his youth, wielded considerable authority. There's that saying. Before reaching the shore, I'm destined to be a good official. After arriving on the shore, even I taste rather ordinary. Chapter 55, I have a lucrative avenue. With Lu Bo's support, Zhao Jinnian found it quite effortless to secure a position in the student council, yet he still had to follow the necessary procedures. Lu Bo added Zhao Jinnian on WeChat and sent him an application form. Zhao Jinnian would need to print it out and complete it. The written test and interview would merely be a formality, he mused to himself. Lu Bo pondered for a moment and said, today is September 29th. Recruitment has been ongoing these past few days, but this year, the student council's restructuring will take place from October 9th to 12th. I suspect they will organize the interviews and written tests right after the National Day holiday. So, when you return from the holiday, just send me a message, and we'll get through the formalities. Zhou Xiaochuan hesitated. This year's restructuring? Lu Bo replied, yes, congratulations to you, old Lu. It seems this vice position is likely to be elevated to a full role this year. Lu Bo chuckled as he lit a cigarette. It's not my turn. It should go to Gao Dong or Zhang Xiaoru. I'll probably remain in my position this year, and when I intern next year, this role will be yours. He was one of the few in the entire school who truly understood Zhou Xiaochuan's illustrious family background. The student council at Yuheng University typically comprises one president and 4 or 5 vice presidents, each responsible for different tasks. Zhou Xiaochuan nodded. Being only a sophomore, he intended to first secure a ministerial role for some gilding. The ideal scenario would be to become a vice president in his junior year. If he failed to achieve that, it would be unlikely, as the school's regulations stipulate that no one can serve in the student council during their senior year. He also aspired to be a designated selected student for the school, which would leave him with no option but to pursue a master's degree. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Zhao Jinnian's entry into the student council was effortlessly resolved. The following day, September 30th, there were no classes in the afternoon, marking the commencement of the 7-day National Day holiday. One couldn't help but marvel at Zhou Xiaochuan's father's influence in Yuheng. Through his pressure on the school, within a single night, discussions about the graffiti and car vandalism incident vanished from both the internet and campus forums. The internet has no memory, and in a few days, this matter would be entirely forgotten. Earlier that morning, Zhao Jinnian received a call from Qiuing and made another trip to the police station to discuss compensation. This time, it was Tang Xiaolian's father who spoke with Zhao Jinnian, a corpulent middle-aged man who treated Zhao Jinnian with utmost courtesy, eager to negotiate a settlement. There was little to discuss. 50,000, not a penny less. Zhao Jinnian remained resolute. Uncle Zheng had already investigated Tang Xiaolian's family situation, and while 50,000 was indeed a substantial sum, her family could afford it, albeit at the cost of their financial stability. Truth be told, had Tang Xiaolian not incited her friend to demand an exorbitant sum 2 days prior, Zhao Jinnian would not have been so adamant. He had a tendency to succumb to softness rather than hardness. Tang's father, embarrassed, still maintained a smile. 50,000, is that not too much? Zhao Jinnian replied with a scoff. Ask your daughter what she did. She brought this upon herself. Tang Xiaolian looked at her father with a pitiful expression. Tang's father, growing stern, interrogated Tang Xiaolian about the matter. She, unable to hide the truth, lowered her head and recounted the events, how her roommate had been in an accident and inadvertently encouraged her to ask Zhao Jinnian for 50,000 in hush money. Upon hearing this, Tang's father was consumed by rage, striking Tang Xiaolian across the face. What were you thinking? Do you honestly believe your roommate would share any of that money with you? You're not only failing to secure your own advantage, but also causing others to suffer. What on earth were you thinking? Tang Xiaolian covered her face, timidly gazing at her father, too afraid to speak. Tang's father, despite his sternness, had a soft heart. She was his only daughter, and he was reluctant to be too harsh. He turned to Zhao Jinnian and said, 50,000 is indeed excessive. I don't have that much on hand. How about this? I recently received a shipment worth 25,000. If you sell it, the profit will certainly double. I'll also add 10,000 for the car repairs. What do you think? Observing Tang's father's subservient demeanor, Zhao Jinnian felt much of his anger dissipate. Coupled with the pressure from Zhou Xiaochuan's father, the situation had cooled, and considering Tang Xiaolian's father's humbleness, Zhao Jinnian did not wish to appear overly petty. Otherwise, he would seem lacking in vision. In other words, outside of school, the Tang family would likely have no further connection with him, as class distinctions were evident. Moreover, he was not lacking in sales channels for goods. Tang's father, visibly relieved, expressed his gratitude to Zhao Jinnian, thanking him profusely. He mentioned that the shipment was in a warehouse in Xinxian and hoped Zhao Jinnian could find a storage facility in Yuheng. He would promptly send someone to deliver it. Zhao Jinnian called Uncle Zheng, who arranged for a cold storage warehouse in the Baibei district to receive the shipment. However, the challenge lay in how to handle this batch of goods. Upon returning to his dormitory, Zhao Jinnian found Li Guiqing packing his belongings. He had purchased a high-speed train ticket for the afternoon, intending to return home, which was a small county beneath Yuheng. Yang Bin and Zhang Chao were both from out of town and therefore remained. Old Zhao back already? Yang Bin greeted him. Yang Bin inquired if Zhao Jinnian was dealing with the car situation. Zhao Jinnian nodded. Li Guiqing, curious, asked, so how much did that brainless girl compensate? Without hesitation, Zhao Jinnian replied, 50,000. Li Guiqing gasped in awe, I envy you. As Zhao Jinnian prepared to pack his things for his afternoon departure, he observed Yang Bin editing a video and suddenly asked, by the way, old Yang, do you seek opportunities to make money? Yang Bin nodded, indeed. Zhao Jinnian recalled the batch of near-expiry food and suggested, I have a potential avenue. Would you like to get a try? Yang Bin became intrigued. Knowing Zhao Jinnian was affluent and likely had many opportunities to offer. What opportunity? Originally intending to leave, Li Guiqing decided to stay and listen. Zhao Jinnian explained, I have a shipment of near-expiry beverages worth 25,000. If sold, it could easily triple in profit, if you can find a way to sell them. The profits are yours. I only require the principal. Yang Bin was astonished. Is that for real? Upon hearing it was about selling near-expiry goods worth 25,000. Li Guoqing felt disinterested, having anticipated Zhao Jinnian would introduce Yang Bin to a prestigious company. Zhao Jinnian nodded. He had observed Yang Bin's relentless pursuit of wealth and deemed him of good character, at least not malicious. Yang Bin contemplated seriously. I'll give it a try. However, with so much stock, I doubt I can find a large market quickly. No worries. The key is participation. You can start by attempting to sell half. Here's the number for the warehouse. You can check the goods and take what you need. Zhao Jinnian provided Yang Bin with Uncle Zheng's warehouse contact. Yang Bin nodded earnestly. Audig, I understand. Yang Bin contemplated that Zhao Jinnian was a wealthy individual, possessing abundant resources. He silently vowed to execute this task impeccably. For with Zhao Jinnian's vast assets and financial prowess, a single opportunity could catapult him to great heights. Chapter 56. Young Master Zhao, let us be clear. Zhao Jinnian harbored little hope that Yang Bin could sell such a large quantity of soon-to-expire beverages. However, he couldn't allow them to languish in his possession. Indeed, if Zhao Jinnian were to mention this batch to Uncle Zheng, a market would be found immediately, selling out effortlessly. Yet, that seemed unnecessary. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. He decided to wait until the beverages were unsellable before bringing it up with Uncle Zheng. Observing Zhang Chao packing his belongings, Zhao Jinnian inquired, Zhang Chao, where are you off to? Returning home? Isn't your family from the far northeast? Zhang Chao scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I found a part-time job and will be working over the next few days. Zhao Jinnian pressed for details about the job. I'm sorting packages for a courier service, earning 200 a night. I plan to work for 7 days. Li Guoqing, upon hearing this, scoffed and, without a word, dragged his suitcase out of the dormitory. Yang Bin was taken aback, exclaiming, sorting packages? Goodness. I've heard that they exploit women like men and use men like forklifts. Even Ultraman would flash red lights. Can you handle that? And 200 a night? For 12 hours? Where did you find this job? Zhang Chao just chuckled foolishly. Zhao Jinnian raised an eyebrow. 200 seems a bit low. Yang Bin slapped his thigh. You must have been swindled by a shady agency. I've done my research. In Yuheng, for a 12-hour shift in package sorting, you should be getting at least 250. You've lost 50 in commission. He had previously considered becoming a labor intermediary, given the number of students at Yuheng University, but soon discovered that the labor market had already been firmly monopolized by a group of third-year students, leaving him with no opportunity to participate. Zhang Chao looked bewildered. That can't be. It was the class monitor who introduced me. Yang Bin, puzzled at first, then erupted in anger. Liao, Chenlin referred you? That scoundrel is even swindling his classmates. Zhao Jinnian stopped Zhang Chao. How about this? I'll find you a part-time job. That's easier and 1T take a cut from you. What kind of job? Zhao Jinnian vaguely promised to discuss it in the afternoon, not wanting Zhang Chao, the naive fellow, to be taken advantage of. All right, thank you, Zhao Jinnian. Zhang Chao earnestly expressed his gratitude. While Zhao Jinnian was still troubled about how to dispose of the batch of beverages, an idea struck him. He thought of Lu Bo. It was said that Lu Bo operated the mini-program supermarkets for both campuses of Yuheng University. This mini-program supermarket was not a traditional supermarket. Rather, it resembled a delivery platform where all goods sold were available in the campus convenience stores. Students could place orders through the mini-program, and a courier would purchase the items and deliver them to the dormitories. However, the prices in the mini-program were approximately 13 times those in the campus convenience stores, and the profit derived from this markup. Zhao Jinnian sent Lu Bo a message, informing him of a batch of soon-to-expire beverages and inquiring if his mini-program could assist in selling them. Lu Bo became intrigued. What kind of beverages? Coke, iced black tea, green tea, and such. Lu Bo readily agreed. Of course, young Master Zhao. Shall we discuss it over a meal? It's just about mealtime. Let us meet at the second floor of Canteen 2. My treat? Zhao Jinnian was pleasantly surprised by Lu Bo's enthusiastic response, given that Lu Bo had arranged for him to take a position in the student council the previous night. Zhao Jinnian felt it would be impolite to decline and accepted the invitation. At the second floor of Canteen 2, Lu Bo ordered several dishes, and as they dined, he remarked, Young Master Zhao, how did you know my mini-program frequently sells soon-to-expire food? Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. Lu Bo explained that most of the products on his mini-program were sourced from the school's convenience store, but he had also repurposed a disused classroom to stockpile a variety of soon-to-expire food items, especially beverages, which sold exceptionally well. For instance, a bottle of iced black tea, priced at 3 yuan in the market, typically sold for 4 yuan on the mini-program. However, if Lu Bo acquired a batch of soon-to-expire iced black tea, he would sell it at a subsidized price, varying according to its expiration date, sometimes as low as 0.99 yuan or 1 68 yuan per bottle, and occasionally even 2 yuan. Additionally, he employed other strategies, such as offering a free bottle of iced black tea with orders over 25 yuan, enticing students to make purchases. Many night owls preferred to buy several packs of instant noodles to reach the 25 yuan threshold and enjoy a complimentary iced black tea. Why not? Typically, every time he procured a batch of soon-to-expire goods, they would sell out within a week. Some students even stockpiled several bottles of iced black tea. Lumbo, realizing the potential, rubbed his hands together and asked, "Young Master Zhao, how much stock do you have?" Zhao Jinnian contemplated for a moment and decided not to mention the full 250,000, instead stating he had around 100,000, believing that even that amount would saturate the Yuheng University market for the time being. Lubo gasped in astonishment. "So much? If you're certain, I can arrange for someone to pick it up." Lubo gave Zhao Jinnian a meaningful glance. "That would be immensely appreciated, young Master Zhao. You know, with the National Day holiday tomorrow, many students will be staying in their dorms, playing games, and some are too lazy to go downstairs for meals. They'll definitely order for my mini program in the next 7 days. Then I'll arrange for the delivery this afternoon," Zhao Jinnian affirmed. "Thank you, young Master Zhao." Lubo beamed, unable to contain his joy, feeling as though the money was practically free. However, Lubo suddenly became serious. "Young Master Zhao, let us be clear, business is business. Even among close friends, we must discuss profits beforehand." He feared Zhao Jinnian might misunderstand and quickly explained, "You know, while the mini program is mine, I have many people working for me, and there are expenses to consider. It's best to agree on how to allocate profits in advance for proper distribution and planning." Zhao Jinnian chuckled inwardly. Although Lubo was savvy, it was amusing how he was already discussing money before the business had even commenced. In truth, Zhao Jinnian didn't mind the profits. He would be content with merely covering costs. Yet, Lubo's insistence left him feeling slightly uneasy. "How shall we divide it?" Zhao Jinnian inquired. Lubo, appearing troubled and conflicted, took a long moment before suggesting, "How about a 50-50 split? You provide the goods, and I'll handle the platform, ensuring neither of us incurs a loss." Zhao Jinnian agreed readily. As long as he covered his costs, any extra profit would be a bonus. He prepared to return to his dormitory to pack for his trip home when he noticed a message from Xiao Yimo asking if she should give him a ride. Zhao Jinnian dismissed her. Given her driving skills, which had landed someone in the hospital shortly after she acquired her car, he wouldn't dare accept a ride with her. On his way back to the dorm, Zhao Jinnian passed by the second playground and spotted a familiar figure in the distance, her hair tied in a ponytail, clad in a JK uniform, holding an umbrella. "Shinsusu?" Zhao Jinnian approached and tapped her shoulder, smiling. "Are you heading home? Need a ride?" The girl turned, a smirk playing on her lips. "Do I need your assistance?" Zhao Jinnian's smile faltered, puzzled. "Aren't you Shinsusu? I'm your grandmother." Shen Qingqing retorted with a scoff, swaying her hips as she walked away. Zhao Jinnian was infuriated, muttering, "Oh, come on, not much a chest, but quite the attitude." Shen Qingqing, hearing his remark, turned back indifferently and shot him a fierce glare. "Idiot." Zhao Jinnian gently rubbed his nose, pondering how truly difficult it was to distinguish between the two sisters. Shen Qingqing arrived at the vicinity of the iron railings of the second playground, approached her Kawasaki H2 parked beneath a grand tree, removed her helmet and donned it with an air of elegance, gracefully mounting her motorcycle. Before departing, she cheekily flashed a middle finger at Zhao Jinnian, leaving behind a trail of exhaust as she sped away. Chapter 57. Persuading Yi Yiming to engage in package sorting. Pursuing girls was indeed a skillful endeavor, and Zhao Jinnian did not press the issue. Whistling a merry tune, he returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings. After all, returning home was of paramount importance. On his way back to the dormitory to retrieve his things, he encountered Yi Yiming. The latter bore a countenance steeped in bitterness, coldly snorting before turning away, exuding an air of haughty indignation reminiscent of a petulant spouse. "Oh, such bravado? Even more arrogant than I?" Zhao Jinnian chuckled, calling out to him. "What's the matter? Planning to swindle me out of money again?" Yi Yiming retorted, still nursing the grievance of having been tricked out of a million by Zhao Jinnian. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Zhao Jinnian decided to tease him a bit. "Do you fancy Qiao Yimo?" "Of course." Recalling Zhang Chao's intention to undertake package sorting, Zhao Jinnian adopted a serious demeanor. "If you genuinely harbor feelings for Qiao Yimo, I suggest you take up package sorting and use the earnings to purchase her gifts." Yi Yiming looked bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. "Why should I resort to package sorting? It's not as if I lack money. I have plenty." Zhao Jinnian's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied cheerfully. "Because while sorting packages, you might just find that your affections for her wane." Yi Yiming widened his eyes in disbelief. I don't believe it. Zhao Jinnian deliberately provoked him further. Disbelieve all you want, but unless you spend a week doing it to prove me wrong, are you perhaps afraid? Who is afraid? Me? What a ridiculous notion. It's merely a matter of working for 7 days sorting packages. I can handle it. The thought of Yi Yiming, a wealthy lad, laboring amidst packages for a week during the National Day holiday struck Zhao Jinnian as amusing. Well, I shall remain expectant, if you can't even endure 7 days. It truly isn't a matter of me looking down on you. Just wait and see, Yi Yiming declared defiantly before storming off in a huff. Having successfully teased Yi Yiming, Zhao Jinnian felt elated as he hummed a tune on his way back to the building, already envisioning the scene of Yi Yiming questioning his life choices amidst the labor. In the dormitory, only Zhang Chao was present. Zhao Jinnian contemplated for a moment before addressing him. How about this? Don't go sorting packages tonight. I'll help you find a part-time job, and we'll send you a message later. All right, Zhang Chao responded with a silly grin. This simpleton meant no harm, and Zhao Jinnian had no desire to see him being taken advantage of. As Zhao Jinnian intended to take a taxi home, he noticed a pink Volkswagen Mini. Xiao Yimo, sporting sunglasses, leaned out with an enchanting demeanor and honked the horn. What are you waiting for? Get in. Zhao Jinnian, skeptical of the situation, felt compelled to inquire. You're not wearing high heels to drive this time, are you? Of course not. Hurry up and get in. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Jinnian climbed into the car, albeit warily. Xiao Yimo inquired about the status of his vehicle, to which Zhao Jinnian casually replied that he received compensation and, with pressure from Zhou Shaochuan's father, he felt no need to pursue the matter further. Not pursuing it was indeed wise, especially given the recent reshuffling of the city leadership, with a new mayor parachuted in from the province. Several meetings had been convened, and with the new administration eager to make their mark, it was prudent not to escalate matters at such a crucial juncture. Zhao Jinnian held little interest in the city's political reshuffle. The political landscape of Yuheng was peculiarly unique, characterized by a saying, a steadfast leadership team, but a revolving door of mayors. Over the past 3 decades, only a handful of mayors managed to retire successfully, while the vast majority ended up incarcerated. When asked about the whereabouts of the mayors, locals would simply respond, "Oh, they're in prison." In most cities, the top leader wields absolute power, but Yuheng was different. The heads of various departments, including the mayor, were merely figureheads, often parachuted in from elsewhere, serving as mere mascots. The real decision-makers were typically the second-in-command. This evolution of Yuheng's political arena over the past 30 years was a result of regulations forbidding individuals from serving as top leaders in their hometowns. In simpler terms, the rapid economic development of Yuheng over the past 30 years had gradually fostered local factions and established families, who tightly controlled vital political resources. The mayors, who changed every 5 years, were generally from outside the region, there to embellish their resumes with little true authority, merely passing through. Were there individuals who defied the norm and sought to make a significant impact? Indeed, there were a few intrepid souls. Some, not long into their tenure, lost their ideals and convictions, ultimately betraying their missions, and found themselves imprisoned on various charges. Xiao Yimo pondered for a moment before lowering her voice. Moreover, I've heard that this year's incoming leader is quite extraordinary, with substantial connections. Zhao Jinnian raised an eyebrow, having been abroad in his previous life. He was unfamiliar with the political ecosystem of Yuheng. However, upon his return, he noticed significant changes. Although the leadership remained the same, the economic landscape of Yuheng had undergone a dramatic transformation. His father, Zhao Donghai, despite retaining his position, had seen his influence substantially diminish. The economy of Yuheng had evolved from a singular dominance to a flourishing diversity. What had transpired during his absence? What's the scoop? At that moment, they approached a red light, and Xiao Yimo halted the car. The new mayor's surname is Du. His name is Du Huanji. I've heard he has quite a significant background. My brother mentioned that the province has signed a document to designate a large area of land in the eastern suburbs of our Baishan district and the western suburbs of the neighboring Xinxiang City, Yunyao district, totaling approximately 1,800 square kilometers as the Baiyun Economic Development Zone. Zhao Jinnian contemplated this. He remembered the economic development zone that had been vigorously pursued for several years and had ultimately yielded positive results. It was precisely due to the establishment of this economic development zone that his father's business began to decline, though he remained unaware of the underlying details. Xiao Yimo continued, this Baiyun Economic Development Zone holds an administrative level that is on par with Yuheng and Xinxiang, meaning it is not a subordinate relationship, but rather an equal partnership, jointly led by the provincial and municipal leadership. It wields considerable power, capable of mobilizing resources from both Yuheng and Xinxiang. aiming to center economic activity around the Baiyun Economic Development Zone to drive growth in both cities and achieve comprehensive poverty alleviation, regardless of the location. The primary task for any city was to bolster the economy and stimulate employment, as achieving a moderately prosperous society remained an unwavering national policy. Zhao Jinnian mused, so the province has dispatched a special envoy to leverage economic development as a means to address those deeply entrenched second-in-commands? Xiao Yimo nodded solemnly in agreement. Zhao Jinnian inquired, when will this Baiyun Economic Development Zone commence operations? Not certain. My brother mentioned it would take time. This year is primarily for road construction and assessments, with many projects needing to go to tender. It will likely be 2 to 3 years before they start attracting investment. Zhao Jinnian nodded, choosing not to delve further into the topic. By the way, do you have any part-time jobs available? I do like to recommend one to my roommate. A part-time job? Xiao Yimo frowned, caught off guard by Zhao Jinnian's sudden shift in conversation. You know, there actually is one. Do tell, Zhao Jinnian prompted. Xiao Yimo, during the National Day holiday, because the newly appointed mayor Du has a penchant for watching football matches, the higher-ups are organizing a Yuheng football sports league. This initiative serves the dual purpose of promoting Yuheng's cultural tourism and laying the groundwork for investment attraction. I heard they're recruiting ball boys, security personnel, and stretcher bearers, with meals provided. Each match pays 150, and there are at least 3 matches a day. What do you think? Zhao Jinnian nodded. Sounds good. All right then. I'll inquire further, Xiao Yimo replied as she escorted Zhao Jinnian to Green Valley. Zhao Jinnian opened the car door and stepped out. Oh, I've arrived. You can head back now, Xiao Yimo retorted vehemently. Zhao Jinnian, you heartless wretch. I drove you home, and you won't even offer me a sip of water? Zhao Jinnian shrugged, then open your mouth. Xiao Yimo looked puzzled. Open my mouth for what? You just said you didn't even have a drop to drink, right? I can spit it out for you. Xiao Yimo's cheeks flushed as she playfully glared at Zhao Jinnian. No, I want you to give it to me. Zhao Jinnian. He regretted his cheeky remark at that moment. Chapter 58, The Love Story of My Parents. Ultimately, Zhao Jinnian yielded. I didn't even ask you to drive me. Xiao Yimo, puffed with indignation, turned off the engine and exited the vehicle, insisting on following Zhao Jinnian upstairs. Zhao Jinnian hummed a little tune, striding up the stairs. In the resplendent villa, his mother lounged on the living room sofa, engrossed in embroidery, while watching a mindless idol drama that even dogs wouldn't deign to watch. Could it be that my mother was a lovesick fool in her youth? Zhao Jinnian mused, realizing he had never contemplated this question before. Hey, Xiao, come sit here. His mother called. Auntie, Xiao Yimo sweetly greeted, obediently sitting beside Zhou Xiuxiu. Zhou Xiuxiu shot Zhao Jinnian a reproachful glance. You ungrateful child, just like your father. Your dad is hardly ever home, and you go to school without calling me for a month. Zhao Jinnian felt sheepish. He had forgotten. He casually replied, I'm in Yuheng. What is there to talk about? Humph. Nonetheless, seeing her son return brought Zhou Xiuxiu joy. She set aside her embroidery, ready to cook, having anticipated Zhao Jinnian's return and prepared rib and chicken soup in advance. Xiao Yimo eagerly followed her to lend a hand. Zhou Xiuxiu's culinary skills spoke for themselves. After more than an hour, a bountiful feast was laid out on the dining table. Xiao Yimo shamelessly lingered, determined to partake in a meal. Auntie, where's Uncle? At the mention of Zhao Donghai, Zhou Xiuxiu's expression darkened. Don't mind him. He is seldom home. Zhao Jinnian silently continued his meal. Xiao Yimo smiled sweetly. Annie, how did you and Uncle meet back in the day? Zhou Xiuxiu chuckled. How else? Through a matchmaker. Wow. Auntie, could you tell me more? Xiao Yimo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhao Jinnian too perked up, eager to listen. All he knew was that his mother had married his father when he was still a penniless youth. Yet, despite his father's philandering ways after accumulating wealth, he had never abandoned his family, unlike many nouveau riches who would cast aside their wives for a bit of money. Zhou Xiuxiu, seeing Xiao Yimo's eager expression, couldn't bring herself to refuse. She served Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo a piece of rib and recounted, it was winter and I was still in school on winter break, helping at home. Back then, people married quite young, and a matchmaker came to introduce me. I heard he had just returned from military service, and they insisted on setting us up. And then, Xiao Yimo pressed. Her curiosity piqued further. Zhao Jinnian was equally intrigued. His mother was one of the few college graduates in the area, while his father was notoriously uneducated, having dropped out after middle school and refusing to pursue further studies. He had caused his grandfather endless frustration until he was sent to the army for 3 rigorous years. Back then, military service was mandatory for anyone over 16. Eventually, I had no choice but to meet him. When I saw him, he was quite a handsome young man, and I liked him well enough. I wanted to strike up a conversation, so I mentioned that I was thirsty. Zhou Xiuxiu's lips curled into a nostalgic smile, clearly relishing the memory. Zhao Jinnian, imagining the scene, asked and then, Mom, what did Dad say? Didn't he run back home to fetch you water, did he? Xiao Yimo exclaimed, wow. If that were the case, it would be so romantic. Zhou Xiuxiu cleared her throat. No, you know what your father did? He simply plucked an icicle from the eaves and shoved it into my mouth. Xiao Yimo. Zhao Jinnian's lips twitched. Zhou Xiuxiu chuckled. I thought he seemed rather honest, and before I knew it, we were dating haphazardly, and the following year we obtained our marriage license. Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo exchanged glances, both sharing a look of disbelief. Just then, a commotion arose from outside the dining room as the portly Zhao Donghai entered, exclaiming, Oh, dear wife, you're cooking today? Look at all these delicious dishes. An attendant respectfully brought a set of cutlery for Zhao Donghai. Seeing Xiao Yimo present, Zhao Donghai beamed. Xiao, you're here too. Hello, uncle. Xiao Yimo greeted promptly. Zhao Donghai removed his coat, and an attendant hurried to assist him. He playfully scolded Zhao Jinnian, You rascal. I know all about your school mischief this month. How come you're always causing trouble? Zhao Jinnian feigned innocence. What did I cause any trouble? Huh. The watch was stolen. The car was vandalized. Aren't those all you're doing? Xiao Yimo quickly defended Zhao Jinnian. Uncle, none of that was Jinnian's intention. Zhao Donghai wasn't too angry. He simply smiled at Xiao Yimo, taking a piece of braised pork. Ah, still the best for my wife. Zhou Xiuxiu rolled her eyes, sarcastically retorting, My cooking can't compare to those vixens you entertain outside. Zhao Donghai dismissed her remark. Oh, they're spoiled and pampered. They wouldn't know how to cook. Zhou Xiuxiu narrowed her eyes at Xiao Donghai. Xiao Yimo looked up in shock. Zhao Jinnian nearly choked, hastily coughing. Zhao Donghai paused, quickly setting down his chopsticks, and said awkwardly, Wife, you misunderstood. I meant there are no vixens at all. Zhou Xiuxiu huffed, but wasn't truly upset. She understood that someone of Zhao Donghai's stature would inevitably have affairs, and she had turned a blind eye over the years. Zhao Donghai cleared his throat and shot Zhao Jinnian a meaningful glance, but Zhao Jinnian feigned ignorance. With no other option, Zhao Donghai changed the subject. So, there's a football league opening ceremony tonight at 9 at Lingyun Sports Stadium. Many leaders will be attending. Jinnian, you should go and familiarize yourself with the crowd. Zhao Jinnian nodded. All right. Later that evening, around 8, Zhao Jinnian accompanied Zhao Donghai to Lingyun Sports Center for the opening ceremony of the match. Since it was the inaugural event, only a friendly match would be played, resulting in a sparse audience with plenty of empty seats. Zhao Donghai instructed Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo not to wander too far. They could explore a bit while he mingled with the leaders. In another section of the stands, many officials were seated, all clad in formal attire, while Zhao Donghai conversed jovially with a bespectacled middle-aged man. Xiao Yimo whispered, That's Du Huanji. Zhao Jinnian lifted his gaze and, amidst the throng of leaders, recognized only Zhou Xiaochuan's father, Zhou Yuanjiang. At that moment, Zhou Xiaochuan approached with a playful grin, taking a seat beside Zhao Jinnian. You all have come too, he remarked. My dad sent me to broaden my horizons and get acquainted. Zhao Jinnian responded candidly. Zhou Xiaochuan dismissed the notion of familiarity, scoffing, It's too early to be familiar. Just look at Mayor Du. He may appear to be flourishing now, but who knows when he might fall from grace. Xiao Yimo's eyes narrowed with caution as she whispered, Is your dad planning to deal with him? Zhou Xiaochuan, realizing he had let slip too much, quickly laughed it off and diverted the conversation, pointing to a girl seated in the audience. Hey, Lao Zhao. Did you see that woman? She looks stunning from behind. I'm going to ask for her WeChat. Zhao Jinnian pondered, glancing at Zhou Yuanjiang, who stood in the corner, his demeanor subdued and starkly contrasting with the exuberant Du Huan, who was surrounded by admirers. Hey, don't change the subject. Is your dad really going to confront Mayor Du? Xiao Yimo pressed further. Zhou Xiaochuan feigned ignorance. Ha, I'm off to get that WeChat. Wait for my good news. Fearing further inquiry from Xiao Yimo, he hurriedly approached the audience, addressing a man seated with a girl. Excuse me, could you make some space? I'm with this lady. The girl looked bewildered while the man, frowning, stood up and grabbed Zhou Xiaochuan by the collar. You're with her? How long have you two been together? I'm her boyfriend. Chapter 59, A Man of Integrity, Du Huan. Zhou Xiaochuan felt a chill as he sensed the man's anger rising. He quickly produced a cigarette, attempting to lighten the mood, gesturing to Xiao Yimo and Zhao Jinnian nearby. Here, take this smoke. I was just joking. I had no choice. See that girl with the ample bosom? She urged me to ask for your girlfriend's WeChat. The man accepted the cigarette, his fury somewhat quelled. Yet he shot Zhou Xiaochuan a warning glare. Get lost, or I'll make you regret it. Feeling dejected, Zhou Xiaochuan hurried back to join Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo. Xiao Yimo stifled a laugh, covering her face, and asked again, Come on, speak up. Is your dad really planning something against Du Huan? Zhou Xiaochuan, lacking enthusiasm, gazed at the staff setting up the venue and replied, I came to Yuheng for the purpose of reforming its political landscape. If my dad doesn't act against him, is he supposed to wait for Du to take advantage of him? Before Qiao Yimo could continue, Zhao Jinnian waved his hand. All right, no more political talk. He understood well that, based on the trajectory of their previous lives, the newly appointed mayor Du Huan would only find partial success in Yueng. Despite a significant reshuffling of the local political scene, Zhou Yuanjiang remained steadfast. Ultimately, Du Huan would leave in disgrace after his term. Yet his tenure would leave a profound impact on Yuheng's economy. The question lingered, would this lifetime's butterfly effect, caused by Zhao Jinnian's rebirth, alter the outcome? Every significant event is an amalgamation of countless smaller incidents, evolving in tandem, much like how, centuries ago, a ship carrying a seemingly inconsequential parcel of infected rats arrived in Europe, igniting a plague that claimed millions of lives, all due to a trivial box. At precisely 9 o'clock, the grand opening ceremony of the Yuheng Football League commenced. The home and away teams filed in for the raising of the national flag and singing of the anthem, culminating with a speech from the attending Du Huan, marking the successful completion of the ceremony. Both teams seemed eager to impress the newly appointed mayor, their fervor rivaling that of the Chinese Super League. Dressed in an administrative jacket, Du Huan stood on a VIP platform, beaming and applauding. After a few glances, Zhao Jinnian found the proceedings rather dull, for this match was not of the caliber of the Super League, but rather a modest sporting event among the districts of Yueng. Yet, in a desperate bid to impress Du Huan, the teams had even recruited foreign players. It was as if they had thrown caution to the wind. Bored, Xiao Yimo murmured, how about we go shopping? Zhao Jinnian remained silent, but Zhou Xiaochuan's eyes widened as he spotted someone in the distance. Wait, is that him? Who? Xiao Yimo asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Xiaochuan pointed to a young man in a shirt among the leaders in the VIP area who appeared strikingly out of place, quietly observing the crowd. That's Wu Hongkue, a senior from our school. What's he doing there? Oh, Xiao Yimo exclaimed, surprised. I didn't realize he was our senior. He graduated 2 years ago and landed a position in the municipal party office. When Mayor Du came to Yuheng, the city arranged a secretary for him, but he refused. Instead, he chose a young person from the office, and that must be him. Zhou Xiaochuan pondered this. Zhao Jinnian remained indifferent. If Du Huan aimed to revitalize Yuheng's economy through sweeping reforms, he would inevitably clash with local political interests, a reality of which Du Huan was undoubtedly aware. Despite the outward camaraderie among the leaders, tensions simmered beneath the surface. Thus, how could Du Huan accept a carefully selected secretary from the city? It would be tantamount to placing a bomb at his side. Consequently, he had to defy convention and select Wu Hongkue, perhaps recognizing his clean background as a candidate. After all, he was a legitimate recruit, free from any entanglements. Ordinarily, Wu Hongkue's lack of experience would disqualify him as Du Huan's secretary, yet seasoned veterans in Yuheng's political scene understood that Du Huan might not last long. Being his secretary could lead to ruin for Wu Hongkue when Du Huan inevitably departed, whether by choice or force. Thus, this newcomer found himself unexpectedly elevated. As the match progressed, Du Huan and the entourage of leaders departed. An hour later, Zhao Jinnian received a call summoning him to the Eagle Hotel. He hung up, his expression one of suspicion. Qiao Yimo, already weary, rested her head on Zhao Jinnian's shoulder, murmuring, "What is up? My dad wants me to go to the Eagle Hotel. If you're tired, just take a taxi home. I'll wait for you at the hotel." "No need. I suspect I'll be drinking quite a bit tonight." Zhao Jinnian surmised his father intended for him to mingle with the leaders. Qiao Yimo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That is even better. You become a different person when you drink. Your energy is through the roof." Zhou Xiaochuan coughed awkwardly. Could you two be a bit more discreet around me? Why should we care about you?" Xiao Yimo retorted playfully. Zhou Xiaochuan fell silent, feeling like a third wheel. Zhao Jinnian ignored her, stretching lazily before standing up, preparing to leave the stadium. Despite this, Qiao Yimo eagerly followed. Zhou Xiaochuan had considered tagging along, but realizing he had not been invited, he resigned himself to staying behind. Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo took a taxi to the Eagle Hotel. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Zhao Jinnian expressed his displeasure, remarking, "There are numerous leaders above. It would be best if you refrain from going. Your words often lack thought, and offending others is undesirable." Xiao Yimo, however, remained unperturbed, nodding solemnly, "Very well. I shall wait for you downstairs. Do not indulge excessively." Zhao Jinnian hesitated, glancing at Xiao Yimo's earnest expression, ultimately choosing not to voice his thoughts. In that fleeting moment, he found himself momentarily lost in reminiscence, recalling the early days of striving in the workforce, tirelessly negotiating with clients and attending various social gatherings, often returning home inebriated, only to have Xiao Yimo scold him and come to his rescue on her little electric scooter. He resolved that this evening, he would not provide Xiao Yimo with any additional fuel for her incessant buzzing. Tonight would be a matter of accountability. Entering the resplendent Eagle Grand Hotel, he made his way to the private room number provided by Zhao Donghai. After knocking on the door, he was beckoned inside. Within, approximately a dozen individuals were seated, the spread before them rather meager. This meal was originally hosted by Zhao Donghai, who insisted that the budget would not be exceeded. Nevertheless, Duyanzi adamantly refused, stating that while dining was permissible, discussions could proceed only if he paid his share. Zhao Donghai, left with no choice, acquiesced, resulting in an arrangement of 100 yuan per person. It was evident that in such an opulent establishment, 1,000 yuan would hardly suffice for a decent meal. Not even a bottle of Maodai could be procured. The kitchen, initially believing that the leaders might be sensitive to such matters, had even instructed the waitstaff to serve several bottles of Maodai disguised in mineral water bottles. However, Du Huanji merely took a sip and immediately detected the ruse, erupting in fury and demanding that the kitchen serve wine and dishes according to the 100 yuan standard. No one knew whether he was feigning poverty as a newcomer or genuinely abhorred this charade. Upon entering, Zhao Jinnian greeted each person with decorum. The private room was filled with prominent figures from Yuheng, most of whom he did not recognize, yet he could recall their surnames. Du Huanji cast a glance at Zhao Jinnian and noted his composed demeanor in the presence of so many leaders. He appeared as steadfast as a mountain, unperturbed by the looming presence of authority, a trait far beyond that of someone his age. He couldn't help but smile at Zhao Donghai, exclaiming, "Zhao, is this your son? He possesses a remarkable spirit, much like yours, exuding an air of competence." Zhao Donghai, beaming, rubbed his ample belly and replied, "My son takes after his mother. He is slow to warm up. The vigor you perceive is likely due to his meeting with esteemed leaders today. In truth, he is quite anxious." With that, Zhao Donghai shot a reproachful look at Zhao Jinnian, urging him, "Hurry and greet Mayor Du." Zhao Jinnian inclined his body slightly in compliance. Du Yonzi nodded slightly, remarking, "It is commendable for the youth to exhibit such humility. Competence cannot be concealed. In our endeavors, whether in politics or business, a solid foundation ensures steadiness in our pursuits. Ultimately, we are aging, and the world belongs to the younger generation. Come, young man, let us drink." The last statement, laden with sentiment and implication, reverberated through the room, causing a ripple of awareness among the gathered leaders. Zhao Jinnian raised his glass in a toast, declaring, "Life is merely a journey, Mayor Du. You have experienced far more scenery than we younger ones. We have much to learn from you. I drink to that." Chapter 60. The Virtuous Wu Hongkue. Although Du Huanji's last remark was directed at Zhao Jinnian, its implications were palpable, causing the leaders in the room to exchange glances. We are all growing old. The world belongs to the youth. When will it be time to lay down arms and let the younger generation take charge? They had occupied their positions for so many years, and Yuheng had been in their hands for far too long. It was time to make way for new blood. Even Zhao Donghai, who was typically so jovial, momentarily stiffened, his smile faltering into a more reserved countenance. Du Yonzi maintint à neutrale expression, clearly pleased with Zhao Jinnian's earlier response. Noticing the awkward silence at the table, he turned to Zhao Donghai and jovially remarked, "Zhao, the steadiness of the youth is a virtue. Actions speak louder than words. It is commendable that he resembles his mother, indicating a wise support system at home. With a stable foundation, you can confidently venture forth." Zhao Donghai chuckled awkwardly, recognizing that Mayor Du was indeed a shrewd character, well prepared for this visit to Yuheng. He raised his glass, his demeanor somewhat cool, and stated, "Mayor Du, your words are spot on. Whether at home or in business, we must rely on stability. Today, let us raise a glass in gratitude for the government's continued support of our enterprise and to wish for the flourishing development of Yuheng, enabling the youth to benefit and grow their capabilities." Du Huanji surveyed the room, which remained eerily silent. For a full 3 seconds, not a single person responded, their gazes subtly directed toward a particular individual seated nearby, a refined middle-aged man, the steadfast second-in-command of Yuheng, Zhou Yuanjiang. At that moment, Zhou Yuanjiang gently lifted his glass, stating, "Indeed, this is how it should be. Our government and enterprises must unite, and the youth should carry the torch for our local development to have lasting momentum." Zhao Jinnian noticed the detail. As Zhou Yuanjiang raised his glass, half of the notable figures in the room subtly mirrored his action. Only after Zhou Yuanjiang finished his statement did all the dignitaries in the room lift their glasses. The atmosphere was charged with tension. and Zhao Jinnian sensed the underlying friction in the preceding dialogue. It appeared that Yuheng was on the brink of transformation, with significant upheaval looming in the coming years. Zhou Yuanjiang glanced at Zhao Jinnian before turning his attention to a young man in a white shirt seated beside Du Huangji. If I recall correctly, Little Wu graduated from Yuheng University, did he not? The individual referred to as Little Wu was none other than Wu Hongkui, mentioned by Zhou Shaochuan. Upon hearing his name, Wu Hongkui felt a surge of anxiety, instinctively looking toward Du Huangji, then stood with utmost respect, stating, "Yes, I participated in the civil service examination in 2019. Zhou Yuanjiang smiled. I remember that year, there were 105 applicants, yet our Yuheng Municipal Committee only recruited one first-level staff member. Little Wu, you are quite remarkable. Oh, by the way, Little Zhao, you applied to Yuheng University this year, did you not?" Zhao Jinnian nodded, modestly replying, "Yes, I was fortunate to be readmitted this year." Little Wu, Little Zhao is still your junior. The world belongs to the youth. You are now Mayor Du's secretary, and you will have many dealings in the future. Zhou Yuanjiang remarked with a faint smile. Wu Hongkui, feeling increasingly anxious, was at a loss for words, only managing to respectfully affirm. Zhao Donghai, being astute, quickly grasped the implication of Zhou Yuanjiang's words and interjected, "Jinnian, look at how accomplished your senior is. You should learn from him." Zhao Jinnian, deep in thought, understood his father's intent. He had no desire to engage in political struggles. He merely wished to live as a carefree playboy. Yet, fate often dictates otherwise. Born in this era, one must partake in the historical narrative of their time, an unavoidable reality for everyone. Then, Zhao Donghai, with a hearty laugh, addressed Wu Hongkui. "Comrade Little Wu, how about this? Why don't you take my son out for a stroll? You are of similar age, and I believe he will heed your words. This boy of mine has become quite the rascal and knows little of our city's numerous industry support policies." Wu Hongkui appeared troubled, glancing instinctively at Du Huangji. Du Huangji nodded slightly. "Yes, it is beneficial for young people to communicate with one another. It is all for the development of Yuheng and in service to the people." "Little Wu, go ahead." Only then did Wu Hongkui hastily rise and follow Zhao Jinnian out of the private room. He had long wished to leave, for even in his naivety, he sensed the tension in the air and felt increasingly restless. Stepping out of the private room and inhaling the fresh air, he felt an immense sense of relief, lingering in a moment of contemplation. Zhao Jinnian smiled quietly to himself, just as he was about to engage Wu Hongkui in conversation. Xiao Yimo came jogging towards him from the entrance of the Xiong in Grand Hotel. Wu Hongkui adjusted his glasses, earnestly intending to elaborate on the development model, strategies, focal points, and subsidy policies for Yuheng's economy over the forthcoming years. "Huh? Jinnian, who is he?" Xiao Yimo had initially intended to swiftly approach Zhao Jinnian, fearing he might slip away unnoticed, only to find Wu Hongkui instead. Zhao Jinnian cast an apologetic glance at Wu Hongkui, then stepped aside with Xiao Yimo to share a hushed conversation, recounting the events from the private room. Xiao Yimo, astute as ever, immediately grasped the situation and cheerfully suggested devising a plan to divert him. Zhao Jinnian responded with a nonchalant expression. With a hint of pride, Xiao Yimo turned to Wu Hongkui and said, "Senior, let us go have a drink and sing some songs. I know a KTV." Wu Hongkui looked taken aback, his expression betraying his reluctance. "Oh, come on. Do you really think Mayor Du summoned you to discuss these matters with Jinnian? Haven't you noticed that there are significant matters to address in the private room?" Xiao Yimo insisted. Wu Hongkui suddenly comprehended. Indeed, he was the least significant in rank and position in that room and quickly understood the implication of being invited out with Zhao Jinnian. "Well, all right then," he conceded with some hesitation. Thus, Xiao Yimo led the way to a KTV named Pinnacle of the Mountains. Wu Hongkui instinctively wanted to refuse. Xiao Yimo, eager to expedite Wu Hongkui's departure, remarked, "Oh, once the door closes, we are all family. Today, it's Jinnian hosting, and it's the junior treating the senior." "Wu, you wouldn't deny this courtesy, would you?" Wu Hongkui hesitated, well aware of Zhao Jinnian's status, but relented. "Fine, but let us not go overboard. Just tell me how much, and I'll transfer it to you." Xiao Yimo retorted playfully, "Is this how you treat us? Do you look down on our young master Zhao?" After securing a lavish private room, Xiao Yimo, disregarding Wu Hongkui's reservations, summoned several beautiful hostesses for him to choose from. Wu Hongkui's face flushed as he stammered. Xiao Yimo, inwardly cursing his indecisiveness, selected the two most stunning and shapely women for him. "This is too much. We can't do this," Wu Hongkui protested vehemently. "Senior, consider this a treat from your junior. Don't take it to heart. Here, allow me to toast you," Zhao Jinnian said, raising a large glass of pineapple beer and finishing it in one go without a hint of hesitation. Wu Hongkui, feeling cornered, had no choice but to follow suit. Just as he was about to set his glass down midway, Zhao Yimo chimed in, "Senior, how can you neglect your drink when Jinnian is so attentive?" With no alternative, Wu Hongkui struggled to finish the drink, suppressing his nausea. "Senior, during our first meeting, I've heard of your accomplishments. You entered the municipal party office at a young age and now stand close to Mayor Du. Your future is boundless. Here as to you," Zhao Yimo proclaimed, eager to hasten his intoxication. Wu Hongkui grimaced, thinking, seriously, am I being treated like a fool? Yet, he could only gulp it down once more. After downing a couple of large glasses of pineapple beer, Wu Hongkui, whose tolerance was already low, began to feel a slight intoxication, his vision blurring. Initially reserved, he soon found himself jovially embracing the attention. Sighing with relief, Zhao Yimo exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Jinnian and said, "Senior, you enjoy yourself here. Jinnian and I have a matter to attend to. We must excuse ourselves. Feel free to indulge. The bill is on Jinnian." All right, Wu Hongkui instinctively stood, wanting to escort Zhao Jinnian and Zhao Yimo out. Once they departed, he exhaled deeply, wishing they would vacate quickly. Otherwise, he might find himself overwhelmed by another toast. He rubbed his stomach, feeling the warmth from the alcohol in the dim lighting, realizing he no longer needed to maintain a facade of propriety. A stunning woman, blushing, poured him another drink, teasingly asking, "Brother, aren't you going to drink?" Another lady gently caressed his back, whispering softly in his ear. Wu Hongkui sat upright, reveling in the attention, while he felt pressure in front of Zhao Jinnian and the others. He reminded himself of his accomplishments, joining the party in his freshman year and standing out among thousands to secure a position in the municipal government upon graduation. Why not enjoy this moment? Chapter 61, Brazen. Finally, he had sent them away. Jinnian, it's our blissful time now. Beneath the neon glow of the city's steel and concrete, on the bustling streets, Zhao Yimo nestled her head against Zhao Jinnian's chest, her flushed cheeks beaming with delight as she gazed up at him. Zhao Jinnian furrowed his brow, still pondering the discussions among the prominent figures in the private room. In conversations among his compatriots, words often carried veiled meanings, and what seemed light-hearted might conceal sharp blades. Noticing that Zhao Jinnian remained unresponsive, Zhao Yimo grew increasingly anxious. She puffed up her cheeks and playfully punched his chest. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you thinking about some vixen again? When you fantasize about those temptresses, do you ever consider how hard I work to please you? How could you? Ah, this is bad. That KTV was tea right. They must have spiked my drink. I feel dizzy and overheated." Zhao Yimo began to unbutton her clothing. Zhao Jinnian, still lost in thought, found it irrelevant, but since they were dining in Yuhong, he needed to pay attention to its policies. When a business aims for millions in profit, understanding local regulations becomes paramount. He felt frustrated, regretting having been abroad in his past life, unaware of the developments in Yuhong over these years. Seeing Zhao Jinnian remain unaffected, Zhao Yimo, in exasperation, kicked him in the leg and exclaimed, "What is wrong with you? I've dressed up like this, and you're still indifferent? Do you truly have someone else?" "Don't fuss, my dear," Zhao Jinnian instinctively retorted, feeling irritated. Zhao Yimo's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just call me?" In the next moment, she joyfully danced around Zhao Jinnian, exuding exuberance like a playful child. She coyly covered her face, her tone a mix of annoyance and joy. "Ah, how brazen. Zhao Jinnian, what are you saying? Who is your wife? I haven't even walked down the aisle yet. I'm done playing with you. I'm going home." With that, she made a funny face at Zhao Jinnian and dashed away, leaving him bewildered. At that moment, a passerby on a shared bike remarked, "Is that person an idiot?" Zhao Jinnian, equally perplexed, couldn't he quite process what he had instinctively said, nor understand where Zhao Yimo's mind had wandered off to. Oh well, he thought, grateful they hadn't had a child yet, or else their offspring would surely inherit some peculiar traits. On the first day of National Day, Zhao Jinnian was awakened by a commotion. Early in the morning, he felt a chill in the bed and opened his eyes to find Zhao Yimo snuggled beside him, her head resting on his chest. "Jinnian, you're so warm. Did you take some spring medicine this morning?" Zhao Yimo's face flushed crimson as she looked up at him with affectionate eyes. Zhao Jinnian pushed her away from the blanket, bewildered. "Wait, when did you come here?" Zhao Yimo replied innocently, "Just now." In truth, Zhao Yimo had not slept a wink throughout the night. After parting ways with Zhao Jinnian the previous day, she outwardly feigned annoyance, yet inwardly felt as though she had consumed ambrosia, returning home and tossing and turning in bed, her face illuminated with a blissful smile. At the break of dawn, while the sky was still shrouded in darkness, she could hardly contain her excitement and rushed to Zhao Jinnian's residence. Zhao Jinnian stirred awake, extending his hand to retrieve a pack of cigarettes from the bedside table. and pushed Xiao Yimo away, grumbling, "Don't act out so early in the morning." "My temper is quite volatile." With a playful grin, she retorted, "Oh, I simply wish to see just how volatile your temper truly is. Come, torment me, humiliate me. Put me through the ringer." Following this, Xiao Yimo deftly crossed her legs and settled onto the quilt, clutching Zhao Jinnian's arm and shutting her eyes. Just then, the door creaked open. Zhou Xiuxiu, her face adorned with a facial mask, yawned as she entered. "Darling, rise early today. Accompany your father on a trip shortly." You two continue. I've seen nothing." "Oh, what a lovely day it is." Zhou Xiuxiu's words abruptly halted, followed by the sound of the door closing. Xiao Yimo's expression was one of shock. Zhao Jinnian flicked the ash from his cigarette, gazing helplessly at her. The atmosphere had thickened with tension. At that moment, the door swung open once more, with Zhou Xiuxiu covering her eyes, extending one hand into the room and tossing a box onto the bed. That is, well, never mind, just be cautious." The door slammed shut once again. Zhao Jinnian remained silent, while Xiao Yimo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leading her to playfully stick out her tongue in an attempt to mask her discomfort. After a refreshing shower, Zhao Jinnian dressed and made his way downstairs, with Xiao Yimo shyly trailing behind him, her face still aflame with warmth. Zhou Xiuxiu, surprised by their swift emergence, raised an eyebrow. Zhao Donghai approached Zhao Jinnian with a knowing glance, patting him on the shoulder and teasing, "You rascal, you haven't done anything premature, have you? I know an experienced traditional Chinese doctor. He's quite effective. I had a friend who, well, he was particularly effective." Zhao Jinnian regarded him as if he were a fool. "Dad, what on earth are you thinking?" Smiling, Zhao Donghai continued, "Well then, let's eat. I need to visit Yin County for an inspection shortly. Are you coming along?" Zhao Jinnian, distracted, replied, "Why would I go? Rascal, when I say go, you go. No need for all this chatter. Can't you broaden your horizons? You're my only son. One day, this vast family business will be yours to inherit." Zhao Donghai's demeanor shifted abruptly. Zhou Xiuxiu shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing, "Jojo is still here. Can't you temper that temper of yours?" Instantly, Zhao Donghai softened. Yes, dear, you're right." He patiently explained to Zhao Jinnian. The Yin County government is planning to construct an underground shopping mall covering approximately 1.62 million square meters, with a total investment of around 2.8 billion yuan. My company has already secured the bid, and we need to discuss it with the local leaders today. Fine, Zhao Jinnian acquiesced. Despite his reluctance, Xiao Yimo insisted on accompanying him. Yin County, a jurisdiction under Yuheng City, primarily relied on phosphorus mining as its backbone industry, though it had remained relatively stagnant in recent years, leaving it with a diminished presence in Yuheng. However, the county was renowned for its fruits. The local officials held this project in high regard, and Zhao Donghai took Zhao Jinnian along to attend a lengthy meeting lasting over an hour. Zhao Donghai intended to expose Zhao Jinnian to new experiences, but after the meeting, he could sense his son's disinterest in the project. With a sigh, he flashed a grin at Zhao Jinnian. "Son, are you curious as to why your old man personally came all this way for a project of such modest size?" Zhao Jinnian replied with a faint smile. "For my sake?" Lighting a cigarette, Zhao Donghai inhaled deeply, exuding a nonchalant air. "Not entirely. I understand your ambitions rival my own. Your heart isn't in this, is it? You find Yuheng beneath your notice. Indeed, it is far too small. It feels like a mire, ensnaring me." Zhao Jinnian felt an inexplicable pang of sadness, sensing the resignation and regret woven into Zhao Donghai's words. It seemed as if his father was constrained by Yuheng. Otherwise, he would have expanded the business to encompass the province, if not the entire nation. Observing the confusion in Zhao Jinnian's eyes, Zhao Donghai chuckled lightly. "Yuheng has both nurtured and confined me. It's simply fate." Chapter 62. I'm upset, and no amount of coaxing will remedy it. The father and son stood on the balcony, smoking. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Zhao Donghai confided in Zhao Jinnian. He said that despite his apparent success in Yuheng, he bore immense pressure. "I too could simply cash out and live a carefree life, but I have no choice. We are akin to a great shark infested with parasites, compelled to consume relentlessly to grow. Should we ever halt, the parasites will devour us. Do you understand?" Zhao Jinnian shuddered, noticing a silver strand among Zhao Donghai's weary features. "I understand." He was well aware of their circumstances. Although his father owned countless enterprises, he also carried substantial debt, with interest figures capable of inducing terror. All his assets were entrenched in Yuheng, making disengagement exceedingly difficult. What was that old saying? What Yuheng earns, Yuheng spends. Not a penny shall be taken home. He could sense the weight of Zhao Donghai's burdens. All of this stemmed from the peculiar political and economic environment of Yuheng. Zhao Jinnian pondered what had transpired during the years he spent studying abroad. What changes had Du Huangji's arrival wrought? Though Zhao Jinnian could not predict the events of those 4 years, he recognized that after Du Huangji's arrival, even if he had not bested Zhou Yuanjiang, he had nonetheless claimed a significant victory, transforming Yuheng's economy from a singular dominance to a chorus of voices, dismantling the entrenched conservatism of the local political scene. Yet, the price had been steep, as Zhao Donghai had also suffered significant repercussions. But the silver lining was that he had finally liberated himself from Zhou Yuanjiang's control and the constraints of Yuheng, free to pursue opportunities wherever he wished. In the afternoon, Zhao Jinnian returned to Yuheng, burdened with thoughts. Qiao Yimo, like a devoted shadow, had followed him throughout the day. She seemed to intuit his troubled spirit. Though the innocent girl remained oblivious to the brutalities of power struggles and the undercurrents swirling in Yuheng's political arena. Cautiously, she nudged Zhao Jinnian, if you're feeling down, let me accompany you for a drink tonight. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Well then, I'll invite a couple of my friends, Qiao Yimo suggested. Zhao Jinnian raised an eyebrow. Where shall we go? Qiao Yimo fell silent, turning her head in a huff. Zhao Jinnian chuckled. I was only joking. Don't be upset. Too late. I'm upset, and no amount of coaxing will help, she pouted. Just then, as Zhao Jinnian was about to speak, his phone rang. It was Zhou Shaochuan, asking if Zhao Jinnian had time to meet for a drink, assuring him it would be his treat. Zhao Jinnian scoffed, clearly skeptical. When have you ever treated me? You always mooch off me. Come on, believe me, I'm treating today. Zhao Jinnian inquired. Did that ridiculous short film of yours finally start making money? Mentioning this, Zhou Xiaochuan's face fell. Don't even mention it. I barely made a pittance. After just 2 days of being on the market, I haven't even recouped a fraction of my costs. If I can limit my losses to 100,000, I'll be counting my blessings. Next month, I'll have to switch to free distribution, and then there will be no profit at all. Zhao Jinnian had anticipated this. If Zhou Xiaochuan's trashy short film could turn a profit, then all domestic screenwriters might as well retire. Then why do you look like you've swallowed something bitter? Hey, Jiang Xiaoyan agreed to date me. Zhou Xiaochuan exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Zhao Jinnian emitted a nonchalant "oh," for he did not know Jiang Xiaoyan. Despite Zhou Xiaochuan's extravagant praises, he remained indifferent. Very well, let's enjoy a drink. Zhao Jinnian was indeed in a foul mood. He wished to cast aside these thoughts and indulge himself, liberating his spirit from negativity. Hey, I'm going out for a drink. Are you coming? Zhao Jinnian turned to Qiao Yimo. Qiao Yimo, still sulking, replied, no. I told you I'm angry. No amount of coaxing will change that, unless you call me old again. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud bang echoed. And upon turning her head, she realized Zhao Jinnian had already exited. Damn it! Qiao Yimo cursed in frustration and hurried after him. Arriving at the underground garage of Li Yuan, Zhao Jinnian encountered a dilemma. The elderly attendant was dozing off, and upon learning that Zhao Jinnian intended to drive, he steadfastly refused to hand over the keys, claiming it was Zhao Donghai's orders to not put him in a difficult position. Zhao Jinnian owned numerous vehicles, several of which were lavishly modified and cost millions. Knowing his son's temperament, Zhao Donghai had instructed the garage attendant to prevent Zhao Jinnian from taking any risks, especially with the 7-day National Day holiday approaching, and given that Zhao Jinnian had been preoccupied during their trip to Yun County. In his moment of helplessness, Qiao Yimo approached with a cheerful demeanor, producing a dainty car key. Hee, come on, sis will take you. Zhao Jinnian, observing her high heels, fell into contemplation. Qiao Yimo, with a playful huff, opened the car door and revealed a pair of flat shoes. I was prepared, now get in. Zhao Jinnian leisurely climbed into the car. Zhou Shaochuan had reserved a booth at a bar owned by a man Zhao Jinnian was acquainted with, an individual well-versed in the social scene. Having thrived in Yuheng for over a decade, rumor had it he managed a group of over 40 people involved in the pancake business, controlling a significant portion of that trade across Yuheng's 5 districts. Known as the formidable Big Gao, he commanded respect. As they approached a right turn, Qiao Yimo abruptly changed lanes without signaling, causing the cars behind them to honk furiously. Fortunately, the vehicles in the far right lane slowed down just in time, averting a collision. Zhao Jinnian scolded. Did you learn to drive from a dog? No turn signal. Acknowledging her fault, Qiao Yimo remained silent. At that moment, a delivery driver sped past, aligning alongside Qiao Yimo's vehicle, and raised his middle finger at her before accelerating away. Recognizing her own fault, Qiao Yimo offered no retort, and Zhao Jinnian, too, held his tongue. Had the driver been Zhao Jinnian, he would have undoubtedly accelerated and rammed into him. This was merely a minor incident. Upon arriving at the bar, Zhao Jinnian and Qiao Yimo joined Zhou Shaochuan at the booth, where he was seated with a girl. Xiao Yimo cheerfully remarked. Oh, Mr. Zhou has switch partners again? Zhou Shaochuan shot a bewildered glance at Zhao Jinnian, as if to say, why did you bring her along? Stop mocking me. What do you mean I've switched partners? I am a most devoted in Yuheng. Zhou Shaochuan hastily laughed off the comment, intertwining his arm with Jiang Xiaoyun's, introducing her to Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo. Zhao Jinnian mused, if Zhou Shaochuan was the most devoted in Yuheng, then he must be the Buddha himself. However, he refrained from dampening Zhou Xiaochuan's spirits with his thoughts. Jiang Xiaoyun appeared somewhat shy, speaking softly, and after exchanging brief greetings with Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo, she lowered her head. The group played dice and engaged in casual conversation, yet it was evident that Jiang Xiaoyun struggled to integrate into the dialogue, appearing somewhat reserved. After half an hour of play, Zhou Shaochuan began to feel slightly tipsy. Since Jiang Xiaoyun abstained from alcohol, refusing even beer, Zhou Shaochuan gently urged her to partake. But she steadfastly maintained her stance, stating she needed to return to her dormitory by 10:30, leaving Zhou Shaochuan speechless. Had it been any other girl, he would have surely exploded in frustration, exclaiming, if you need to return by 10:30, you might as well leave now. Yet, Zhou Shaochuan was genuinely fond of Jiang Xiaoyun, and instead, he promised to ensure her safe return by 10:30. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. It was the first time he witnessed Zhou Shaochuan so earnest. Zhao Jinnian recalled vividly that in his past life, Zhou Shaochuan married at the age of 29, his bride being a well-connected young lady from the establishment. Their courtship, from meeting to engagement to marriage, spanned no more than 4 months, a hasty affair indeed. Post-marriage, Zhou Shaochuan, having indulged excessively in his youth, found himself incapable at a mere 30, despite the efforts of both Western and traditional medicine. During one of their drinking sessions, he lamented to Zhao Jinnian about discovering his wife's infidelity with a colleague, even finding incriminating videos on her phone. Zhao Jinnian had teased him about the irony of youthful romantic exploits leading to his current predicament. Yet, Zhou Shaochuan had taken it all in stride, laughing it off and remarking that they were merely cohabiting for convenience, accepting life as it was. Thus, Zhao Jinnian had always perceived Zhou Shaochuan as an unyielding figure, oblivious to the essence of true love. Now, witnessing Zhou Xiaochuan's cautious demeanor, he found himself momentarily disoriented. Perhaps, during his years abroad, he had indeed missed many things, including Zhou Xiaochuan's youthful exuberance. Returning to the present, since Jiang Xiaoyun resolutely refused to drink, Zhou Shaochuan could only allow her to have fun freely, suggesting they play dice and he would drink if she lost. Zhou Shaochuan had a decent tolerance, but paled in comparison to Zhao Jinnian's. After just over an hour, he had made multiple trips to the restroom and even discreetly induced a gag reflex. In contrast, Zhao Jinnian remained unfazed, having only visited the restroom once, his composure intact. The reason for this lay in Zhao Jinnian's inheritance of a peculiar trait from his father, Zhao Donghai, who possessed a unique enzyme that could break down ethanol in his stomach. This remarkable trait allowed Zhao Donghai to hold his own at any drinking table. Zhao Jinnian had inherited this ability, remaining sober even after countless drinks, though it was not without its limits, as high-proof liquor could still intoxicate him. And drinking was never without its bitterness. At that moment, Xiao Yimo returned from the restroom, her cheeks flushed as she leaned against Zhao Jinnian's shoulder. Brother, when I was in the restroom, I think I heard a couple playing Honor of Kings. Zhao Jinnian was at a loss for words, questioning why she was concerned about others' gaming habits. Xiao Yimo leaned closer to Zhao Jinnian's ear and whispered, it was a couple, the girl was probably playing support, constantly urging the marksman to advance. Zhao Jinnian rolled his eyes, aware that Xiao Yimo had had a bit too much to drink and was becoming lightheaded. Xiao Yimo nudged Zhao Jinnian playfully, winking, brother, let us join them. Zhao Jinnian thought to himself in the restroom, how thrilling. The alcohol had indeed sparked this audacious notion within him. Meanwhile, Zhou Shaochuan had succumbed to inebriation, his eyes glazed over. Initially, Jiang Xiaoyun intended to return to her dormitory, but upon witnessing Zhou Xiaochuan's disheveled state, she hesitated, only able to voice her concern. Are you all right? Zhou Shaochuan let out a hearty belch and remarked, it's nothing. Since I promised to see you home, I shall indeed do so. Allow me to book a car for you. Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo then rose to head towards the restroom. To be frank, it was quite exhilarating, for the restroom was bustling with patrons. Xiao Yimo casually washed her hands at the sink, while Zhao Jinnian entered to relieve himself. After a while, noticing that the restroom had emptied, Xiao Yimo stealthily approached the door and inquired, brother, is anyone still here? No one, Zhao Jinnian replied. Great. Xiao Yimo darted in after him. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, a sheen of anxious perspiration glistening on her forehead. With a playful flick of her hair, Zhao Yimo crouched down. Zhao Jinnian, feeling a twinge of nerves himself, instinctively looked up to check for surveillance cameras. At that moment, the sound of urination could be heard outside. Zhao Yimo, feeling like a thief, froze in place and gazed up at Zhao Jinnian. Old Tang, have you struck it rich lately? What brings you to invite me for drinks on such an occasion? Another voice chuckled. You've treated me so many times. My offering this once is hardly significant. Later, I'll take you to Fonlin nightclub for a splendid time, replied the first man. Damn, you truly have struck gold? Fonlin nightclub, ISNT cheap, the second man exclaimed. Money is meant to be spent. Let us indulge while we can. Today, my treat, the first man asserted hesitantly. But tell me, Old Tang, you haven't turned to drug dealing, have you? Nonsense. Even if I were to stray, I would never touch that filth, the second man retorted. Then how did you come by your wealth? You didn't resort to online loans, did you? Which platform did you use? After finishing their business, the two lingered in the restroom, smoking and engaging in idle chatter. Zhao Yimo silently listened, while Zhao Jinnian closed his eyes, absorbing the conversation of the two ruffians outside. Online loans? I cleared mine long ago. There's nothing left to borrow. Truth be told, I found this money, the first man declared. That's impossible. You must have at least 60 or 70,000, right? Where did you find it? The first man smirked, taking a deep drag of a cigarette. To be honest, I was quite fortunate. I arranged a date online yesterday, but woke up feeling ill this morning and, fearing I might be unwell, went to the hospital for a checkup, only to find it was all for naught. Nothing was wrong. While there, I encountered an elderly woman, perhaps in her 70s or 80s. She asked for my war number, and I led her there. Later, I noticed she had several tens of thousands in her pocket, so I pretended to accompany her for her appointment, and when her attention wavered, I borrowed her money. Her son had been in an accident, and she traveled all the way to Yuheng to pay for his surgery. Now, I have benefited from her misfortune. You're truly heartless. You stole a life-saving sum from her. She is so pitiful. You at least ought to share half with me. The second man insisted. The first man scoffed. You pity her? Who pities us? Her son's accident was his fate, and her encounter with me is just as much a part of hers. The second man laughed heartily. True enough. Let us just consider her unfortunate. It seemed the two had finished their smoke, their laughter gradually fading away. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinnian and Zhao Yimo, separated by a mere door, wore solemn expressions. Zhao Yimo seized her silent trumpet blowing, her teeth clenched in frustration. That is utterly despicable. Stealing an elderly person's life savings. Zhao Jinnian, typically an indifferent individual, perhaps shaped by his upbringing, felt a flicker of anger upon hearing their exchange. Stealing life-saving money? With a grim countenance, he fastened his pants and exited the restroom, resolved to intervene in this matter. Chapter 64. If I fail to host you properly, I shall knock on your jar. Upon exiting the restroom, Zhao Jinnian glanced at the time. It was 10:12 p.m. He had only heard their voices without seeing their faces, and he intended to review the surveillance footage. Initially, Zhao Jinnian sought out Zhou Shaochuan to inquire about the bar owner's contact number, but discovered Zhou Shaochuan in a state of near unconsciousness. Having just vomited into a trash can, his expression one of existential doubt, eyes reddened. Jiang Xiaoyan looked on with concern, occasionally patting his back. You should drink so much if you can't handle it. Next time, take it easy, Jiang Xiaoyan advised. Zhou Shaochuan grinned foolishly. You don't understand. That guy over there, the one with the perpetual scowl, as if everyone owes him millions. Zhao Jinnian is one of my best friends. And today was the first time I brought you to meet him. I had a drink with him to keep him happy. Jiang Xiaoyan continued to express her discontent. Zhou Shaochuan checked the time again and slapped his forehead. Oh no, it's already 10:14. Come on, I'll book you a car. You should head back to school. Jiang Xiaoyan looked at him, her eyes filled with melancholy. It was too late to return now, as it was over 30 kilometers from here to the school. Zhou Shaochuan sighed. Didn't I tell you to remind me at 9:30? Jiang Xiaoyan smiled softly, but said nothing. She had hesitated to leave when she saw Zhou Shaochuan suffering from his intoxication. Zhao Jinnian chose not to interrupt the two. After speaking with a bartender, he found a manager and asked about Gao Zhen. Gao Zhen, the notorious owner of this bar, was a figure of great repute, and Zhao Jinnian had crossed paths with him on several occasions. The history dated back to Zhao Jinnian's rebellious high school days when he resisted living in the dormitory, preferring to be a day student. After multiple arguments with Zhao Donghai over being driven to and from school, Zhao Donghai eventually relented and bought him a motorcycle, granting him the freedom to commute on his own. One fateful evening, while humming a tune after class, 16-year-old Zhao Jinnian rode his motorcycle home and encountered two ruffians who asked him for some cash. Naturally, The brazen Zhao Jinnian refused, which resulted in him getting beaten black and blue, losing over 300 yuan in cash, and having his motorcycle kicked over. The thugs cursed, still acting tough. What is so impressive about a few lousy coins? You think your family is as wealthy as Yuheng? We've been looking to teach you a lesson for some time. Be careful next time, or we'll make it a habit. Zhao Jinnian remained silent, picked up his motorcycle, and limped home. Upon seeing him bruised and battered, Zhou Xiuxiu was heartbroken and inquired about what had happened. Embarrassed at not having fought back against the thugs, Zhao Jinnian kept his silence, brooding in discontent. Later, when Zhao Donghai returned and learned from Zhou Xiuxiu about his son's plight, he was furious and vowed to hold those responsible accountable. As a result of Zhao Donghai's influence, Yuheng launched a citywide anti-crime operation dubbed Thunderstrike, which lasted 2 months, aimed at apprehending the two assailants. Many unsavory characters were put on edge, and numerous establishments, bars, clubs, and entertainment venues faced frequent inspections, crippling their businesses. Yet, the thugs remained elusive. Ultimately, both law enforcement and underground figures were mobilized, with Boss Gao being one of them. He was the one who captured the two ruffians, severed one hand from each, and left them barely alive before delivering them to Zhao Donghai to make amends. The extensive anti-crime campaign finally came to a grand conclusion. The manager, skeptical, noted that few dared to address Gao Zhan by name, and thus scrutinized Zhao Jinnian closely. Observing his distinguished demeanor, the manager dared not be dismissive. May I inquire what urgent matter brings you to seek out our esteemed Mr. Gao? Could you please give him a call? I am Zhao Jinnian, and I would like to ask for his assistance. The manager was perplexed. Zhao Jinnian appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. How could he possibly know the esteemed Gao? However, having navigated the complexities of life for many years, he understood the folly of underestimating others. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, he dialed the number. On the other end of the line, Gao was taken aback. Zhao Jinnian? Which Zhao Jinnian? Wait. Bring him to my office and treat him well. I shall be there shortly. If you dare to neglect him, I will have words with you. The manager, now slightly shaken, hung up the phone with utmost respect, and his demeanor towards Zhao Jinnian shifted significantly. He courteously escorted Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo to an office on the 4th floor. After waiting for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Gao arrived in a whirlwind. He was a bald man in his 40s with a fierce countenance, yet dressed impeccably in a suit, devoid of any thuggish demeanor, resembling more a wealthy landowner. What wind blows, young master Zhao, to us today? Gao chuckled, producing a gift for Zhao Jinnian. Jingu, I must trouble you today, Zhao Jinnian replied with a smile. The manager hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Gao, who took a sip, glared, and spat it out. You call this hospitality? Give me long jing. The manager broke into a cold sweat, fearing Gao's wrath. He quickly went to fetch fresh tea for Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo. No need, Jingu. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand with a smile. The quality of tea matters little. What is significant is the company we share. Gao chuckled, but still insisted on having the tea replaced. With a generous spirit, he inquired about Zhao Jinnian's needs. Zhao Jinnian recounted the situation in detail. Gao laughed, giving Zhao a thumbs up and expressing outrage. How disgraceful! I never imagined such scum existed. Young Master Zhao, whether you ask me or not, I will hunt these two down and make them pay. Zhao Jinnian smiled inwardly. You could check the surveillance footage from the restroom, specifically the 2 minutes prior to 10:12. Understood. Gao immediately arranged for the video to be retrieved. He smiled, recalling that he too had once risen through the ranks of the underworld. Yet, his ability to thrive without being apprehended set him apart from the typical petty criminals. He harbored a deep disdain for the lowly scoundrels. It was rumored that Gao was involved in the illicit trade of human trafficking, controlling a significant portion of the business across the 5 districts of Yuheng. He was indeed a prominent figure in the area, offering high-end services complete with luxury transportation. This was emblematic of Yuheng's unique economic landscape. Aside from a strict zero-tolerance policy on drugs, the enforcement against gambling and prostitution was notably lenient, largely due to the tacit approval of powerful figures. After all, these activities were difficult to eradicate entirely, and it was deemed more prudent to allow a few compliant individuals to manage the market rather than let chaos ensue. Gao, for instance, adhered to certain rules, never resorting to coercion or exploitation. Chapter 65. Good news, there is support. Bad news, it's unreliable. Gao's authority was formidable, with a single command. No one dared to defy him. Soon, someone entered the office bearing the freshly copied surveillance footage for Zhao Jinnian to examine. After just a few minutes of viewing, the atmosphere in the office turned somber. The footage captured Zhao Jinnian entering the restroom while Xiao Yimo washed her hands at the sink. As people came and went from the restroom, Xiao Yimo called out, "Brother, is anyone else here?" No one came to reply. Great. With that, Xiao Yimo stealthily slipped into the men's restroom. Zhao Jinnian appeared unfazed, but Xiao Yimo, being a girl, blushed deeply. To alleviate the awkwardness, Gao attempted to lighten the mood. Ah, young people are full of vigor. When I was your age, conditions were far less favorable. I would have simply dashed into the woods and resolved matters in 3 minutes. The manager interjected nervously. As the footage continued, two gaunt-looking thugs entered the restroom, laughing and chatting, emerging at 10:11. 14, still engaged in conversation. Among the noise, words like "think Linwin," "you pick number 8, I'll take number 88" could be discerned. That must be them. Gao rubbed his hands together, instructing the manager, capture a screenshot and send it to the front desk. Have someone find them and bring them to my office immediately. Yes, sir. The manager hurriedly departed with the computer. In the office, Gao and Zhao Jinnian exchanged casual banter. Xiao Yimo, usually playful, fell silent in the presence of such a formidable figure, merely accompanying Zhao Jinnian, her tension palpable. In contrast, Zhao Jinnian remained composed, engaging with Gao as if they were old friends, discussing mundane matters. After a brief wait, two thugs were brought in, flanked by imposing figures, their mouths still spewing curses. When they continued to resist, the two large men swung their batons, barking, "Behave yourselves. Kneel." With a crack of the baton, the thugs winced in pain, gasping, unable to utter a word. Gao, with a nonchalant demeanor, casually took a drag from a cigarette and asked Zhao Jinnian, "Is it them?" Zhao Jinnian, looking down at the two, inquired, "Which of you is surnamed Tang?" He had overheard one thug address another as Old Tang. "I am," one thug stammered, his face a mask of confusion, unable to comprehend who he had wronged, racking his brain for any memory of Zhao Jinnian. Recognizing the voice, Zhao Jinnian nodded to Gao. "That's them." Gao chuckled, removing his suit jacket and approaching the thug named Tang. Gripping his hair, he demanded, "Do you understand the gravity of your actions?" The thug, now regaining composure, adopted a nonchalant attitude. "What can I have done? This is a society governed by law. You can't just hit me. Go on. Strike me down if you dare." Gao laughed, stroking his chin. "You refuse to admit your misdeeds. Should I remind you about the 60,000 yuan? Huh. Go ahead and kill me. I won't say a word," the thug scoffed. Gao raised his thumb in approval. "Very well. Let us see how tough you really are. Take him away." With a cold demeanor, Gao instructed the two large men. In no time, the thug was escorted out, leaving behind the other, who was now visibly anxious. Unexpectedly, within 3 minutes, a desperate wail echoed from outside. "Stop hitting me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The office fell into silence. Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo exchanged glances, both a bit embarrassed. The two large men returned, dragging the thug back in. Gao kicked him, exclaiming, "You couldn't even hold out for 3 minutes? For someone like you, I thought you might have some backbone. In the past, you would have been nothing more than a traitorous dog. If you truly had guts, I might have given you a bit of respect." The delinquent lamented pitifully. To be frank, he had contemplated confessing from the very first minute. Nay, more accurately, within 10 seconds of the ordeal. This was due to the two brutish men, who disregarded the conventional methods of interrogation and instead delivered a brutal kick to his groin. The agony rendered him speechless, and it wasn't until a full 6 or 7 minutes had passed that he regained enough composure to utter a sound. "Speak. When and where did you steal the money, and where is it?" The menacing figure of Gao demanded, his expression dark and forbidding. After a brief pause, the petty criminal, sensing Gao's growing impatience and the imminent threat of another kick, hastily proclaimed, "Don't hit me. I'm affiliated with Brother Pao." He quickly invoked the name of his supposed protector, hoping to instill fear in the men before him. "Brother Pao?" Gao echoed, momentarily bewildered, glancing at Zhao Jinnian before cautiously inquiring of the nearby manager, "Who is this Brother Pao? Since when has such a figure emerged from Yuan?" Gao was wary of stepping on a potential landmine and sought clarification. The manager, equally perplexed, admitted he had never heard of such a person. Xiao Yimo smiled wryly, whispering to Zhao Jinnian, "These nicknames are truly amusing." Zhao merely shrugged in response. At that moment, another burly man, filled with suspicion, interjected, "Boss, is he referring to Little Mountain Pao?" Gao, intrigued, asked, "Who is this Little Mountain Pao? Is he not the one who previously fell victim to a scam by Xiao Lu, only to have 2 of his fingers severed?" Indeed, that was the case. The petty criminal, overhearing their conversation, was struck dumb. The Brother Pao he mentioned was indeed missing 2 fingers from his left hand. Gao's realization dawned upon him. "Who has his number? Get him here immediately. Damn it, what kind of big brother allows his little brother to steal from the elderly? Has he lost his senses?" The manager nodded and promptly made a call. With a jovial demeanor, Gao resumed his light-hearted banter with Zhao Jinnian, assuring him that a satisfactory resolution would surely be provided. In truth, Zhao Jinnian had no desire for such elaborate measures. A simple connection to the authorities would suffice to ensure these two scoundrels faced dire consequences. It would not satiate his thirst for vengeance. After a span of over half an hour, a young man in his 20s arrived, scrambling and bowing excessively before Gao, displaying a level of sycophancy that was almost comical. The two men lying on the floor were left in a state of shock. Good news, there was a protector. Bad news, he was unreliable. Gao approached Little Mountain Pao, affectionately ruffling his hair. Who would have thought you were doing so well? Now, a big brother? However, in the next instant, Gao's demeanor shifted entirely. He seized the young man's head and slammed it against the wall. Look at the scum you brought with you. Stealing the life-saving money of the elderly. Do you have no conscience? Believe me, I'll crush your skull. Little Mountain Pao was taken aback, glancing at the two criminals on the ground and cursing under his breath. He regretted being dragged into this mess and felt a murderous intent towards them. Gao turned to Zhao Jinnian, politely inquiring, "How shall we deal with these two?" Zhao waved his hand, recognizing that this was Gao's domain and refraining from issuing orders. Handle it as you see fit. Gao understood the unspoken message. Zhao Jinnian had opted not to involve the police, indicating he desired these two petty criminals to face a grim fate. After all, incarceration was a routine occurrence for scoundrels of their ilk. Gao cast a sidelong glance at Little Mountain Pao, stating, "These two have already cost 40,000. You will cover that amount. Make sure the elderly man's surgical fees are fully accounted for. How much more do you owe? You still have 8 fingers, right? 5,000 per finger. If this matter isn't resolved satisfactorily, don't expect to keep your fingers." Yes, yes. Little Mountain Pao stammered in fear. Upon seeing Zhao Jinnian, he was struck by the realization. This was none other than the sole heir of Zhao Donghai. He vividly recalled an incident from 3 years prior when Zhao Jinnian had been robbed of 300 yuan by 2 petty criminals, causing unrest in Yuheng and leading to a citywide crackdown that had inadvertently ensnared him in a lengthy 6-month imprisonment. The sight of Zhao Jinnian now filled him with trepidation. Little Mountain Pao's thoughts turned dark. He glared at the 2 petty criminals on the ground, vowing to eliminate them that very night. The delinquents, sensing the murderous intent in his gaze, trembled in fear, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Chapter 66. Acts of Charity, but not naivety. "I'm leaving immediately," Little Mountain Pao declared, not wishing to linger, fully aware of Gao's formidable methods. With a grim countenance, he approached one of the petty criminals, seizing his hair and angrily demanding, "Where did you steal it? Which hospital? Whose money did you take?" The petty criminal, pale as a ghost and trembling, had no choice but to recount the events in detail. Once Little Mountain Pao grasped the full context, he prepared to head to the hospital to rectify the situation. Gao, with a sardonic smile, called out, "Wait." Little Mountain Pao nodded and smiled apologetically. Gao, smoking a cigarette, gestured toward the 2 criminals on the ground, who resembled dead dogs in their despair. "How shall we deal with them?" Little Mountain Pao hastily replied, "Boss Gao, whatever you decide is fine by me. I won't argue." Gao, still smirking, recounted, "When you were involved in that scam, you extorted 20,000 from Xiao Lu, who retaliated by severing 2 of your fingers. These 2 scoundrels have stolen 60,000 from an elderly man, his life-saving money. What do you propose we do?" The other petty criminal, hearing this, was struck with terror, exclaiming, "No, I didn't steal any money. I was just called over for drinks. It's not my fault." His protest was met with a swift blow from a steel rod. The painful strike caused him to cry out in agony. Little Mountain Pao smirked and tentatively suggested, "How about we take 3 fingers from each?" Gao glanced at Zhao Jinnian, who maintained an impassive expression before dismissing Little Mountain Pao's proposal with a wave. "That's too much. Let us just leave 1 hand intact for each." With that, a burly man tossed a cleaver onto the ground with a clang. Little Mountain Pao bit his lip, sighed, and picked up the cleaver, addressing the trembling petty criminal, shouting, "Remember to keep your hands clean in the future. Don't forget this lesson. Don't worry, I'll be quick about it. Just endure a little." The petty criminal wept profusely, calling out, "Brother Pao." He had no familiarity with Gao, as he had yet to encounter someone of Gao's caliber. He thought Little Mountain Pao was quite formidable, given that many business owners were wary of him, showing him a degree of respect. However, individuals of his age often viewed gang leaders as ruthless figures. Little did he know that the seemingly illustrious Little Mountain Pao was reduced to a subordinate in Gao's presence. A burly man approached, pinning down the petty criminal and covering his mouth with a cloth. Little Mountain Pao, with practiced efficiency, wielded the cleaver with precision. 1 hand fell to the ground. The muffled cries of agony would have echoed through the office had they not been stifled. This gruesome scene left Xiao Yimo feeling physically ill. Burying her face in Zhao Jinnian's embrace, unable to bear the sight. The other petty criminal was paralyzed with fear, struggling and pleading, tears streaming down his face as he protested. It wasn't me. I didn't steal anything. It's not my fault. Yet, his protest fell on deaf ears. Little Mountain Pal, with a darkened expression, held the cleaver firmly, pressing it against the arm of the remaining petty criminal. Gao, chuckling, led Zhao Jinnian to his office, remarking, "Are you satisfied, young Master Zhao?" Zhao Jinnian gave a thumbs up. "Absolutely." Gao continued, "In today's society governed by law, had this been 20 years ago, I would have had them butchered and tossed into the river to feed the fish." Zhao Jinnian expressed his gratitude to Gao earnestly. Oftentimes, he preferred to remain uninvolved in matters beyond his purview, for the world was rife with injustice, and countless similar incidents played out daily. He was not a savior, nor could he attend to every grievance. Zhao Jinnian's principle is, one may perform good deeds, but must not harbor a benevolent heart. If he cannot intervene, so be it. Yet, when confronted directly, he cannot allow these two individuals to escape unscathed, especially with the new year approaching. Upon returning to their booth, Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo discovered that Zhou Shaochuan and Jiang Xiaoyan had already departed, perhaps believing that the pair had left long ago. That imposing bald man was truly formidable. After exiting the bar, Xiao Yimo recalled the fierce countenance of the boss Gao and couldn't help but express her thoughts. Zhao Jinnian remained non-committal. "It's quite late. Are you heading home?" After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Jinnian decided against returning. "Let's go find a hotel. I'll help you fill up your tank today." "Yay, that's wonderful." An hour later, the tank was indeed full. Both felt a profound sense of satisfaction as they embraced in slumber. Meanwhile, at a certain courier sorting center, Yi Yiming, who had worked through the night, was utterly exhausted, feeling as drained as a husky. He lacked the strength to return to school in the morning and had taken a room at a nearby hotel, falling into a deep sleep, only to awaken and realize it was already afternoon. Having been raised in luxury, the pampered Yi Yiming was unaccustomed to such physical labor. His first experience of it last night had felt rather novel, a mere foray into life, but upon awakening, he was acutely aware of the aches in his back and waist, feeling as if he might fall apart. However, the memory of having confidently promised Zhao Jinnian just 2 days prior that working 7 days would be as easy as drinking water, only to flee the next day, filled him with dread at the thought of being ridiculed. He could afford to lose many things, but not his dignity. After purchasing a meal, Yi Yiming began queuing to work, laboring from 7 in the evening until midnight, when he finally received a mere 30 minutes to eat and hydrate. As he sat on the ground, taking a brief respite, he began to question his life choices. It is often said that electronics factories cure dreams of heroism, and the assembly line dulls romantic notions. This was certainly true, for after less than 2 days of sorting packages, Yi Yiming was already on the verge of mental disarray. He calculated his earnings. 12 hours of work yielded only 250 yuan, and after deducting meal expenses, it barely covered the cost of the hotel he had booked for the day. Yi Yiming sank into contemplation. For the first time, he felt that money was hard to earn and burdensome to bear. Suddenly, he pondered whether Zhao Jinnian had ulterior motives in calling him to work at the sorting center. In the next moment, an epiphany struck him. Perhaps Zhao Jinnian sought to convey that having money was not particularly impressive. Purchasing gifts for Yimo with family funds lacked significance, while those acquired through one's own labor held true meaning. So that was it. On the other side, within the hotel, after indulgence, only a sea of tissues remained. Zhao Jinnian sneezed, awakening with a start, wondering which impertinent soul was cursing him from behind. He quickly realized the cause of his awakening. It was the chill of the air conditioning, set to a brisk 16 degrees Celsius. Grasping the remote, he adjusted the temperature from 18 to 24 degrees, tugging at the blanket. Xiao Yimo, sensing the movement, sniffled and yawned, turning over. "Why aren't you asleep yet? What are you thinking about at this hour?" Zhao Jinnian pulled at the blanket, noting its inadequacy. Instantly awake, Xiao Yimo wrapped her arms around Zhao Jinnian's back, her smile radiant. "Yes, life is too short. In the next life, I still want to be your woman. Jinnian, will you love me for a lifetime?" "I was referring to the blanket being too short. Are you foolish? Stealing the blanket while sleeping has made me cold," Zhao Jinnian retorted, pulling more of the cover for himself. He did not directly answer Xiao Yimo's question. Ever since his rebirth, his emotions had been in disarray, and with anyone by his side, he was uncertain of whom he truly loved. Xiao Yimo, beaming, tightened her embrace around Zhao Jinnian's neck. "Then I shall hold you tightly and keep you warm." Chapter 67. The pure love warrior falls again. Xiao Yimo, having a light sleep, found it hard to doze off again after being roused. She sat up abruptly, nudging Zhao Jinnian. "Hey, I'm hungry. Are you hungry too? Shall I order takeout?" You can eat by yourself. I'm not hungry anymore. Although engaging in such physical activity was akin to warfare, Zhao Jinnian felt a pang of hunger. Yet he was unaccustomed to takeout. Perhaps it was the prevalence of pre-packaged meals, or perhaps he was too accustomed to delicacies. Every time he had ordered takeout, the flavor had never satisfied him. Very well, then I shall order for myself, Xiao Yimo decided, ordering a serving of twice-cooked pork with rice before snuggling back to sleep. After being awakened by the chill, Zhao Jinnian found it difficult to return to slumber, and with Xiao Yimo's antics, the fire within him ignited. Stop it. There's no protection, Xiao Yimo whispered. Disappointed, Zhao Jinnian sprawled out like a starfish. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Yimo suggested, then I'll ask the delivery guy to bring one along. Zhao Jinnian was the type who responded better to gentleness than force. However, after waiting another 10 minutes, still no knock came at the door. Even the Mate 1 app indicated that the delivery was overdue. Resting her head on Zhao Jinnian's chest, Xiao Yimo pondered aloud. What's going on? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Jinnian, could you check if the delivery guy left it at the door? All right. Zhao Jinnian slipped on a pair of shorts and opened the door, finding nothing but hearing an argument at the end of the hotel corridor. Xiao Yimo, wrapped in a blanket, bounced over, peeking curiously what is happening. Any gossip? Zhao Jinnian, bewildered, replied, I have no idea. Shoo. Xiao Yimo gestured for silence and listened intently. The next moment, her expression turned animated, akin to an excited child, shouting, there's juicy gossip. Someone has caught cheating. Brother, let's go take a look. Zhao Jinnian, disinterested, closed the door, unwilling to join her. Oh, come on, brother, let us go. Xiao Yimo clung to his arm, pleading. With her persistent charm, Zhao Jinnian found himself powerless to resist, uncertain of when this habit of hers to charm him would ever change. Dressed and determined, the two proceeded towards the source of the quarrel. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, the heated voices resonated from the doorway of room 1103. A woman's sobs mingled with the curses of two men. From a distance, Zhao Jinnian was taken aback by a shocking scene. A delivery man was gripping a young woman by her hair, hurling accusations at her, while she, her right cheek visibly bruised from a recent slap, cried out, Xiaojun, please let me explain. The delivery man's eyes were red with anger as he pointed at Zhou Xiaochuan, who sat on the floor wrapped only in a bath towel, burdened by debt. Damn it, old Zhou. Zhao Jinnian thought he must be mistaken. Xiao Yimo was equally bewildered, questioning the situation. Indeed, the woman was Jiang Xiaoyan, and the man was Zhou Xiaochuan. Zhou Xiaochuan's pristine bath towel bore 2 black footprints, a clear indication of recent violence, while he sported a black eye and a nosebleed. Earlier at the bar, Zhou Xiaochuan and Jiang Xiaoyan had noticed the absence of Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo, prompting them to leave first. With the student dormitory at 10:30 locked, Jiang Xiaoyan could not return home, and they decided to book a room. Zhou Xiaochuan suggested booking 2 separate rooms, but Jiang Xiaoyan, concerned for Zhou Xiaochuan's well-being after a night of drinking, proposed they share a double room instead, fearing he might choke on his vomit. Touched by her consideration, Zhou Xiaochuan assured her he would not lay a finger on her, declaring himself a beast if he did. They coexisted peacefully for 2 to 3 hours, engaging in heartfelt conversation until the late hours of the night. However, in the tumultuous heat of youth, under the flickering light of a solitary lamp, the situation escalated. At a critical moment, Jiang Xiaoyan pushed Zhou Xiaochuan away, insisting on purchasing protection. She ordered takeout, and the delivery man, who was en route to bring Xiao Yimo her meal, seized the opportunity to pick up an additional order. Upon arriving at the hotel, he was stunned to find Jiang Xiaoyan at the door. The pure-hearted warrior collapsed at the sight, for he was none other than Jiang Xiaoyan's boyfriend, Wang Jun. When Jiang Xiaoyan came to Yuheng for her studies, Wang Jun accompanied her, and after dropping her off at the school gate, he rented a room nearby and began delivering food. At that moment, Wang Jun's eyes burned with rage as he slapped Jiang Xiaoyan again. Damn it. I sensed something was off last month during our conversations, but I never expected you to betray me with another man. It's not what you think, Xiaojun. Please, let me explain. Jiang Xiaoyan stammered, tears streaming down her face, her disheveled hair a testament to her distress. Explain? I'd love to hear your explanation. Wang Yun rolled. Zhou Xiaochuan, unsteadily rising to his feet, interjected, Brother, I had no idea she had a boyfriend, but hitting a woman is unequivocally wrong. In response, Wang Jun launched a kick at him. Damn it, I haven't settled my score with you yet. Zhou Xiaochuan was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his abdomen and gasping in pain. Don't hit him. It's not his fault. Diang Kyun kite, Felicing Wang Yun is clipped to assist So Xiuquan. Are you alright? Did you get hurt? Zhou Xiaochuan shook his head, assuring her he was fine, just a superficial injury. Wang Jun, fueled by fury, struck Jiang Xiaoyan again. gripping her hair tightly and glaring at her. So, this is how you repay me? I toil away delivering food for your living expenses, working late into the night. And this is how you treat me? Zhou Shaochuan staggered to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Xiaoyan. You're overstepping your bounds. Even if she is your girlfriend, you're not married. You have no right to dictate whom she chooses to be with. Wang Yun, incredulous, vetotit. What I said to you, when she was with me, you were probably hiding under the covers. Chapter 68. What my father owes has nothing to do with me. After Wang Jun's words, he prepared to kick Zhou Shaochuan again, but Zhao Jinnian arrived just in time to intervene. Who are you? Wang Yun questioned suspiciously. Zhao Jinnian disregarded him and helped Zhou Shaochuan to his feet, chastising him. This is what you get for neglecting to stay fit. Look at the state you're in. Zhou Shaochuan felt ashamed. It wasn't that he was incapable of defending himself against Wang Jun, but he was painfully aware of his own guilt. Having known Jiang Xiaoyan was taken, yet encountering her boyfriend like this was unexpected. Lighting a cigarette, Zhou Shaochuan inhaled deeply in silence. Wang Yun, noticing Zhao Jinnian's imposing stature, refrained from further violence, glaring resentfully at Jiang Xiaoyan. She kept her head down, suppressing her sobs, avoiding his gaze. Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo began to grasp the unfolding drama, both wearing expressions of mortification. Zhao Jinnian recalled Zhou Shaochuan's earlier remark. Girls with boyfriends are the easiest to pursue, as you only have one rival. He mused, isn't this akin to wearing someone else's discarded shoes? I want to wear broken shoes. Whoever wants them can have them. Zhou Shaochuan, unimpressed, countered, so what? Many people don't even have shoes to wear. Having a pair, regardless of their condition, is already fortunate. Now, Zhou Shaochuan had faced the consequences of Jiang Xiaoyan's boyfriend's wrath. As Jiang Xiaoyan handed Zhou Shaochuan a tissue to wipe his nosebleed, she softly asked, are you okay? Did you get hurt? He shook his head, assuring her he was fine. Wang Jun glared coldly at Zhou Shaochuan and then at Jiang Xiaoyan. Well, Jiang Xiaoyan, you've shown your true colors. I can't believe our 3-year relationship means less than this. I'm telling you it's over. We're breaking up. With that, Wang Jun stormed out, kicking the 2 takeout containers on the ground and smashing his helmet down in frustration. The steaming potato hot pot rice spilled everywhere. Xiao Yimo lamented, my meal. Zhao Jinnian shrugged and asked Zhou Shaochuan, should we call the police? Zhou Shaochuan remained silent, staring blankly at the delivery man's helmet on the ground, replaying Wang Jun's word in his mind. What is it to you? When she was with me, you were probably hiding under the covers. Zhou Shaochuan had always considered himself an open-minded person, believing in a casual approach to relationships, often jesting that finding a partner was like shopping. You had to try things on before committing. He had been through many relationships without concern, aware of his flaws. Yet now, those words pierced him with an unexpected anguish, revealing that he did care after all. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zhao Jinnian prompted again. No, it's fine. Zhou Shaochuan dismissed, and with Jiang Xiaoyan's assistance, he forced a smile at Zhao Jinnian as he limped back into the room. The door closed behind him, leaving Zhao Jinnian and Xiao Yimo exchanging glances. Xiao Yimo squatted on the floor, staring forlornly at her spilled potato hot pot rice, lamenting, oh, my meal. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Jinnian was occupied, accompanying his father on daily trips between Yuheng and Yunxian. Today, he even made a special visit to the government's proposed Baoniao Economic Development Zone, attending meetings with several provincial and municipal leaders. During the conference, Zhao Donghai nearly slammed his fist on the table multiple times, and upon returning home, he remained silent, seething with suppressed anger. This meeting revolves around Du Huan's aspiration to construct a cluster of talent apartments, categorized as affordable housing, within the Baichao Economic Development Zone, hereinafter referred to as Baichao New District. The preliminary plan encompasses approximately 3 to 4 clusters, featuring single, double, triple, and quadruple occupancy rooms, totaling around 7,000 housing units. Additionally, it will include complementary facilities such as a school for children, a fresh produce supermarket, a hospital, and a parking lot. This initiative aims to accommodate the influx of various enterprises from outside provinces, which are expected to invest in manufacturing plants in Baichao New District 2 years post its investment attraction phase. The total investment is approximately 89.2 billion yuan. Du Huan hopes that the enterprise under Zhao Donghai's name will implement this project. The return on investment for this endeavor hinges on the premise that once Baichao New District successfully attracts investments, employees from these enterprises will seek housing in these apartments, with rental costs borne by their employers, thus ensuring a relatively stable income from a singular tenant. Furthermore, the commercial amenities associated with the apartments, such as supermarkets, specialty restaurants, and property management, along with landmark advertising, will also generate revenue. In addition, the government is anticipated to endorse a policy titled Yuheng, further accelerating talent gathering to promote high-quality development, which will assist qualifying youths in applying for housing subsidies and facilitate their residence in this apartment cluster. For instance, the housing subsidy for college students is estimated at 24,000 yuan annually, for undergraduates at 36,000 yuan, for master's degree holders at 54,000 yuan, and for PhD holders at 96,000 yuan. This effectively represents a long-term investment. Zhao Donghai meticulously calculated the financial implications of this project and concluded that it offers little to no profit margin. The land use rights alone would cost over 100 million yuan, and the development would be labor-intensive and time-consuming, categorizing it as a long-term investment. Moreover, the viability of the economic development zone remains uncertain, even if it were to succeed. Recouping the investment could take 2 to 3 decades, an unpredictable future that raises concerns for Zhao Donghai, who might be enjoying retirement by then, far removed from such ventures. His entanglement with Yuheng stems from being a significant debtor. Rather than being regarded as the wealthiest individual in Yuheng, he feels more like its most indebted. He is genuinely reluctant to engage in unprofitable projects. However, he contemplates, what relevance do the company's debts hold for him? Currently, Zhao Donghai feels as though he is perpetually digging holes, using the soil from one to fill another. This cycle cannot persist indefinitely. Should one of these holes remain unfilled, a chain reaction could ensue, leading to a total collapse, reminiscent of how the public turned against Boss Su when his walls came tumbling down. This is Zhao Donghai's greatest fear. Thus, he cannot afford to pause, continuously digging and patching, ensuring that the foundational stability of Yuheng remains intact, allowing him to establish a lasting foothold in the region. On his return journey, Zhao Donghai sat in the car, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Du Huan's ambitions were audacious. Unable to build the factories he desired, he was now making him toil over this unprofitable apartment project. If he were to concede to this venture, it would open the floodgates for further exploitation, relegating him to a mere laborer for all the arduous tasks. Instead, he would rather allocate 8 billion yuan to Du Huan and let him divide it as he pleased. Uncle Zheng, driving silently, broke the silence with a glint in his eye, suggesting, "Brother, should we?" Zhao Donghai wearily waved his hand, understanding Zheng's implication. Eliminating Du Huan? What a preposterous thought. Criminal investigations require evidence, and counterterrorism necessitates a list. Should Du Huan perish in Yuheng, the very sky above would fall. Zhao Donghai merely hoped for a dog-eat-dog scenario among the leadership, wishing for Du Huan to be ousted. Lighting a cigarette, Zhao Donghai turned suddenly to Zhao Jinnian, a smile curling his lips. "Son, what if I entrust this project to you?" Zhao Jinnian's expression was one of astonishment, even bewilderment. "Me? You want me to handle this? Are you serious? You are my only son. Who else could I possibly turn to?" After pondering for a moment, Zhao Jinnian shook his head in refusal. "Let's not go there. You might as well just give me 8 billion yuan, and I'll live a life of leisure." He genuinely wished to avoid any dealings with leaders or businessmen, preferring instead to luxuriate in a carefree existence. Zhao Donghai regarded the idea of Zhao Jinnian undertaking this task as somewhat reckless, yet could not help but criticize him. 8 billion? Why don't you see if you're worth that much? Zhao Jinnian retorted, "If you're not going to give it, then don't." Zhao Jinnian was acutely aware of his father's burdens, yet remained indifferent. Even if one were to consider the worst-case scenario, his father's debts were of no concern to him. This was not due to any lack of filial piety, but rather a testament to his pragmatic outlook. Zhao Donghai had taken precautions long ago, establishing a family trust fund when Zhao Jinnian was still a child, regularly injecting substantial sums into it. This trust designates Zhao Jinnian as the beneficiary, ensuring that the principal remains untouched for 30 years, accruing interest that Zhao Jinnian could access without the risk of being affected by his father's debts, thus guaranteeing a continuous income stream for him. Chapter 69, Scoundrel. Aren't you pursuing my sister? This arrangement serves as Zhao Donghai's ultimate insurance. Since the inception of his business, he had meticulously planned for such contingencies. Ever wary of being ensnared by Zhou Yuanjiang or facing insurmountable debt should Zhou fall from grace. In such an event, the fund would provide for the continuation of his lineage. Over the past decade, the cumulative contributions have exceeded 117 billion yuan. It can be asserted that even in the event of Zhao Donghai's downfall, as long as Zhao Jinnian remains grounded, he would enjoy a life of opulence and comfort. Upon returning to Green Valley, Zhao Jinnian resolved to take a leisurely drive. After 3 days of accompanying his father on various engagements and mingling with numerous leaders, he felt utterly fatigued. He mounted his cherished motorcycle from high school, eager to explore and savor the riverside scenery while enjoying the gentle October breeze. This Harley, with its striking design, had been modified for leisure rather than speed. In a previous life, during his youth studying abroad, Zhao Jinnian had reveled in the thrill of speed, much like his peers, seeking exhilaration on unrestricted roads. The adage that one learns from mistakes rang true when he witnessed a boastful friend suffer a catastrophic accident, leading him to adopt a more prudent approach. Life is precious. As he approached a traffic light, the roar of a modified engine echoed behind him. Turning to investigate, he spotted a female rider, her figure striking, clad in black stockings, exuding an air of confidence. Zhao Jinnian found her somewhat familiar, and, upon removing his helmet, queried in confusion, "Shun Qingqing?" Shun Qingqing also appeared taken aback, her expression morphing into a smirk as she recognized him. "You're truly repulsive, haunting me like a ghost. Do you think that riding a motorcycle to accidentally cross paths with me will make me fall for you?" Zhao Jinnian, perplexed, countered, "What did I ever intentionally run into you?" With a look of disdain, Shun Qingqing responded, "In such a vast yuheng, if it wasn't deliberate, who would believe that? If you want to sleep with me, just say so. I'm not opposed." Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. "Wait, is that an actual proposition?" He then conceded, "All right, I do want to sleep with you." Shun Qingqing scoffed, her tone dripping with contempt. "You're just a desperate, lecherous man." Zhao Jinnian, rendered speechless, replied, "Fine. I no longer wish to sleep with you. Is that acceptable?" Shun Qingqing's expression shifted to one of amusement, taunting him. "So, you're a lecherous man with no courage. How amusing." Frustrated, Zhao Jinnian turned away, choosing to ignore her. Noticing his silence, Shun Qingqing flashed a cunning smile. "Hey, you really don't want to sleep with me? We could book a room right now." Zhao Jinnian languidly remarked. "All right then, let's go." In response, a spit from Shun Qingqing landed on him. "Indeed, you are a man of feeble resolve and lewd disposition." Zhao Jinnian nearly choked on his own indignation, contemplating whether to slap her and see if she would continue her nonsensical tirade. As the red light concluded and the green light illuminated, Shun Qingqing abruptly pressed her right leg down, causing the vehicle to tremble. The instant the clutch was released, the engine erupted with a thunderous roar. And before the smoke from the tires dissipated, she had already dashed to the opposite crosswalk, devoid of any pedestrians. Zhao Jinnian, lacking any competitive spirit, set off at a leisurely pace. However, just a few hundred meters down the road, several traffic police waved him down, halting his progress, while Shun Qingqing conversed with one of the officers, who appeared to be explaining something to her. At least a dozen motorcyclists had been apprehended on the scene. "What's going on? Isn't there no ban on motorcycles beyond the second ring road? Comrade, please present your driving license and vehicle registration." The officer, a traffic assistant, gestured for Zhao Jinnian to pull over, leaving him in a quandary. At that moment, another police officer, recognizing Zhao Jinnian, hurried over, dismissing the assistant, and whispered, "Brother Zhao, my apologies. Mayor Du has launched a special operation today against illegal modifications and disturbances to public order in an effort to cultivate the ecological civility of Yueng. We are merely upholding the law." Zhao Jinnian was perplexed as to how this officer knew him. "I see, I understand. Yes, Brother Zhao, my apologies again. Your vehicle is suspected of illegal modification, and we need to temporarily impound it, imposing a fine of 500 yuan. Rest assured, it's just a formality. Our system will clear your penalty records later." Zhao Jinnian nodded. "No need for that. Let the punishment be as it is." He mused that Mayor Du Huangji appeared determined to thoroughly reform the atmosphere in Yuheng, suggesting significant changes in the coming years. After his vehicle was impounded, Zhao Jinnian didn't linger. Unexpectedly, Shun Qingqing's car was also seized, yet she seemed unfazed, casually carrying 2 bags as she departed. What was meant to be a leisurely ride had turned into an ordeal with her vehicle confiscated due to modifications. Zhao Jinnian noticed that Shun Qingqing's bags contained dog food. She approached the roadside greenery and waved her hand, causing numerous cats and dogs to scamper out from the bushes, encircling her. Zhao Jinnian chuckled and approached. "Do you enjoy pets?" Shun Qingqing, who had initially been smiling, turned cold upon seeing him. "Not at all. If you don't like them, why come feed them?" Shun Qingqing retorted. "Do you like me?" Zhao Jinnian was taken aback. To claim he didn't like her would be absurd. What man could resist a woman of such beauty? "Of course I do. Then what do you like about me?" Zhao Jinnian faltered. You have a good figure." Shun Qingqing scoffed, having expected him to deny his feelings, which would have allowed her to challenge him further. Instead, he had struck straight to the point. Shen Qingqing fell silent for a moment, her tone laced with mockery. There have been too many who claim to like me, those who wish to introduce me to their parents, those who begged and cried for my attention, traversing hundreds of kilometers just to see me, and even those who, despite lacking funds, still managed to buy me gifts. So tell me, which category do you fall into? Zhao Jinnian, thinking he was simply yearning for a night with her, vaguely inquired, I have a question. Are you currently single? Shen Qingqing shot him a look of disbelief. Want to give it a try? Zhao Jinnian was somewhat unaccustomed to her manner of conversation. Is that permissible? Shen Qingqing snapped, idiot. Get as far away from me as possible. Zhao Jinnian felt dejected, wondering if there was something amiss in her mind. Perhaps a younger sister would be better. At least she would be gentler. Despite his disappointment, the more Shen Qingqing resisted, the more he felt inclined to persist. At that moment, having finished feeding the animals, Shen Qingqing stood up, brushing her hands off, and coolly stated, You wish to sleep with me? I doubt you possess the capability. That won't be an issue. I'm 18 centimeters. Shen Qingqing choked, rolling her eyes. Cads, aren't you pursuing my sister? Chapter 70. It's all the girls who chase me. To genuinely like someone, one must embrace all that they are, including their sisters and friends. Shen Qingqing derided him. Idiot. Zhao Jinnian maintained an impassive expression. If Shen Susu had been as gentle as her character suggested, he might have employed patience and persuasion. However, with Shen Qingqing's temperament, he felt no need for subterfuge. In the realm of animal instinct, as long as a male is sufficiently strong, he can mate freely among his kind. I believe this principle applies to human society as well, and I consider myself strong enough. Shen Qingqing gazed at Zhao Jinnian. Her eyes filled with disdain, unable to tolerate his blatant desire. She no longer wished to engage with him. Meanwhile, the stray dogs remained, wagging their tails and licking her shoes. Shen Qingqing pondered for a moment and asked, Do you keep pets? I used to, but I no longer do. Why? She was astonished, never expecting someone like Zhao Jinnian would have kept a pet. Subsequently, she regarded him with even greater disdain, considering the multitude of stray dogs in the city, abandoned pets. You didn't abandon one of your own, did you? Zhao Jinnian shook his head. In his youth, he had a mutt given to him by his grandfather when he was in kindergarten. He adored it and insisted on bringing it home. Zhao Donghai had no choice but to agree to keep it. They spent a decade together until one day. Zhao Jinnian could not recall exactly when. He returned home from school to find the dog absent, which was unusual. Later, he discovered that the old dog had passed away, having dug its own grave. Zhao Jinnian searched for a long time along the lakeside park of Green Valley until he finally found it in a grove. From that day forth, he never kept pets again. However, he did not directly answer Shen Qingqing's question, but instead laughed lightly. Many who keep dogs do not genuinely love animals. They merely find them aesthetically pleasing and wish to play with them, seeking a sense of fulfillment that they cannot attain otherwise. If you truly love pets, why not establish a stray animal rescue center? After all, you aren't lacking in funds. Zhao Jinnian noted the expensive necklace she wore. Shen Qingqing frowned. That is why I said I don't like them. Zhao Jinnian was left speechless, utterly baffled as to why she would come here at night to feed these cats and dogs if she truly disliked them. Well then, carry on. I shall take my leave. Shen Qingqing smirked. What is this? Is your pride wounded? Surely not. Are you implying that you wish to pursue a girl without any real actions, merely resorting to verbal harassment for a few days, and upon my rejection, you feel humiliated? Zhao Jinnian conceded that this was true. He felt no anger, only a sensation akin to dropping toilet paper into a pit, so near, yet utterly unreachable. Throughout his life, he had never seriously pursued a girl. They had always gravitated towards him. Faced with someone like Shen Qingqing, who was impervious to his charms, he found himself at a loss. Shen Qingqing inquired, How did you pursue girls in the past? Zhao Jinnian scratched his head. It was always the girls who pursued me. Shen Qingqing coughed, then asked, And how do you intend to pursue my sister? Zhao Jinnian contemplated for a moment and replied, Why don't you teach me? I haven't quite figured it out yet. I'll start with you. Shen Qingqing was taken aback by Zhao Jinnian's blatant honesty. Let us go. Accompany me for a drink, and I will tell you how to pursue my sister. All right. The two individuals entered a quaint tavern, where 20 cups of wu liangya, each containing a single liang, were filled to the brim on the table. Shen Qingqing remarked to Zhao Jinnian that her sister was a well-behaved darling who could not hold her liquor, suggesting that Zhao Jinnian should deceive, coax, and even drug her. With just 2 beers down, her sister would be incapacitated, at which point Zhao Jinnian could manipulate her as he pleased. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback, incredulous that an elder sister would behave in such a manner. Is that for real? You should try another day. He jested. Shen Qingqing chuckled. And what about you? Aren't you quite the drinker? Ha, It's no challenge to get you drunk 3 times over, she retorted. Zhao Jinnian, amused, replied, thanks to my father's genes. I have a physiological quirk that makes me resilient to alcohol. I've never met a match. Coincidentally, I could drink you under the table as well, Zhao Jinnian declared. Shun Qingqing scoffed. Such bravado for someone of your stature. Zhao Jinnian took offense at her tone. Come on, let us have a competition. If I can't outdrink you, do with me as you wish. Shun Qingqing yawned, her gaze sharp. Is that a promise? Then prepare to be castrated, so you can't harm my sister. A chill ran down Zhao Jinnian's spine as he thought, this woman is utterly vicious. However, he remained confident in his drinking prowess. Then be ready to not stand up the next day. Shun Qingqing, with a dismissive glance, raised a full cup of wuyangya before Zhao Jinnian and downed it in one gulp, her expression unchanged. Zhao Jinnian was astonished by her capacity for alcohol and promptly matched her, draining his own cup. Despite possessing a unique enzyme that slowed his alcohol metabolism, the potent 48-degree wuyangya was still a challenge to swallow. Another round, Shun Qingqing insisted. Zhao Jinnian coughed lightly. Not even a peanut to accompany us? Yet, unwilling to lose face before a woman, he complied. An hour later, the 20 cups were emptied. Shun Qingqing's complexion had turned crimson, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Clearly, even her formidable capacity had its limits after consuming a full gene. Zhao Jinnian, too, was flushed and felt like a monkey's rear. Yet he was in far better shape than Shun Qingqing. Another round, she grit her teeth, not anticipating Zhao Jinnian's resilience. 2 more bottles of wuyangya arrived. This time, merely 3 rounds, 3 1-liang cups, were sufficient to render Shun Qingqing unconscious. Zhao Jinnian breathed a sigh of relief, mockingly chiding, still pretending? You lightweight. Shun Qingqing, her eyes glazed, slumped against the table, utterly depleted. Zhao Jinnian, feeling slightly dizzy himself, staggered to his feet and, supporting Shun Qingqing, made his way outside. An hour later, at the Mingxi residence, an apartment Zhao Jinnian had rented while attending Yuhing University, he finally found a use for it after a prolonged absence due to military training. Initially, he intended to book a hotel room, but considering Shun Qingqing's inebriated state, he feared the front desk might misinterpret the situation and think he was a rogue picking up discarded women from bars, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. He unceremoniously deposited the completely intoxicated Shun Qingqing onto the large bed and retreated for a shower, gazing at Shun Qingqing, who lay there like a lamb ready for slaughter. Zhao Jinnian found himself conflicted. To indulge or not? That was the dilemma at hand. Chapter 71. One cannot possibly fail a midterm exam. Zhao Jinnian sat on the sofa, lost in thought, pondering that if he were to proceed, wouldn't he be akin to Zhou Shaochuan, taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state? Just as he was grappling with his indecision, Shun Qingqing turned over and began to vomit, spewing a mess all over the bed, creating a truly repulsive scene. Zhao Jinnian felt a wave of disgust wash over him and cursed as he fetched a broom and mopped to clean the mess, muttering, "You can't hold your liquor, yet you insist on drinking." His earlier hesitations evaporated as he cleaned up the foul remnants, and any lingering thoughts of temptation vanished entirely. After disposing of Shun Qingqing's vomit, he noticed her clothing was stained as well, so he stripped her garments off and tossed them into the washing machine. Well, she's got a decent figure. She'll manage to stand up eventually, Zhao Jinnian remarked casually, covering her with a blanket before turning to leave. The following day, Zhao Jinnian was awakened by Zhou Shaochuan's incessant noise as the latter arrived at Green Valley to seek him out at noon. "What's going on? Has your wife run off with someone else? You seem rather cheerful," Zhao Jinnian teased. Zhou Shaochuan, initially beaming, suddenly lost his jovial demeanor. "Old Zhao, look, our studio is about to take off." He thrust his phone into Zhao Jinnian's hands, displaying several Douyin accounts, each boasting 40 to 50,000 followers. "My short film from last month didn't garner much attention, and I've been struggling to recoup my investment, yet the actors have become quite popular. It was only logical that the lack of success for the absurd short film was to be expected. If it were to succeed, the short film industry in the country would be irreparably doomed." Zhao Jinnian glanced at the comments section of those self-media accounts. The content consisted of behind-the-scenes footage featuring several actresses, all of which were inundated with remarks like, "I envy neither the couple nor the immortals, but rather every day of the coal boss. Investors like the coal boss are drawn to the arts, possessing wealth without culture, yet holding great respect for those who do." Zhao Jinnian pondered, "Who is this coal boss?" "You," Zhou Shaochuan laughed. "While the short film flopped, our actors became famous, and many are trying to dig into our studio's background, but can't find anything. They speculate that our mysterious investor is a coal boss. Only someone like you would fund such a garbage short film." Zhao Jinnian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing Zhou Shaochuan was placing the blame for the short film's failure squarely on him. Zhou Shaochuan animatedly continued, "This is a pleasant surprise. We can leverage the short film market's immense traffic to promote internet celebrities and cultivate a celebrity economy. If short films don't generate profit, we can turn to live streaming for revenue." "Oh," Zhao Jinnian replied nonchalantly, lacking any interest. Zhou Shaochuan, with a sycophantic grin, urged, "So, old Zhao, can you invest a bit more? I'm planning to shoot another short film." "Not investing. I have no money," Zhao Jinnian replied flatly. "Come on, old Zhao. Just 50,000. Don't worry. This time I 1T higher fat fish. That idiot has no talent. I plan to engage a genuinely skilled screenwriter this time. I've got it all figured out. This time, I'm not looking to profit, just to avoid losses, specifically creating content that has market potential, like trending family ethics themes, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, sibling romances, etc. These modern dramas have significantly higher production costs than historical ones." Old Zhao. Zhao Jinnian remained uninterested. "I'm not into that." Zhou Shaochuan persisted, chasing after Zhao Jinnian throughout the day, even inviting him out for dinner that evening. Yet, Zhao Jinnian remained resolute. Indifferent to both coercion and allure, he simply would not invest. "Old Zhao, here, try this. It's delicious," Zhou Shaochuan exclaimed, pouring Zhao Jinnian a glass of fruit wine. The drink was a light green hue, low in alcohol content, around 16 degrees, similar to a cocktail. It had a sweet taste, lacking the fiery bite of stronger liquors, yet with a lingering finish akin to white spirits, more palatable than beer, but not as harsh as stronger drinks, striking a perfect balance for casual indulgence. Zhao Jinnian took a sip of the fruit wine, pleasantly surprised. "Where did you get this?" "It's quite good," Zhou Shaochuan quickly replied. "It was sent over by the Qinyuan distillery. They're going out of business and looking for a buyer. It's quite amusing, really. They didn't realize what they were getting into. This year they applied for a tax refund, but when the tax office came to inspect, their accountant had left, and they couldn't reconcile the accounts. Now they're trying to transfer ownership, but can't seem to get the paperwork sorted. They've been trying to find connections and ended up at my dad's Qinyuan distillery." Zhao Jinnian pondered the name, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. In the next moment, he suddenly recalled that it belonged to a winery specializing in fruit wines. The region surrounding Yuhan was abundant with fruit cultivation, including cherries, loquats, plums, kiwis, and peaches. However, the winery's business had always been lukewarm. Yet, Zhao Jinnian distinctly remembered that upon returning to the country in his previous life, this winery had seemingly been acquired by a businessman from Fujian who had deptly capitalized on the internet boom. He invested generously in advertising and collaborated with influencer companies, thereby propelling the winery to newfound heights, leading to an astonishing surge in sales. As the winery's reputation grew, orders flooded in, prompting the establishment of a larger facility in the Baoyao district, operating around the clock. Truth be told, Zhao Jinnian harbored a desire to take over this winery, albeit with a tinge of hesitation. Despite its apparent revival and booming sales, he knew the intricacies behind its success were not easily replicated. Numerous factors played a role. For instance, while everyone was aware of the profitability of the Penguin Corporation, many naively believed they could simply replicate its success by starting a similar venture decades earlier. However, the reality was that innovation and evolution of the market dictated the rise and fall of enterprises, and many overlooked the fierce competition that had been vanquished along the way. Nevertheless, Zhao Jinnian felt compelled to take a chance. One cannot fail an open book exam, can they? He reassured himself. "All right, I shall give it a try this one time. If I cannot even succeed by copying the answers, then it is evident that I lack the acumen for business and should simply accept my fate as a wealthy scion." He turned to Zhou Shaochuan. "Please assist me in contacting the Qinyuan winery. I am interested in acquiring it." Zhou Shaochuan was taken aback. "Are you serious? Old Zhao, perhaps you should reconsider. This winery is on the verge of collapse. It has changed hands multiple times, with each owner fleeing in defeat." Zhao Jinnian smirked slightly. "If you wish to continue filming short dramas and receive my investment, you will assist me in this matter." With no other option, Zhou Shaochuan reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I will inquire about it, but prepare yourself. Although the winery is on the brink of failure, taking over will not come cheaply." "Understood. I'll take my leave now." Zhou Shaochuan departed in a hurry. Zhao Jinnian muttered a curse under his breath, just as he was about to leave and the manager asked him to settle the bill. "Damn it, inviting me to dinner, then expecting me to pay?" After settling the bill, Zhao Jinnian got in his car, ready to return home and ask his father for a sum of money to take over the winery. Unexpectedly, he received a video call from Shun Qingqing. Confused, he answered, "What's the matter?" In the video, Shun Qingqing was at her apartment, wrapped in a blanket, cursing, "What did you do to me last night?" Zhao Jinnian replied, "I didn't do anything." Shun Qingqing, having woken to find her clothes missing, realized the gravity of the situation and quickly checked herself for injuries. Once confirming she was unharmed, she relaxed slightly, eyeing Zhao Jinnian suspiciously. You really did nothing? Why? You can't be incapable, can you? Zhao Jinnian casually remarked, oh. I just thought your chest was too small to be interesting, so I left. Shun Qingqing, acutely aware of her insecurity regarding her figure, scoffed. Did I force you to look? Zhao Jinnian nodded. Yes, you did. Shun Qingqing was momentarily speechless, her surprise quickly morphing into anger, followed by an embarrassed flush. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, You pervert! You shameless scoundrel! With that, she angrily hung up. Zhao Jinnian roared with laughter, thinking to himself how he had done nothing at all. You have no idea how outmatched you are when it comes to drinking with me. In high spirits, he called for a designated driver and prepared to head home. Upon returning to Green Valley, it was already late. Zhao Donghai, his father, appeared rosy-cheeked and reeking of alcohol, one hand resting on his protruding belly while the other was draped around Zhou Xiuxiu's shoulders, engrossed in conversation. Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Speak up. Make it quick. Rubbing his hands together, Zhao Jinnian grinned. I need some money. What about the 1 million your mother gave you last month? Zhao Jinnian quickly sat down. I want to acquire the Qinyuan winery. Zhao Donghai was taken aback, immediately launching into a tirade. That place has changed owners 3 times and is on the verge of bankruptcy. Why would you want to take it over? Do you think I have money to burn? Take a good look in the mirror and see if you're worth that much. Zhao Jinnian had to explain that he wanted to find something to occupy his time, as idleness was not suited for him. Zhao Donghai scoffed. Find something to do? Fine, go manage the talent apartments in the Baoyao New district that we are developing. Zhao Jinnian grimaced, knowing convincing his father would be no easy feat. Zhou Xiuxiu chimed in. Son, our family is lacking money. Why exert yourself? You'd be better off starting a family and giving me a grandchild to hold. Zhao Donghai wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, you might as well have a child quickly, rather than idle away with unsavory characters. I can't sleep a wink until you're married. Zhao Jinnian hesitated. Dad, just this once, I really want to take over. Not happening. Resigned, Zhao Jinnian retreated to his room upstairs. He genuinely believed there was potential in this endeavor. It was akin to having the answers to a test. If he couldn't turn a profit, it would confirm his lack of a business acumen. Zhao Jinnian understood that Zhao Donghai was a man of strong patriarchal values, and persuading him would be as daunting as climbing to the heavens. What was he to do? Zhou Xiaochuan proved to be efficient by 11 that night. He called Zhao Jinnian via video, saying he had clarified the details regarding the acquisition of Qinyuan Winery. The cost would be no less than 30 to 40 million. And crucially, taking over the winery would also entail inheriting its debts, a sum that could not be underestimated. He urged Zhao Jinnian to think carefully. Tossing and turning, Zhao Jinnian realized he could never come up with that sum alone and would need to approach his father. How could he persuade him? At 1 a.m, Zhao Jinnian descended the stairs to Zhao Donghai's room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a cacophony of thunderous snores, clearly emanating from his father. Zhao Jinnian was taken aback, pondering how his mother could possibly sleep through such a racket. He made his way to the bedside in the dark and gently nudged Zhao Donghai's face. Dad. After a moment, Zhao Donghai groggily awoke, his irritation flaring upon recognizing Zhao Jinnian. What are you doing up at this hour? Zhao Jinnian feigned innocence. Dad, didn't you say that until I get married and have a child, you can't sleep? I see you're sleeping quite soundly. Zhao Donghai, visibly annoyed, swung his hand and slapped Zhao Jinnian on the head. Get lost. Dad, about the winery acquisition. Let us talk about it tomorrow. With that, Zhao Donghai turned over. Zhao Jinnian did not depart. Instead, he nudged Zhao Donghai's face again, insisting, No, we must discuss this now. Zhao Donghai's temper flared. You brat, hurry up and get lost. I have 2 very important meetings to attend tomorrow. What about the distillery matter? I'll think it over. Very well, continue your slumber. I shan't disturb you. Zhao Jinnian chuckled, closing the door behind him. The following day, Zhao Donghai summoned Zhao Jinnian with a stern expression. After a night of deep contemplation, he resolved to acquire the distillery. His considerations were multifaceted, one being to allow Zhao Jinnian to hone his skills and grasp the reality that earning money is no simple feat, hoping to dissuade him from future endeavors. Acquiring the distillery is acceptable, but we must establish 3 fundamental rules. Once this investment is exhausted, you shall behave yourself. This money is essentially a loan, and you owe me. Should the business fail, you will come work for me to repay your debt. Zhao Jinnian laughed heartily, dismissing the notion of repayment from his mind. What if I refuse to repay? Can you starve your own son? In the morning, Uncle Zheng drove Zhao Jinnian to Yun County for an on-site inspection of the Qinyuan distillery and a negotiation with the owner. Originally, Jinnian Distillery did not produce fruit wine, but rather fruit juices. Years ago, a businessman from Taipei, upon returning to Yun County for ancestral rights, started a local enterprise. Taking advantage of the area's abundant fruit cultivation, cherries, oranges, kiwis, peaches, plums, loquats, and more, he envisioned a profitable beverage factory, leveraging the low cost of local fruits. However, the beverage industry is rife with obscure brands, leading to fierce competition and low profit margins, prompting a shift to fruit wine production. Initially, due to its novelty, the wine found its way into many KTV venues, resulting in a flourishing business. Yet, as the economy faltered and the production costs of fruit wine soared, interest waned, and the enterprise fell into decline, barely managing to secure orders along the coastal regions. The owner, a weary woman in her 40s, was compelled to sell the factory after her husband absconded with her sister, leaving her with significant debt. After a year of struggling with dwindling business, she had no choice but to part with her enterprise. Zhao Jinnian and Uncle Zheng, accompanied by the owner, toured the factory, which bore a desolate atmosphere. Only about 100 workers were busy in the production workshop, where many large fermentation tanks, distillation equipment, and storage vessels appeared nearly new, likely used for less than 2 years. Zhao Jinnian meticulously examined the entire production area, including the bottling assembly line, filtration, and sterilization equipment, finding it quite satisfactory. "What is the annual production capacity of this facility?" he inquired. The owner smiled, explaining, "We produce a variety of fruit wines. We harvest cherries in March, mulberries in April, loquats in May, peaches in July, kiwis in September, and oranges in November, resulting in a diverse range of wines. Considering some products have complex processes and lengthy fermentation periods, the output may vary. If we operate 24 hours a day, conservatively, we could produce between 120,000 to 180,000 tons, assuming sufficient orders. However, the factory does not run at full capacity every month due to a lack of orders." Zhao Jinnian and Uncle Zheng spent 2 hours touring the facility, leaving Zhao Jinnian immensely pleased. Ultimately, the pressing concern was securing orders. Without them, or with too few, expansion would be futile. For instance, in Yun County, there is a town dedicated to cherry cultivation. If picked privately, cherries cost 3 yuan per pound. Given their perishability, cherries often become soft the day after picking and may begin to ferment by the 3rd day. Thus, they are typically sold to Jinnian Distillery for around 0.8 to 1 yuan per pound, yielding approximately 0.7 kilograms of fruit wine per pound. A prepared bottle of fruit wine retails for 15 yuan. Naturally, as Zhao Jinnian intended to establish a factory, selling at retail prices would be challenging. From the owner, he learned that bulk prices for half, 1, 2, 3, and 5-pound bottles of cherry wine range from 3, 5, 10, 15 to 25 yuan respectively. After deducting labor and material costs, the profit margins are minimal, especially considering the fruit wine industry suffered from a lack of orders even on a national scale. A half-pound bottle of cherry wine priced at 3 yuan might retail for 99 yuan in supermarkets and 15 yuan in KTVs. Who could rationalize such disparities? Young people prefer beer. Middle-aged drinkers favor baijiu. Who consumes fruit wine? Chapter 73. It's Zhao Jinnian. Wonderful, we are saved. Zhao Jinnian was acutely aware that in his previous life, this distillery had been acquired by a businessman from Henan, who thrived by adopting an e-commerce model, leveraging social media influencers for direct sales, maximizing profit margins. He was not in a rush to sign a contract today. After all, acquiring such a large factory necessitated drafting a comprehensive acquisition plan, signing agreements, and verifying financial audits, legal compliance, and operational aspects, all of which required time. Furthermore, transitioning a food production facility entails navigating complex regulatory changes, including acquiring a health permit and a liquor production license from the relevant authorities. Uncle Zheng and the owner signed a preliminary acquisition agreement, paying a deposit of 500,000 yuan, with a formal asset acquisition contract slated for signing in 2 months. Just then, a man in his 30s knocked and approached the office, respectfully murmuring something to the owner, who nodded in response. Once he departed, her expression grew peculiar. "Mr. Chun, if you are busy, we will not intrude," Zhao Jinnian suggested. The owner smiled awkwardly. "I'm not busy, it's just, well, I don't quite know how to convey this. My driver just informed me that the director of the Yun County Poverty Alleviation Office, the head of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, and the mayor of Xiaobei Town have come looking for me. They mentioned that Xiaobei Town has over 1,000 acres of kiwis, 60% of which have already been acquired by enterprises from other provinces. However, about 25% of the kiwis are unsuitable for sale as fresh fruit, and have historically been purchased by Jinnian Distillery. This year, due to the distillery's ongoing transfer negotiations and significant debts, 2 months' wages for employees are still outstanding. They have not been able to make any purchases. The leaders from the county are in quite a bind over this, having managed to sell only about 5% of the yield. They even brought in a prominent influencer to promote the farmers' goods. But given the sheer volume, hundreds of thousands of pounds of kiwis, they are at a loss and have come to discuss this with me. If this many kiwis end up rotting in the fields, what will happen to the growers? These leaders will face accountability. Under normal circumstances, such matters would not warrant their concern, but this year is different. A new, incorruptible mayor, Du, has recently been appointed. Just days ago, he visited one of the townships in Yuheng for an inspection, emphasizing that revitalizing rural areas is the first step in poverty alleviation. If over 400,000 pounds of kiwis were to spoil, these leaders would certainly lose their positions. The owner implied that if Zhao Jinnian was indeed keen on the acquisition, he could consider purchasing this batch in advance and storing it in a cold storage facility for processing in 2 months. Zhao Jinnian pondered for a moment before turning to Uncle Zhang. What do you think, Uncle Zhang? Uncle Zhang lowered his voice and replied, Jinnian, I believe it would be prudent to refrain from proceeding. After all, I need to conduct a comprehensive inspection of this factory. If there are any irregularities, it is unlikely that General Zhao would approve the acquisition. Rushing to store several 100,000 jin of kiwi fruit could be rather unwise. Zhao Jinnian nodded in agreement. At that moment, a group of middle-aged men who appear to be leaders burst into the room, laughing heartily. Mr. Chun, it's truly difficult to have a moment of your time. The driver of the boss lady trailed behind them, looking anxious and apologetic, unable to prevent their entrance. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces in the office, Director Wang Liren from the Poverty Alleviation Development Office expressed surprise. Mr. Chun, I see you are indeed busy. I thought you were deliberately avoiding us. In that case, we shall wait outside. The boss lady smiled helplessly and addressed them. Director Wang, Director Zhang, Mayor Li, you are well aware of our factory situation. I truly regret that we cannot assist you. However, these two gentlemen are interested in acquiring our factory. Perhaps you could discuss it with them. Director Wang's eyes brightened, and he quickly turned his gaze to Zhao Jinnian and Uncle Zhang. His eyes eventually settled on Uncle Zhang. Realizing that Zhao Jinnian, being a young man, was likely an assistant or secretary, and that Uncle Zhang was the true proprietor, he promptly took out a cigarette and politely offered it to Uncle Zhang. Greetings, I am Wang Liren from the Poverty Alleviation Development Office of Yun County. May I ask how to address you? Uncle Zhang remained expressionless, gesturing toward Zhao Jinnian. He is my boss. Any discussion should be directed to him. Wang Liren felt somewhat awkward, but courteously greeted Zhao Jinnian again. Zhao Jinnian accepted the cigarette nonchalantly. Oh, my surname is Zhao Jinnian. Zhao. At that moment, another mayorly was taken aback and whispered a few words to Director Zhang beside him, who soon displayed a glimmer of recognition. You are the only son of Zhao Donghai. Zhao Jinnian. Splendid. We are saved. The three leaders hastily exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Jinnian, eager to discuss matters with him. After a brief contemplation, Zhao Jinnian acquiesced, for he had observed that the warehouse was nearly devoid of raw materials, having only acquired some peaches in July for the cold storage. If production were to ramp up, it would be impossible to sustain operations into the following year. Should they wait 2 months to sign the contract before acquiring more, it would already be December, and there would be no fruit left. At the largest restaurant in Yun County, the three leaders accompanied Zhao Jinnian, and the array of dishes on the table was impressively diverse, likely costing 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. These leaders were astute, pouring drinks for Zhao Jinnian. The liquor was contained in a mineral water bottle, yet Zhao Jinnian could tell from a mere sip that it was Maodai. He found it amusing that such a grand feast was laid out, and judging by their well-groomed appearances, they had likely indulged excessively. Each leader took turns toasting Zhao Jinnian, seemingly determined to intoxicate him to seal the deal. Zhao Jinnian graciously accepted their toasts. Director Wang sighed. Mr. Zhao, you are aware that since Mayor Du took office, the focus has been on livelihood and economics, making our lives quite challenging. The county's fruit supply is urgently needed. As you know, our region's fruits are geologically significant. If we damage our reputation, it will be hard to engage in further processing in the future. If you could step in, not only would the farmers be grateful, but the county's subsequent industrial poverty alleviation policies would certainly prioritize responsible enterprises like yours. Come, Mr. Zhao, I drink to you. You may drink as you please. Zhao Jinnian raised his glass in acknowledgement. Director Zhang, beaming with a rosy complexion, lifted his glass and said, Mr. Zhao, I have calculated the numbers. We have already passed the optimal harvest time, and many fruits are beginning to fall. The current purchase price is 2 to 3 jiao lower than last month. You could save 40 on costs compared to sourcing from outside. I have already applied for a subsidy from the county. If you can indeed take over, the county will cover 30 of transportation costs. You would only need to handle the sorting labor. And our office staff will accompany you throughout the process to ensure there are no delays. Zhao Jinnian chuckled. That sounds agreeable. Come, Mr. Zhao, I toast to you. Mayerly leaned in, his tone earnest. Mr. Zhao, your assistance would not only be a relief for us, but also instill hope among the farmers. They will remember your kindness and continue to plant for you. When your enterprise needs manpower or coordination with the villagers, I will be the first to assist you. Cool, me. Mr. Zhao, I drink to you. Zhao Jinnian smiled and raised his glass once more. That is agreeable. As the rounds of toasts continued, amidst the clinking of glasses, Zhao Jinnian remained composed while the leaders began to show signs of inebriation. Zhao Jinnian remarked, since you all have gone to such lengths, it would be impolite of me to decline further. Thus, upon returning, I will coordinate with Mr. Chun regarding the finances and will commit to purchasing at maximum capacity. However, I will need your continued support for transportation and sorting. The leaders sighed in relief, expressing their gratitude to Zhao Jinnian. The meal concluded with satisfaction with the three leaders, now somewhat tipsy, treating Zhao Jinnian as a close friend and adding him on WeChat. When it came time to settle the bill, Zhao Jinnian intended to be courteous and take care of it himself, but merely put an arm around his shoulder, saying, Brother Zhao, are you treating us like strangers? This meal is on us. Rest assured, whenever you come to Yin County, it will feel like home. We will invoice this and have it reimbursed. When out and about, one must save where possible. Ultimately, the several thousand yuan meal was split among them, with each covering a portion on an expense report. It is worth noting that the few bottles of liquor they consumed, disguised in mineral water bottles and consisting of Maotai, amounted to at least 3 or 4 bottles, costing over 10,000 yuan. Zhao Jinnian thought to himself, what is this? Before, it was I eat what the people eat. Now it feels like, what do the people eat after I have eaten? Chapter 74. The Fruit Acquisition Turmoil. After a satisfying meal, the night had grown late. Zhao Jinnian had consumed more than he intended, and though he initially planned for Uncle Zhang to drive him back to Yuheng, the three leaders insisted on extending their hospitality, insisting that he stay overnight in Yin County. Zhao Jinnian, unable to refuse their warm invitation, acquiesced. However, upon arriving at the hotel, he was taken aback. As he opened the door, he found 2 young women, both in their early 20s, sitting demurely on the large soft bed. Both wearing eye masks, one pure and innocent, the other alluring and seductive. Ah, is this what they mean by hospitality? Zhao Jinnian thought. Certainly, he would not be foolish enough to accept such an offer. Setting aside concerns about potential surveillance cameras, he couldn't help but wonder if they were perhaps 2 biochemical entities. Choosing silence, he quietly closed the door, called Uncle Zhang, and prepared to return to Yuheng. Yin County was merely 70 kilometers away from Yuheng City, and traveling on the highway would take just over an hour. While on the road, his WeChat pinged. It was a voice message from Director Zhang, who seemed to be somewhat inebriated, punctuating his speech with hiccups. Brother Zhao, this is rather inconsiderate of you. Why didn't you say goodbye before leaving? Zhao Jinnian chuckled. Apologies, Brother Zhang. I received an urgent call and had to leave in a hurry. How about this, Brother Zhang? Next week, I'll host a gathering, and we'll drink to our heart's content. All right, it's a deal. Let's ensure we meet then. In the world of adult social gatherings, pretense is commonplace. Believing too readily is folly. Sighing, Zhao Jinnian switched off his phone, leaning back against the leather seat, feeling weary. Each time he engaged in such socializing, his stomach filled with alcohol, leaving him to ponder the reality of being ensnared in the web of life. When Zhao Jinnian returned, it was already the early hours of the morning. To his surprise, Zhao Donghai was still awake, evidently waiting for his son's arrival. Ah, you're back? Zhao Donghai remarked. I've reviewed the factory's documents. Humph. The factory is in debt to the tune of 17 million and facing tax penalties exceeding 10 million. Should you decide to take over, you will also inherit these debts. The entire factory's annual orders amount to only 15 to 30 million, and after deducting various costs, what could you possibly earn? Zhao Donghai scoffed, believing his son was being overly impulsive. Even with wealth, such expenditure was not to be squandered recklessly. Zhao Jinnian, unfazed, settled beside his father and lit a Huangli 1912 cigarette from the table. I've negotiated. The debt's 1 TB inherited. Only the penalties will be borne. The factory has considerable production capacity, merely lacking in orders. If we can find a market, we could repay the debts within a year and break even in 2. If we can expand our influence, we could even build a larger factory in 3 years. Haha, your thoughts are quite lofty, Zhao Donghai retorted. Let me be blunt. If you incur losses, you'd better toe the line and follow the path I've laid out for you, preparing to take over my position. Stop dabbling aimlessly outside. Do you think my money comes from thin air? Understood, understood, Zhao Jinnian replied dismissively. After admonishing his son, Zhao Donghai retired to his bedroom, satisfied. He had received reports from Uncle Zheng about Zhao Jinnian's conduct in Yun County and was pleased with his performance before the leaders. He had not brought shame to the family. Early the next morning, Zhao Jinnian was awakened by a WeChat call from Mayor Li, who inquired when the contract could be signed and when transportation for the fruit could be arranged. He was ready to mobilize fruit farmers for harvesting, awaiting Zhao Jinnian's acceptance. Zhao Jinnian informed him that he would come to Xiaobei Town shortly to discuss matters in person. Once again, Uncle Zheng drove him to Xiaobei Town. Although under the jurisdiction of Yun County, it lay over 30 kilometers from the county seat. The Qinyuan Winery, while located in Yun County, was situated 18 kilometers from the city center, making the two locations relatively distant. Xiaobei Town was home to vast plantations of kiwi fruit, with several varieties that were easy to store and held high market value. However, most had already been sold. What remained were the soft-fleshed kiwi fruit, small in size, with smooth skin and high sugar content, which retained their fragrance well after fermentation. Due to the massive volume of the purchase, approximately 320,000 pounds, the acquisition price for this variety had historically ranged between 1.13 yuan per pound. This year, however, having missed the optimal harvesting period, many fruits had already fallen, and Mayor Li had set the purchase price for the farmers at 0.9 yuan. The price discrepancy was significant, leaving many farmers deeply aggrieved, especially since they had previously sold to the Qinyuan Winery. This year, due to the winery's refusal to purchase, they missed the prime harvesting window and suffered considerable losses. Now, with the winery returning to buy, the price was reduced by 3 to 4 dimes. Initially, Mayor Li had assured Zhao Jinnian that by helping these farmers through their difficulties, they would be grateful to him. However, the reality was quite the opposite. They had developed a distaste for Zhao Jinnian. Under the organization of Mayor Li and village representatives, Zhao Jinnian signed contracts with the fruit farmers, but one farmer shouted, 0.9 yuan per pound? What a joke. I'd rather feed it to pigs than sell at that price. Indeed, at 0.9 yuan, what is the point? Better to let it rot in the ground. Next year, I'd rather plant grapes like them. Another farmer scoffed, casting a glance at Zhao Jinnian. Mr. Chun, you are quite cunning, aren't you? Did you calculate that we would yield? The best harvesting period was September 15th, and now you've intentionally delayed to buy at a low price? Zhao Jinnian frowned, his displeasure evident. Mayor Li quickly cleared his throat and signaled to several village officials, who promptly began to persuade the farmers. Of course, not every farmer was dissatisfied. A few were genuinely anxious, understanding that rotting fruit in the field was less desirable than converting it into actual currency. I'll sign. Several farmers hurriedly approached to sign the contract. At that moment, Mayor Li addressed the agitated farmers, saying, "Folks, I know this year has been tough. The purchase price is significantly lower than last year, and everyone is feeling the pinch. However, you understand the situation. The owner of the Qinyuan Winery ran off with money, leaving a mess. The owner's wife has sold the winery to them, and they're still busy with the paperwork, which will take a month or two. They did not initially intend to purchase these kiwi fruits, but fearing that the fruits you have worked hard to cultivate would go to waste, they have decided to buy them out of their own pockets. This is already the best result we have managed to secure from the town and county governments." Thus, the farmers ceased their uproar. Despite their dissatisfaction, they prepared to sign the contracts. One farmer stepped forward, took the pen, signed his name, and then tossed the contract documents at Zhao Jinnian before turning to leave. Zhao Jinnian coldly snorted, discarding the document into the trash bin. Rising, he addressed Mayor Li. "All right, the contracts are signed. Let us proceed with these purchases." Mayor Li was taken aback, as were the 7 or 8 farmers behind him. Chapter 75. This is the disparity. What a joke. Zhao Jinnian would not tolerate such indignities. Awoken early, traveling from Yuheng to Yun County and then to Xiaobei Town, enduring the bumpy mountain road for 3 to 4 kilometers only to face such disrespect? If they deemed 0.9 yuan too low to sell, then let it rot in the ground. Mayor Li quickly approached Zhao Jinnian, whispering, "Brother Zhao, what is going on? Didn't we agree on this?" Zhao Jinnian turned to the farmer who had been the loudest in his complaints and said, "Didn't they say 0.9 yuan was too low, that they preferred to let it rot or feed pigs? Given our winery's circumstances, with few orders, if we take on too many, it will just pile up in our inventory. So, let's just take what we need." Mayor Li lamented. These 8 farmers' kiwi fruits totaled around 100,000 pounds, and the last harvesting deadline was approaching. If not picked soon, they would start to drop. He shot a fierce glare at one of the farmers and quickly offered a sheepish smile to Zhao Jinnian. However, Zhao Jinnian remained resolute, squeezing a sample kiwi fruit that had already begun to soften. "I didn't intend to purchase this quality anyway. We've already gathered enough. Mayorli, don't put me in a difficult position. I'm a businessman, not a philanthropist. Seeing Zhao Jinnian's stubbornness, Mayorli sighed. It's only about 100,000 pounds. It's not a big deal. If it comes to that, I can assist in advocating for you. The accountability won't fall on you. The farmers were utterly dumbfounded. Initially, they were merely venting their frustrations, but upon realizing Zhao Jinnian truly intended to withdraw, they exchanged bewildered glances. Until now, they still thought Zhao Jinnian was merely putting on a show. However, as he climbed into his vehicle and drove away, they finally understood he was genuinely not buying. Zhao Jinnian had settled back into the car, heading to Yuheng when his phone rang. It was Director Wang, who cheerfully asked what was happening. He thought they had agreed on 0.9 per pound. Zhao Jinnian's expression remained impassive. Director Wang, I've given you face, but the villagers clearly do not afford me the same courtesy. Don't say anything further. Director Wang chuckled lightly, tactfully persuading Zhao Jinnian not to take offense, explaining that these villagers lacked education and it was not worth getting angry with them. Ultimately, he mentioned the price of 0.8 yuan, with the additional 0.1 yuan being subsidized by the town government. However, Zhao Jinnian remained resolute, refusing to accept it. After a while, Director Zhang also called, delivering the same message, hoping Zhao Jinnian would extend them a favor, reiterating the offer of 0.8 yuan per gene, with the extra 0.1 yuan covered by the government. Zhao Jinnian still refused to yield. Director Zhang, please do not put me in a difficult position. How about 0.7 yuan? Brother Zhao, would you consider 0.7 yuan? Think of it as a personal favor to me. You know that if tens of thousands of pounds of fruit rot on the ground and they go to mayor due to lodge a complaint, we would all suffer the consequences. Zhao Jinnian scoffed, unwilling to swallow his pride. He simply could not bear this humiliation. How could he endure such indignity at Yuheng? Then let Mayor Du call me himself. He could hardly believe that such a trivial matter could warrant the mayor's attention. Director Zhang sighed in resignation. Uncle Zhang, who was driving, turned around and flashed a smile at Zhao Jinnian. What are you smiling about, Uncle Zhang? Zhao Jinnian inquired. You really resemble your older brother when he was young, Uncle Zhang replied warmly. Today marked the last day of National Day, and Zhao Jinnian was to return to school in the afternoon. In the meantime, Mayor Li, Director Zhang, and Director Wang had contacted him several times via WeChat and phone, but Zhao Jinnian did not answer any of them. He was acutely aware that for the winery to thrive, it must collaborate with numerous fruit farmers across the various towns in Yun County. He could not afford to show weakness. If he did not establish his authority now, how could he conduct business in the future? Upon arriving at the school, Zhao Jinnian parked his car, and Lu Bo sent him a message asking for his bank account number. He informed Zhao Jinnian that the batch of near-expiration food had been sold. The cost of the goods was 120,000 yuan, and with profit included, the total came to 260,000 yuan. According to their agreement of a 50-50 split, he transferred 190,000 yuan to Zhao Jinnian. Zhao Jinnian sent back his account number. Lu Bo replied, Young Master Zhao, I hope we can continue our collaboration next time. Smiling, Zhao Jinnian responded with an okay. Returning to his dormitory, he was met with a chaotic scene. Li Guoqing was sitting, picking his toes, smoking, and animatedly chatting on WeChat. At that moment, Liao Chenglin knocked and entered, announcing that they were heading to the night market outside the West School Gate at 7 o'clock for a barbecue with an old soldier, as they had agreed upon last week for a class bonding activity. Zhao Jinnian nearly forgot about it. Sure, he replied. Li Guoqing frowned. Wait, we each contributed 100 yuan. Why are we going to eat at a barbecue place? Liao Chenglin chuckled. Well, there are a lot of us, over 20 people. Just then, Yang Bin sauntered in, humming a little tune with a briefcase in tow. Upon seeing Zhao Jinnian, he appeared exceedingly delighted. Old Zhao, you're back? Yeah, Zhao Jinnian replied. Li Guoqing, puzzled, asked, what is that? And why are you so happy? Did you go to a hotel with your girlfriend? Yang Bin ignored him. After receiving the batch of near-expiration food from Zhao Jinnian the previous week, he had been tirelessly searching for a market for 6 consecutive days. He opened his briefcase to reveal a thick stack of red bills. Old Zhao, I sold that batch of near-expiration food. The money is all here, 420,000 yuan. Please count it. Zhao Jinnian was astonished. While he was not surprised that Lu Bo managed to sell the goods, as he had access to a small program, he wondered how Yang Bin, unfamiliar with Yuheng, was able to sell them. How did you manage to sell them? Yang Bin chuckled awkwardly and recounted his experience. Initially, he had no connections and had to inquire at various stores, but he faced rejection everywhere. Supermarkets, convenience stores, and small shops all ignored him. After a long day, he found a net cafe to stay overnight, ordering a pig's trotter rice, only to discover that the vendor had included a bottle of cola, something he did not order. Upon inquiring, He learned it was a promotional offer for newcomers. Examining the cola, he realized it was also near-expiration food. This revelation led him to check and find that many takeout restaurants frequently offered small drinks, often from lesser-known brands, to attract customers. Inspired, Yangbin boldly approached various takeout vendors, and to his surprise, he managed to sell the goods. Although he downplayed his efforts, selling them was far from easy. Zhao Jinnian, impressed, gave Yangbin a thumbs up. Impressive. As he regarded the substantial sum of money, Zhao Jinnian pondered for a moment before stating, "Here's the deal. Besides the principal, I'll take a 30 cut of the profit, and the rest is yours." He retrieved 160,000 yuan from the briefcase, added another 70,000, and handed the entire amount to Yangbin. Li Guiqing's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "Old Yang, so all this money is yours? That must be over 200,000 yuan." Yangbin was stunned, stuttering, "Old Zhao, is this too much?" Zhao Jinnian smiled gently. He knew how arduous it had been for Yangbin to sell so much in just 7 days, and given their shared living situation, potential future collaborations loomed ahead. Li Guiqing's breath quickened with a twinge of envy. Why hadn't he been the one to secure such a lucrative deal? He thought to himself, damn it, how is Yangbin so lucky? He earned so much during National Day. If only he could share a few thousand with me. Rubbing his hands together, he approached Zhao Jinnian with a sheepish grin. "Hey, old Zhao, if there are any more opportunities like this, could you consider bringing me in? I'd love to earn some money too." Zhao Jinnian appraised him with amusement. It was that he looked down on Li Guiqing. Even if the deal had been entrusted to him, he doubted Li Guiqing could have sold that much stock. Zhao Jinnian felt confident in entrusting Yangbin with the goods because, over the month they had spent together, he had come to recognize Yangbin's good character, ambition, and diligence. What did Li Guiqing have to offer? After spending an entire day editing a video, the effort proved to be in vain. Li Guiqing felt a tinge of disappointment, but chose to remain silent, picking up his phone to mindlessly scroll through videos instead. In the afternoon, Liao Chenlin addressed all members of the class group, announcing a team-building event at the night market outside the West School Gate at 7 o'clock. He advised the students to refrain from having dinner, leaving their stomachs free for a hearty feast later that evening. At that moment, Zhou Xiaochuan called, inquiring when Zhao Jinnian would resume his investment in him. Zhao Jinnian pondered over the acquisition of Qinyuan Distillery, which was practically a done deal, with only the transfer paperwork pending. He replied, "How about this? I have 220,000 here." Zhou Xiaochuan lamented, "Is that all?" Zhao Jinnian scoffed, but hoped Zhou Xiaochuan's influencer studio would flourish. "Surely your mediocre short films must have earned something. Do you want it or not?" Zhou Xiaochuan eagerly replied, Yes. Although the previous short film Zhou Xiaochuan produced had not turned a profit, it had not incurred significant losses either. With Zhao Jinnian's additional investment of 220,000, creating another film was certainly feasible. Zhou Xiaochuan waited at the foot of Building 15 for Zhao Jinnian, who handed over all the cash he had received from Yangbin. As expected of young Master Zhao, carrying such a hefty sum of cash, Zhou Xiaochuan remarked. Giving a thumbs up, Zhao Jinnian smirked and offered him a cigarette, asking, "How are things with that girl, Jiang? What's her name?" Zhou Xiaochuan fell silent for a moment and replied, "That's none of your concern. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After Zhou Xiaochuan departed, Zhao Jinnian received a call from Uncle Zheng, informing him that a large truck had already gone to Xiaobei town to pick up goods, but they were lacking manpower to unload the cargo at the refrigerated warehouse. Zhao Jinnian suggested, "Just hire more hands." Uncle Zheng chuckled. "The boss's orders are that I can't interfere with anything beyond the contract. Sorry, Jinnian, but you need to handle this personally." Cursing under his breath, Zhao Jinnian inquired how many workers were needed. Uncle Zheng replied that at least 20 temporary workers would be required for an overnight shift to unload the goods. It seemed that Zhao Jinnian would miss the team-building event that evening. He planned to visit the labor market when he heard a roaring engine nearby. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yi Yiming. "Isn't that Jingyi?" Zhao Jinnian intercepted Yi Yiming's vehicle. Removing his helmet, Yi Yiming, upon seeing Zhao Jinnian, did not greet him warmly and was carrying a gift box. Zhao Jinnian smiled, snatched it for a moment to weigh it, and asked, "What's this?" Yi Yiming who fit proudly. "A gift for Yimo." Zhao Jinnian beamed, then handed over, "And I'll deliver it for you another day." Yi Yiming quickly grabbed it back, exclaiming, "I'll deliver it myself. This is money I earned through hard work." Zhao Jinnian teased, "You don't mean to say you actually worked 7 days straight sorting packages during the holiday, do you?" Of course, Yi Yiming replied, a proud smile gracing his lips. Zhao Jinnian shook his head, raising his thumb in admiration. "Impressive." Indeed, Yi Yiming felt elated. Though the truth was he had worked 7 days sorting packages without earning a single cent, merely suffering for a week. With 12-hour shifts earning $250. He spent his days sleeping in hotels, where the cost was $188, not to mention expenses for meals and other necessities. He had barely broken even. Zhao Jinnian, with a glint in his eye, remarked, 7 days? That's hardly remarkable. Being able to endure a month would be truly impressive. Yi Yiming, feeling challenged, retorted, a month? That's nothing. If I didn't have classes during the day, I could work for an entire year. Zhao Jinnian, at a loss for words, hatched a plan. Do you have classes tomorrow? Yi Yiming, wary, recalled how Zhao Jinnian had previously deceived him out a million and was cautious, asking why. I need to go to the labor market to recruit 20 workers to help unload goods. If you don't have classes tomorrow, why not join me? Zhao Jinnian suggested before sighing, on second thought, perhaps you shouldn't go. With your slender arms and legs, accustomed to luxury, you might struggle with hard labor, and then I'd have to spend money on your medical bills. Naturally, Yi Yiming was incensed by this comment, exclaiming, who do you look down on? Decades ago, who wasn't part of the working class? Yi Yiming, can handle this little hardship. Zhao Jinnian, secretly delighted in his reaction, coaxing, really? Just know that if you can't keep up, I'll have a good laugh at your expense. Just wait and see. And so, Zhao Jinnian and Yi Yiming headed to the labor market together. Along the way, Yang Bin sent Zhao Jinnian a message, stating they had arrived at Laobing Barbecue and inquired when he would join them, as the group was nearly complete. Zhao Jinnian replied that he had matters to attend to and might not be able to join the class outing, urging them to enjoy themselves without waiting for him. In the Nanshan district of Yuheng, there exists an urban village with a labor market that teems with individuals seeking work even before dawn breaks. The vast majority are temporary workers, colloquially referred to as looking for work. Initially, Zhao Jinnian intended to call Lu Bo to arrange for a few vans, but he hesitated, concerned about the lack of insurance. Although it was only a little over 70 kilometers from there to Yunnan County, what if something went awry? Ultimately, Zhao Jinnian enlisted Uncle Zhang's help to arrange a minibus for operational purposes, ensuring the driver had ample experience and that each worker would be insured during transit. As soon as Zhao Jinnian disembarked, he was approached by 7 or 8 middle-aged men, speaking in a thick local dialect. Boss, any work available? Yi Yiming, visiting for the first time, found it particularly intriguing. Hearing the men's inquiries, he curiously asked Zhao Jinnian, what do they mean by any work available? Zhao Jinnian quietly explained, in our dialect, looking for work simply means seeking employment. Chapter 77. Does he really think young master is a soft persimmon? Yi Yiming was taken aback. He surveyed the urban village, where at least a couple of hundred men like the ones before him were gathered, some clustered around telephone poles perusing job listings, while others approached various employers to market themselves. Suddenly, he felt a profound disconnect between the life he had known and the reality before him. Looking for work? Why is it referred to as looking for a way to live? Yi Yiming asked, puzzled. Zhao Jinnian regarded him as if he were naive and replied, what do you think? Why do they call it working? Without work, one cannot live. Not everyone is like you, young Master Jing, without worries about food or clothing. Yi Yiming's face flushed with embarrassment. Boss, we can operate lathes and milling machines. We're strong. We can handle any work, one of the older men said to Zhao Jinnian. Yi Yiming, observing these men who were of a similar age to his father, suddenly felt a pang of concern. Who were they to someone else? In the 21st century, was life still this harsh? A sense of unease washed over him. He had thought that working for 7 days sorting packages validated his status as part of the working class. Yet now he felt a wave of depression. Work is life. Without work, there's no way to live. Yi Yiming glanced at Zhao Jinnian, wondering if he had intentionally brought him here to convey a message. Perhaps Zhao Jinnian was suggesting that he, Yi Yiming, was nothing special, merely lucky. Zhao Jinnian continued. Here's the deal. I am hiring workers to help unload goods for the night shift, 12 hours of work, including one dinner, with transportation provided. Each box weighs approximately 80 pounds, and we have over 3,000 boxes. 2 people are needed to unload from the truck to the warehouse, and the pay is $350 for the night. I need 20 people, plus 1 skilled forklift operator, with preference given to those who are strong and physically fit. Upon hearing the announcement, several burly men eagerly stepped forward to volunteer. I can drive a forklift. Let me do it. As soon as Zhao Jinnian's words fell, he was encircled by 7 or 8 strong men. Zhao instructed Yi Yiming to prepare a form to register names, ID numbers, and phone numbers. Alright, Yi Yiming, respondit numbi. At that moment, more and more individuals began to approach upon hearing Zhao Jinnian's enticing offer. Boss, I want to join too. The number of applicants surged. Yet, Zhao Jinnian was only looking to hire 21 individuals. I'll work for 300. I'll do it for 250. Zhao Jinnian frowned at the undercutting, muttering, is this a bidding war? I'm not in the mood for it. Without even glancing at those lowering the wage, he randomly selected a dozen robust men to sign in with Yi Yiming. Around 7:30, the minibus arranged by Uncle Zhang arrived. Yi Yiming called out names from the list, checking IDs as the workers boarded the bus. He was the last to get on and asked Zhao Jinnian, "Aren't you coming?" "Why would I go?" Yi Yiming's lips twitched. He had expected Zhao Jinnian to accompany him. Zhao Jinnian waved his hand dismissively. "I'll call you later. Once you arrive, someone will guide you on what to do. I hope you can manage." After coaxing and deceiving Yi Yiming onto the minibus, Zhao Jinnian felt elated and decided to head back to school. At this hour, the dormitory was likely empty, as everyone had probably gone to participate in the class team building organized by Liao Chenglin. As Zhao Jinnian entered the campus, he spotted a familiar face from a distance, Shen Susu. She was easily recognizable alongside her sister. Dressed in a flowing white dress, Shen Susu squatted beside a flower bed, playfully teasing an orange cat. Zhao Jinnian chuckled, parking by the roadside and approaching her. "Oh, teasing a senior, are we?" Upon realizing it was Zhao Jinnian, Shen Susu smiled sweetly, though a hint of confusion crossed her face. "What senior?" Zhao Jinnian replied with a grin. "Did you not know? The cats and dogs around campus were secretly raised by the former seniors in their dorms. Unfortunately, many of them are irresponsible and abandon these pets after graduation. So, I jokingly call them seniors." "Oh," Shen Susu responded, a touch of disappointment in her tone. "What about those stray cats and dogs in the city?" "The same applies," Zhao Jinnian said, as his stomach growled audibly. He had planned to eat during the team-building event, but hadn't had lunch due to rushing to the labor market to recruit workers. Noticing Shen Susu's captivating profile, he said, "You forgot that you treated me to skewers last time? I promised I'd de-treat you next. Are you free today? Let us grab a bite and see if your spoken English has improved recently." Just as Shen Susu hesitated, an untimely phone call interrupted them. Frustrated, Zhao Jinnian glanced at the caller ID, and upon recognizing Uncle Zhang, he lost his irritation and inquired about the matter. Being a boss has its downsides. The phone seems to ring 24/7, he thought. Uncle Zhang's tone was grave as he informed Zhao Jinnian of a mishap. A freight truck was about to depart when its fuel tank was punctured, and the fuel was stolen. It's highly likely the villagers are involved, and the police have already been notified. Initially, Zhao Jinnian did not take it seriously, thinking that if fuel was stolen, they could simply call another truck to transport the goods. However, upon reflection, he realized that the fruits were loaded, and if the fuel had been siphoned, it indicated foul play. Having visited the kiwi cultivation bases nearby, he knew the area was remote and unlikely for fuel thieves to operate. Thus, it must have been the farmers themselves. The answer was evident. It was probably those farmers who had complained about the low price of 9 jiao per pound earlier that day. Zhao Jinnian felt immensely frustrated. It seemed he could not catch a break. In truth, such trivial matters did not require Zhao Jinnian's intervention, but Uncle Zhang was bound by Zhao Donghai's orders, aiming to toughen Zhao Jinnian's character and teach him that money is not easily earned. After bidding farewell to Shen Susu, Zhao Jinnian hurriedly drove to Xiaobei town. The journey of 70 to 80 miles flew by as night fell. Upon arriving at the Kiwi planting base, the scene was bustling with lights and people gathered in large numbers. Zhao Jinnian approached with a stern expression and quickly gathered information. The truck had been delayed in loading due to the need to weigh and register each box, compounded by shortage of manpower. It had taken over 2 hours since 4 o'clock to load, and just as they were preparing to dispatch the shipment to the cold storage at Qinyuan Winery, they discovered a gaping hole in the fuel tank with the fuel nearly depleted. "Have we identified the culprit?" Zhao Jinnian asked. Uncle Zhang replied quietly, "We are still reviewing the surveillance footage, but it seems unlikely we will find anything." Zhao Jinnian's gaze fell upon the group of farmers in the crowd, those same 7 or 8 who had complained about the low purchase price earlier. They looked at him with mocking smiles. Zhao Jinnian understood that it was probably futile to identify the perpetrator. "Jinnian, what should we do now?" one of the farmers asked, their disdain evident. Zhao Jinnian, facing the group of farmers with their derisive expressions, suddenly smiled. He turned to a police officer investigating the scene and asked, "Are you certain we won't find out who did this?" The officer shook his head. "You know that this area has sparse surveillance, and with so many people today, it's impossible to trace. The loss isn't substantial, just around 3 to 4,000 yuan for the fuel. Should we quickly arrange another truck?" Zhao Jinnian chuckled, casting a cold glance at the gathered crowd. Suddenly, he instructed Uncle Zhang, "Call the factory and tell them that the kiwis being transported today should not be unloaded into the warehouse. Bring them all back. I will not be purchasing these kiwis." "Trying to force me into submission? I refuse to be a soft target." Uncle Zhang nodded in agreement. However, Zhao Jinnian's words ignited a storm of protest among the crowd. The farmers who had contracts with Zhao were utterly taken aback. "What? The fruit is all picked and just waiting to be packed? You're not buying it? They exclaimed. After working tirelessly all afternoon, hiring many villagers at 100 yuan a day, they had gathered over 100,000 pounds of fruit. Yet now, with a flippant remark from Zhao Jinnian, he was refusing to buy. If you don't buy, who will we sell to? Several farmers rushed to Zhao Jinnian. Their faces a mix of disbelief and desperation. Boss, we signed contracts. You can't just refuse. Please, you must reconsider. If you conduct business like this, we'll sell to you next year. They clamored. Zhao Jinnian remained impassive, simply observing the 7 or 8 farmers in the distance. Breach of contract? If I remember correctly, the penalty is 15 of the total value of the purchased kiwis, right? With 30,000 pounds at 9 jiao each, I can certainly afford a few tens of thousands in penalties. The farmers were left speechless. A few tens of thousands wouldn't even cover their costs. As the crowd erupted in murmurs, they parted to make way for the arrival of Mayor Li. Mayor Li, initially occupied with social engagements, hurried over upon receiving the news. The fruit farmers seemed to have grasped a lifeline, quickly surrounding Zhao Jinnian, their words tumbling out in a torrent as they recounted the entire ordeal. Mayor Li, taken aback, dashed to Zhao Jinnian and inquired, "Brother Zhao, what is going on? The contract has been signed. Why has the deal suddenly fallen through?" Zhao Jinnian, with an air of indifference, pointed at the 9-meter semi-trailer and remarked, "I can no longer conduct business here." Just like that, someone has punctured the fuel tank. The folk of Xiaobei town are truly unsophisticated. Today it's merely the fuel tank, but who knows what it could be next time. If such incidents occur frequently, how am I supposed to sustain my business? Mayor Li's expression turned stern as he scanned the villagers, barking, "Who did this?" A profound silence enveloped the scene, with the crowd exchanging uneasy glances. True to his position, Mayor Li commanded respect in Xiaobei town, and in his fury, no one dared to meet his gaze. He then directed his ire toward a few of the fruit farmers, growling, "Tang Xiansheng, did you orchestrate this?" The farmer, Tang Xiansheng, one who had earlier lamented the paltry price of 90 cents per pound, responded nonchalantly, "Mayor, one must act with integrity. On what grounds can you accuse me? Why would I engage in such self-destructive behavior?" Mayor Li's tone grew severe. "Admit your involvement now. Pay some compensation and apologize. This matter can be put to rest. If it is investigated further, prepare to face imprisonment." Tang Xiansheng, unfazed, retorted, "Investigate as you wish. I assure you, I am innocent." Mayor Li scoffed. "I recall your son is about to graduate from university, having joined the party last year. He has spent his summer and winter breaks doing social practice at the town government, performing commendably. If you conceal the truth, you are complicit, and that is a crime. Are you not concerned that your inaction might ruin your son's future? 16 years of hard work wasted?" Tang Xiansheng's eyelids flickered with unease, but he stubbornly maintained, "Why didn't he do it?" Mayor Li, however, had already formed a conclusion. Perhaps Tang Xiansheng was innocent of the act, but he certainly knew who was responsible. The other farmers grew agitated, hurling accusations at one another, their words laced with local dialect. Zhao Jinnian felt a momentary disorientation, as if he had stepped into a bustling wholesale market. "Li Jiangguo, you son of a—" A farmer's rage erupted. "Your son is a simpleton. It serves you right." Zhao Jinnian observed the unfolding chaos, recognizing it as part of his strategy, turning the community against one another. Since the culprit was elusive, let the villagers seek them out. Regardless, he would not purchase their fruit. Unable to tolerate the discord any longer, Mayor Li waved his hand and bellowed for silence, which finally quelled the shouting. He stepped forward, addressing Tang Xiansheng's group with icy disdain. "Have you lost your conscience? In this economically dire year, with hundreds of thousands of pounds of fruit unsold, you've sabotaged a rare opportunity. You complain about 90 cents, but do you realize that the factory had no intention of buying your fruit? It was I, along with Director Zhang and Director Wang, who tirelessly negotiated to secure this deal, even persuading the town government to allocate funds to subsidize you. You should ask around. Originally, Boss Xiao was unwilling to accept even 70 cents per pound. It was my persuasion, promising the government would cover an additional 20 cents per pound, that he reluctantly agreed. Look at the mess you've created." Mayor Li's voice dripped with disappointment. "Tang Xiansheng, I fear you are growing increasingly foolish. If you refuse to acknowledge the truth, and I uncover even a hint of your involvement, you will face the consequences. Should your son's aspirations be thwarted due to your negligence, he will resent you for life." This final remark struck a nerve with Tang Xiansheng, who panicked and turned to a middle-aged man nearby. "Li Jiangguo, just confess. Otherwise, the villagers will let tens of thousands of pounds of fruit rot in the fields." One enraged farmer shouted, "Curse your mother, Li Jiangguo. How could you commit such a vile act? Don't you know that old Lu's son is counting on that money for medical expenses. If Lu's son doesn't survive, he will be a burden for life. Can you sleep at night? Many farmers joined in the condemnation of Li Yao, and the onlookers murmured in disapproval, feeling that Li Yao was in the wrong. Li Jiangwu, a man in his 50s with nearly gray hair, felt a wave of shame wash over him, realizing he could no longer face his peers. He shouted, "You think it's only you who are struggling for money? I'm a scoundrel, lower than a pig or dog. Last year, the price was 1 yuan 30 cents. Now it's 90 cents. Will be 70 cents next year. Perhaps we should all stop farming altogether. Yes, I, Li Jiangguo, am a worthless creature, and my son is a simpleton, unable to care for himself at 20. Fine, I will not farm next year. Go on, arrest me. It would be better to execute me." Li Jiangguo's emotions spiraled out of control as he shouted, collapsing to the ground in tears. A hush fell over the crowd, many visibly moved. While 90 cents felt somewhat low, the prime-picking season had passed. Zhao Jinnian, as a businessman, was driven by profit, not charity. Major Li, clearly aware of Li Jiangguo's circumstances, felt a twinge of sympathy. He approached Zhao Jinnian, hoping to negotiate. "Brother Zhao, I understand your difficulties. Sigh, I was the one who suggested bringing kiwi farming to Xiaobei town. Seeing them struggle to sell their fruit pains me. What if you agree to 70 cents per pound and buy up their produce? The town government can cover the remaining 2 cents as compensation for the truck's damages. I will personally cover the costs. What do you think?" Zhao Jinnian, one who softened under gentle persuasion, glanced at the farmers and noted their hopeful expressions. His demeanor lightened as he nodded. "All right, Brother Li, I shall grant you this favor." Thank you, Mayor Li exclaimed, shaking Zhao Jinnian's hand fervently. In that moment, Zhao Jinnian felt a strange sense of curiosity about the mayor. Who was he really? At the banquet, they shared drinks, calling each other brothers, toasting with Mao Tai, savoring game dishes, and even arranging for 2 young women to attend to Zhao Jinnian's needs. When the bill came, Mayor Li sought a receipt for reimbursement, leading Zhao Jinnian to initially perceive him as a self-serving, corrupt official. Yet now, he sensed that Mayor Li was far more complex than he had imagined. He was a man of flesh and blood, capable of both indulgence and genuine service to the people. Chapter 79. Humans are the most intricate creatures in the world. Zhao Jinnian had come across several representative reports on this matter. The first involved a rural teacher who, despite earning money through borderline live streaming at night, devoted all her earnings to her students, yet was reviled by many as a promiscuous woman. Another rural teacher, striving to fulfill her school's requirement to secure a postgraduate recommendation after 2 years of teaching, was sent off by her students who, lacking funds for gifts, brought homemade specialties such as fruits, flowers, farm-fresh eggs, and cured meats, even collecting wild mushrooms. What transpired next? After the female teacher accepted the gifts, she boarded her vehicle and departed from the quaint mountain village, only to unceremoniously discard the items into a trash bin. She even filmed a video to share on Douyin, lamenting about the revolting nature of rural children and declaring that they are destined to remain in the mountains for a lifetime. She expressed her disdain for the 2 arduous years she spent teaching, feeling betrayed by those she had supported, and disparaged the worthless items she received, which are unworthy even for dogs. With palpable relief, she proclaimed her escape from the place, describing the past 2 years as nothing short of torment. She callously trampled upon the most innocent affections of the children, repeatedly crushing them underfoot. How ought one to evaluate such behavior? Zhao Jinnian vividly recalled an incident when Xiao Yimo had a fever, soaring to 40 degrees Celsius. In the dead of night, he rushed her to the hospital, where he encountered 2 individuals. One was a well-dressed man, exuding success and sophistication, whose father lay gravely ill, clinging to life in the hospital. He furiously shouted, "Why don't you just die already, old man? What use are you to me but a burden?" The other man, marked by tattoos and shaved head, was visibly distraught, kneeling on the floor, gripping his father's frail hand. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll do whatever it takes to get you treated. I've sold the house. Just hold on a little longer. The doctor says there is still hope." Thus, it is evident that wealth reveals one's true character, while adversity often brings forth genuine filial piety. Human beings are indeed complex creatures. The heartfelt words of Mayor Li struck a chord with the fruit farmers, igniting a sense of shame within them. To be candid, even those who had reluctantly agreed to sell their produce to Zhao Jinnian at a mere 90 cents per pound felt a pang of discomfort in their hearts. They were only compromising due to the urgency of their financial needs, fearing their fruits would rot if left unharvested. However, after hearing Mayor Li's remarks, they realized they had misjudged Zhao Jinnian. He was not exploiting their plight. The situation at the Qinyuan winery had reached their ears. It was rumored that the owner had absconded to America with his sister-in-law, leaving behind a mountain of debt for his wife. Even if Zhao Jinnian were to acquire the winery, the myriad of bureaucratic processes would take a month or two to finalize. And he was currently purchasing their fruits out of his own pocket. They understood that Mayor Li had already extended his utmost benevolence towards them. Years prior, other towns had alleviated poverty through fruit cultivation, and Xiaobei town aspired to do the same. However, Mayor Li had firmly opposed the cultivation of loquats, cherries, oranges, and peaches, recognizing that the market share for these fruits had already been claimed by other regions. To plant them now would lead to inevitable losses and lower the prices of fruits from neighboring towns. Mayor Li had even invited university students and experts to conduct on-site investigations, ultimately deciding to cultivate kiwi fruit. He introduced several varieties of kiwi fruit, but the seedlings were costly, and the farmers were hesitant since none had prior experience with kiwi fruit. Mayor Li personally visited each household to instill confidence, ultimately deciding that the town government would subsidize 30% of the kiwi fruit seedlings for those willing to plant them. As the villagers were unfamiliar with kiwi fruit cultivation, Mayor Li sought assistance from agricultural experts and graduate students to provide thorough instruction. Even before the kiwi fruits had ripened, he tirelessly sought out avenues for marketing. For instance, this year, while other varieties of kiwi fruit were sold out, those specifically designated for the Qinyuan winery remained unsold, leading to Mayor Li's frantic efforts, including enlisting numerous influencers to promote the produce and making daily trips to the city in search of buyers. He found himself bowing and scraping before a much younger man, which only deepened the villagers' sense of unease. They were acutely aware of his struggles and kept these observations close to their hearts. Witnessing Mayor Li's genuine anger stirred feelings of guilt among the villagers, dissipating any lingering resentment over the 90 cents per pound. Zhao Jinnian then suggested, "Let us sign a contract." Initially, he had come to address the issue of the truck as fuel tank being punctured, but now the atmosphere had shifted to that of a contract signing event. During this process, Li Jiangguo was absent, leaving Zhao Jinnian to sit alone in a corner. Lost in thought, Mayor Li sighed, handed a contract to Li Jiangguo, and urged him to apologize, asking, "Do you truly intend for your 40 to 50,000 pounds of fruit to rot in the fields?" Li Jiangguo looked up at Mayor Li, his eyes reddening. He took the contract, wiped away his tears, and knelt before Zhao Jinnian. "Say, little boss, I'm sorry for how I treated you." Zhao Jinnian remained silent, his expression impassive as he signed the document with flourish, stamped it, and tossed it onto the ground before Li Jiangguo. Subsequently, he stood up, stretched, and addressed Mayor Li. "If there is nothing else, I must take my leave." "Very well, I shall see you off," Mayor Li replied with a smile, casting a disapproving glance at Li Jiangguo before personally escorting Zhao Jinnian to his vehicle and opening the door for him. "Brother Zhao, I appreciate your efforts tonight. When you next visit Yin County, I shall ensure your stay is enjoyable," Mayor Li assured him as he closed the door. Zhao Jinnian smiled and offered a cigarette to Mayor Li, saying, "Thank you in advance." "Take care on the road," Mayor Li advised. As Zhao Jinnian departed, several fruit farmers surrounded Li Jiangguo, pulling him up. He appeared as if his spine and spirit had been drained, lost in a daze. Mayor Li approached him, sighing, "I honestly don't know how to address you. You even damaged someone's truck fuel tank. What were you thinking?" Suddenly, Li Jiangguo exclaimed, "I'll pay for it. Whatever the cost." "Pay for what?" Mayor Li retorted, pulling out his wallet and handing Li Jiangguo several 100 yuan notes, scolding, "Once everyone receives their payment, we can each contribute a bit. I estimate the damage isn't extensive. 200 or 300 from each should suffice. Although Boss Zhao isn't concerned about it, we must still make amends." Li Jiangguo clutched the money Mayor Li had given him, hastily declining, "Mayor, I can't accept this." "Take it. This isn't for you. But for your son," Mayor Li insisted. Li Jiangguo fell silent, his eyes welling with tears as he watched Mayor Li walk away. Chapter 80. Truly a Generous Spirit. Meanwhile, at Yuheng University's North Campus, outside the West Gate Night Market, Boss Barbecue was bustling. Liao Qinglin organized a class team-building event. Being in a mechanical design program, the class was predominantly male, with only 2 girls present. Many of the boys were well-behaved and abstained from alcohol, but Liao Qinglin's persistence led everyone to share a bottle of beer. However, a minor incident occurred during the gathering. One boy felt that the meal was hardly worth 100 yuan and even left feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Liao Qinglin quickly interjected, stating that the actual cost was only 79 yuan per person and volunteered to purchase several scratch-off lottery tickets with the remaining 21 yuan. Many boys expressed their displeasure, questioning why there had been no prior discussion, as it had been agreed that any surplus would be refunded. Liao Qinglin, feeling guilty, explained that since they all hailed from various places, A scratch-off ticket could bring good fortune as they embarked on a new semester and a fresh start. In reality, the meal had only cost 58 yuan per person. Liao Chenglin had splurged during the National Day holiday while traveling with his girlfriend in Jiangxing, exhausting his funds and seeking to swindle his classmates. He distributed the scratch-off tickets, handing one to each person, with an extra ticket designated for Zhao Jinnian. Liao Chenglin handed the ticket to Zhang Chao beside him, saying, "You and Lao Zhao share a dormitory. Please take it back for him tonight. He missed dinner, and I'll reimburse him. The scratch card must be scratched. After all, it's for good luck." Zhang Chao nodded earnestly, taking the scratch card with care. Upon receiving the card, Li Guoqing scratched it eagerly, only to discover he had won 20 yuan. He hurriedly inquired if Yang Bin had scratched his, insisting on helping him. "Old Yang, I have exceptional luck. Let me do it. Perhaps I'll uncover a grand prize for you." Yang Bin, who abstained from any form of gambling, be it Dou Di Zhu or Mahjong, shrugged and said, "Go ahead." Li Guoqing chuckled, unable to contain his excitement as he scratched, exclaiming, "Wow, I told you I'm lucky 50. You owe me a Red Bull." Yang Bin Sigid, outig, fine. Li Guoqing turned to Zhang Chao, rubbing his hands together. "Zhang Chao, why aren't you scratching?" Zhang Chao scratched his head, still intently studying the winning rules on the scratch card. "I've never played before. I'm reading the rules." "Seriously? You never scratch one? Watch me. I'll show you how." Li Guoqing snatched the scratch card away, and Zhang Chao made no attempt to stop him. Sitting beside him with an earnest expression, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Li Guoqing explained, "This game is remarkably simple. Look, there are 2 numbers up here, and below are 50 numbers. If any of the numbers below match the 2 above, you win. The prize amount depends on the numbers below. See? This one didn't win." Zhang Chao replied, "Oh." Li Guoqing felt a rush of excitement. These 3 scratch cards had ignited his fervor. He caught a glimpse of another scratch card in Zhang Chao's hand and eagerly asked, "Let me have that one too. I'll scratch it." Zhang Chao shook his head. "No, that S for Zhao Jinnian." Li Guoqing, irritated, insisted, "Just give it to me. We'll have to scratch it eventually. And if it wins, we'll split the prize. It's just my hands itching to scratch." Zhang Chao remained stubborn, shaking his head. "No, that S Zhao Jinnian S." After much persuasion, Zhang Chao finally relented. "All right, fine. Here." Li Guoqing was overjoyed and quickly began scratching. The winning numbers on this ticket were 12 and 17. As he scratched, he was taken aback upon revealing multiple 12s and 17s. When he saw the total prize amount, he was stunned. 1,000 yuan. After counting, it dawned on him that this ticket had won a grand total of 10,000 yuan. His breath quickened, and he abruptly stopped scratching, feigning nonchalance as he tucked the ticket into his pocket, muttering, "Oh, didn't he win?" Zhang Chao grew anxious, insisting, "No, I saw it. There were plenty of 12s and 17s. You clearly won." Yang Bin, taken aback, looked at Li Guoqing. "I told you if you won, just admit it. Why are you hiding it?" "That S Zhao Jinnian S ticket." Li Guoqing felt distressed. This was a 10,000 yuan ticket. He noticed that no one was paying attention to their table. So he leaned in, lowering his voice. "Zhang Chao, Lao Yang, let me be honest. This ticket indeed won 10,000 yuan." Yang Bin was astonished. "Is that for real?" "Absolutely," Li Guoqing said with a serious expression, continuing in a hushed tone. "Now it's just the 3 of us who know. Zhao Jinnian ISNT here. So how about we split it 3 ways? 3,003 each? What do you think? We can buy Zhao Jinnian another 20 yuan ticket later. He'll never know." Yang Bin frowned. "Li Guoqing, I didn't expect this from you." Li Guoqing panika. "But it's true. Zhao Jinnian ISNT here. He wants to know if he won or not. 3,003 for each of us. It's free money." Yang Bin was growing increasingly upset. "You better bring that ticket out, or I'll tell Zhao Jinnian." "All right, I'll just take 2,000. You and Zhang Chao can have 4,000 each." Li Guoqing gritted his teeth, making a concession. Yang Bin scoffed. Li Guoqing then turned to Zhang Chao. "What do you think? For 1,000. You could buy loads of protein powder with that." "Zhang Chao, what are you thinking?" Zhang Chao's expression turned incredulous. "What? Zhao Jinnian's ticket won 10,000. His voice was loud, clearly shocked, causing everyone in the room to turn their attention to Zhang Chao. Li Guoqing's mouth twitched. He knew Zhang Chao was slow to react, but he hadn't anticipated him being this slow. Now, the news was out for all to hear, and Li Guoqing's chance to claim the prize for himself was thwarted. Liao Chenglin rushed over. "Where's the ticket?" 10,000? Is that real? Let me see." Li Guoqing felt murderous thoughts toward Zhang Chao, with 20 pairs of eyes fixed on him. He had no choice but to reluctantly produce the ticket. Liao Chenglin stared in disbelief. Realizing that the scratch card he had purchased at a roadside stall for a discount had turned out to be a jackpot, and he couldn't contain his excitement. Yang Bin snatched the ticket from Li Guoqing, stating, "This is Zhao Jinnian S. You better not get any ideas." Li Guoqing gesulked in silence. Later that evening, Around 9 o'clock, Zhao Jinnian returned to the dormitory. Upon learning that he had missed the group activity, but that Liao Chenglin had bought each person a ticket with the leftover money, and they had won 10,000, he was somewhat taken aback. Thank you, Zhao Jinnian said. After a long day of running around, he was exhausted and placed the ticket in the drawer, intending to take a warm shower. He casually asked Zhang Chao how his recent job as a stretcher-bearer at the Yuheng Football Sports League had been. How much did you earn? Zhang Chao grinned. 3,000 exactly. Zhao Jinnian nodded. That's good. Li Guoqing was bewildered. Zhang Chao, weren't you supposed to be sorting packages during the national day? What do you mean you earned 3,000 in the football league? Oh, I was meant to sort packages. But Zhao Jinnian recommended a part-time job for me as a stretcher-bearer at the football league. Each match be 150 premiers. For the first 6 days, there are 3 matches each day, and I missed a night S. That totals 20 matches. Li Guoqing was dumbfounded. He expected Zhang Chao to earn 3,000 over the holiday. He glanced at Zhao Jinnian, hesitating to speak, but Zhao Jinnian had already headed off to shower, leaving Li Guoqing staring intently at Zhao Jinnian's drawer. He couldn't help but marvel. Isn't he wealthy? A 10,000 yuan ticket just tossed into a drawer without a second thought? What a carefree attitude. Chapter 81. Why didn't you mention you have a boyfriend earlier? That night, Li Guoqing found himself unable to sleep, the 10,000 yuan ticket tantalizingly close yet not his own. Due to Zhao Jinnian's influence, Yang Bin quietly amassed a fortune of 190,000, while Zhang Chao naively believed that Zhao Jinnian had effortlessly earned 3,000. Li Guoqing felt utterly miserable. Watching Yang Bin and Zhang Chao revel in their earnings, it was more painful than losing money himself. He felt as if he had been dealt a crushing blow. Had he known this would happen, when Liao Chenglin handed that extra ticket to Zhang Chao, he should have volunteered to keep it for Zhao Jinnian. If only he'd scratched it first, then swapped it out afterward. Zhao Jinnian wouldn't have known which ticket was his. But now, it was too late for regrets. Li Guoqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He scrolled through his social media and came across a post from Zhang Jinnian featuring a cake. With the caption, 19-year-old Jinnian, wishing for more joy and happiness in the coming year. Li Guoqing quickly messaged her, is today your birthday? Grinning, but there was no response. Li Guoqing pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and sent a transfer of 520 to Zhang Jinnian. She promptly responded, returning the transfer with a smiling emoji. Thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, but you are a student and may not have much money. Li Guoqing was immediately invigorated. Behold, what a good girl she is. To be honest, it took him a considerable amount of inner turmoil to send that 520, and upon seeing Zhang Jinnian return it, he could hardly contain his joy. He replied, it's fine. Take it as a gift. I'm not short on cash. Grinning. Uncertain of his own motivations, whether to boast or out of vanity, he impulsively transferred 1314 to her, and then anxiety began to gnaw at him. He found himself gambling on whether Zhang Jinnian would refuse it. However, she neither accepted the transfer nor replied to his message. Puzzled, Li Guoqing wondered if perhaps the lights in her dorm had just gone out and she was preoccupied. After some contemplation, he decided to initiate a video call with her. Moments later, the call connected, revealing the face of a stranger, a young man, who looked at Li Guoqing with confusion. Who are you? Where's Zhang Jinnian? Li Guoqing was taken aback. The young man, clean-cut in appearance, replied, oh, she's in the shower. At that moment, the sound of rushing water filled the air as Zhang Jinnian's voice emerged. Gao Dong, why are you touching my phone? The young man, presumably Gao Dong, shrugged and said, you have a video call. Zhang Jinnian inquired, who called? I don't know, Gao Dong replied, glancing at the contact name. Oh, it's this guy named 165 Mechanical. Ugly dude, Li Guoqing. Zhang Jinnian, relieved to discover it was Li Guoqing, dismissed it and shut the bathroom door, continuing to hum a little tune as she bathed. Gao Dong smiled at Li Guoqing. Sorry, brother, but I've already secured her. You might want to pursue someone else. By the way, I accepted your transfer on her behalf. Thanks. With that, Gao Dong hung up the call. Li Guoqing was suddenly incensed, hastily sending messages demanding Gao Dong return the money. He sent over a dozen messages, all of which vanished into the void. Despair washed over him. With a monthly allowance of merely 1,500, he couldn't fathom what had possessed him to act so foolishly, now regretting his impulsiveness. At that moment, Zhang Jinnian messaged him, stating she had returned the money. Li Guoqing quickly inquired, who was that guy? Zhang Jinnian replied, oh, that is my boyfriend. Why? Li Guoqing was taken aback. Why didn't you mention you had a boyfriend? Zhang Jinnian countered, you never asked. Feeling deflated, Li Guoqing angrily deleted Zhang Jinnian from his contacts. He had spent the last few nights daydreaming about her, even envisioning names for their future children. How could she not mention she had a boyfriend sooner? The thought of Zhang Jinnian spending the night with another man made his heart ache, not because he harbored deep feelings for her, but rather out of bitterness that it wasn't him. Had it not been for his roommates, he might have stormed to the bathroom to vent his frustration. Meanwhile, Yanbin lay in bed, tossing and turning, scrolling through Donche D. With 190,000 in hand, he felt as though he were dreaming. It was an astonishing sum for a freshman. He resolved to purchase a second-hand car for around 40,000 to facilitate weekend market runs. Zhao Jinnian had yet to retire for the night. He had just received a message from Uncle Zheng, urging him to visit the tax office concerning a tax refund audit, as discrepancies in the accounts needed clarification with the financial department, or else the transfer procedures would stall. Normally, these trivial matters could be handled easily by Uncle Zheng. But under Zhao Donghai's directives, it was imperative that Zhao Jinnian face some challenges to cultivate his independence. Reluctantly, Zhao Jinnian thought that if he had to handle everything, it would indeed be a hassle. However, if he couldn't team manage these minor tasks, then perhaps he should simply resign himself to a carefree existence. At that moment, Zhao Jinnian's WeChat chimed. It was a message from Xiao Yimo. Are you there? Zhao Jinnian ignored her, shutting off his phone and donning his earplugs, ready for sleep. He had to find time to meet with the tax office leaders tomorrow. He had no time to waste chatting with Xiao Yimo. Are you there? Came another message. Bland and unoriginal, lacking in allure. Are you coming? Was proactive, intimate, and charged with sexual tension. This was the correct approach to conversation. Xiao Yimo seemed unwilling to relent, sending message after message. I'm asking if you're there. It's urgent. My best friend is drunk, and I need you to come keep her company. Zhao Jinnian replied, Is that for real? Xiao Yimo responded, No, I just wanted to ensure you saw my message. Zhao Jinnian wore an expression of irritation, feeling he had more pressing matters than to engage in her games. Then Xiao Yimo sent a flurry of voice messages. This evening at 7, by the fountain, I saw you with a girl petting a cat. Who is she? Zhao Jinnian thought to himself, Why are you so insatiable? Can't you go a day without seeking out a woman? Is she prettier than me? Does she have a better figure than mine? Are her assets larger than mine? Is she more vivacious than I am? Stop playing dead and speak. Zhao Jinnian replied, You must have seen wrong. I went to Yin County last night and returned to campus after 9. Nonsense, Xiao Yimo snapped, sending a photo. I would recognize you anywhere, even if you're turned to ash. This is you. You can't deny it. Who is this woman? Initially, Xiao Yimo had intended to catch him red-handed, but by the time she arrived, Zhao Jinnian had already left in his car. Zhao Jinnian opened the photo and zoomed in, realizing it was indeed him with Shinsusu. Unable to weave a deceptive tale, he reluctantly replied, You must have misinterpreted. We weren't petting a cat. We were petting a dog. Chapter 82. Liao Chunlin seems to lack character. So you refuse to admit it, Zhao Jinnian, and you dare to fool around with women before we're even married? Just wait. Zhao Jinnian remained indifferent. If he had indeed been unfaithful, that would be one thing, but he hadn't. Who is that girl? Which department is she from? I want to see what kind of spell she has cast on you. Exhausted from the day, Zhao Jinnian was not in the mood to engage in idle banter with Xiao Yimo. He rolled his eyes and said, I don't know. I only know her name is Shun Qingqing. All right, Shun Qingqing, is it? Zhao Jinnian shook his head, put on his earplugs, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. The next day, they all rose early for their 8 a.m. class. The first 2 periods of the morning comprised a lackluster lecture in a large auditorium with multiple classes in attendance. Zhao Jinnian, not having brought any books for this trivial course, sat in the last row playing on his phone. Halfway through the lecture, a knock sounded at the door. Zhao Jinnian turned to see his advisor, Xiao Ying, standing there, holding a pink card and waving him over. With a look of skepticism, Zhao Jinnian approached Sister Ying. Are you looking for me? Xiao Ying surveyed Zhao Jinnian's empty desk with a mix of embarrassment and displeasure. Is this how you spend your time in class? Playing on your phone, every day? Zhao Jinnian nonchalantly replied, Sometimes I even sleep. Xiao Ying. Zhao Jinnian genuinely didn't care, since it was an easy course. Even if it were a core subject, he would still coast through. After all, he was merely at Yuheng University to pass the time. Xiao Ying was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Zhao Jinnian's response would be so straightforward. With a resigned sigh, she handed the card in her hand to Zhao Jinnian. It was an invitation for a psychological counseling interview, mandated by the academy, which would randomly select one individual from each class in every department to participate. You have been chosen. From Monday to Friday of this week, if you are available, you may visit the psychological counseling room on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building for the interview. All right. Xiao Ying hesitated, her words caught in her throat, and ultimately chose silence as she turned to leave. She had intended to express that gaining admission to Yuheng University was no small feat and that her parents had made significant sacrifices for her education. Yet, recalling Zhao Jinnian's seemingly extraordinary family circumstances, her words were swallowed back down. Upon returning to his seat, Zhao Jinnian noticed Yang Bin wearing a forlorn expression, which piqued his curiosity. What could he be contemplating? Yang Bin glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before leaning in close to Zhao Jinnian's ear and whispering, "Old Zhao, I suspect Liao Chenglin has been skimming money from our classmates." Zhao Jinnian raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yang Bin continued, "Shall we step outside for a smoke?" "I'll elaborate." Nodding in agreement, they slipped out through the back door and made their way to the restroom, indulging in their cigarettes. Yang Bin took a deep drag and said, "Remember our team-building event yesterday? Last week, he collected 100 yuan from each of us, promising to refund any excess. But in the end, we received not a single cent back. He claimed we spent 79 yuan at that old soldier barbecue place. And then each of us got a scratch-off lottery ticket worth 20 yuan and a bottle of mineral water. But honestly, I don't think we even spent 79 yuan. Zhao Jinnian was indifferent to such matters, considering that Liao Chenglin had already refunded him 80 yuan. Surely, Liao Chenglin would not stoop so low as to be greedy over such a paltry amount. Yang Bin remained silent, though after all, Liao Chenglin had introduced Zhang Chao to a job in express sorting last week, promising him a daily wage of 250 yuan, but had told Zhang Chao it was only 200. This had led Yang Bin to question Liao Chenglin's integrity. He might indeed be capable of shortchanging his classmates. "What do you plan to do about it?" Zhao Jinnian inquired. Coincidentally, he planned to visit the second-hand car market the following day. "I'll stop by that old soldier barbecue place and clarify things then." "Sounds good." After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Jinnian returned to the classroom. Unperturbed by whether Liao Chenglin was indeed dishonest, he simply did not wish to waste mental energy on trivialities. During this water class, Li Guoqing found it particularly tedious. Initially, he listened intently, but soon realized that the lecture was veering off topic. What began as a lesson morphed into a rambling discourse about the professor's son studying in the United States, who was supposedly exceptional and had a semiconductor research company eager to sign him at a high salary. This left Li Guoqing devoid of motivation to continue listening, and he slumped over his desk, engrossed in his phone. At that moment, he noticed a fellow student nearby, visibly anxious. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "What game are you playing?" A quick glance revealed a dazzling array of images on the student's phone. The student, noticing Li Guoqing's interest, quickly switched screens and replied, "Oh, it's nothing." However, Li Guoqing's curiosity only intensified as he continued to sneak glances at the student's phone. After half an hour, he was astonished to witness a withdrawal screen pop up. Suddenly, the student appeared elated, as if a weight had been lifted. Moments later, a notification chimed, reading, "Alipay received 1,000 yuan. Li Guoqing exclaimed, "Lu Jin, were you just playing? You can actually make money?" Lu Jin appeared guilty and hastily feigned nonchalance. "It's nothing. You must have seen it wrong." "Not at all. I saw it clearly." "No way. What are you playing that can earn you money?" Li Guoqing was burning with curiosity, having observed Lu Jin receive 1,000 yuan in less than half a class. Lu Jin played dumb, refusing to divulge details. Li Guoqing persisted with his inquiries until Lu Jin finally relented. "It's PG Electronics." "What is that?" Lu Jin succinctly replied, "Gambling online." Li Guoqing was taken aback. "So you made 1,000 in half a class?" "Not quite. I invested 200 and won 800, Lu Jin casually remarked, clearly reluctant to delve deeper into the subject. Li Guoqing was envious, mentally calculating that winning 800 daily would amount to nearly 30,000 a month and 360,000 a year, far superior to any job. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "Lu Jin, could you send me the download link for this app? I'd like to try it out." Lu Jin shot him a sideways glance, suppressing a smirk. He knew Li Guoqing only saw the 800 he had won in half a class, oblivious to the countless times he had lost miserably. "No, you really shouldn't play. It's highly addictive. I'm already hooked and can't seem to quit." Li Guoqing patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry about me. I'm Li Guoqing. I want to get addicted. You can rest assured, just send me the app. I'm merely curious. I'll just try it out." Regardless of Li Guoqing's insistence, Lu Jin remained steadfastly unyielding. Frustrated, Li Guoqing muttered a curse under his breath, feeling dejected as he slumped over his desk in a daze. 800 yuan, he thought, clearly remembering Lu Jin had made that amount in less than half an hour. The thought gnawed at him, making it impossible to settle down. At that moment, the class bell rang, and students began to file out. Zhao Jinnian, too, was in a hurry. He had numerous matters to attend to. Just moments ago, Lu Bo had messaged him, instructing him to go to a specific classroom in the comprehensive building for a written test and interview by noon, ensuring he could skip evening study sessions. Zhao Jinnian approached the process with a nonchalant attitude, merely copying answers during the written exam and breezing through the interview. After submitting a 1-inch photo and filling out a registration form, he unwittingly found himself halfway into the student council. Society is a realm of personal connections, and university is often referred to as a microcosm of society, a place where interpersonal relationships are paramount. Meanwhile, as Li Guoqing stepped out with his mind elsewhere, Liao Qinglin approached and patted him on the shoulder, lowering his voice. Li Guoqing, I need to talk to you about something. Li Guoqing was preoccupied with thoughts of PG electronics and had little interest in his chatter. It's a good opportunity to make a few thousand for free. Interested? Liao Qinglin whispered. Li Guoqing paused. Intrigued, what is this about?